Hello, in this video we are going to start looking at modeling something like this. Um, Basically, the plan for this series is to show you how to model a ship. Specifically, a old sailing ship. I think the one we're actually going to look at is from the late 17th century, a British ship, and I'll get into that in a second. But this is a ship, sorry, of British origin, the HMS Victory. I modelled this some years ago. It took quite a while to make. I wanted to add, sort of as much detail to it as possible, down to sort of like the individual planks. And I spent ages doing the rigging. And I figured what I would do, because a lot of people have been asking for it, is actually do a multi-part tutorial or kind of course, if you like, for the channel, just to show you how I would go about modeling something like this, and you guys can follow along as well, and I'll provide all the reference that we're going to use, at least for the blueprints. We're going to be modeling it off of blueprints, which is how I did this model as well, and then for the extra details and things, we're going to use additional reference for that too. And I'll just show you how we set all of that up and then go through exactly how we model that from start to finish. And it will probably take some time. I would expect at least probably over 4 weeks, because we'll be doing a part a week. But by the end of it, we should have something kind of like this. Maybe not as extreme in the detail, but I would like to get you guys most of the way there, with like the shape of the hull and the lower and upper parts. This part back here, I remember I struggled with that quite a lot, and when I first started anyway, but hopefully we won't have those same problems. And also all of these details up at the front, and just kind of how I would go about creating the rigging as well, and the best practices for that. So it should be a pretty cool project. Yeah, like I said, it will take a while to make. I learned a lot making this, and I had to remake some of this so much, right? Like just the lower part of the hull, getting that curved shape to look accurate. It took me a long time, and I had to remake it many, many, many times. Until I got it right. But if you've ever wanted to model something like this, well, now you can, and I'm gonna sort of show you how to do that, and then hopefully you can avoid the same mistakes I did, because you can just follow along from me. So yeah, this is a model I made a while ago, but we are first in this video going to look at reference. So whenever you're modeling something, whether that's concept art, believe it or not, or especially something from the real world, you want to make sure that you are using reference, okay? And you might think reference isn't important. I see a lot of beginner artists, 3D artists do this. I used to do this when I was at uni. It's like, oh, I don't need reference. I'm just creating it from my own imagination, or I'm just going to go ahead and do this. But believe me when I tell you, yes, you need reference, because what will happen is, especially if you're making something from real life, is you'll finish it, and our minds, like as humans, right, it's imperfect. We don't capture every single little detail. It's like not possible, right, except for a few cases, but that's like really rare. So we need reference, right, to look at things, and it's just you shouldn't like shy away from it, because it's just gonna make your work better in the long run. Like all of these details on this ship, like all these extra bits, right, like these little what would you call these, like hooks, these little bolts on the floor, the way a lot of this is presented, the way these lanterns are, where these windows are, these buckets up here, like all the little details on these cannons, like the storage along the side, the way all of this is laid out, this basket here, like the ships, not ships, sorry, getting my terminology wrong, lifeboats, the barrels down here, like maybe if you have a lot of experience with this kind of thing, you could do that. But if you've never modeled it before, or you're not used to this, then you might not know what to add here. Right? Like even down to the little details of the ropes just on this bell here. You need reference for that kind of stuff. So we're going to go through collecting reference to begin with, and I'll provide this reference in the video so that you can follow along and make the same ship as us, or me. Sorry. So we're not going to make something quite as big as this, because we'd be doing a tutorial for like 6 months. And I'm sure you guys do not want to be spending 6 months modeling something on YouTube. So we'll try and condense it down a little bit, just to give you the basic idea. And then you can then go on and do your own projects, hopefully. And obviously if you have any questions, like just please ask. But yeah, we're going to make something like this. So on the topic of reference, Pinterest A lot of it's been overrun by AI images recently, which is a shame. So if you're trying to find actual real world reference from something in real life, it can be a bit of a pain. But something I found that's really good for finding reference for this kind of model work in particular, with a ship like this, is on Pinterest. If you just search something like old sailing ship, that's what I've done here, you're going to get a lot of paintings, primarily because there's not many of these still around. I think the HMS Victory is still around in Portsmouth in the UK. So that's a great place to look at for reference if you do want some. I think just search, like if we do HMS Victory. Yeah, so this ship still exists, and you can find a hell of a lot of like high resolution reference of this, and this really helped me when I was making my model. But the main point is just look for reference, right? And then on Pinterest, we've got a bunch of reference of scale models, which while won't be 100% accurate purely because they are scale models, they're a great way to see up close little details that you might have a hard time finding pictures of, right? So just in this picture here, if I just scale this up slightly, you can see, and some of these scale models are quite accurate in the way they're produced, right? You can see the skeletal structure of the ship. You can see how these are put together. You can see this really cool little detail, which I didn't realize before I started making these, or making my version, was that the deck actually bows like this. You can see it's curved, and you might not notice that or think to do that without looking at reference, right? I remember when I was making mine, I had made all the decks flat, and then it wasn't until later that I saw in a different angle of reference that they're actually all curved. So I've gone and made mine slightly curved to match to that, right? And it's subtle, but it just adds that extra level of detail, you know, an extra level of realism. And if you're looking to get into the industry, or if you want to just the VFX industry, that is, and if you really want to push your work to the next level in terms of realism, it's like those kind of details you really need to pick up on, because all those combined, they might seem small, but those extra realistic details combined really add up to makes your work look so much better. So I really, I know I've been waffling on for a little bit now about it, but I really can't stress enough how important reference is. And there's so much here that's really, really good. Like stuff like this, where you can see like close-ups of all the rigging. The rigging is really tough. I know a lot of people struggle with that kind of stuff. I certainly did. You've got this part up here. I don't know what all the terminology is. Please do not kill me for that. If you know, feel free to let us know. But like the close-ups of these kind of details, right? Because even though the real ship still exists, the HMS Victory for reference, it's hard to find angles of these sorts of parts. So Pinterest is a great tool for looking up that kind of stuff. Yeah, and you can see the great thing as well is from these scale models, a lot of them are in progress. So you can see where things are supposed to go, like the deck's not fully attached or in place. The ship like this is kind of closer to something that we're going to make, a bit smaller in scale. The reference we're going to be using and the ship we're going to make is actually from this cool site that I found called shipmodel.com, and I think this is for people that are making actual blueprints, and they have a big compilation of reference for various different ships from different time periods, right? Like, so you've got some frigates and different ships from different countries, like there's one here from 1765, you've got one here from 1674. I think the USS Independence is in here. I think that's quite a famous ship. But anyway, this is a great repository for reference, and the one we are using, or going to model in the tutorial in particular, is the frigate HMS Serapis. I think that's how you pronounce that, from 1779. So I'll include the link for this in the description. If you want to go ahead and model a different ship while you're following along, you certainly can, because a lot of the principles are basically the same. But if you want to make the same ship, this is the one you're looking for, the HMS Serapis 1779. And to download this, you're just going to click on this little anchor icon here, and it gives you the option to donate, because this site I think is just run for free. So if you want to donate, if this is something you're quite passionate about, then feel free, but you don't have to. You can just press on this X and then download your reference here. So I've gone ahead and downloaded that and just taken that into a separate folder, called that reference, and then under blueprints. These are the files that come with the the download from that website. And as you can see, they look quite detailed. There's a lot going on here, and this might seem somewhat overwhelming, but the main things we're looking out for in this reference is the different profiles. So you can see in this picture, we have a view from the top, from the front, from the back. We have some cutaway views as well, which would be really helpful when it comes to adding the interior details. We have a more complex view here from the side. And the cool thing about this view is we can actually see the curvature of the wood, and you can see those individual planks, right? Like you see how I've got those in my model here. So we probably won't do this. I might go into how you would do this if you wanted to, but it's certainly not something you feel don't feel like you're obligated or you have to. You can definitely just create this as a fused piece. That's what we'll be doing anyway. If we were to cut it up, we would make it as a fused piece first. But you can absolutely just have the wood be a texture, and that's probably what I would do, honestly, in the future anyway. I think having this all be separate planks, while an exercise in patience and like modeling skill, it's not necessary at all. But yeah, we have some great angles here, so we can use this to model from the side, the front, the back, and the top. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to take this reference and we're going to cut this up into different parts, and then arrange these on image planes in Maya. What you'll probably find once we go to place them is that they won't all match up 100%. The way I find to get around that is we'll probably take the side view like this, scale it up to the real world scale of this actual ship, because that's another thing you want to be paying attention to is scale. It's okay if you're just making your work for yourself, but I would still encourage you to make things accurate to scale, right? Because if you know that this ship is so many meters long and you need to make a specific object on there, and you know that that is like so many meters long, then you can make sure everything is exactly the right scale, right? And it just helps with creating the model. And if, like, you know, it can just remove some of the uncertainties from your mind when you're trying to get the shape of things right, because you'll be like, oh well, I know it's supposed to be this long and this wide, so if it looks slightly off to the picture, then I know that it's matching the real world measurements, so it could just be, you know, like I've just been looking at this image for too long, and it is in fact correct, because I know the measurements are correct. If that makes sense. Again, at any point, you know, if you have any questions on what I'm saying, just let us know in the comments and I'd be happy to answer. So I'm going to go ahead and open up my new scene that I have for this ship build here. We're not going to save this. And from our blank scene, I am just going to come over to the top here and go to create and then free image plane. Now, this tutorial, I would say, is not for complete beginners, but I will be explaining things as I go. So if you're unsure about something, I'll be trying to take it as slow as possible. But I would say that it's probably a good idea to have some basic levels of modeling experience in Maya, ideally, just because it will be easier for you to follow along. So once we have our image plane, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over to this image, and I'm just going to edit this with the default Windows tools, and I'm just going to crop this because we don't need... actually, no, sorry, no, I won't crop this image in particular because we have the rigging in here that we're going to want for later. So I'm just going to copy this link, and I'm going to come over to image name from our within the attribute editor of our image plane, and I'm just going to select the correct image, which is this one. Okay, and now what you can see is that's brought that into our Maya view. So I'm just going to pull this up. So that it sits on the grid nicely, and that's something you always want to do as well. Make sure you're modeling to the grid. Like in this case, we've got the bottom of the ship, the keel, I think this is called. And we're just going to rest that on the grid right there. And then if we go to our... okay, so this is coming in on the front view. I want this to be our side view, right? So I'm just going to rotate that 90 degrees. And we can now see if we come to our side view, just turn off the grid, we have our shape here. And then this will be sort of like our base shape. And then what else I'm going to do is I'm quickly going to find the exact measurements for this ship, and then we'll scale this image up to match. And I'll just pause the video while I get those for you. Okay, so I've gone and actually found the Wikipedia page for this ship in particular, and Wikipedia come in clutch once again. We can see that the actual length of the gun deck was 140 feet or 43 meters. if you're using metric, which you probably should be because it just makes more sense. And then we can also see that the beam, which I think is the width, is 12 meters. And we have the length here in the for the keel and the gun deck, and you'll probably notice that the keel is actually shorter. And I think that's because the keel is sort of running from here to here, whereas the actual like full length is going to be slightly longer, right? Because the ship kind of comes out to here. So we're going to go with that measurement of 140 feet or 43 meters. By default, my I think is in centimeters, but for the sake of this video, just because if I set this to 143. If I was to set this to 43 meters, that'd be 430 centimeters, and that is quite large compared to the grid. So I think what I'm going to do is just assume that one Maya unit is 1 meter, and then base everything off of that. So we know that the gun deck is 43 meters, so we'll just change that to 43, and then that's quite a nice scale sitting on the grid. And then what we'll do is we'll just bring that up slightly, and then we're going to scale our reference from the side here. We're just going to press 4 on the keyboard to go into wireframe view, and then we're just going to scale this up until it matches kind of roughly the length here. Something like so. Round about something like that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and delete that because we don't need that anymore. And then just bring this back up just to sit on the grid again. Okay, what we'll do next is now that we have our side reference in, we're going to want to bring in our reference from the front. So we're going to go ahead and grab this image, and then we'll crop this so that we just have the front. Just like that. And then I'm going to save this as a copy because I do want to keep the original image. Let me just get that link. And we're going to save this as just front. And save this as a PNG, not a TIFF, because it would be too big. And then we're going to go ahead and create another free image plane. Go to Attribute Editor, Image Name, and then we're going to select Front. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to bring this sort of just to the middle line of this ship, right? Because what we're seeing from the front here is the widest point of the ship. Also just going to make sure that this reference here is centered on the grid. Let's just go to the top view here. Just like so. And then what I'm going to do is just scale this up until this kind of matches. But then we also know that the beam of this ship, or the width, is 12 meters. So what we can do is we can take another cube and we can scale that up to 12. Just pull that up, and then all we have to do is go back into our wireframe view and then just go to the front view and then scale this up until our reference matches the width of the cube. Something like this. Okay, so there is now the front and the side. And then what we'll do, if you've never done this before, is we can use these angles to actually make our ship. So we'll start by making, like, really, really simple, just blocking it out, right? Like we've spoken about in other videos, from this view. And then we'll make sure that it matches in this view. And then we're also going to bring in one more image as well. We'll bring the back in later, but I think for the time being, we kind of just need the front. I would say the front and the side are probably the two most important ones, because if you get those to match, everything else will kind of follow suit. But we can also bring in the top as well. And I would encourage you just to do the exact same thing. We'll go ahead and we'll just crop this image again. So we just get the top. Like so. And then we're going to go ahead and save this as a copy. Oh, I accidentally just saved over the image, but that's okay. Just make sure you don't do that. I'm going to copy that link again. We're going to create another free image plane. Go to Attribute Editor. Then we're going to get our top image, which is this guy, I think. Then we're just going to rotate that so that it's facing the correct direction. I'm going to come to the top view. That all looks good to me. Okay, and then we're just going to scale this up till it lines up with our side image. Pull that back. Okay, and you can see that's kind of lining up with our front image as well. So you kind of just want to get these to line up as close as you can, and make note of the actual dimensions of the ship. First thing I'm going to do is, I don't like having the reference like this be completely opaque. I like it to have some transparency, so I'll normally reduce the alpha gain down to like 0.7 or something, just so we can see through it, and it's not so harsh on the eye. And I'll just do that for all of those. And then we can also see the grid as well, and part of our model behind the rest. So if I were to turn on the grid here, you can actually see it through there now. Instead of whereas before you wouldn't be able to, right? Because we're blocking the way. Anyway, we are going to start with a trusty cube. Everything always starts with a cube, whether you're in Blender or Maya, believe it or not. Well, not everything, but a lot of the time you start with a cube, right? And you might not think so, because looking at the ship, it's like, well, how does that come from a cube? Well, follow along and you'll see. So the angle I like to start with normally is the side view. I'm just going to go ahead and press up here to turn off the grid, just because it's going to get in the way. We don't really need it. I'm also just going to toggle the wireframe view instead of the smooth shade all. You can either press 4 on the keyboard to activate that, or you can just press this button up here, and that will turn on wireframe. That's so that we can kind of see a bit more easily what we're working with, and not block off our blueprints. So I'm just going to align the cube here with the center, just above the keel of the ship, this line that runs down the middle, this ridge. And then I'm going to go ahead and go to vertex selection mode, and I'm just going to drag those up until they hit the bottom of the upper portion of the hull. Okay? Then I'm going to pull these ones forward, and we're going to pull those out to around about where the front of the hull stops. And then pull these back to around about where the back of the hull stops. Okay, now I'm just going to align this up a bit more here with that line, and then here I will probably pull that back until it meets the line between the keel and the hull as well. Okay, I'm also, if you're having issues selecting your model while you're in this view, if you remember in the last episode we added these all to a layer, a reference layer. Simply just double click this, make this to R, that turns it into a referenced layer, and it means you can't select it anymore. You can still select it from the view, the outliner, but we won't actually accidentally click it in the viewport, which is not what we want. So I'm just going to press spacebar and go to our top view as well to get this to line up. Make sure this is the right width. Actually, you know what? No, probably the front view is better for this, so we can get the right size. I've also just noticed that the front of our ship doesn't quite line up with our model here, so I'm just going to line that up a little bit. And you'll get that when you're working with reference like this. It's just kind of a multi-staged process. I'm now going to scale this out in X till we reach the overall width of the base, of the lower hull. And there we go. So that is still just a cube, right? Doesn't look much like our ship. I guess you could use this as a boat. It's like a paper boat. But that's the base shape of our hull. We're now going to start adding more edge loops. Okay. So from the side view, I'm going to go to the multi-cut tool. If you're not sure how I'm doing this, I'm using the marking menus. You can hold down right click to access various different options like edge, vertex, and object select mode. If you hold down shift and right click, that will give you access to all the excuse me, all the modeling tools. So we've got multi-cut, target weld, fill holes, smooth, booleans, combine, separate, and so on. We're looking for the multi-cut tool. We want to add a loop just in the middle here. To add that in the center of your cube, I'm just going to, while holding down control, middle mouse click, and then I'll add that in the center. I'm then going to go back to vertex select mode and just pull that forward till we reach there. And really what we're doing here is we're just making sure while keeping our topology as low as possible, so it's more easily controllable, we're just making sure that things line up with our images here from various different angles. So we'll make a few changes here, then we'll switch over to the front view, make a few changes there, maybe the top view as well, just to see if everything's lining up. And then we'll just do that, and it's iterative, right? And then by the end point, you should have something that matches your images, and then when you look in perspective like this, it will look like your model, or like your reference, sorry. I'm also going to add one just in the middle here, so that I can pull the back of this up a little. I'm going to align this to the back of the ship. If you haven't done this before, when you're selecting edges or vertices or any other object that you want to move on your mesh, you can align your selection to another part of the model. Now, I have this hotkeyed to the D key on the keyboard, and I would highly encourage you to use hotkeys if you don't already. You can get access to those by coming up to Windows, Settings and Preferences, and then the hotkey editor. But no worries if you don't want to do that. We can also just do it manually. And to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to come over to the left-hand side here where we've got the Translate tool. We're just going to double-click that, and that will bring up the Tools Settings menu. And then to edit our pivot, we're simply just going to click the Edit Pivot button. By default, your axis orientation might be set to weld. What that will mean is when you're moving or translating your mesh, it will be in weld space, right? Orientated as a grid. But what we want to do is we want to change this to objects, just so that whenever we're modifying this, rotating it, translating it, it's always in relation to our object, right? Rather than the mesh itself. And there are times where you'd want to do world space, but we can get into that later. And specifically here, we want to do object. So once we've pressed Edit Pivot, we're just going to come over to the back and we're going to select Align to this face. And you can see what that's done is it's aligned our pivot point perfectly to this angle, okay? So when we move this now, it's going to align perfectly and go up in a straight line. If I was to just do this normally, you know, it would come back and up, and then we'd have to sort of bring it into place ourselves, and it just won't be as tidy. And there's a time and place for having unevenness in your model, but right now we want it to be as even as possible, and we can add that unevenness later. So we're just going to edit the pivot back to there, and then we're going to come back to our side view and just pull this up until we reach kind of the top portion of the hull here. And there'll be a bit that comes up further back here just in experience, but generally that will be a separate pieces of wood from my experience. So we're just going to come up to around about here probably for the time being. We can always pull that up later and that should be okay. I'm also not really liking how bright my reference is. We've reduced the alpha gain, but it's kind of being a bit harsh on my eyes. So if, like me, you have weak baby eyes, you can also reduce the color down to just a little bit lower on everything, so it's not too bright. There you go, something like that. And that's much easier to see. We can also see our model a bit easier. I am then going to pull these up. For this, I'm not actually going to align it to the grid, but I am going to translate by just holding down left click and moving this square instead. That's the that will lock it to this particular axis that we're looking at, rather than doing this, which could potentially move it in an axis we don't want it to. So we just want to go straight up like this. Okay, and you could, you know, just press and hold down on the Y, but this allows you to freely move it while staying locked in that that one dimension, that 2D dimension, rather than in the Z, if that makes sense. Okay, we're now going to come to the front view, and we're going to start pulling some of these edges in. So you can see what's happening now is we're starting to get the shape of our hull. I'm going to pull these in until they align roughly with our keel here. Then we're going to do the same until they touch just the outer portion of the hull, like so. And then if we come back to our perspective view, you can see it's starting to have a bit more curvature to it. It still looks very, very terrible, but don't worry, it will all come in time. We're also at this stage going to want to add a edge loop just in the middle, right? Because the ship obviously isn't flat at the front like this. It has some curvature to it. So we're just going to add an edge loop down the middle, and then what we're going to do is we're just going to grab those two edges and we're just going to pull those back slightly. And then this is where our top view comes in handy, because we can now see that this part is potentially way too wide. Okay, so we're going to pull those in like so, probably to about there. I think that's where the hole is coming in. The widest point of the hole, that is. Okay, see, now we have a bit more curvature to the front of our mesh. Okay. We can also probably pull these back a little bit too. Just slightly. Okay. Next, we're going to add 2 more edge loops. Just going to again, holding down Shift, right click to get to the multi-cut tool. Then holding down Control while over the model and middle mouse clicking just to add those in the center. We're then going to pull these down some more. And you see what happens is, as we're adding more and more edge loops, our mesh is starting to conform closer and closer to the shape of our hull. Okay, what we can do then is we can come out to our side view again, top view, sorry. Too many views. And then we can pull those out to match with the shape here as well. Pull those in slightly. Pull these in slightly. And also these in as well. Okay, and if we come out to our perspective view now, you can now see this is starting to look a lot more like the shape of the bottom of the boat, right? And that really didn't take long at all. And obviously it's still got a ways to go. It's still looking a bit crusty. But we're making very, very quick progress. And don't worry if it's taking you a while to do, okay? Still to this day, and especially when I got started, I really like to take my time with this stage. I'm maybe going a bit faster just for the video, but if I was doing this, I would really, really, really be taking this quite slow, to be honest. Just because it's so important to get this stage right. And if you're making this model for a portfolio piece, I would definitely encourage you to just take as much time as possible. We're just going to take those out a little bit there. Like, it's not unheard of to spend a month or 2 on a single portfolio piece, right? Because you want to make sure it's as good as you can possibly make it. You know, every little bit of difference can really help. Any like slight improvement in quality can really help when your work gets in front of a hiring manager or something like that in whatever industry you're looking to get into. We're just going to come back to our side view again, and like before, kind of sounding like a broken record at this point, but I think you get the picture. And just to reiterate, we're going to pull these down again, just so they match that curvature. And probably what you'll start to notice is that in the areas where the curvature is a bit more extreme, it's going to be harder to get the edges here to completely match right off the bat, just because we have, you know, the more extreme the angle or the curve, the more edge loops you're going to need, right? It's not so much the case in the center, where you can see we don't need that many. But I would still say keep your edges as even as possible, right? Our end goal here is, these are looking like rectangles right now, but we want these to be more cube-like. So we're going to get this to the closest shape that we can. I'm now going to add another edge loop just in the middle here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this edge and I'm going to edit edge flow. Now I have this hotkey to F1 on my keyboard. Oh, sorry, we're going to want to add an extra edge down here just to protect that, because if we don't add one there, as you can see, what just happened is if I edit that edge flow, well, if I take that back off again, if I do the edge flow, it's going to balloon out in a completely wrong direction, right? But we want this to just adjust nice and smoothly with the shape. So we'll just go to multi-cut tool and we'll add a protecting edge down there. And then when I edit that edge flow, it now smooths a bit softer, or makes more sense rather, with the curvature of the ship in the lower portion of the hull. It's probably gone in a little bit too much, but it gets us most of the way there, so we can go and edit that. If you don't have that key bound and you're not sure where to go to edit edge flow, you can go to, if you hold down Shift and right click on your keyboard, you can come down to edit edge flow here, or alternatively, you can also come up to edit mesh up here and then edit edge flow as well. So if we come to our front view, you can see that's way too far in. So we're just going to pull that out a bit. We're also going to pull this out a little bit more as well. And you can see the curvature is starting to match a bit more here on the front, or on the upper portion of the hole, sorry, but not so much down here. And don't worry, that'll improve with time. I think I'm going to go ahead and add another edge loop just so we can fix that now. I'm also going to edit the edge flow slightly, and then we're just going to scale those out and down a bit, like so. Okay. So just going to make sure the bottom here is flat and pull that up. So it's really like starting to take shape, right? We have the curvature on the sides, we have the curvature on the side here, and in the front. I'm going to go ahead and at this point I think add 2 more edge loops just in the center here, so we can make add some more curvature to the front as well. And then we're just going to edit edge flow there too. And we're also just going to pull these out so these match a bit more closely as well. Just like so. Okay, and something important to note. Actually, let's just pull these out a little more. Or these ones out here a little more. Make sure we keep a nice consistent curve. So something important to note. With the hulls of ships like this, they're not perfectly round like this all the way around. They kind of have a bit on here that dips in. So we'll add that later. But for the time being, we're just trying to get the base shape right, okay? I think what we'll do is add... In fact, no, you know what? Let's start adding that in now. Okay, so this is where your reference is really going to come in handy, right? Because just looking at our images here, you can't really tell that the hull at this front portion flattens, but it definitely does, right? Like if I pull over my reference here, you can see, and now this is a model, but like we went over in the previous episode, you can learn a lot from these models because they're often reasonably accurate, and a lot of these ships, unfortunately, no longer exist. But you can see, just looking here, you can see how it kind of flattens out, right? It's not perfectly curved like our model currently is. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and just replicate that flattened part there, okay? And all we're going to do to do that is, for the time being, I'm just going to cut our model in half. So, because we can always duplicate this half afterwards, and it saves us having to edit both sides. I'm just going to face select and select the entire right side of the model, and I'm going to double click this portion and just delete, right? So now we have a perfect half of our hull. Then looking at our reference, what we're going to do is we're just going to start pulling some of these edges in. Now normally I wouldn't recommend just pulling edges in like this, right? Because you're going to end up creating a serious problem very quickly. And you're going to get lumps. But because our mesh is so low resolution-wise, we can kind of avoid that, right? Like if there are any weird lumps, we can just iron them out ourselves. And it's really not that bad to do. So we're just going to pull these in, kind of just getting that flattened shape a little bit better. Now, when I first made my ship that I showed you in the previous video as an example, I didn't know that the hull was shaped like this because I wasn't looking at reference enough. And it came to much later in the modeling process when I suddenly realized my hull was completely wrong and I had to rebuild it 3 times. So don't be like me. You know, I definitely learned a lot doing it that way. But just for the headache and stress, I would not recommend it. So we're just going to pull those in a little bit like that. And that is looking a bit more correct. Just going to smooth these. I think we can probably pull those in more. We want it to be a bit rounder up here, right? They generally are. It's kind of below a certain line, they start to get flatter. So we're just going to pull those in a bit. Okay, and then they kind of come out a bit further at the front, like so. Just making sure this lines up. We can pull these back if we need to. Just keeping nice even spacing. just adjusting it from this angle as well. And then we'll probably pull this out a little bit more. This out a bit more, like so. Okay, there we go. That's looking a bit better. And we can go and refine that more as we move on. But I think for the time being, I'm going to add one more edge loop between each of these sides, just so we can really get that shape nice now. And instead of going and editing the shape of all of these one by one, we're just going to do our old edit edge flow. So again, to do that, just select the whole edge, come to hold down shift, right click, edit edge flow, or alternatively you can come up to edit mesh and then edit edge flow from there as well. I'm going to use my hotkey, which I just have bound to F1. And guys, like, I really can't stress enough, hotkeys, while it takes a while to get used to, they save you so much time, right? There we go. Okay, and now let's smooth out all of our edges, and we're getting a nice smooth curve here. And I think for the time being now, we might not go add too many more edges on this side, because it's starting to get a bit dense already, and it's going to become difficult to modify that if we need to. I'm just smooth previewing it to see if we've got any weirdness, and it looks like we do at the moment. I'm just going to add a protective edge here, so when I smooth that edge flow, edit the edge flow, it doesn't go crazy. I'm just going to delete that. If you ever wondered how to quickly delete an edge, if you just select one edge of an edge loop, hold down Control, right click, go to edge loop utilities, and then to edge loop and delete, that will delete the whole edge loop and also the vertices related to it. I may also edit the edge flow of this guy. If it will let me do it cleanly. There we go. Or somewhat cleanly anyway. I'll have to pull this back in. That will happen from time to time, but it's okay. Just fix that. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is, we did have this flat area down here for the keel, but I'm thinking what we'll do is we'll just add that in afterwards. We'll probably just duplicate this when we're ready and then bevel the middle to add that shape. So for the time being, I'm actually just going to go ahead and take all of these vertices and merge them to the center of the middle here. So I'm just going to hold down Shift, right click, go to Merge Vertices, and then go to the Target Weld tool. What that's going to allow us to do is, if I just hold down left click on this vertex and then drag it over to the one over there, it's going to weld that to that one, right? And then that will remove that for us. And then I'm just going to do that for the rest. This edge here, I think probably what I'll do is I'll add an extra vertice just in there with the multi-cut tool, and then we'll come back to our target weld tool and we'll just do that like so. And then what we can do is, actually what you can do as well is you can do this, you can edge weld, you can merge to one vertice with multiple at the same time using that tool. So if I select these two vertices and then go to merge those in, then it will do both at the same time. So I can even do it with all three, and just like that. And then we will pretty much just go through and do this for the rest of the vertices. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and just pause the recording while we do this, if you go ahead and do that on yours. Okay, so as we come to the back of the hull, there's an edge here actually that we couldn't just remove because it goes all the way around and loops around to the front, and we need this edge here. So what we're going to do is just going to go into face select mode, and then we're just going to select all of these edges on top. Or faces on top, sorry. To just quickly select these, we can shift click one and double shift left click on the back face there, and it will just automatically select that entire edge or the entire string of faces. And then we'll just go ahead and delete those because we don't need those right now. And the top part of the hull will just build off of this. And then what that will allow us to do is we can now go ahead and merge the rest of these vertices in, like so. And then we can safely delete this edge without worrying about removing our edges at the front. And now it's just cleaned up our shape a little bit. It looks like we have an extra vertex here that we don't need. Sometimes if you're not sure whether or not all your vertices have been merged, if you just press 3 on your keyboard, that's going to take you into smooth preview. You can see here we've got something weird going on, and if we go into vertex selection mode, we can tell it's because there's one sitting on top of the other. So if I just go ahead and left mouse click, drag over those, hold down shift, go to merge vertices, and then merge vertices to center, what it's going to do is it's just going to combine those two. So now when we smooth, it's not pinching anymore. Okay, so what we're going to do next is I think we need to refine this shape a little more. This could be a bit flatter and a bit more pronounced. And also at the back here, this needs to be refined too, because like I was saying, the back of the ship also comes in a little bit. The hull isn't just perfectly flat on the back like this, right? It kind of curves in quite drastically to where the rudder is. If I pull up some reference here, you can see this is of the HMS Victory, that the shape like quite drastically comes in, and especially towards the bottom it forms the shape of the rudder, and then it curves up here to meet the top portion of the hull. So what we'll do is I'm just going to go ahead and add an extra edge in there, and I think also actually before we do that I'm going to add an extra edge here just to give us a bit more shape there, and I'm just going to select these and just smooth the edge flow, just like we were doing in the last episode, just to even out the spacing a bit more there. Okay, it looks like that vertex is a bit in the wrong place, so that's okay. Because the topology is still quite low, we can very easily just fix things like this, and it's not that big of a deal. Pull these in a bit more. Like so. And it's really important to spend a lot of time on this stage, so we'll probably do a few episodes in getting this right. And then don't be afraid to just use edit edge flow every now and then just to even things out. Oh, that one's not quite working. Occasionally if something like that happens, it's normally when you're getting towards the edge, the front of the ship. In that case, if you just go ahead and put a holding edge, then it will let you do it, no problem. I think this one here will have to let come out as wide as it is. Probably just because it's holding the shape for us at the front. Alright, so once we've edited the edge flow a bit of our model, if the back of your ship is looking a little bit like this, don't worry, that can happen from time to time. All you need to do is just select all the vertices, go to double click on the translate tool settings, and then go to edit pivot, just put it on one of the faces that is still aligned, press R on the keyboard just to go to scale, and then just scale it down, and it will flatten it out there to that face. So that should leave you with something like this. What we're going to start doing now that we've got the shape here a little bit more even, a little bit more flat, is that we're going to start adjusting the shape at the back of the ship here. So looking at your reference here, this is going to be very, very important to make sure that we get this right, because this part really, really is quite important. So I think what we're going to do is just start pulling some of these edges in towards the center. Like so. And this can take a bit of trial and error, because this is quite a complicated model to make, to be honest. And even in the time that I've been working in 3D, I still struggle with models like this. So, you know, if you're having a hard time, don't be too hard on yourself. Because even though I've been doing this for quite a while, I still struggle with this as well, right? It's very difficult. Very, very difficult model to make, especially with a shape like this at the bottom of the ship. This is like no easy feat to make this look good and accurate, right? Like, we can only do so much and look at the reference. What can be really, really useful is if you have like a model of the ship that you're trying to make with you in person, or at least something similar, because then you can really kind of like, you can feel it, right? You can touch the model itself and you can see the lines that things are taking and where they're supposed to be going, right? I would say we kind of want the edge flow to be following the shape of the ship, because the hull kind of takes this shape where it comes like almost like an arch kind of shape, like an inverted arch. So we just want to make sure that the edges are also kind of going in that shape. And it will just make it easier when it comes to adding details later, if everything's kind of flowing nicely in the right direction. And don't worry if this is really taking you a long time, because it's going to take me a long time. Okay. Okay, that's kind of getting there, but I think we're still going to need to pull these in even more, probably. Don't worry if any of this is like getting a bit overwhelming. You might be like, oh, all my vertices are all over the place. You know, it's very, very easy to fix at this stage, and that's why we're keeping it so simple. Like, I've definitely been there where I try and go make the topology a bit too high, a bit too fast, and then when you start doing stuff like this, it's like, well, I now have 2 million edges to select, and it's like, well, I can't really do anything about this now, and you have to restart, and it's just a pain in the butt. So definitely try and keep it about as low as I am. Trying to make sure that these curves are consistent, nothing's too flat. Something that's good to do as well is just keep changing your camera angle whenever you're doing these things, because it might look correct from one angle, but then when you look at a different angle, it's like, oh, actually, that's not quite right. And what can help us here as well, every now and then, once you've made a few changes, you could just go ahead and use an edit edge flow again. And don't worry if you're smooth previewing and this is rounding off, that's going to happen. We can fix that later. Okay, I think I want these to be pulled up even more. And that's kind of the great thing about subdivision modeling. We had a comment recently saying that subdivision modeling isn't really used as much anymore, and that's certainly not true. From film and TV to games, subdivision modeling is the kind of de facto way to do things. You don't necessarily have to if you're working on personal projects. But one of the main reasons you want to use subdivision modeling is something like this, because you don't have to work at the subdivision level you're going to render at, and you can create a simpler shape and then smooth it into the shape that you want just by adjusting the shape or the position of the vertices, rather than doing, you know, if I was to go ahead and smooth this up to something like this, right, you could say, oh, we're not subdivision modeling anymore, but, you know, try and edit these vertices without it looking lumpy. So it's just not going to work. Okay. And I am doing this to reference, by the way. If some of you aren't, I would definitely recommend looking at reference of a ship while you're doing this. Okay, I think what we'll do is pull this in even more. still think this needs to come in even more. It's kind of, when I do this, I like to sort of take baby steps. Not make too big a change all at once. Just because then it helps you like gradually build up to something. And I think it's always much easier to add on to something rather than reduce if you go a bit too far, if you know what I mean. Alright, so we are gonna keep altering these. Just throwing in a few. What I might do from time to time as well is I'll come into scale mode and I'm just gonna scale these so that they become straight. Okay, so you want some of these to follow the shape of the hole, but not every single one. I think as we come into the center, like here, I think I would like these to be a bit straighter. But then as we come out to more of the extreme ends, then I think it's okay for them to adjust a bit. I mean, this is just about trying to make the model as clean as possible. What I might do here is just put in a protecting edge. Scale that a bit. Or, sorry, not scale that. Add edge flow. And our shape is looking pretty smooth here. There's a bit of an oddity here, but it's not too bad. We can go ahead and fix that later. I think I did say it right at the beginning that we might be able to get to the top portion of the hole today. Potentially not at this point, unfortunately. This is... Perhaps I could have picked an easier model, but I know there are definitely no, at least not from what I've seen. I haven't dug too much. There aren't really any tutorials out there on making something like this. I know when I did my first one a couple years ago, I really kind of had to just figure out how to do it myself. And it was very, very hard. So I'm hoping this will at least help you somewhat. And I could, you know, go ahead and speed all of this footage up, or cut to when this is done. And I'm sure many of you would probably appreciate me doing that, to speed up the process. But I think for this tutorial, I'd prefer not to. I'd rather just do it in real time. And if that means occasionally not, you know, having too much to say while I'm doing this, I think so be it, just because I'd rather the tutorial be as helpful as possible for people that need it, so you can see exactly what I'm doing. And if you want to go ahead and, you know, you feel like you've got the gist of things, you have a shape and a ship or a model that you want to make, and you're feeling comfortable with it, then by all means, speed up and go ahead. But for this, I think I'm just going to take my time with this. And for those of you that want to follow along, that's also great too. Just do a bit more edge flow. So you can see what I'm doing is it's kind of like an iterative process. It's like move some of the vertices a bit, edit edge flow, and kind of repeat really. I might occasionally mess up the back here, but that's okay, we can just fix that. Just do what we did last time. Select all of those, match it to the pivot point, just press it back. Oh. It's okay if this doesn't match up 100%. Right now, that's okay. Because we're going to go ahead and make edits to this anyway. So, don't worry too much.
In fact, for the time being, I think what I might do is just delete these faces because they're not really contributing anything. And I think it's just going to make our lives harder. And again, if you're wondering why I'm just adding these edges every now and then removing them afterwards, it's just so that we can edit the edge flow without having to worry about the shape changing too much. Okay, I'm just going to pull those in so they're a bit more flat. We want this edge here to be straight, just because when it comes to making the keel, this area will have to be straight. Okay, that's starting to take on a much nicer shape already. I think we tweak this a little bit more and we'll probably be there. But you can see, right, we have this nice round section here. And then it flattens out a bit towards the front. We could maybe increase that more as well. But it's also flattening out quite nicely here at the back too. I'll pull some of these out some. Okay, like so. And don't worry if your edge flow keeps pushing vertices out like this. Just bring them back in. It's okay. Okay. So you can see if we look at our side view now, just kind of unintentionally, and it's not so much happening up here because we need these vertices here. I'm just going to pull these down to match our. These are probably moved from the edit edge flow. So I'm just going to pull those out to match the blueprint again. But you can see our edges now, because we're just obviously we've built this to the blueprints, but we're looking at reference as well to make sure the shape's correct. You can see our edges are following the flow of the individual planks, right? They're kind of coming up in this swooshing like arc motion, and that's exactly what we want, right? Because that's how they would build these things in real life. These planks would be shaped like this. And then we also have these nice sort of dips in here to follow the structure of the hull, while still having this curvature, which, you know, adds like to buoyancy and stuff like that. I think what we can do, just to sort of get a better idea of what this looks like, is I'm just going to come to the top view. I'm going to hold down right click, go to vertex, sorry. Select all the central ones, just make sure I have that correct. Then I'm just going to scale that in X, just to make sure it's flat. And then I'm going to hold down X and just go back to translate mode, sorry, with W. Hold down X and just move that to the center of the grid, just to make sure that's nice and centered. And then going to go to modify and then freeze transformations and modify reset transformations. That's going to move the pivot point of the whole object back to the center of the grid. I'm just going to press Control D to duplicate. Then in X, I'm just going to put that to -1. What that's going to do is just duplicate our model. Then just going to go to modify and then freeze transformations just to have that frozen. And then what you can see now is we have the entire shape of our hull. If I smooth preview that, we're going to have this sharp line down the middle, right? That's where our keel is going to be, and obviously this isn't merged, so it's going to have kind of a sharp, unnatural edge to it. But you can see now we have the shape of our hull with this nice like flat part here, and it's really, really starting to look like the bottom of a ship, right? Like you think this started from a cube, but now look at it. Right? That's pretty much it. That's the shape. And we have to do quite a bit more back here to make sure that, because this doesn't just lie perfectly flat like this, right? Like if I pull up some reference quickly from one of my... Okay, so you can see we have this shape here where it's coming back, right? But on ours, it's kind of just sticking flat, right? Like it's almost coming up to here and then we'll just have this sharp cut off edge. So we need it to actually curve up around here, and that part can be a little bit tricky. So I think what we'll do is we'll probably model that in a little bit. We'll maybe extrude these edges up here, just add that curve. Because you can see here, like the hull extends up more, right? And maybe that means adding an extra loop in and adding some more curvature here. But that's not too bad, right? We've kind of really tackled the meat of it now. This is nearly done. And then after that, what we can do is we can start adding the top portion of the hull. Honestly, I would say, while this is a difficult model to make, I think once you have the bottom shape of this hull, the rest of it's really not that bad. Like looking at it, there's quite a lot of detail, but really what I found in making these models is that this bottom shape of the hull, honestly, is the most complicated piece to make. Everything else just kind of falls into place, because all it's going to do is it's just going to extrude off of the top of this shape, right? If we look from the top, that's the top shape of our ship. And everything else just builds off on top of that. So the bottom part of the hull is the most crucial part to get right. Everything else just follows suit, so long as you match the shape of this and the blueprints as well. Looking from the front, I can see that the shape of our ship in the middle isn't quite matching. I think probably what's happening is that the middle portion here is maybe too flat. So what we'll do is we will delete our duplicate. I may have deleted the wrong side. No, that's okay. We'll delete our duplicate, and then what we're going to do is I am just going to... I think what we might do actually is use a tool we haven't used yet. I'm going to come up to Deform with our object selected. Then we go to Lattice. Now, lattices are really cool tools because you can increase the number of divisions here. By default, it's 2, 5, 2 in various different axes. But what I can do here is if I go and hold down right click, instead of vertices, we've got lattice points. Now, what these allow us to do is, instead of actually editing the individual vertices, edges, faces of our mesh, we can just select a lattice point, and that allows us to kind of soft modify the entire mesh. And oftentimes you'll get a much cleaner result than, you know, say selecting this and pressing B and going to smooth mesh and doing stuff like that. And then we can get even finer, more granular control by adding extra divisions, right, in the axes of this lattice. And then by doing that, we can add enough divisions to the point where we can just select the lattice points that we want to edit a particular point of our model, and then much more easily modify the shape. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add an extra loop down the middle, like this. Okay, because we can see here that the shape isn't quite matching there. I'm then going to add a couple extra here, maybe 4, because we don't really want to be changing the shape at the back. We're quite happy with that. I think it's more the central part here. So I'm going to go to lattice points, and then I'm going to select these 2, come back to this view, and then just pull those down gently. Pull that down slightly more. And then I can also see that, let's go ahead and look at that. Okay, that's maybe done a little more than I wanted. I'm gonna, I think, add another division there. Actually, we'll add 2 more. I'm going to increase that up to 6. And then just going to select these instead. Just pull that down. Because we want to maintain this flat portion here. Okay, so that's now matching quite a bit better. And then we have the more round bit on the bottom of the ship now. And then I'm going to add another lattice I'm keeping the smooth preview on as well, just because that's going to give us a closer look into what the actual flow of the edge will be. You know, if I press 1, it's a bit more like faceted, but with smooth preview on, it follows the shape a lot better, and that's what it looked like once we actually smooth the thing. I'm then going to add another lattice, because you can see here this portion of the ship is actually coming out a little bit too far. To edit that, once you've started moving points of a lattice, you actually can't add any more divisions. So we need to make a brand new one once we finish with that. By default it will have 5, and I think I'm going to increase that to 6, just so we have an edge, a lattice division, just going kind of in the center of where that excess material, excess shape is. I'm then going to add a few divisions in U, just so that we can get that to be edited in the right place. Okay, and then going to select these. Not every single one, because we don't want to go right to the back of the ship, just sort of the front ones. I'm then going to press B. You can even do soft select while you're doing lattice, and I'm just going to add a little bit of soft select just to increase that range there. If you hold down B on the keyboard and then middle mouse drag, you can see that's going to increase the area of influence. We just want a little bit, just so there's some overlap, but nothing too crazy. And then we're just going to gently pull that in, like so. And then we could even, as well, I think it's quite good sometimes, just to ease these a bit, so it's not as sharp of a difference. Like so. Okay, and you can see that hasn't made too much of a difference in our 3D viewport. Looking at the ship, it does look very much sort of the same. I think what we might do actually is just coming back to the lattice here and undo that. I think I will pull these in as well, because I can see here we've got a part bulging out here which shouldn't be, probably. So I'm just going to pull that in, make sure that lines up. There we go. And then just edit airflow. Do that a couple times just to make sure, just to iron out any of the kinks. Okay, there we go. Before we go ahead and duplicate this to mirror it, just going to press space on the keyboard a couple times to come to the split 4 view like this. If this doesn't come up for you, simply just press this button here on the left. That will activate the 4 different views. You've got top, front, side, and perspective. We're going to come to the top view, then we're going to go to vertex selection mode. We're just going to hold down right click, go to vertex. Then we're just going to select all the ones running down the middle of the grid. Now, because of the shape of our ship, this has probably selected some at the back that we don't want. So that would be probably... actually, you know what? We can keep these, I think, because we probably want these to be aligned as well. So we're going to go ahead and press R on the keyboard to go into scale mode. And we're just going to left click and drag down in the X. What that's going to do is it's just going to flatten and completely perfectly align and straighten those vertices to the X axis. Okay? We're just going to turn off our reference layer as well here. Then we're going to align these vertices to the grid. Now, in order to do that, we're going to hold down X on the keyboard, hold down left click, and then drag on the X translate. And now what that's done is holding down X snaps to the grid, and it just snaps it perfectly to the middle of the grid. And now we're ready to go ahead and duplicate this and mirror it, and it will mirror across perfectly, evenly. So to do that, I'm just going to quickly smooth out these edges. Notice that was a bit of a weird placement for those. Okay, so to do that, we're just going to press Control D on the keyboard, and you can see that's now made a duplicate of our polycube here. We'll come ahead and rename those at some point in the future. Now, to mirror this, you can just simply go into the scale, okay,
and we can see that the scale we want to reduce this in is the X. So if we go ahead and put -1 X here, just over in the channel box editor, what that's going to do is it's just going to perfectly duplicate it across to the other side. We're just going to go ahead and then do a modify and freeze transformations just to clear off that scale, and now we've mirrored our two sides of the hull. And then that's the completed bottom half of the ship. You're probably seeing this very, very sharp line going down the middle. Don't worry about that. That's just because the two sides aren't currently merged. And we're going to go ahead and bevel those anyway, so that we have a bit more thickness down here. In fact, we may just move them ourselves. We'll see what we end up doing. Okay, so now that we have this one duplicated to the other side, we're going to go ahead and combine these. To do that, we're just going to come up to mesh and then combine. What that will do is it will leave over a few empty groups, so we don't actually need these. But just to clear up the seam, we're going to go to edit, file, then optimize seam size, and that's just going to remove everything that's unnecessary, and then we'll go ahead and just delete those as well. So you might think that's the end of the story when it comes to this, but no, you can see when we smooth preview, it still has that hard seam down the middle. So what we actually need to do is we need to merge vertices which are close together. So in order to do that, we're going to come up to edit mesh, and then we're going to just press merge. And then by default, your distance threshold might be quite high. It might be something up like 1 like this. And because of how big this model is, it's not really going to make that much of a difference. But if we had lots of details or much higher res mesh, that might cause some problems. So the best thing to do, because we know our vertices are literally sitting on top of each other because we, scaled them down to match the grid, I would just set your distance threshold to as low as possible. So in this case, 0.001. What that's now done, if we go ahead and smooth preview, is you can see it's now combined this so that when we smooth, this is now one mesh. Now that looks a bit ugly, not quite accurate, so we need to do a bit of work to make that look correct. But before we get to that, we're actually going to go ahead and make the back portion of the ship here now. So I'm just going to go ahead and select these two edges, hold down shift, and then go to bridge. And then I'm going to select these, and then I'm going to come to mesh and then fill hole. Now this is a triangle, but for now that's okay. And then I am also going to take these two edges, go to extrude by holding down shift, right click, and then extrude edge. By default, it's going to want to go off in any which angle. It's going to be, the pivot point is going to be matched to the edge, right? Then you can adjust the thickness and stuff like that here, but we don't want to do that. We want this to go straight up. So instead of attaching or adjusting any of this, I'm just going to press W on the keyboard to go into the translate mode. And I'm just going to pull up directly in Y, and I'm going to go press R, then scale down in Y, come back to translate, and then I'm going to hold down V to snap to vertices, and then just pull down until that sits just like that. I'm then going to go ahead to edit mesh and then merge again, because otherwise we would have had a few vertices on top of each other here. We're then going to go back to edge select mode, hold down shift, right click, and then bridge. So now we have the back portion of the ship. We're just making sure here that it's relatively flat. A little bit of bending, but that's okay because we want that anyway. But I think for the time being, I'm just going to keep this flat, so I'm going to come to the side and then just pull this back and up, holding down V to get that to snap. Okay, and now we have the full bottom portion of the hull completely fused, and we're ready to put in the bevel in the middle to add the keel, and then start adding more details and building out the top portion of the hull. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and select this edge here to add the keel. We're going to hold down shift, right click, and then go to bevel. We're going to come to the front view, and we're just going to scale that out. We'll just change this to slowest so we have a bit more control. Just right click this. Then we're just going to scale up the fraction just until it kind of meets the shape of, or the thickness here in the reference. And okay, that's that. And what you'll probably notice is that it's kind of messed up the shape of our geometry back here. So don't worry, that's okay, that's not a problem. We're just going to go ahead and fix that ourselves. So we're going to come into vertex selection mode. Just going to drag these down and then angle snap, or snap, sorry. We'll just pull these down like so. And again, just holding down V to snap the vertices. It's an annoying little quirk of Maya. Sometimes it can be like this. Just like so. Just bringing that back in line with the shape of the hole in our reference. Just like so. Okay, then we're going to pull these down, again snapping, and then just pull that along until it meets the edge. Then we pull these like so, and then again okay. It's also made some sort of inconsistencies in the shape or the thickness, so to fix that, and you can see here, it's not perfect, annoyingly, but it's okay, we can go ahead and fix that. So we're going to go ahead into face select mode. We're just going to delete these two faces, and we're going to delete this face. Then we're going to go into vertex selection mode again, and just pull that out to match the thickness. We're going to extrude this edge, just select that, shift, right click, extrude edge, and then just pull that out. We're going to go back to vertex selection mode and just make sure that these line up. Like so. And then to get this to attach here, we're going to do shift, right click, merge vertices, then target world tool like we did earlier. And we're just going to attach that to that. Then back into vertex selection mode, just with translate again, just pull those out so they match the thickness. Then we're simply just going to go into edge select mode again, shift right click, and then bridge. And there you go. So now we have the shape of our keel. If you're wondering why it looks a bit odd, what we can actually do is, if we go into edge select mode and then select all of these just by double clicking on the edge, then press hold down space, go to mesh display, and then harden edge. That's then going to harden the normals, and it's going to give us the actual, you know, you'll be able to see the actual hardness of the keel a little bit better. So that's the actual shape, you know, low poly, with the keel as well. So what we're probably going to do at this point is we're going to start looking at adding some more edge loops. I'm just going to go ahead and delete this actually. If you hold down Control and then delete to get rid of that, the reason being is because if I go into vertex mode, you can see we don't have any there now. Obviously there would have been with the edge, but if I just press delete and then go into vertex mode, well, you can see that it's still left over the vertices. So whenever you're deleting an edge that you want to get rid of completely, make sure you press Control and delete rather than just delete. And that will clean it up quite nicely. Just going to fix this up a little. Okay, there we go, and that's not looking too bad. Pretty good, if I say so myself. Okay, so now that we're happy with that shape, I think what we will do is, to make sure this is nice and even, we could pull some of these edges along, just to make sure we have a bit more even squares. So I'm just pulling those along and then using the multi-cut tool, going in and just adding them in the middle with Control and middle mouse click. So we're not adding them in the length, we're just adding them in the height here. Just pull that along till it's a square, and then again another one in the middle. We will pull this along slightly as well. Okay, if you're wondering how I'm sliding the edges along like this, if you double select an edge, then hold down Control and Shift, what that's going to do is it's going to activate slide mode, and then they will slide evenly along the geometry, rather than if I was just to select this and then move it. You can see it's actually changing the shape of the mesh. That's because it's not sliding along the rest of the geometry. But if we hold down Shift and or Control and Shift, left Control and Shift, and then move it, then it will fit a lot more evenly and actually follow the shape of the mesh. So now that we've added a few more of these loops, I'm just going to go ahead and edit the edge flow on these.
If you can't remember how to do that, just double select the edge, hold down shift, right click, go to edit edge flow, and then we can press G on our keyboard to repeat that action. You can use that for a lot of things, bevels, fill holes, bridge, all that stuff. Okay, we're going to just go back into our blueprint views and just make sure this is all still lining up pretty nicely. May need to pull the front of the ship forward here. I think to do that, I am going to use our lattice like we did in the previous episode. So we're going to go to deform, then lattice. I'm just going to remove these extra divisions because we don't need those. Then pull the whole front of the ship forward a bit. Like so. Okay, now that's lining up a bit better, maybe slightly further forward. There we go. Okay, so now that we're at this point, what I like to do is we can add some subdivisions. So in order to do that, all we're going to do is we could add holding edges, bevels to this, so that this remains sharp while we smooth. But what that's going to do is, if we go ahead, if I was just to bevel this, just for the sake of example, right? It's not going all the way around, but just so you get the idea. And if I go ahead and smooth this now, obviously it's going to add extra edges there too. So we don't actually want that, because we just want, we don't want to add our final bevels yet. We just want a bit of extra geometry that we can keep this smooth. We're going to go ahead and use the, what's it called? Edge crease tool instead. Now, if you've never used that before, it's a very, very handy tool in Maya, which kind of acts like a bevel, but isn't permanent. It's non-destructive. So if I just select all of those edges, actually, we won't need these. We kind of just want these ones here. Then if I go and shift and go to crease, and then just holding down middle mouse, I'm going to drag to the right, and you can see that's now added a highlighted line here. If I go ahead and smooth preview that, you can see what that's done is it's actually holding that edge. So if I go ahead and smooth this, you can see it is adding our extra divisions, but it's holding that sharp edge, right? Rather than interpolating it with everything else. Now that we've started to take a look at this, I can see that there are a few issues with our model here. So one thing that we need to do is pull these edges up like so with the multi-cut tool. Now to get this to go in a straight line, I'm holding down Control and Shift as well, and then just left clicking to place, because this is going to be our where the rudder sits, right? So this needs to be flat. Everything else can kind of deform around it. Also, for the time being, I think we will actually not smooth this, thinking about it now, just because I think it's probably better to get the rest of the ship in place first, and then make sure everything kind of fits together nicely, and then we can go ahead and add our subdivisions. Okay, so now that we have this part done, that part of the blocking, we're going to make or start making at least the top portion of the hull. So to do that, what I like to do is I'm just going to go ahead and press Control D just to duplicate that. We're going to call this top underscore hull. I think now's probably a good time to start renaming this part as well, and then we'll call this bottom underscore hull, just so we can tell which part we're working with. And then with our duplicate, I'm just going to go ahead and select all the edges and then just remove the crease tool because we don't need that from this part. We're going to go back to edge select mode, and I'm going to select every single edge with the exception of these ones at the very back. Okay. The reason being is because we'll actually have that part be a separate part of the model. We just want kind of the side and the front portion of the hull here. So once we have this, what we're going to do is we're going to shift, extrude edge, okay, press W to bring that back to translate tool because we just want to go straight up, and we're just going to pull up just until we get to the top of the hull. And you can see our curvature here is actually following the shape, right, already, mostly, just because this curve here is very, very similar to this curve here. A lot of people think these ships are actually straight, but they're not. They have a curve to them, right?
Same goes for across the top as well. We're now going to go ahead into face select mode, and we're just going to shift, we're going to click and then shift double click to get that entire loop. We're going to go ahead and delete that. We're then going to double click the rest and just delete as well. So that just leaves us with this top portion, which we're going to turn into the top part of our hole. So right now, that's obviously like very much the wrong shape, but that's okay. We'll go ahead and fix that. We will also, I think, just pull down this part because I think that's probably too high. Right, you can see the lines here. We want to be following that curvature. So we're just going to pull these down just so they follow those lines. Just like so. And have that one just go across like that. And then we'll take a look at the back as well and make sure that curvature is the same. So we can see it's following this line. So we just want to bring these down a little bit just to make sure that's staying in line. Any little small change you can make now will make a big difference later on when, you know, it's a lot harder to make these changes. You kind of want to make them now. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. That seems like it's following the curvature to me. And we kind of want this to be at the top of the deck area because that's where the top portion of our hole is going to be. We can add these extra planks up here that kind of extrude out as details afterwards. Next one we're going to do is we're going to come into the side view and we are going to hold down shift and then go to multi-cut, and then we're just going to add one exactly in the middle. Then what we'll do is we will, I think, select all of the vertices, then, oh actually no, we'll just go into object select mode and then we'll get our lattice back again. Sorry, not solidify, lattice. Okay, then we're going to put, this time, 3 divisions in, right? Because we have that central one. We're then going to select these control points, come back to our front view, and we're just going to scale those in. Now that's probably brought the front a bit too far in, so we're just going to pull those back out because we kind of just want this to go straight up. Same for the back here. So we'll just pull that back so that goes straight up because we kind of just want this to scale in on the side. Okay, so that's looking a little bit more accurate. We'll go ahead and hide that just to see. Okay, that's not too bad. I think what I will do though is go ahead and do another lattice. Back to 3 divisions again, and then we're just going to scale this in again. Just so it kind of matches the shape of the outside of the hole here. Again, just pulling these forward so that comes straight up. A lot of this is just making these little tweaks as you go, and like some of this can really be trial and error too. Like especially when you're making something like this. I think I know generally a bit more what to do just because I've made one of these before, and that's kind of why I wanted to do this tutorial as well. And just to give you an idea of like when tackling a complex project like this, kind of the best practices, or at least best practices so far as I know. And you know, this probably looks very, very flat right now when you're looking at like the reference of the front of a ship. Like if we look at ours here, it looks like it has much more of a point to it. So the way that works is this front portion of the ship actually is rounded like this. So that kind of peak you're getting, that's just extra wood that kind of attaches and comes out to form this. They are very round at the front before you add those features. If we go ahead and just smooth preview both of these, you can see we're now kind of starting to get a pretty nice shape. If I press 7, just go into lighting mode, we don't have any lights, but it's good just to see the silhouette, and it's something I like to do sometimes. You can see we're getting that kind of like nice, buoyant, bowl looking type shape, which is exactly what we're after. There's extra bits here, like you can see this extruded bit here. We'll go ahead and add that at a later time. But for the time being, we're just trying to get the shape here correct, or as correct as we possibly can. I think now that we're pretty close, I'm just going to go ahead and just start scaling the edges themselves rather than using the lattice. These, I'll do the vertices. Just scale them in until they're literally just touching the line of the reference. Okay, so now that we have this matching the shape, mostly we're going to go ahead and add one more division, just so these are nice even quads as well. And to do that, instead of going ahead and doing it ourselves, we're just going to select that entire edge, double left click it, hold down shift, right click, go to bevel. Then we're just going to hold down and reduce the fraction slightly, just like so, until they're kind of more even squares, just about. You may have noticed that occasionally when you bevel, it just messes up the edges a little bit like this. Don't worry if that happens. Just to fix those, we're just going to slide those back along. Just like so. And there we go. Okay, and now we're really starting to get a bit more of the, like a more accurate hole shape. There are other things that we can do as well. We're going to need to make a cut in here because this part actually doesn't, there's a flat bit here. So I think we'll probably just pull this down a bit just so that curve's matching too. Again, we just want to make sure these are always kind of matching the shape, getting your curves right. We'll save you a lot of headache later if these things don't match up. I know the first one I know of, first ship I ever made, the curvature wasn't quite right, and I had to go ahead and lattice it much later when I'd already had a lot of detail, and it was a complete and utter nightmare. But it was something I had to do, otherwise just it wouldn't look right, and it was really bothering me. So definitely get it right at this stage rather than later. Okay, I don't think there's much else we can do with this blocking at this point without adding more divisions. I think there's one last thing we're actually going to do, which is we're just going to pull these back just so this follows that same line as the back of the lower hole. Just even as you can. We probably want to bring these up a little bit, so that's following that curvature still. Okay. Okay, like so. Now what we'll do is we'll come back to our lower portion of the hole, and we're going to go ahead and add in those creases like we said earlier. So we're just going to quickly reselect those edges, hold down shift, right click, go to crease, and just drag that all the way over to the right. Okay? As far as you can, because that will adjust the amount of crease, and we want it to be as high as possible. Just so we can keep that edge sharp. We're going to hold down shift, right click, and go to, in here somewhere, smooth. There we go. Okay, and then for the time being, we're just going to stick with, I think one division for now, and we'll just see what that ends up looking like. Then we'll do the same for the top portion of the hole. There's a bit of a disconnect here in the, like this vertex has come away because it's sort of been averaged out, but that's okay, we can fix that afterwards. Okay, actually before we smooth that as well, we're probably going to want to add some creases here, just to make sure that follows the same shape. Just like so. Okay, so that is kind of the blocking for the top and bottom portion of the hull. We're also going to go ahead and just cut out this part here as well. I'm just going to go into the view, the side view here, select those and just delete, because that portion of the hole we actually don't need. And that, looking at it from the front, that's actually going to be, as you can see here, this part of the deck. So we'll be adding that later. And the reason why this front portion here looks so much higher is because you have this extra detail here. And, you know, we try to line it up as best as we can with the blueprints, but they're never going to be 100% accurate, annoyingly. I think I mentioned in the first episode, just because they're user-made. Someone quite rightly pointed out in the comments, actually, that you could, in fact, use curves to follow the lines here and then make sure they lined up in all the views. It's a little tricky because the blueprints don't line up 100%, but if you got it as close as possible, you could then like use curves to loft those surfaces together, which could potentially be more accurate, but I'm just showing you how we would do this as a like a polygon geometry kind of method. So now that we have this top portion, we're actually going to go ahead and remove one half, just like how we did with the bottom half, because we want to make some edits to this side, and to keep it as even as possible, it makes much more sense just to have one half rather than having to do it twice. Try and keep it even. So you can see the shape of the hole here is actually kind of curving up and away like this, away from the hole, and then straight up. So in order to replicate this, we are going to go ahead and use the edit pivot tool again. If we double click on our translate tool and then go to edit pivot and then get it to snap to that particular edge, we can then slide it along this edge and out. And then we're going to just use our edges here, use our vertices to match the shape on the outside. So again, edit pivot, just pull that out until that matches, like so. And we want to be a bit more careful at this stage, now that we're doing this, because we have more topology. And it can be, you know, it will be much harder to, or not much harder, but it will be a bit more complicated to do this without getting lumps. So we kind of have to really take our time and be careful and really make sure that we're just extruding things along these specific edges. You can see here that we're getting a very big, like more rectangle now rather than a quad. That's okay. We can go ahead and fix that afterwards. And then just again with this last one. Just make sure that goes in mostly a straight line. Something like that. Okay, and you can see this curve here. What we're going to have is we're going to have a separate piece of geometry that goes straight across here and connects to the bottom portion of the hole. Or also, while we're here, just going to press this button here to enable the wireframe view on shaded. I'm going to hold down V, left click, and then just snap this so that it fits on. Because ideally we want this portion of the hole to connect up. We will be covering it up with some extra pieces later, so it's not the end of the world if it doesn't. But if we can keep it as close as possible to that top portion of the hole, it will just make our lives easier when it comes to adding that extra little detail. Okay. So what we'll then do is we'll go into the multi-cut tool and probably just add an edge in there, just so we have it a little bit more square. I think we'll probably edit the edge flow a bit on some of these, because now that the topology is dense enough, it doesn't have to follow 100%. We just want it to be close enough. Okay, so now that we've done that, we're going to go ahead and duplicate this back over, just like how we did before. Press Ctrl D, come over to that scale in X, minus that in 1 as 1, then select the 2, come up to mesh, then combine, then edit mesh, and then merge again. And then you're going to get those empty groups. That's okay, we can just delete those. Okay. So now that is the blocking for the top portion of the hole. So I hope I'm not going too fast, but if you are kind of running into issues, please don't hesitate to let us know. I've seen a few people saying that this is really useful, and you know, I'm really glad that it is. But if any of you are running into issues while you're making this, something's not looking quite right, you know, maybe you're just deciding to make a slightly different ship, please feel free to let us know. We will answer every single comment. We'll be happy to take a look at it for you. I think at this stage, probably what we'll do is we'll go ahead and add this back portion of the ship. Now to do that, we're going to press Control D again, like we did to make the top portion of the hull last time. We are going to go ahead and select these two sets of edges. And oh, actually not these top ones, sorry. Just these bottom ones. Then we're going to go ahead and bridge. Okay, then we're just going to select those specifically. Hold down space, then go to select, and then inverse. Then that's just going to select all the other polygons. And then it will just leave us with these. We're going to go mesh, display, and soften edge just to make that look nice and smooth. And you can see now that's capped off that back portion of the hull as well. So we've really made quite a lot of progress so far. This is starting to look a lot more like a ship, kind of just without the deck and the masts and most of the actual ship, to be honest. But like it's definitely starting to take shape now, right? You can see that we have the shape of our ship. You obviously have this really nice detail up here where you have like the back. Is it the stern, I think, of the ship? I think that's what it's called, the technical term. Where you have these nice windows and where meeting chambers and like captain quarters and stuff like that are on these old ships. And eventually we'll go in and add all of the portholes and things like that. But for the time being, I think we will probably leave it there. I'm going to quickly go ahead and rename these because somehow this top portion has got named bottom hull when it should be top hull, and this should be named bottom hull. So I don't know whether I'm just tired and accidentally did that in the beginning, or somehow in combining things the names have changed, but that's okay. We'll name this top hull underscore 002. Let's call this one 001 just because we have two different bits now. And we want to keep those separate too, right? Like we could go ahead and make this with each individual plank, which is what I did on my last model, but I wouldn't recommend it. We'd still have to start with the base mesh like this to have the shape to cut out into different bits, but I think we'll probably just add the wood as a texture this time just because it's a lot easier and you can honestly still achieve basically the same effect, just making your life a lot easier and a lot less stressful. Hey, welcome back to part 5 of this hard surface modeling tutorial for Maya. We're making a sailing ship. In the last episode we made this entire top section here. There's a few things that I thought about in the meantime between episodes that I think we need to go back and improve. Main thing being, just for our own sanity later on, instead of having this cut out here, right, because we originally had this so that if we just turn our reference, this part here is sort of cut away and then the bottom of the hole comes out in front of it. Because we're going to be subdividing this again, because this still isn't high enough topology, right, to add all of these like portholes on the side. Just because of the curvature of it, I think when we went to smooth it and subdivide it later, it would look a bit weird. So I think for the time being, what we're going to do is we're just going to extrude this back up. And I'm just going to make that level and then scale it down so it's the same. I'm just going to make that level with this, come to the side, and then bring that up a little bit more, just so these two vertices here kind of line up and it follows the curve. I'm then going to go to the multi-cut tool, just add that in the middle. By this point, you know, if you're not used to this already, you probably are starting to get used to all these different tools. So we're just going to fill that in, and then to make sure this matches up, or isn't, you know, weirdly lumpy, we're just going to edit the edge flow of these. So we're just going to hold down Shift, then right click, edit edge flow, and then just press a G again on the other side to duplicate. What that's going to do though is it will no longer line up with the bottom of our hull. So to fix that, literally all we're going to do is we're just going to take the vertex and just hold down V just to snap it. And then that's really not going to modify the curvature too much, so we can just leave that as is. Then I'm going to go ahead and also, just for the time being, select these edges. You don't have to do this step. Hold down spacebar, mesh display, then soften edge. It just, oh, got one more left to do. It just helps us visualize the curvature a bit more rather than having it be like a hard edge. And now we don't have that cutout anymore, so we'll have to add that in later. I might actually just edit this a little, so this comes out a little less. Something like that. We'll have to add that in later, but we'll have a much easier time doing that as well as the portholes.
once this is higher subdivisions, right? Doing this, you might also have some of your creasing will go away, so we can just add that straight back in. If you can't remember how to do that, select your edges, hold down shift, right click, come to the crease tool, middle mouse drag all the way to the right a couple times, just to get that as high as possible. Okay, so now that's our completed bottom hole and top hole portions. I think what we're also going to do is, in the last episode we made this part at the back here, we're also going to make a part that goes across here, and we're going to start doing the top portions of the deck. We're also going to add these portions here, these sort of extra details. These actually rise up and off of the deck. They're not, if you think where this edge is here, this is kind of the bottom of the deck, right? This is where people will actually be standing. You can see that reflected in our reference. But these parts here rise off, and they're almost like decorative, like barriers or banisters, if you like. And there's a raised portion here as well, where the stairs go up a little bit and things like that. But we need to block this in at the back. So we'll do that as well. One other thing I think we're going to do is, if I just turn on the wireframe on shaded, we want to make sure that the edges, the edge count on this piece and this piece up here eventually is the same as down here. So we're going to add a few more edges in here as well with the multi-cut tool, and we're just going to make sure that these come up perfectly straight. If you're not sure how to do that, once you've added your edge with the multi-cut tool, if you just double left click on that, come into scale with R, and then hold down left click on the X, that will then move that to be perfectly straight, and you can hold down V and then have it snap to your edges below. Okay, so we'll just add a few more loops in here, literally just matching up with our edges. And then like we did with the other one, we're just going to scale those in and just get those to line up with those vertices. And then we'll do the same on this side. Just 3 more. Again, scaling those to make those as straight as possible. And just like so. Okay, cool. What we're also going to do is we're going to add a back portion to here as well. So like we did to create this part, I'm just going to go ahead and duplicate that with Control D. I'm then going to press Control 1 just to isolate it. We're going to go to Edge Select mode, and we're just going to select these edges and just come along to Bridge. And then, because we don't need the rest of this, we're just going to select those two, delete them, then double click on the rest, and I'll just get rid of that. So now we have the entire back portion of the ship filled in. This is looking very, very plain and basic right now, but don't worry, that's the whole point. We're still just kind of like blocking out and further refining the shape. We're now going to add the top portion of the hull. So to do this, we're actually going to go ahead and basically just fill in the entire hull here. The entire hole, not hull. And to do that, again, we want this to be a separate piece, just to give us extra control. So we're going to go ahead and duplicate that again. Control 1 again to isolate. Then we're just going to go ahead and grab maybe up to here. And then the same on the other side. Try to grab the same number of edges. And we're just going to bridge those as well. And it's important that we're bridging up to and as close to the front as possible, because the shape of our ship has quite like an arch to it like this, right? So we want to keep that in. And the easiest way to keep that with this like upper portion of the deck is just to bridge most of these. Okay, and then right at the front, we can double click those, and then we can come and then we can fill that hole. Just by shift, hold down right click and then fill hole. Just to clean up that topology, we'll go ahead and add in a edge loop running down the middle, and just connect it up just like that. We don't need most of this again, so we'll hold down shift and double left click to delete that loop, and then just double click to get rid of the rest. Okay, and now we have the top portion of the deck, and this is where a lot of our details will sit. So this is where all the masts will go. And we've kind of almost, you know, like we have a pretty complete looking boat there, really. It's just got no detail to it. We need to add all the masts, right? And extra details and all the like portholes and things like that. But we finally have like a solid model without any holes in it. So what I think we do next is if we just turn our ref layer back on, we're going to go ahead and add these parts up here. You see these parts we were talking about earlier, where it's almost like an extension off the top of the deck? And to do that, that's really, really quite simple. We're going to do something similar that we were just doing. We're going to duplicate this, much like how we made this whole section, where we duplicated the lower hole. We're going to duplicate the upper hole, and then just extrude the edges up to make this shape. excuse me, and then further refine it. So we'll start with the back one. We'll go ahead and duplicate this, and then we're just going to hide the rest of the objects, okay? We're just going to hold down Shift and left click. So if you click on the first one, hold down Shift, left click on the last one, and just press H on the keyboard to hide. You can press it again just to unhide, but for the time being we just want this guy as a base to create our trim part off of. So we're going to go to Edge Select. We're going to select most of our edges. For some of you, your edge might come up almost perfectly to the end. For others, it might be a bit like more like mine, where it doesn't quite line up, but that's okay. We're just trying to get a good base to make most of the shape for us. So what we'll do is, now that we have this, we're just going to go ahead and extrude. We're going to press W to come out of the extrude so we can just go straight up, just like so. And then as you can see, this comes in a little bit more flat, right? The curve is still present, but you can see if we just try to pull this up, the curve is not quite as extreme. It's not at the same angle. So what we can do is, if we press R, we're just going to scale it down a little bit in Y, right? And what that's doing is it's just gradually adjusting the angle. And we just want to do that until it lines up with the top of this line. Something like that, right? We can fix this vertex not lining up by, again, using our edit pivot tool. Align it to this edge here, and then just scaling it. And then we'll just push it back up so that it lines up. And pull that back into line. You could also just freehand this one, since, you know, it's just one vertex. It's nothing crazy. We're just trying to get that to maintain that line at the back and also at the top. Okay. Now that we have this part, we can go ahead and actually delete the rest of this like we did before, because all we're interested in is having this new piece. And then if we go ahead and unhide everything, we now have that new part sitting on top. Again, this is just a basic piece for now. We're going to go ahead and add more details to this now. So let's quickly, I suspect, and this is where your reference will come in handy, right? Because you might not be able to tell this particular detail from the top, or any of the angles, right, that we have. Okay, so this is where looking at your reference will come in handy, because the blueprints might not take you all of the way there, and it might not show you exactly what you need to see. So I can see, looking at my reference, that this portion, this part of the ship, is supposed to come in a bit, right? So it almost like the curve of the hole comes up like this and then up a little bit, like almost like a slight S. So what we'll do is we'll just grab those vertices and just pull them over a little bit. Something like this. So it's kind of following the curvature. Just like so. Something like that. Okay. And then this part. Okay, so now that we have that part, we're going to do the exact same for this front section as well. So we'll just go ahead and duplicate that again. Thinking about it, actually, we probably just could have kept the same piece rather than delete everything. We'll go ahead and select the edges we need again. So that comes up to about here. Then we'll just extrude straight up again. This follows the curvature a bit better, so we don't have to do too much about that. And then again, we'll just pull that in a little bit like that. Okay, something like that. And then, like before, we just delete the parts that we don't need. Just check that that looks okay. Okay, great. So this is a very, very basic representation of what we need to make. We will just kind of use this as a guide, just as a base shape, and we'll probably extrude it in a bit to give it thickness. But this is where the deck will be. I think for the time being, let's go ahead and I think let's smooth this part out again, because we're going to have to eventually anyway. This topology we have here right now is not dense enough to add our ports on the side. We could technically add them, but it's going to probably cause some issues when we add squares in here with sharp corners and it comes to smoothing. And you might not notice it really when we come to like finally render this thing, but it's just still good practice to stick by, like, you know, the principles. So we'll go ahead and smooth this, just to add one more level of subdivision. That should work a lot better. You'll probably notice that this now will not fit perfectly. That's okay, we can go ahead and adjust that afterwards. I think just to keep this matching correctly, we'll probably smooth this as well in a bit, but for the time being, we'll just stick this as is. One of the reasons I wanted to smooth this now is because we need this cutout here, as you can see. Right, this portion of the ship, the hull doesn't actually come all the way forward. It kind of stops around here. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to cut it off to about here. We're just going to select those particular faces. And we're going to go ahead and straighten these edges. Okay, so to do that, I'm just going to set my pivot point to be the base. Okay, and then we're going to use our scale trick and just scale those forward a little. So then that will just have those come in perfectly straight. Then this portion here, we do want that to have some curvature still. Okay, what we're going to do next is we will duplicate this again, Control 1 to isolate, then we're just going to select these edges and then pull those over like that with Bridge Edge tool. Then we're going to select these and then we're going to come over to Fill Hole. Okay, then we're just going to make sure that this is as flat as possible, like so. Okay, and then we'll just clean up the topology a bit. We'll just add in some extra edge loops here. It's good to do this as you go along. You don't have to 100%, but I would definitely recommend it, just because then it saves you hassle having to do it later. So let's just quickly tidy these up a bit. Make sure they're pretty straight and even. Again, the more time you put into this stage, the better. It'll just save you plenty of headache later on. You know, thinking about it, feel free, if in this video you feel like this is going too quickly and you'd rather take it even slower than this, absolutely do that. You know, if that's what works better for you, I would say spend as much time as you need. And if you want to follow this as a guide, you can always just come back to it. And if there's anything you're not sure about, have a look at how I did it. Alright, let's just add these last extra loops. If you're not sure how I'm doing this, by the way, you just hold down Control and Shift with the multi-cut tool, and then that will just create straight lines for you. Okay. Then now, because this is dead in the center, we can just hold down Shift, and it will go in the middle for us instead. Okay, so now we have that cutout bit. This does not need to go quite as far forward. So what we can do now is we can select both of these vertices. We can go to Edit Pivot again, just snap that to the bottom vertex, and then we're just going to pull that just so it lines up here. Okay. Then if we go ahead and hide our reference, we can then also go ahead and edit the deck at the front. We'll just remove these faces here, and then again, like with this piece, we're just going to vertex snap to the end points here. Okay, great. What we'll do next as well, I think, now we will go ahead and add a level of subdivision to this part. I'm just going to go ahead and remove this edge for now because I don't think we need it. And also to this one as well. So we'll just remove those center edges. We can add some more later if we need to. Just so that that's the same topology level. Okay, so it's starting to look a bit dense here now, but this is the kind of density we want. We probably won't really go any higher than this. And this is the reason why we spend so much time blocking it out, is because we want to get to a point where once we're at this subdivision level, we're happy with the shape. We don't need to go back in and edit it. Right? If we needed to start making edits to the curvature of this now, it would be an absolute nightmare, right? Compared to before. Because where there was once like one square, right? We now have quite a few more. So that's why we spend so much time getting that shape right in the beginning. What we'll do is, I think we will look at our reference and just kind of try to gauge how thick this is. So if you're not already, I'm using these blueprints which we provided, but I would also encourage you just have your own reference of sailing ships as well. You can get a lot of that in various different places. A great one to look at is just the HMS Victory, mainly just because it's one of the last ships remaining of this type. It's a bigger ship than this, but a lot of the details and the principles are basically the same. So we're going to extrude this to around, let's see here. This sort of thickness. About here. Something like that. And then if it turns black like this, don't worry about that. We're just going to hold down space, go to mesh display, and then reverse. And that will bring it back to normal. Okay, what we can do next is we'll come back to our side view, activate our ref layer. And we can see here that the shape kind of starts, it's hard to tell, but actually, I think this should start from just here. You can see it sort of curves up like this. So we'll go ahead and delete those, and then we'll just fill that hole. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to do a simple bevel edge, just to get this curvature. What I like to do is kind of get the 2 points to be at the start and the beginning of the curve before I make any changes to the segments. Then we're just going to add maybe 4. I think we'll pull these down a little bit, just so that fits a bit better. Just like that. Okay, so that's given us that curved shape there. And then here, as far as the base shape goes, this is kind of it. This part will connect up into a pillar that comes out of here. So for the time being, there's not too much more we need to do to this particular piece, just for the blocking. This part we want to be roughly the same sort of thickness. So I'm just going to go ahead and isolate those so I can compare the two. Again, we're just going to extrude back using the translate tool instead of just a regular extrude. That seems about right to me. We're going to go ahead and reverse it again. Okay. Then we will come back to our side view. And it looks like we need to extrude this guy out a little bit more. So I'm going to go ahead and edit pivot and then align it to one of our bottom edges here. And then just pull it out a bit more until it comes just to the edge of that piece. Okay, and this part of the hole is relatively straight, so it will just stay aligned. We can probably even out some of these edges a bit. More like this. Okay, looking at the shape here, it's kind of hard to tell because we've got all these different lines and rigging in the way. But it seems like we have a round piece here, then another piece here, and then it looks like we have a line coming straight up here. Okay, so we'll probably need to add or split this up into separate parts, but just for the time being, we'll do this as one piece. That's kind of how I like to do things. Make things as one part, if you can, and then split it up afterwards. So we'll just go ahead and line these edges up at the beginning and ends of our curves. And then I'm just going to go ahead and add in some edge loops, just for where those curves start. At least these first two. And then we're going to go ahead and just delete these faces now that we don't need. Oh, actually, there's one that we did need there, sorry. These ones. There we go. Okay, that's going to leave us with a few holes in the mesh, so we'll just go ahead and bridge these. Let's select all of these at once. Okay, then, like with the front part, we're just going to select this edge. Go ahead and bevel that. Add 4 segments, and then just increase the fraction until it matches. Then the same here. Maybe with this one we'll just do 2 segments because it's quite a bit smaller. Actually we'll get 4 again. And increase that all the way. Okay. So now that's rounded off those corners. And that's kind of like the nice little like first bit of detail we've actually added so far to the top portion of the shape. We then have quite a bit more to add here, so there'll be various different portholes as well. You can see these lines running up here. This will probably be like a separate trim piece of wood going over the top. There'll be like a wider piece of wood on the top here. This part where the portholes are, that will probably be thinner. You can see this bit of wood that comes straight up, so we'll probably have to extract that off. But that's okay, because now that we have our lines, we can kind of like tweak these and use those to add our trim for us. Some of these might not perfectly line up, but that's okay. We can alter that ourselves later. Okay, I think we'll go ahead and add in the keel as well, this line, this extra bit of thickness going along the bottom here. We've already kind of mapped out the shape of that with this ridge going along the middle of our lower hole. So we'll just go ahead and duplicate the bottom hole. Then we will select all of these faces. We're going to go to press spacebar, hold down to go to select, and go to inverse. That's going to select all the opposite ones. We're just going to delete them because we don't want them. And we're going to use this as our base to create the keel. And then all we'll do is we'll go ahead and just extrude. Okay, and we'll just increase the thickness until that matches on the bottom. So you'll probably see the shape of the keel is not 100% even, right? Like it comes out more at the front here than it does at the bottom and the back. And here as well, the angle is slightly different. So that's okay. That gives us our basic shape, as you can see here. And it's starting to add quite a lot more dimension to our ship. So first things first, I like to do is, even though we made sort of every effort to make the bottom of the hole as flat as possible, at least where that ridge is, I just like to go ahead and flatten those a bit with the scale tool. We'll take this one as well, actually. So you can see here some of them are still... It still comes up flat to here. Now, we don't really have too many edges here to make this shape, but that's only because the subdivisions for the bottom portion of our hole are half that of the top, and we'll get to increasing that soon. But for the time being, we'll just keep this lower so we can have a bit more control. Again, we're just using the edit pivot tool. For me, I have that key bound to D, but if you need to, you can just have this open and just press the edit pivot button instead. And we're just snapping that to those edges so that they come out in the direction that we need them to. This part here, so you can see it kind of curves up and into a different piece. We'll worry about that later. For the time being, we'll just flatten this out and pull it out to where we can. Okay, we also don't need this extra edge running down the middle because it's just going to create problems like you can see here. So we'll select that one, hold down control, right click, edge loop utilities, and then to edge loop and delete. So that'll just make it nice and flat on the bottom for us. Okay, we'll then fix the shape at the back. So we can see this is meant to come out a little further. And then the entire back angle is a little bit, it comes in a bit, right? So we'll just fix that. Just like so. Okay, and if we want to make sure that this is perfectly straight, we can just select these faces, snap the pivot to this bottom one here that we're pretty confident is the correct angle. It doesn't look like it's 100% correct, so we can then snap it to this bottom vertice, and then just rotate it out till it lines up. Okay, there we go. And we now know that's 100% flat, and it's going the correct direction. We'll also pull this up a bit, just sliding along the edge. And we can see this portion of the keel needs to go up and into this part. So we will just extrude this. We'll press W to come away, because when you extrude, it's going to extrude in the direction of like the face. We don't want that to happen. We want to follow the shape of the keel line here, and we'll just extrude up until it clips into the back of the ship. Now that's just going to collide for the time being. We'll go ahead and fix that in a bit, but for now we can just have it finished like that, and that's okay. Okay, so that finishes off the keel for the time being. I've also just noticed that when we were smoothing this, obviously it interpolated the edge, and we don't have this sharp point anymore, so I'm just going to snap that back to fit on that edge. Okay, and that might not 100% line up anymore, but that's okay, because, you know, we know this is going to fit once we subdivide this part as well. Okay, so I think let's go ahead and just duplicate these across just so we can get a feel for what this is looking like. Oh, okay, the pivot point for that's not quite accurate. Okay, so if you're trying to do that trick where you scale it across to mirror and one of your objects isn't following correctly, what you need to do is just make sure your transforms up here, if you look in the channel box editor, if none of these are 0, come up to modified and freeze transformations. Then if you go to modify, reset transformations, that will put the pivot points back on the grid, and then we can go ahead and duplicate and then scale in the opposite. Okay, so we have our upper deck now. We have this portion of the upper deck too. We have the hull. We've started to add the details here. We have the keel. The blocking really is coming along. Technically, all we really have to block in now for the bottom portion of the ship, we need to add this back section here. We need to add this front portion here, where this comes out like this nice decorative part with our little guy. It kind of looks like he's sitting on the toilet. A little guy up at the front here. And then we need to add the masts and things like that. And all this rigging can come afterwards. But in terms of the blocking, we're very nearly there. I've said in previous videos, you know, if you feel confident with sort of going ahead and overtaking the tutorial at this point, by all means, please do. The reason why we're going really quite slow on this is because it's quite a complicated model to make, especially if you're not too experienced with this kind of thing. So we kind of want to just go over it as slowly and as concisely as possible, just step by step, and that might leave some relatively big gaps between episodes. But this way, it's sort of something you should come back to, and it's like a project you can work on in the long term. So I think we made pretty decent progress on this today. We'll leave it for there, and we'll pick up in the next episode. Like always, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. Happy to answer them. If you have any feedback at all, we've had a few people giving some really good feedback on this that we'll definitely take into account for the next one, and things that I definitely haven't thought about before. So yeah, anything at all that you'd like to share with us, please let us know. We're always happy to answer and read your comments. Hope it was helpful like usual, and thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome back to our Maya hard surface tutorial, where we are making this old school sailing ship. So this is part 6. Progress has been pretty slow so far, but we've made good progress, and I think we're getting to the point where we can start adding all of the bits on top, the stuff on the back. I'm going to make today a longer episode than the previous ones. We're going to try and aim for an hour, and we're just going to knock out as much of this as possible within that hour, while kind of taking our time to make sure everything looks correct. So first thing we're going to do, if you remember in the last episode, we up-resed this section, right, to its final resolution, and then everything else attached to it kind of followed. We need to do that to the bottom here as well. So literally all I'm going to do is smooth that. Okay. You'll probably notice now that this no longer matches. That's because it's interpolating the edge, but don't worry, that's okay. I'm just going to turn on wireframe on shaded just so we can see everything that's going on. Then going to smooth this part as well, so that matches. We're then just going to grab our vertices here on the corner and just pull those back out to meet. Okay, you can see the topology now nicely matches there. We also need to up-res this section as well. And if you remember that trick we did way back in one of the earlier parts, we're going to select all the edges that we need to keep hard before we actually go ahead and smooth this. And we're going to crease the edge. That way, when we come to add our subdivisions, it maintains its shape, right? Because if we didn't, it would go soft. So once we've done that, we're then going to go ahead and delete these extra edges that we don't need. Like these ones here in the middle. We're then going to reselect those edges again. This step's not entirely necessary, but you can see once we subdivide, even with the creasing, it looks kind of like soft. The shading's gone really weird. So we're just going to hold down space, go to mesh display, and then harden edge. Oh, and just on this one in the corner as well. And then that will bring that back. And then we can go ahead and remove our creasing as well. Okay, now we have our nice even topology, even mesh to work off of, which we can go ahead and add the portholes in and various little details on top of afterwards. But now that that's done, the blocking portion of the body is done. Okay, it's literally just adding the detail in now, right? This is the base of our model. And because we took so much time to get that correct, it is looking nice and clean. We can probably go ahead and get rid of these extra edges. I would say we don't need those. I'm also going to go ahead and, like we did with the kill, just harden these edges and then remove the crease again as well. Oh, just at the back here as well. Sometimes double selecting, if you're double clicking, won't always get everything. So we have to go in and do it ourselves. That's normally if, you know, there's an angle or something like this where the edges connect to another one going horizontally like this. Again, just harden edge and remove the creasing as well. Okay, that's looking pretty good to me. And I think we're ready to go ahead and start adding more details on top. So what I'm going to start with is the masts. So we're going to come to the side, come to our reference layer, and what I'm going to do is, for the time being, I'm just going to group all of this. I'm going to select everything in the outliner and press Ctrl G to group. And I'm just going to name this ship underscore GRP. Eventually, if you do end up wanting to work in a studio, at least in my experience in a VFX studio, this is like the sort of naming convention you can kind of expect. We can break that down into different portions, you know, left, right, center. You generally break it down into different portions of the ship as well. So I'm going to group this up into lower underscore hull underscore GRP. And for this portion, I will do group again, Control G, sorry, upper underscore hull underscore GRP. Okay, so now we know this is our completed geometry. Everything is nice and clean. We can go ahead and name some more of these parts later. In fact, let's do that now. So we'll name this to keel underscore geo. And then lower hull underscore geo. Okay. And then for the time being, we'll just leave those. But if it's good practice to just name everything correctly. If it's geo, do underscore geo. If it's a group, underscore GRP. Just help keep things tidy. And you can do your own naming convention if you want, but just keep it consistent, and it will save you a lot of headache if you have a million cube ones. instead of, you know, it'll just be a pain in the butt. Okay, anyway, let's stop waffling. I'm just going to go ahead and hide this for the time being because we want to have a look at our masts. So we can get almost a pretty accurate picture of what the masts are supposed to look like here. Unfortunately, our reference kind of cuts off at the top. So we're going to have to kind of get it to a certain point, right? And then get the rest from any figures that we can find online, or we can even, there's a bit of reference here where we can see how much higher something goes, and we can just kind of guesstimate it slightly to get that to the correct height. But what we can see is the position of these things, which is arguably a lot more important. So I'm going to go ahead and create a cylinder. By default, whenever we bring a cylinder in, it's always going to have like a subdivisions of 20 unless you change it in the options. I like just to have that as a base of 16. Just personal preference. I think it subdivides a bit more evenly, and you know, you don't have to. It's a little nitpicky thing. And it will also vary depending on how big your object is. But we're just going to line up this with our mast here. Kind of like that. You can see this part on the front here. That's an extra piece of wood, most likely. Looking at my reference, yeah, there's just like a sort of, it's probably not a plank, but you know what I mean, like a plank of wood that runs up the front, that adds a bit of extra thickness. We're concerned about the cylindrical part here for the time being. You can also see the mast doesn't go straight up. That's something I didn't realize until I tried making one of these for the first time. They're also separated into different bits. It can be quite tricky to see because we've got all the rigging in the way, but you can just about see this bottom part comes up to here, right? And then there's another part that extends off the top, and then it happens again up here, right? Like if I drag over some reference I have here, this is of another model someone made, but I used this reference quite a lot when I was making my HMS Victory. And as far as I can tell, this is pretty accurate. So the mast comes up, there's this platform here, secondary mast comes up, a little platform, and then again another mast. I suppose that's like, so they didn't just make it out of one enormous piece of wood. I have heard that trees were bigger back then. Could be totally wrong, but you know, if I am wrong, please feel free to correct me. But I'm sure, you know, they didn't have trees big enough to go that tall, so that's why they had to split it up. Okay, so we're going to pull that up like so. Just to the point where it stops here. In fact, actually, if I remember correctly, I think this piece of wood that comes up here is actually a separate piece too. So we're just going to bring it up to the top of that platform. Okay. Then we are going to just scale it in ever so slightly. Just like so. Then we will go ahead and just drag these back until that lines up. Okay, scale it in a bit more, just till it lines up with our reference. A lot of this rigging is unfortunately getting in the way, but this is where your reference comes in handy. So at this stage, it's going to be a lot of, unfortunately, a little bit of guesswork. But we're going to get it as close as we can. That looks like it's lining up correctly to me. Maybe we have to pull that back a little more. Something like this. Okay. So we go ahead and turn off our reference and then bring back that. So that's our first mast. Okay, there are different names for all of these masts, and I had to learn them at one point, but I have completely forgotten what those are called. So for the time being, I'm just going to call it middle, back, and front mast. If you know all this terminology yourself, please feel free to get very angry at me and tell me in the comments. Okay, that looks pretty good to me. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and then duplicate that. And pull that forward. And a little oddity, actually. The front mast, or whatever it's called, actually goes straight up instead. So I think what we'll do is we'll just create a new cylinder. Just to save ourselves any headache of having to line it up ourselves. Take it back down to 16 subdivisions again. Bring it down here. Then we will scale it in till it seems to match. Actually, let's bring it up here. So we're just scaling it down till it fits our scale. Okay. There we go. Let's just pull it down until it touches the deck. Same with this one, actually. Let's just pull these vertices down a little bit. Okay, and we'll just pull that straight up, again, just till it touches the bottom of this platform. But remember, this one just comes straight up. Okay, then we'll do the same with this one. We'll just pull it back. Now, this one, the scale is a bit lower, so we're just going to scale that down until our edges line up. Because none of these are exactly the same thickness. Like so. And it also angles back a little more. So we'll just come up to the bottom of the platform. And then just pull it back. Like so. Okay. So you're kind of getting, like, this goes straight up. This goes, you know, maybe at like a 5-degree angle, if that. And then this one is slightly more, maybe like 6 or 7 degrees. So, not accurate figures, by the way. We're just doing this for reference. So, this one's straight, and then like the angle kind of increases as we go back. Okay, what we can then do is we can go ahead and start creating our platforms on the top of these masts. Okay, so we are going to start with a cube. Almost everything starts from a cube in 3D. Even the ship or a plane. Pull this forward, pull this back. And then this other part here, you can see is actually a separate piece of wood. They're like little wooden supports that go underneath this part. This section actually is shaped a bit more like a square. We can probably see it from the front. Actually, never mind. The front doesn't go high enough. This is where the reference is really going to come in handy, because sometimes these blueprints, they don't give you everything, right? But in general, from what I can tell, these are a bit kind of shaped like this. They're almost square, if not slightly rectangular. Okay. And then they also have a rounded front. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to scale that out to it's about square-ish. We're then going to select these two edges, hold down shift, right click and go to bevel. And we're just going to take that all the way down so that these 2 points in the middle connect. And then we're going to add some divisions. That's probably slightly too much. So what I will do is I'll select all these vertices and just scale it in Z or Z, however you like to pronounce it. And then just pull this forward. And again, make sure you check your reference when you're doing this. So we have something like that. Okay. And then don't worry if these are intersecting or they're just sitting on top of each other. That's okay. In fact, I'm going to pull mine up so they do intersect. Because there's going to be a bunch of models in the way here that are going to sort of, you know, we're going to model in the accurate connection points for this. Then what we'll do is we'll go ahead and replicate this on the other ones like before. Just copy that, bring that down. You'll notice that some of these are actually slightly smaller in scale, so don't worry. Just get those to fit. In general, the shape will be quite similar. In fact, what I'll do, I think, is I will just scale this back entirely to about here. Let me pull these vertices up. Okay, we're also just going to pull up this so that touches again. Okay, then again for the back piece, just scale that down till it fits again. You notice a lot of these masts, they're quite similar, right? They're kind of built the same. The rigging might be a little bit different, but it's just different scales. So you can reuse a lot of parts. Okay, that's those platforms done. Okay, so now we will continue adding the top portion of the mast and bring our reference back. This part here, where the mast meets this platform, that, I believe, is a little bit more square. So it's kind of hard to see where it starts and where it ends here. But it looks like it's about here. So we'll bring up a cube. Just scale that in. Pull that down to fit. Something like that. We'll go ahead and duplicate that as well. Bring that over to here. About so. Again, just pulling that down to fit. And then another one in the back. You can see what I'm doing here is I'm not really, I'm taking every single mast to the same point before we move on to the next section. You don't have to do it that way, but I would encourage you to, because then you're kind of bringing everything up at the same level, to the same level at the same time. Just helps keep things a bit more uniform. We're also going to change the angle on this so it matches the shape of the mast below it. Something like so. Again with this one. Like so, and then this one will just come straight up. Okay, next part to add is we're going to get another cube. You're going to get sick of hearing that, but it's true. All cubes. We're also just going to scale these in a little bit so that they are more just square. I would actually say, you know, you could go ahead and take this the X transformation here for the scale and make it the exact same for all of them. But honestly, I wouldn't, because if you think about it, unless, you know, you really want to save yourself some trouble, but you're not really saving yourself much, you're better off kind of eyeballing some of these things anyway, as long as it's in the right place, because when these things are made in real life, they're not perfect. Even things that are like machined these days are not 100% perfect if you get down close enough. So when we're making things in 3D, a lot of the problems we run into when things look unrealistic is because they almost look too perfect, too CG, if you like. And the reason for that is that, like I say, things look too perfect. They look perfectly machined, right? Like if one object is +1 in X, right? And then on the other side, you do perfectly -1 in X. That adds up over time, and then eventually you end up getting something that looks very, very unrealistic, just because everything is like down to the infinitesimally small Planck measurement, the same like scale and size everywhere, and it looks weird, right? So occasionally, like what I was just doing there when I was scaling these myself, just do that. And you can go ahead at the end as well, once we've added a bunch more detail, and add some extra parts to make things look a little less perfect. I'm going to scale this in like so. These parts have some rounded edges, so we'll go ahead and add maybe 4 divisions. Just increase that a little bit. If it's going too fast, like this, where it's almost uncontrollable, just right click on this little pie chart here, put that to slow or slowest. You can also hold down control when you're doing it to give yourself a bit more control, funnily enough. And then we'll get it to about here. Again, every time I'm making these changes, I am looking at reference. We're just going to clean up this topology now before we move on, I would absolutely say do this as you go, because if by the end of your model you have 1,000,000 N-gons, you're going to cry. But if you do it as you go, you won't, and you won't cry. And I'm not joking, by the way, you will cry. So we'll just go ahead and fix these. The first ship model I ever actually made, the one I showed you at the beginning of this tutorial, I started having very, very clean topology, but by the time I was like 2 months in, and it was just a fun piece for me, by the way, I don't want to encourage you to have crusty topology. I kind of just gave up on it, because after the 1,000,000th hatch, I just decided not to bother with the topology so much anymore. As long as things look clean when you subdivide, it didn't really matter. And that's a rule you can break later. But if you're making this for a portfolio piece, do not skimp on the topology at all. Because it's good to show that off in your portfolio, and people will definitely notice if it's wrong. And I would not like to be the cause of anyone missing out on work. So keep your topology clean, guys. No crying. Okay. And then we will pull this one forward. And then just scale that down till that fits. About there. And then pull that down. Okay. So that's how our masts are looking. Pretty good, pretty spindly, don't worry. That will improve over time. Okay, next part. Another cylinder. You're probably going to get sick of hearing this at some point. I'm just going to be dreaming of cubes and cylinders. I think if you've been modelling for long enough, that's kind of what happens with your life anyway. You'll girlfriend or partner or whoever will wake you up in the middle of the night saying they can hear you talking and mumbling about different geometry in your sleep, and then they'll wonder why they married you in the first place. It's just how it goes. Okay, so we'll get this to around about the right scale. Like so. And then we will pull this up till we meet this portion here. Just pull that back and then scale in till that kind of fits. Something like that. Okay, so that's the next portion. These are starting to look really tall, right? You don't realize how tall these are, because I think not having the sails on makes it look a lot longer than it is. This isn't even the top, by the way. Right? Like these ships, the masts were huge, because you think they had to have these enormous sails on them to like give them enough speed, and that's why it's so tall. So we'll go ahead and do the same at the back. Pull that back to here. I'm just going to adjust my pivot point. I've got it keybound, sorry, but if you don't remember how, just double click on the translate tool, go to edit pivot, and then put it wherever you like. For me, I'm going to put it at the base. And then do that. Okay. Bring that up just to hit the bottom of this platform again. And then just pull back. Again, to match the angle. Okay, and then again, another cylinder. Jesus Christ. We will bring that forward and then over to here. Just scale that in. It's kind of tricky to see where the mast goes on this one, isn't it? I suspect it is something like that. Maybe a bit smaller. Okay.
we'll pull that up to match there. Okay, that's definitely meant to be a bit thinner, because I can see the top portion there is quite a bit thinner. So we'll scale that down some. And pull that forward. And up again. Like so. Okay. And then these parts here, they also reduce, or they slim down a little bit, so we'll go ahead and do that. Okay. So that's the next part. Then at the top, we have not much of a platform this time. We just have a few little supports that come out. So we're going to go ahead and create a cube. I'll start with the middle one here. Scale it down to fit in the height, or Y. Okay, and it's perfectly aligning to center because we're just, you know, bringing it up in Y from the side view. We're then going to scale it down to around about here, something like that. Okay, we'll then pull these out till they touch there, and again here. Okay, we're now going to add a loop going down the middle where this point comes in. Then we'll just scale these in. Like so. Okay, we're going to just harden those edges so we can see that properly. We are then going to just add a use the multi-cut tool to add a loop down the middle. I'm going to bevel it till we get to this point. The reason I'm doing this is so that I can cut out the shape in the middle, because we actually have these two parts are meant to be separate. Okay, we'll then just go ahead and fill hole on this. Press G again to repeat, and then just clean up our topology. Okay, then we'll probably just bring this up just to touch the top. Okay. So now we have that part, we can go ahead and duplicate that and then bring that to the back one. Like so. Scale down till it fits. Then we'll just double check that's in there nicely. We'll just bring those out a bit so they're not quite touching. Okay, then we'll bring that forward. Scale up slightly. It's about there. Okay, we'll bring our mast again up so it just contacts the top there. Okay, that's the next portion done. We're going to go ahead and, like we did earlier, bring our cube up just to sit on the top here. We'll scale it down till it fits the width. Okay, and this is where we're kind of going a bit off script because we can't see the top of our masts, which is never good. So this is where the reference is going to come in handy. We have to eyeball things a little bit. That's okay though. A lot of modeling can be eyeballing. We're not really making things for like, I mean, obviously we want to be accurate, right? But because we're not working with real life materials, or, you know, this isn't actually going to be made, it doesn't have to float. The only accuracy we need to get to is it just needs to look the part. So if things aren't, you know, the exact millimeter perfect dimension, that's fine, right? Because from the distance we need to see something from, it'll be fine. If you want to make something with that like perfect precision, by all means, go ahead. But for film and TV and for game as well, I would say I have less experience with game. It's not really a problem. You'll be surprised how much in 3D actually looks horrendous when you can just, like, it's not in view. Like, if something is out of view, they just won't animate it. Like, I think there's quite a famous one where, if any of you know of Tintin, there was, I can't remember when it came out now. So maybe the early 2000s, mid 2000s, there was like a fully 3D animated Tintin movie. For the time, it looked really, really good. I still think it looks quite good now. But there's a shot where the camera is following them from around like waist level and up as they're talking in a desert, and below the camera, the part that's cut off that you can't see, their legs are just not being animated because there's no point in doing it. Right? So if you're not going to see something, it doesn't matter too much. Okay. So we've got another one of those rounded little blocks at the top. So we'll bring that up. Scale it down to about so. Something like that. Bring these out to fit. Okay. Bring this one over here. What we'll do is, this is where we're just going to have to eyeball things a little bit. It will have one of these, I can assure you. They always do. About this kind of scale. Make sure that looks okay. Scale it up a little bit probably. Okay, and then we can see this one, so we can just match that perfectly. This one, quite a bit smaller, at least in length. Okay. We'll just adjust that slightly. Okay, cool. Something else we have to do as well is this part of the mast actually comes down to about here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select these vertices. I'm just going to snap the pivot to... Actually, what we'll do, we will go ahead and extrude this instead, so it's a separate piece. Because this actually isn't perfectly round. It is has some angles to it, this portion of the wood anyway. So we're just going to extrude that and bring that down, following the angle as best you can, till it contacts down here. And we'll just scale that out a bit. Actually, let's pull that forward some. It's about so. And we'll just smooth those edges. And I'll keep this edge here because we need that to differentiate where we're going to make our change. From rounded to angular. I can't remember whether it's an octagon or hexagonal. But we'll get to that in a bit. Same again here. Extrude down to about here. Pull out and then scale a bit. Okay. And then the same here as well. That can just come straight down. Okay. Okay, last part to add to the top of the masts here. One more cylinder. We need to add this bit up here. So, again, this will start from down here. We're just going to scale that down till it fits the dimensions. Around about here. Bring that down there.
and then just pull that up. So obviously it cuts off there, right? So we don't really know where else to go, or we don't know how high it has to be. What we can do is there's a little bit of reference over here, so we can just take a look at that. So that looks to me like it does not come too much further past what we have here. Okay, and if we scale that down, something like this. Okay, for the time being, let's go with that. We'll duplicate that and bring that back. This one needs to be increased in scale a little. Like so. And also the angle will have to be increased for these back two masts. We'll go ahead and reduce the size of that slightly. Then again, duplicating for back here. Get down to the same point and just scale down to fit. Around about something like this. And then this one is angled back a little bit even more, so we'll just pull that back as well. Okay. And that does not look too bad to me. That looks to be roughly the correct height. I think we can go back and tweak those later, but for the time being, that's kind of the basic blocking of the masts. I think now that that's in, let's go and start to add in this front portion of the hull here, right? Because we just have this huge gap here where there should be a little bit more detail. So let's go ahead and just group all these for the time being like we did for the rest of the ship. And we will rename this to masts_group and then put that within our ship group. Okay, we're going to make, or start to make at least this portion up here, right? So we have this guy up here. For some reason, I keep imagining it looks like a guy sitting on the toilet. I'm sure that wasn't their intention. If we go ahead and hide our ship layer, you can just see that that connects off the top of this part of the, what do you call it, the keel. We can go ahead and combine that later, but for the time being, we'll just make it as a separate piece. So all we'll do is we'll go ahead and get a cube, bring that over here. I'm going to hide the ship for the time being and just press 4 to go into wireframe mode. And then we're just going to bring this out and we're just going to start blocking out this shape. So yeah, again, just starting with a cube, we will pull this out to here. And you can kind of see it follows this curvature, right? Like this. And it kind of flicks off here and then you've got this like step down like so, okay? So we'll pull this down here. We want to make sure we have enough divisions here. We'll probably go and get it to match the hole in a bit for the time being. We'll just block this out kind of loosely. What I'll do here actually is I'll just pull this straight up until we reach the point where this part stops. So maybe around about here. We'll then extrude it off from this section. Like so. Okay, we're going to take that face and then we will just pull up. Okay, keeping it pretty low for the time being like we did with everything else. Just trying to get the shape correct. Whenever you're doing a curve like this, generally you want the inside vertices to be a bit more tightly packed than the outside, right? Because these curves are not always going to be 100% the same, right? Like it's like the exterior radius will be greater than that of the interior radius. We'll then take that and then pull up again. That looks to me, it might stop here. In fact, I think it does. You can see there's this flat portion here. So we'll go ahead and do that in a second. But for the time being, we'll just block that shape in like so. What I'm going to do is just bring back our ship, and I'm going to just select the kill with this selected. I'm just going to press Control 1. What that will do is it will isolate specifically these two parts. That's really, really handy for making little edits without having to go through and hide everything else. Because you can see things a bit more clearly. I'm just going to angle snap, or vertex snap, sorry, these two, just holding down V again, so that that's the same thickness as our keel. Okay, and right now it looks a little bit like an elephant trunk. But we'll define this shape a little bit more. So we want this here to come out flat. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull this back. Pull this back. This is why you keep things low, right? So for the time being, we can just really make nice subtle changes. And we're going to bring this to here, and I want this to be level at this portion. So what I'll do is, it looks like it comes down around about here, so we'll just add a vertex or a loop in the middle. Like so. And we'll get that to go vertical as well. And we're just going to try and match that to the shape, which looks to be around about here. So what we can actually do is just then cut that piece off, because we don't need that anymore. I'm just going to go ahead and bridge these edges. Okay. I'm going to edit the edge flow. Actually, I won't do that because it will mess up. We're going to then put this in the middle. Like so. Okay. We'll then add one in the middle here. I'm also going to just scale that down so that it sits flat. Okay. Pull that down a little, like so. Again, like before, just making little small adjustments. A lot of modeling is just making small little adjustments built up over time. Like so. Just pull this up a little. I'm then going to take this edge here and bevel it. Just give it 2 segments for now. Something like that. And pull this up. Take this one back a little. And get this one to go in the middle. So we just have the shape of the back there. Okay, so that's getting pretty close. I think let's go ahead. Actually, this, I did say earlier, this part has to match the topology here. You kind of want to keep the density around the same, but I wouldn't say it has to match edge for edge at this point, because this part will be a separate piece of wood anyway. So I wouldn't make it, 100% the same. It's not like with the hull where we kind of want it to be the same, because we build it off the top of each other. And, these kind of have to flow nicely, whereas this is just kind of stuck on the front. Okay, what we'll do as well then is I will add another edge loop here. We'll pull this back. So what you might be trying to do when you're adding your edge loop now is just by, doing it the way you normally would, holding down Control and then sliding it around. But what you'll probably notice is you can't. That's because the topology here is not even quads. That's okay, don't worry if that happens. Just literally hold down Shift to do a straight line. And drag it across and it will cut across for you instead. So we'll pull this back. This part here, we need another cut. So we'll add another edge loop. And then we're going to need another loop going up the middle. So things can start to get a little fiddly, but it's okay. We're still keeping it reasonably low. Because we've got another step here, right? So we'll go ahead and delete that. And then we'll just pull this down so that it kind of fits a bit more even, just updating the topology. Just to keep our curve. Okay. We're going to merge these vertices with target world. Okay, we're then going to bring this to about here. And what we'll do is we'll add another edge loop here. And we'll just pull that up, like so. Okay. We'll have to do a fair bit of topology cleanup after this, but that's alright. Bring that in like so. And you can see this part here kind of like is inset, right? Like there's a part sitting on top here that comes out, and then this part is sort of thinner. That's okay. We'll go ahead and add that later. We're just blocking in the shape for now. And like I'm probably just being a dead horse at this point, but it just to, you know, keep it in your heads all the time that little changes, right? And especially when you're blocking things in to begin with, just keep it simple. Don't worry if the shape, you know, not every little detail's in there. You can add that afterwards. We're just looking to get the shape correct. Okay? Shape. Absolutely shape comes first before anything else. Okay, we'll probably slide that up a bit. Okay, let's go ahead and add a few more loops. I'm just going to edit the edge flow on these. Just to keep that a bit more even, and we can go back and adjust if need be, but that looks to be okay to me. I think we'll pull these up so that matches. Just pull that back a little. Okay, then we'll go ahead and bridge these edges as well, like so. Soften that edge. Okay. So then that's kind of the base block out shape for that front portion of the keel as well. And we'll have the little guy sitting on the front. What can we do next? Okay, let's go ahead and add in the rudder. Let's bring those back. We'll just start again with a cube. We'll go into wireframe mode. And this will be about the same width as our keel. Roughly, anyway. We'll just line up this. The rudder's actually really, really easy to make. We'll just pull that up. And the rudder actually goes up into this part at the back of the ship, so we'll just have that intersect for now. We can make a hole for it later. We're going to pull these vertices back just until they line up correctly here. Like so. Okay, we're also going to just adjust the thickness. Again, pressing Control 1 to isolate. Select the faces. Press V just to snap those till it's the same width. We might actually make it a little thinner. Like so. Then you can see here we have these nice little curves. So we're going to go ahead and just add in a edge loop here and here. And then what we'll do is we will add in another loop here and then here. Okay, then we're just going to delete these faces that we don't need. Okay, we're then going to just bridge these edges. Okay. Now for the time being, I'm just going to delete these edges here because we don't need them, and we're going to do a bevel, and if we have these here, it's going to cause some issues. So I'm just going to select all of these extra edges, and then to make sure when we delete these we don't keep the vertices, we're just going to press Control on the keyboard, hold that down, and press Delete. So we got a big, massive, old, terrible end gone, but that's okay, because we will clean that up in a bit. We're just going to select that edge. So we'll bring this in a little bit, bring this up a little. Like so. So we'll select just that edge, and then we'll come to bevel, increase the fraction, and then change that to 2 segments. Okay. In fact, yeah, let's change it to 2 segments. Then we'll do the same here. Bevel,
change the fraction to 1, and then 2 segments again. So now you can see we have those nice little insets, and it was quite quick and easy to make. We'll just smooth those edges, soften the normals, so you can see it a bit more cleanly. And then that's the shape of your rudder. So what I like to do whenever we have this sort of situation, and I will call it a situation, is add some kind of protective edge loops just around them. So I'm just holding down shift here and then left clicking to drag those out. I will then add, I like to have another one going up the middle. Oh, we've got some edges down here we didn't delete. I'll add a loop going up the middle like so. In fact, actually what we'll do, we'll just add it ourselves. So we'll press Y to redo the tool, and then we're just going to hold down left click. We're going to find kind of the center and just drag it down like so. And you can see what it's done is it's cut the whole loop down the middle. We are then going to go ahead and just clean these up. So again, still the multi-cut tool, holding down Control and Shift to get these to stay along that angle. Like so. Okay, and then this one we can just terminate in the corner there, nice and cleanly. This kind of thing, right? Like knowing where to terminate edges kind of takes a while to get used to, but I think once you've done it a few times, you can get used to it. Andrew Hodson, fantastic hard surface modeler, he's made, I think, a few videos on that kind of thing. And if you've not watched any of his content, I would absolutely recommend it. He is a very, very talented artist and hard surface modeler. Worked at many of the bigger studios, ILM included. Okay, so then that's the shape of our rudder. Okay, let's go and add a few more bits on the masts. Let's just group these parts under the upper hull, I think, for the time being. Same with this rudder here, we'll put that under the lower hull. So fortunately, with our reference, you can see here, these other spans here that go horizontally rather than vertically to hold the sails, they've actually turned them sideways in the reference. And, you know, I'm very, very grateful for that, because otherwise we would kind of have to guess how big. Sometimes you can find accurate information on this. A lot of people have made these ships, models of them in real life. So there's going to be all sorts of little forums you can dig into. I remember when I was making my HMS Victory, I had to do a lot of digging in various different forums just to find the right scale for things. Some of it's on the Wikipedia, but not all of it. But there's a wealth of information out there if you know where to look. A lot of that is just Googling, honestly. So you can see here we have this shape. We're just going to scale that out till we have that correct. These can be quite long. I'm just going to make sure this is going... Okay, when you're scaling this out here in X, make sure you have it on the center of your mast. Otherwise, you're going to have it a bit lopsided. Like a lopsided mast. And also what you can see here is they kind of taper off. So we'll add an edge loop in the middle. Just going to Control 1 to isolate that. Double click to select, and then we're going to bevel it just to turn those into two edges. And we'll bring that out just to about where the curve starts to happen. To save us having to... Actually, you know what? We'll just scale these in. Okay, so I'm just going to scale this down until it kind of meets the curvature here. And what that's happening is it is scaling in and like reducing the length. But we're kind of just like scaling it till it matches the curvature. Then what we can do is we can just scale it back out in X till it kind of touches the correct point. And then scale it out again. Okay, you can see that actually comes up a bit more. So what we'll do is we'll just do this one. And because we have this perfectly even, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add an edge loop in the middle. And then much like we did with the hull, we can then duplicate this and just give it a -1 in Z or Z. And then combine, edit mesh, and then merge. Okay, so that's one span. I'm then going to go ahead and bevel these edges to give us that rounded effect on the end. We'll just do 2 segments.
These look like they could come out a little bit more, so we'll just increase the scale slightly to like so. Okay, that's one. I'm just going to go ahead and duplicate that and then hide the original so it doesn't get in the way. And then we'll just pull this back and make our next one. So again, selecting that mask, Control 1, so we're just isolating that, putting it in the middle, and then all we'll do is we'll just scale down so this matches. Fortunately, it seems to match pretty accurately, so we don't have to do too much with that. Okay, we'll then hide that one, unhide the original, duplicate it, then hide the original again. You don't have to hide them if you don't want to, I'm just doing it so that there's not too much clutter on the screen at once. Again, pulling that into the middle of the mast. Then the scale on this one isn't too different, just scaling it down slightly so it matches in the length. Okay, cool. What we'll do is we'll go ahead and unhide these. Then we will rotate these so they're facing the right way. So what you can do is we could just rotate this and type in -90, right? Or what you can do is hold down J on the keyboard and that will angle snap, as you can see, by 15 degrees at a time. We want to just do it to 90 degrees so they're facing forwards. Okay. Then what we'll do is we'll just pull these forward so they're sitting just on the front of our masts. Like so. Okay. These are also probably a lot wider than you'd expect, but they have to carry these huge, enormous sails on them. Let's do the next set. So what I'll do is I'm just going to duplicate this middle one and then put 0 back in the rotate Y to bring it back around. Turn our reference back on and then lift this up till we get to the next span, which is just up here. Again, we'll just put this in the middle of the mast, and then the shape here is roughly the same, so we're just going to scale down till we have the right scale. It looks to be a little bit more narrow in the width, not so much in the radius. So we'll just scale this until we get it about right. That looks okay to me. We'll then bring this over again, get this in the middle, scale down again, scale out a bit. Okay. This one seems to be quite a bit thicker for whatever reason. Okay, like so. And then we'll take our one from here and bring it over to the front. Make sure this is in the middle of the mast. And then again, just scaling down. Making sure this fits. Okay, just like so. Oh, we seem to have a slight issue here. These aren't quite the same width. That's another thing to do, is just, you know, give things a quick once over, especially when you're trying to match scales accurately. Kind of like so. Okay, that looks correct to me. Okay, great. We can now go ahead and rotate our front spans. Or top spans, sorry, like we did before. Let's bring those forward. Okay, and then again with the one at the front. It's around 90 degrees, again holding down J to rotate, and we're just going to get that to sit on the front there. Okay. So, that is looking pretty good to me. I think we do have one more set of spans right at the top here. Let's have a look.
Okay, let's pull these all up just to be a little taller, because I think these are slightly too short. Something like so. Okay, then we'll pull this back just so the angle maintains the same. Also reduce the scale of the point a little. Like so. Okay, pull that back a little. Okay, we're then going to take this span and we're going to bring it up to roughly kind of the halfway point of this top portion of the mast. We'll then scale it down to about so. Let's just have a look from the front here. In fact, what I'll do is I'm just going to go ahead and isolate these at the back, just so we can see these individually. We kind of want to draw almost a straight line between these three. So we'll take that to something like so. Okay. And then what we'll do is we'll do the same here. We'll bring this up to about the middle. We'll then go ahead and isolate these from the front as well. Just scale that one down. Again, we're kind of just trying to see if we can draw sort of a straight line going up in a perfect tier. If you imagine it's like layers of a cake, right? Each layer is about like half the size of the previous one, give or take. Okay, that looks about right to me. And then one more time with the ones at the front. Just scaling that in. Make sure that's in about the middle. Just like so. Okay, then we'll just bring these in front of the masts once again. Okay, great. I think it's been about an hour, so we'll leave that there for now. So what we've done in this episode, just to recap, is we finalized the topology for the bottom portion of the hull and the keel, making sure that matches so we can go ahead and add our details like portholes to this later. We started to add this front portion here of the, I think it's the prow of the ship. Can't quite remember what that's called. We added the rudder, and we also blocked out pretty much all the main shape of the masts. At this stage, this is the blocking done. The blocking is basically done. You know, this is the ship, right? From this point on, it's kind of just adding details. We need to add a few more little bits of structure, but that will just follow suit at this point, right? Like this is where we just need to drill down into the nitty gritty and look at various different bits of reference. So we'll talk a little bit about that in the next episode, because we're going to have to find like all sorts of little drawings. Obviously, there won't actually be any pictures of this ship in real life, unfortunately. But we can find plenty of others, HMS Victory being a great source of reference. And various other like model maker forums will have good bits of reference and tidbits as well we can look at. But I hope again that you're finding this useful. I'm going to try to do hour-long episodes now from this point onwards, because if we're only doing half an hour a week, we're going to be working on this probably for the next 2 decades, and I'm sure some of you would like to get this finished before you turn like 80. So I'm going to try and speed up a little bit. I hope that's okay. If it is becoming a bit too fast for you, let us know. If you have any feedback on the videos, also feel free to let us know. We'd love to see that and make this better for you guys. Let me know if there's anything you missed or you're not sure about. Happy to answer those comments as well. And our email is always in the description too, if you just want to send us a private direct message and email instead. So yeah, hope this has been helpful. Thank you very much again for watching, and I'll come back to you around next Wednesday with another hour-long episode, and we'll go ahead and start adding lots of lovely little details, which is the fun part for me. So yeah, anyway, again, thanks for watching. See you later.
Hello and welcome to part 7 of our Maya hard surface modelling tutorial where we model this old school sailing ship. So in last episode, episode 6, we left off with making the masts and all the different separate pieces. We also made this piece up the front here and the rudder as well. So the first thing I want to get into is, and I've only just noticed this now, and this will probably happen no matter your experience or how long you've been modelling for. But there's actually a little mistake that we made, and it's not a really big one, fortunately, but these parts here, and the hole here, you see how they're coming up at the sort of the same angle? These bits here are actually meant to come up directly straight. So it's pretty easy to fix. All we're going to do is get out our lattice tool that we used quite a few episodes ago now, and just gently push these parts in the right direction. So because we're only really focusing on the front here, we're kind of just interested in these pieces here. And we're also going to use a lattice with just a vertex selection rather than every single piece of the mesh. So we're just going to come to the side view, and then I'm going to go ahead and select up to here, I think. I'm just going to press 4 on the keyboard to make sure I've got it equally selected on both sides. We're then going to go to Deform and Lattice. And it works just like normal, except it's only going to affect the vertices that we have selected. By default, it's going to have 5 divisions in the T axes, which I think is going to do us just fine, because we don't want to edit the curvature of everything down here, right? Like if we just had one, then you'd end up changing a lot of the curvature. We don't want to do that. We're going to add a few more in the U division as well, because we don't want all of this to come up perfectly straight, just sort of towards the front here. Actually, saying that, we probably do want this all to come up perfectly straight. So, thinking about it, I think, scratch that. Let's not do the lattice. We will just go ahead into vertex selection mode. Actually, lattice, just specifically for this piece. We're going to take off our divisions in T, because we just need 2. We're going to hold down right click and go to lattice point, and then we're just going to pull that over. And you can see here it's not coming out perfectly, and that's because the shape here is sort of curved. It's not like a perfect square, right? Not perfectly straight. So it's going to pull some of these lower parts here, but that's okay, we can fix that. So we're just going to do that so that comes up pretty much as straight as possible. And then all we'll do is we'll come into vertex selection mode, select these ones up the front here, and then we'll hold down B and then drag the middle mouse button to go into soft select. And we're just going to select a pretty good amount of this, and then we're just going to nudge this back in, just so it kind of roundabout matches there. And then don't worry if it's not exactly the same, we can go ahead and edit that again. We're just going to edit our pivot points so that we can snap these vertices back into the correct spots. And then we'll go ahead and do that for all of these here. I have my edit pivot key bound to D. I would definitely encourage you to set your own hotkeys. Just help speed things up a little bit. Okay. So we'll just pull some of these out to match. Right, and it just goes to show, that's why we're taking this quite slow, that even if you make mistakes, it's okay, right? At this stage, it's really, really easy to fix. That's why we kept it as simple as possible for this long, just so that if we do need to make changes like this, it's not a big deal. We can just go ahead and do that. And it doesn't take us too much time. We don't have to rebuild anything, which is the important thing, because that can really, really use up your time. We'll just edit edge flow a little bit on some of these. And there we go. So now that's coming up straight. That's looking a little bit more accurate. Now we're just going to go ahead and duplicate this and take this over to the other side with our scale trick. So we'll just press Ctrl D to duplicate, then we'll put -1 in the scale of X, and then modify and then freeze transformations just to bring that back in line with everything else. Okay, so now that we've made that change, we're going to go ahead and actually add in sort of the captain's cabin, the part that overhangs at the back here. So we have pulled out the back of the hull to meet it, but if we look from the top, just hide our ship, you can see it actually kind of comes out like this.
And it's quite a bit wider, right, because it has to accommodate all the space. These rooms were, I mean, they kind of like varied in size depending on the ship. So we'll just go ahead and add that in. We're going to start, like most things, with a cube. We're just going to go into our side view here, make sure our reference is turned on. I'm just going to press 4 on the keyboard to go into wireframe mode. And then I'm going to pull that up to about here. Then we'll just pull this down. It'd be good while you're doing this to also be looking at your reference, because this part here can be a little complicated, but don't worry too much. Okay, the back part also kind of curves out a little bit, right, like it comes out like this. That's why it doesn't look, you know, perfectly, like we can see some of the windows from the side. So what we'll do is we'll just pull these vertices back so they kind of meet flush with the part of the hole that we've made so far. Okay, and then we'll pull this out just till it goes to about this line, and then pull this down just so it follows the curvature a little bit. Okay, just down to around about here. And then we'll pull this down a tad as well. Okay, we're just trying to make sure this is following the curvature of what we've made already. Right. Okay, we're just going to hide the rest of our ship because right now we don't need that. We're going to come to the top view and we're just going to scale this out until it kind of meets the width. Okay. And again, this is where we're going to run into problems where our blueprints don't quite match, annoyingly. That, for whatever reason, seems to happen quite a lot with these online things. I think they don't. They're more of like an art piece. I don't know whether this is taken from an actual real-life model. I think if it was, you'd have a hard time putting it together. But it's okay, we can kind of just figure it out as we go. Okay, so I think what we'll do then for the time being is, because this is so off, we will just freeze the transformations on this so we know where it's supposed to be. And we'll just pull this back just so it kind of matches where it's supposed to be in the top reference. And we're going to keep the rest of the ship hidden for now, just until we get the this part finished, or the shape mostly finished anyway. It looks like our reference isn't quite centered, so I'm just going to pull that over a little. Okay, scale this out a little bit more. Then what we're going to look to do is pull these parts in on the side, like so, just until that touches that point. And this part here, we are going to pull in a little bit more. Not too much, just a tad. Okay, then we'll go ahead and use the multi-cut tool to add a loop in the middle. And we're going to scale this out a bit till it meets there. Actually, what we should probably do is, instead of matching this lip here, because that part's actually going to extend out, we kind of want to match where the windows are, right? So we'll just pull this in a bit and scale that in some. Okay, like so. Pull that in a bit more. Pull that back. We'll have these come straight back like this. Okay, then we'll add a loop in the middle. Let's kind of extrude that out a little bit. So we're kind of getting the shape already. But we just need to take our time to make sure that we have this correct. It's always a good idea as well, whenever you're doing this, just to keep like constantly looking at your reference, especially because the blueprints aren't 100% reliable. Okay, kind of like so. Okay, maybe we'll pull these back a little.
Okay, we'll just zero out the transforms here. Not the scale, sorry, we need that. We're just going to hide our reference and then bring back the rest of the ship and just kind of see what that looks like when it's sitting on there. And that's looking not too bad. There is a funny intersection here, but I think that's just because of the shape of the hull. And if you look here as well, it kind of cuts away. It doesn't just come in at an angle. Like if we were to just do a cut there and delete this, that's a little bit better. So that will just, we'll be able to fix that in time with making sure that the shape matches from the side here. So what I'm going to do is, for the time being, I'm just going to delete these inside faces. And I'm also going to go ahead and just put an edge loop down the middle, because we only want to work on one side of this for the time being, just because it makes it easier, and then we can go ahead and duplicate it across afterwards. Okay, so I am just going to come back to the side view again, and I'm just going to pull this up, just to make sure that it's matching the height here. Okay, and then we just want to make sure this is coming back perfectly straight, like so. Okay, great. So what we'll do now is we'll hide our reference, we'll save it there. I think now's a good time actually to increment and save here. I find myself doing this quite a lot because I get paranoid and worry that I'm going to lose a bunch of progress or the files will get corrupted. So I'm just going to save this now. It was ship 001, we're going to do ship 002, just so we have a nice key point to go back to and recover things if necessary. You can also just make duplicates in your outliner and hide them if you want, but this is just how I like to do it. We're going to go ahead and just make a cut here, just along that line where it contacts the hull. Okay. We're then going to come to our view here, and we're just going to pull those out until they touch the hull here, like so. Okay, then we'll just delete that face. What we're trying to do here really is just kind of make it flush with this portion of the hull, or as flush as we can anyway. Okay, and then we're just going to move this vertice out a little bit just to make sure that our curvature stays mostly in line, because otherwise we're going to have this weird sort of shaped face and we don't really want that. Okay, we're going to pull this back just until these two contact the hull. In fact, what we might do is we'll just bring our reference back from the top and then adjust our curvature a little more. So that needs to come back right to about there. I think what we'll do is we'll go ahead and chuck in another loop going from there. And we'll just pull these out just to make sure that shape's kind of matching. Okay, and again, we're just trying to keep these flush with our hull. The same with this part up here. Okay, and you can see this part really can be quite tricky, so don't worry, just take as much time on this as you need. And don't really feel afraid to just sort of push vertices around at this point, because, you know, you kind of just have to, really. Okay, we'll pull that out some. Okay, and it might look a little weird for a while, but that's okay. Okay, we're going to go ahead and add another loop. Actually, no. We won't add another one there. We'll pull this back slightly. Pull this out a tad. Okay, this part is certainly one of the more difficult parts to make, but then once it's done we can just go ahead and add all the details. Okay, what we'll do now is I'm just going to pull this edge down, because we're going to want to add another one here where this joint is, just so we can get that to stay flush. We'll just add one about in the middle, and then line it up to that seam, and then just pull that in. Lining it up there, and again just making sure it stays flush. Okay. Kind of like that. And just like with everything else, we're keeping this as simple as possible for as long as possible. Okay, we also want to try and keep the things, or the quads, as even as possible as well at this stage, just because it will make our lives easier. Okay, we can actually go ahead and delete this part now because we don't need that anymore. What I'm also going to do is just delete these back faces here because we also don't need those. Because this portion now is going to take over the entire sort of back half of the ship, right? And these parts normally have quite a lot of fancy design elements to them, like definitely at the front and the back of the ship is where a lot of the kind of more ornate sections are, like ornate carved wood, and it kind of varies, but especially around this period, things are pretty ornate. Just looking from the side here, you can see it doesn't come up perfectly straight like this, so what we'll do for the time being, I'm just going to go ahead and crease this, and you might have guessed already, we're going to go ahead and probably smooth this in a second. Just want to make sure before we do that though that we have this as even as possible. Okay, it's always a good idea to check things from multiple different angles as well, just so you can make sure that things are looking correct, because sometimes if you're looking at just one angle you won't always notice anything that's wrong. Sometimes I like to just look at it upside down as well, just to give your eye a fresh perspective. Okay, I'm actually going to pull this away so it's not flush for the time being, because I think right now we don't have enough geometry to get that to look clean. I'd rather just have a nice, like, straight angle for the time being. Okay, don't worry about this part getting curved, that's okay, we can fix that afterwards. We might just go ahead and do a quick edit edge flow. sure that lines up. Okay, let's go ahead and smooth that, just to give us a little bit more geometry. Okay, we can take out our edge crease now. I'm also just going to remove this edge, because for the time being we don't need that. I'm then going to just come back to this view and make sure that this edge kind of lines up nicely with our reference. Okay, I'll now just soft select that in a little. And then I'll do a little bit of that edge flow, just to make sure that curvature remains quite nice. Okay, just again keeping this nice and flush. Okay, looks like we have a little bit of wobbliness here. So we'll just add edge flow on these, just to get that fixed up. Looks like some of these edges here might actually need to come out a little bit anyway, so we'll just pull those out slightly. About something like this. Okay, what we'll do next is, this is the point where things sort of seem to cut in a little bit, so we'll pull these edges back, like so. Okay, we want to make sure this comes flush still. Actually, I think what we'll do is we'll just cut this out instead of editing that. So we'll pull this vertice back and these back a little. Okay, then we're just going to go ahead and delete these faces because we don't need those. This is where things can really get quite fiddly, so if you struggle with this part, that's definitely okay. Feel free to ask questions in the comments. I know the first time I had to make this bit, I also struggled massively. And you know what, that's okay. Okay. We'll just pull these back, and what we're trying to do here is just kind of get the shape to look the correct. You see how here it comes up at an angle. Okay, if at this stage things are looking very, very weird, don't worry at all. That's okay. It does happen. Okay, then we'll pull these back. Okay, and then we're just gonna finish off this edge. Okay, then we'll just do a little bit of editing now to make sure that this is correct. So the reason why this is happening is because we need the curvature here to be a lot less than it is down here, right? Like we almost want this to be a smaller version of what's down here. So we're just going to spend a bit of time moving these vertices around until we kind of get that shape. Okay, we can also throw in a few edge flows. Same with these here. Okay, we'll just pull these back down so they match. Okay. Okay, there we go, and that's looking a little bit better. So kind of, it did seem a bit all over the place for the time being, but that's okay, as long as you're careful and you can sort of move things back into place. It's really not too bad. You just kind of have to be gentle with it. So don't be afraid, you know, if you get to a point like this and it seems like it's quite messy, that's okay, it can happen. Just keep going with it. It can be tempting, even now I think, just to like give up on those bits. But it's okay, you just have to keep going with it. Okay, we'll pull this back. Okay, we'll just turn off our reference and see what that's kind of looking like. Okay, what we'll do here as well is we'll just go ahead and select these edges, because this part here is meant to be separate, so we'll probably make a cut there. What we're going to do is I'm going to hold down Control and Shift and then rotate, and then that's just going to slide the edges along the axes without sort of significantly warping things. And then also going to do the same, just going to scale that slightly, because we just want this edge to line up with this part. And don't worry if this comes a bit out of alignment, that's okay, we can just pull that back. Okay, and we're just going to go ahead and cut this whole portion off. You can come up to Mesh and then... Oh, no, sorry, Edit Mesh. Then we're going to go to the Edge, Edit Mesh, Detach. Then we're going to double select this part and that will already be separated. Then we're just going to do Separate. And that will give us two separate pieces. Okay, like so. And then this part will probably have to be edited quite a bit more as well. I think this will have to come in because this roof will have some slope to it. But this part here is kind of roughly as it will be. But I think for the time being, let's just go ahead and park that. We'll just duplicate it across, just so we have that complete picture. And then this gap here, don't worry about that. There will be a piece that kind of slides in here and connects up to the hole. So that will get filled in as well. So that's kind of the silhouette of the ship. If I just press 7 on the keyboard just to go into lighting mode, because we don't have a light, we'll just see black. You can see the silhouette's pretty much there. Let's go ahead and start adding some extra details up at the front. So I didn't know this for the longest time. Let me show you the reference quickly. So there's these portions here, these bits here, these kind of cylinders up at the front of the ship. I thought those were just portholes. It turns out, I think those are actually toilets. You can go and sit in those from the outside, and the reason they overhang is because that's where, you know, everything goes out from, just into the ocean. So we'll go ahead and put those in. Okay, we'll just start with a cylinder. We'll come to the side view and turn on our reference. And you can just about see it poking out here. So we'll move it to about here. And again, this is going to be, you know, make sure while you're doing this that you're also looking at your reference as well, because our blueprints aren't going to tell us absolutely everything, unfortunately. Okay, if this part of your ship is coming up curved like that, don't worry, it's supposed to. And then we kind of want this part to come down here. These are probably a bit too wide. Pull that out some. Maybe out to here, something like that. And then we'll just pull that up until we reach the top. Around about here. Okay. So that's coming up just to the top of this part here. And this part is supposed to be higher, but there'll be a sort of like another banister that goes on the top. So that's okay. Let's pull that out to the side so it's overhanging slightly. Okay, then we'll go ahead and we will duplicate with Control D. We're going to go to Modify and Reset Transformations, and then we're just going to minus the scale in X just to get that over to the other side as well. Next, what we can take a look at is adding. There's some parts of the front that kind of stick out, like I don't exactly know what they were used for, to be honest. They kind of have like hooks hanging from them. They might have been involved in like lowering and raising the anchors because they often seem connected to that. They kind of stick out from the side here. If I just quickly show you in the reference here, you can see there's these parts here, and then there's holes here, and I think there's like a winch and pulley and some hooks will come down. They might even have it in the side reference. If I can find one that's not too blurry. Yeah, you can see here there's like a winch coming down. It's connected up to the anchor that's connected up to here too. So these kind of come out at an angle from this point. And at this stage, because of how inaccurate the blueprints are, we kind of have to almost guesstimate where something's supposed to be, and that can be quite tricky. In an ideal world, that wouldn't happen. I think if you're actually working on a film project, you would actually get, you know, quite good reference. But unfortunately, these blueprints you get off the internet aren't always the best. So you kind of have to get a little bit creative. So right now we're just trying to match the angle. push that back. Okay, I think that's just an issue with the blueprint. This should probably be aligned, like this edge here should be aligned with the top edge of your banister. Up here. And then it kind of tapers off a little bit typically. Okay, and they come out not quite at that of an extreme angle, so we'll pull that down slightly as well. Kind of something like this. Okay, that looks pretty good to me. We'll go ahead and duplicate and then modify reset transformations and then transform that across too. And what we're doing here is we're kind of just trying to get some of the details in, just to give us an idea of where everything else is supposed to go. It can just be handy to show you, sort of like get everything else into place, and then once we have some of those bits there, then we can start moving things around if something doesn't look quite right. Helps get everything kind of like, you can size everything up in your eyes then, rather than just like looking at the reference. There is a banister that goes across the center here, so we'll go ahead and add that. Like so. You think this kind of is the detail pass, but we're almost blocking in the details. So a lot of, because these ships have so many different little parts to them, a lot of this is just going to be blocking in things for quite a while, even when it's going to, like, it comes to starting to add detail. So this part here, we're going to bring this up just so it's the same height as these for the time being. Okay, like so. And then this should not actually be one solid piece like this. So we're gonna bring this part up to about here. Something like that, and then pull this up a bit. These are looking a little bit too tall, so I'm just gonna pull those down. Okay, then we're going to extend this to come out to the side, and then what we'll do is we'll just pull or extend these particular vertices out so they match the shape. Okay, and this part actually curves up a little bit rather than just being flat. And that kind of happens with the whole top portion of the hull as well, or the deck. We'll go ahead and add that curvature in later. So I think for the time being, actually, we'll just leave that straight. Okay. There is also a piece that goes at the bottom, so we'll just duplicate that and then pull that down, like so. Okay, and there's also a number of bits that go, if we just turn our reference back on, you can see here there's like these little nodules that go on the top here, so we're going to start adding those in too. These are quite simple to do. So we'll just scale this down till it fits. Kind of like so. And then we can see these are actually a bit more rectangular rather than cube-like. So we'll scale those in a little bit. Okay, we'll just make sure this is following the curvature of our banister. Okay, we'll come back to the side view, and you can see that they don't just come up perfectly straight. They kind of have this part here that curves in a little bit. Okay, so we'll just add a couple loops. I'm going to bevel this just to give us a few extra ones. Okay, kind of like that. Then we'll take this edge and we'll just scale that in. pull this down and then we'll just scale these ones in too. Okay, I'll go to mesh display and then harden edge, so that looks kind of like that. Okay, maybe pull this edge up a little, and then bevel this edge, give that a few more segments. Okay, there we go. So we have that piece. What we'll do is we'll just pull that down, and then this also needs to match in the curvature in X as well. But we can make that change in a second. What we'll do is we'll just duplicate these from the side, right? Just so we have the correct spacing. So again, just pressing Control D and then moving these with the middle mouse button. Maybe another one in the middle, around about here. A lot of the time with reference like this as well, things will be hidden, like we have our part of the banners hidden behind the anchor, so you kind of just have to like see the others, see that they're mostly kind of even, then guess there should be another one in the middle. What's happened now is these aren't actually following the curvature, so we'll pull them in from the perspective view. And we're also going to have to add a bit of rotation to all of these to get these to match. Okay, I think we might actually need one more. No, so there's a separate part here. This is a different piece. We'll make that in a second. What we're going to do now is we're just going to have to go ahead and then rotate each one of these. I'm just going to align my pivot to the top here, just so it's connected properly. We have to rotate each one of these just to make sure that it's sitting quite nicely on our banister. Okay, and at this stage things can start to get quite tedious just because you have so many bits, but that's why we're only doing one side at a time, right? So what we do is we do one side and you can just duplicate it across. It saves your like time and all the trouble of having to do it twice. Oh. If you're wondering how I'm focusing on things, by the way, I don't think I mentioned that yet. I'm just pressing F on the keyboard. If I like come out here and just press F, it will focus back in on whatever you have selected, whether that's a face or part of the object. Okay. Okay, so a few more to do. I think what I'll do is I'll go ahead and time lapse this, just so until this part's done, and then I will come back to you. Okay, so that's all of those parts aligned. We'll go ahead and select all of these in the outliner, Control D, modify freeze transformations, modify reset transformations, and then just scale in X. And then we'll go back to freeze transforms. Okay, so that's some of the details blocked in up at the front. There's also quite a bit more to change on this part in particular. Generally, not always, but there's typically a gap here in the middle. I don't think there is, from what I can tell, in this particular blueprint. Otherwise we'd be able to see like these sort of like pillars come all the way down, but that doesn't seem to be happening here. So what I'm gonna do, I think this part also comes down and curves down here as well, right? Like how we did with this part at the back. So it's almost like stepped. So what we'll do is we will go ahead and add that step in as well. So we're just going to look at it from the side, see around about where it starts. It seems kind of about in the middle here, so what we'll do is we'll just pull this edge up to around about here. And we'll pull this up slightly just to adjust the curvature, and then we're going to extend this out. I think it will probably end around about here. We're then going to come back into perspective mode and just make sure this lines up. Like so. And then we're going to just bevel this, give this maybe 4 divisions. And then we have an edge here that's pretty close to the other one, so we're just going to target weld that back in place. Okay, and there we go, we have our stepped version. I'm just going to delete the one on the other side because we're going to have to replace that in a second. What I'm also going to do is, you can see here as well that it looks like it's made up of separate pieces. So what I like to do whenever we're converting our blocking into sort of a final piece is I'll just go ahead and duplicate that, just with Control D, and then I'm only focusing on making this top portion here to begin with, right where you can see where this line is. So to do that, I'm just going to go ahead and delete everything except for these topmost faces. And I'll explain the reason for that in a second. Right, so we just have this top portion here. What we can then do now that we have this is we can actually just extrude straight down. Okay, and that gives us that portion. It might on your end look like this, black. It just means the normals are reversed, so just hold down space, go to mesh display, and then reverse. We're also just going to make sure that this is staying flush with our floor. What I'm then going to do is we're going to pull this down so this actually sits underneath this part. Okay. So we will go ahead and select all of our vertices, and then we'll just pull that down a tad and then pull this back just so it's inside of that top piece. Like so. I'm then also just going to use the multi-cut tool because we need to reduce the size of this part. And we could just scale it, right? But because it's not perfectly straight, it's going to scale a bit weird, so we actually just need to cut off some material. So I'm going to multi-cut tool like that, and then just select these outside edges, and then delete, just to decrease the size. And then going to remove this top edge, and then we're just going to rebuild this part. So I'll just double select that, and then bridge those faces just to bring that back, and then we'll just fill hole here and then just clean up the topology. Again, like we were explaining in the last episode, it's always a good idea just to do this as you go so you don't have to do it later. Okay. And then we can just terminate this one at the point there. Okay, so now we have that stepped piece. You can also probably see that there is another line that goes through the middle here. So we'll get ahead to adding that soon. I'm just going to go ahead and smooth the normals on these edges just so we can see the curvature properly. Like so. And then I'm just going to duplicate, modify, reset transformations, and then scale those across again. Okay, at this stage, with adding the detail, it's kind of just like little minute, well, not always minute, but small little changes over time that will add up to eventually having nice, lots and lots of little bits of detail, and there's definitely a lot of detail to add. Okay. We've added quite a few little bits, so what I'm going to do is I am just going to group these parts up into sort of groups that make sense. So I'm going to call this upper, or actually let's call this top deck detail underscore group. And as part of the back here, we'll just name this rear underscore group. Okay, and then we'll put those underneath the main ship group. Okay, next thing that we can go ahead and add in is, I think this portion here, you can kind of see, if I just hide this, there's this band of material here. You see where this darker line is? That's actually kind of like a reinforced bit of the wood. If I come ahead and look at the reference, you can see here, it actually extrudes out a little bit. So what I'll do is I'll just duplicate this. Just press Control. Oh, sorry, not Control. We're just going to select all of these faces. I'm then going to go to Select and then Inverse just to delete the ones we don't need, because we just want to take this part of the whole, right? I'm then looking at our reference, just going to extrude this out a tad till that kind of matches the thickness that we're looking for. Kind of something like that. Okay, and then that just sits on there like so. There's also another one slightly further up the hole. If you look at our reference, you can also see around about here. So we will duplicate this again, come back to our side view. That seems to be around about here. So we'll just add in some extra edges. And that's just for the purpose of subtracting or extracting this part. So don't worry that it doesn't match the below or the original part of the mesh. Okay, it also cuts in a little bit here, but that's okay. We'll then go ahead and extrude that part out too. Okay, like so. And there we go, we've added a bit of detail to that part of the hull. This kind of separates where the like the gun ports go as well. It's also not quite as big as the one below it. So you kind of have these ports here that now go in the middle of this section. And then the other ones that go just at the top of the second band. At this stage, this is kind of what I like to do when I'm adding detail, because we could just do one section at a time, but I kind of like to bring everything up to sort of a more similar level. So I'm kind of just blocking bits and pieces in as we go. Okay, we'll then go ahead and add in some of the pillars up at the front here that just split up this part of the banister. So if we look at our front reference, I'm just going to hide the rest of the ship. Just get our cube and then scale that down to fit. We'll just build it to this view. This is what I like to do sometimes as well. I'll just turn off everything and make one piece at a time, just to make sure it kind of matches what it's supposed to look like. So some of these can be quite ornate. These ones seem quite simple. They literally just come up and then, by the looks of it, come up almost at like a pyramidal triangular point. Probably not too sharp. If we check from the top view, they're also pretty square. Maybe we'll just scale them in a little. Okay, and there's not too many of these. So we'll just place these like so. We won't bother about like duplicating these or like scaling them in the minus. Okay, we'll just turn off our reference, bring back our ship. Okay, and then we'll just select all of these, pull them back, and then just make sure they're positioned in the right place. And pull this down slightly. Okay. There are also, looking at it, if we just add these to our top deck detail group and hide that again, there's also, if we turn our reference back on, these big pillars here on the side that kind of join up to the prow. So we'll go ahead and block those in. These ones are actually, they kind of like are on the side more, so they rotate and follow the shape of the outside of the ship. Okay. Let's get these to line up like that. They're slightly more ornate. So if we offset this to about here, then extrude up, scale up, then back in again. Kind of shaped a little bit more like that. Okay, we'll bring back our ship and then just make sure these are placed kind of in the right position. They're right on the corner here. And these are meant to be kind of taller than all the other ones around them. And they go roughly around about here. Kind of right at the front. Okay, then we'll duplicate, reset transformations, and then just scale across. Okay, and you can see even just after spending a little bit of time adding some detail, that's already starting to like bring it to life. It's still looking very, very basic at this point. I think what we'll probably do in the next episode is we'll do some of the really important work, which is actually putting the portholes in here, now that we have the topology for it. And a lot of it would just be kind of making sure we select the right faces, and then just adding in extra loops where we need them, because looking at it, if we look from the side, they're about the size of 4 of these, but some of the edges are not exactly in the right place, so that means we're going to do a bit of editing on the side. They're also not perfectly uniform, right? Like they're kind of stepped, so we have 2 here and then 1 in the middle, so it's almost like, you know, I'm not sure what exactly that pattern you would call it, but it's like the ports are, well, you get it, they're not perfectly aligned, right? So our topology is never going to work 100%, and that will just mean we'll need to edit it quite a lot for these portholes. And there really is like kind of no easy way to do that, but that's why we subdivided it one more time, so we have enough density so that we can actually work with that and improve on it and add the portholes. So for this episode, I think we'll leave it there. I would say though, if you want to challenge yourself and keep going with this, keep adding more detail. Just keep blocking in the detail if you want to rush ahead and go ahead of the videos. Because we only have an hour per episode, right, to get to add this detail, and it can take quite a long time. So if I were you, I would actually go ahead and keep adding these extra little details, right? Because you've just seen in this episode how we're going through and blocking in the details, right? So with these pillars and these parts sticking out here and the bands on the hull. And if you want to go ahead and do as much of that as you can, that's perfectly fine. We'll pick this up in the next episode and keep adding them. And then we'll also add the portholes as well. I would say wait till the next episode to add the portholes, just because that can be quite tricky. But if you do want to give it a go, you can always go ahead and just Control D, duplicate that, like top portion of the hull and just name it something like backup. That's kind of what I like to do, and that's probably what we'll do in that episode as well. Worst case scenario, you know, if we do have to go back to it, we always have that backup piece, and then we can just start from scratch, because that part can be quite tricky. But it should be okay. That's not to scare you off. But yeah, I think we will leave that episode there for the time being, and then we'll pick back up in the next episode, add more detail, add the portholes. I hope you've enjoyed this video. If you have any questions at all, don't hesitate to leave them in the comments. Feel free to email us as well. We always leave our email address in the description too, if you have any questions or feedback or really anything at all. We are also a design studio, so if you need any bespoke design work, be it 2D, 3D, illustrations, animations, feel free to get in touch for that as well. We also have some pre-made work as well, mock-ups on our Etsy and Gumroad. We'll see you in the next episode. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome back to our hard surface modelling tutorial for Maya, in which we're making this old school sailing ship. I keep calling it an old school sailing ship. It's kind of probably the wrong word for it, but you know what I mean, right? Kind of like a peak age of sail type ship. I thought today what we would focus on is just this front area up here. I feel like in the past few episodes we've kind of just been building up the ship kind of as a whole, but I think we're at a stage now where I want to focus on specific areas and then build those up, and then we can move on to a different area. So today we're going to focus on this part here, where these like little overhanging toilet parts are, and then there's a bunch of doors here as well, and the deck here that comes out to sort of the prow of the ship. So we're just going to focus on detailing that area up a little bit, and this is where the drawings don't really do it justice, because they almost look more simple than it should be. And looking at actual reference of the HMS Victory, even though it's not the same ship, we can kind of like infer from that what this should look like. So I'm kind of just going to use that as a guide and then add detail as and where like we need it. This is what I'm talking about, right? Like, this is a model someone's made, but this is quite accurate. I found this on a forum online, and you can see how this like wooden part has a lot more detail to it. It's kind of stepped, if that's the right word. Whereas in the drawing, it literally is just sort of a cube, right? Which isn't quite accurate. So we're going to focus on improving some of that stuff. Okay, so to begin with then, what I'll do is we'll give this some steps to it. I want to add 3, and I think this is also maybe a slightly too thick, so I'm going to scale it down a little. And in order to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to use the insert edge loop tool, and you can get to that by going up to mesh tools up here and then going to insert edge loop. By default, it's kind of like the multi-cut tool. It just allows you to add an edge. But it also has this cool feature. If we double click this here to come into the tools, we can turn on multiple edge loops, and then you can make this any number you like. But in our case, we want 2, right? Because we want 3 different parts here. So if I just click here, it's going to add 2 perfectly evenly spaced edges. And I'll just set that back to what it was before. Now, to give this the stepped effect, we're simply just going to extrude in. So I'm going to select everything here, extrude, and then reduce that to slowest, and then just reduce the thickness a little bit. Not by much, something like that. And then we'll do the same for this part, trying to keep it somewhat even. Okay, something like that. So we may go ahead and do that again. Just to make sure that's a bit more obvious. Okay, then what I'm going to do is, because this is scaled like in all axes, I'm just going to pull it down too. So it's kind of the same height as the other segments. Okay, so already that's got like a lot more detail to it, right? I'm also going to go ahead and round some of these corners off, just with a bevel tool. So we'll go ahead and then select all of these top ones as well. Like so. Because this is wood, right? And you think this was all carved by hand, so it definitely isn't going to have like the sharpest corners. And I don't think it's supposed to either. Okay, so we'll go ahead and give this 2 segments and then just increase the amount. And we'll delete that extra edge in there. The reason I deleted that edge is because sometimes, like if you have edges really close together like we did, they're kind of just unnecessary. We're better off just having one. Okay, so that is already looking a lot better than it was. I think let's also probably do the same to these ones on the side. Let's see here. Actually, you know what? For the time being, I'll leave those. So I am going to go ahead and select these and then maybe pull these forward slightly. Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and combine these. What we'll start doing at this point is adding bevels to everything as well. So we'll go ahead and add 2 segments. Something like that, and that's going to start to add a bunch more dimension. Okay, there's this part here, and then looking at the front of our reference. Again, they also just have that as flat, but I don't think it should be. Alright? Because looking at some of my other reference here, that seems off. Let's pull this down subtly. Okay, and then I'm just going to bring this forward as well a little bit. Just so it overhangs slightly. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is... In fact, what we can probably do is I'll just delete that and then duplicate this and then pull this down because it looks quite similar anyway. So it come out a little bit further. And then pull these down to make sure they fit. And it's not quite long enough, so we're going to go ahead and just pull that back. Or wide enough, sorry. Okay, and there we go. Okay, next let's go ahead and make the doors up the front. So I'm going to go ahead and hide our ship for the time being. Take our front view here. Create a cube again. I'm going to pull that up and just kind of line it up here. So to begin with, what we'll do is we'll just make this outside frame part. Something to note as well, I don't know whether I've mentioned this already, is whenever you're making something, doesn't matter what it is, kind of try to make it how it would be made in real life. Especially with smaller objects, right? Like if something's a separate piece, make it a separate piece. Like you could quite easily make this door and the frame and everything one single piece. But obviously, like if you did it like that, it wouldn't be a very good door because it just literally wouldn't open. It just makes more sense to make it how it is in real life. And I'm not like saying model each individual little plank for a ship of this scale because you'd be here for like 300 years. And this tutorial would be like 60 million parts or something, but it's within reason, right? Like if you can, when it comes to stuff like this, make this as a separate piece, because it might even be a separate material. So we're just going to make this frame part here separate. Then it looks like that has a hard edge. So I'm not too worried about how far this is going to come down for the time being, because I'm kind of going to just infer that when we go to place it on our model. I'm going to go ahead and delete these inside parts and then just scale or extrude this in, sorry. There we go. Okay. Again, if it's black, we're just going to do reverse to reverse the normals. That's our frame. That's probably way too thick, but that's okay. We can adjust that in a minute. I'll also go ahead and just create the door to fit on the inside. To do that, I'm just going to duplicate it. Press Control 1 on the keyboard just to isolate it. Shift and then double click here to select all those inside faces. And then we'll go ahead and bridge these. Then go ahead and fill hole and then press G to repeat action. Mesh display, reverse. And there's our door. And then I'll just scale that in a little bit in Z or Z. Just to give that like outside door frame a lip. Okay. Then just because it's good practice, we're going to go ahead and clean up the topology first. After we've done this as well, we can also go ahead and add the little porthole in the middle. So these edges are going to be pretty important. Don't worry if it's taking you a lot longer to do this. You might have been doing it quicker than me. In that case, stop watching the tutorial. But if you need to pause it, that's okay. Okay. And again, it's just good practice to do this as we go. Okay, cool. I'm going to then open up the multi-cut tool and then put an edge in here. I'm just going to go to vertex select and then scale that down in Y just to make that perfectly flat. Then I'm going to go ahead and add 2 more. One here and then one here. Okay. And then what we'll do is we'll select all of these faces. We'll go to extrude and then we will go to offset, just down a little bit like that. And we're going to come up while in the polymodeling window and select this button up here, which is circularize. This is a really, really great tool. I use this like all the time to make part of your mesh a circle. Sometimes it can be a bit funky and rotate it weirdly, but that's okay. We can just fix that. It's not the end of the world. You could leave it, but I kind of like it to be neat. Maybe it's a little bit of ADHD in me, I don't know. But I just don't like seeing it if it's not. And then I'll go ahead and delete those faces. And there we go, we have our porthole. It's probably a little too big. This drawing here is showing it as being more oval shaped, which I doubt. In all the reference I've seen, I don't think it is. I think this is another case of just blueprints being pretty inaccurate. Okay, and then we're going to bridge those. And we'll go ahead and bevel this. And if as we go now, we're going to just start beveling things as and when we complete them. Because it's going to save us a lot of time having to do it later. And things like this, right, like we'll make the door and then it's just done. We don't have to worry too much about coming back to revisit this. Okay, maybe down to something like that. And we smooth that, that's nice and got all the edges held now. Okay, so that is one of our doors. So I'm going to go ahead and hide the reference. Then bring back our ship and then pull this forward up to the front. Actually, first thing I'll do is I'll just rehide these, sorry, and then just duplicate this over because we have multiple here. Just over to the middle like that. Okay, now let's unhide our ship. Okay, because then we can see exactly where these are supposed to go. Looks like we might have some issues with the scale of things. That's okay. We can go ahead and fix that in a moment. Okay, what I'll do is I'll just scale this down a little bit and then pull this over. Something like this. Okay, we'll just delete that one. Reset the pivot and then just reverse scale it over like that. Okay, great. I think these are probably coming out a little bit too far, so I'm just going to pull everything back a tad, maybe to something like this. And you can see here we're probably going to have to cut in slightly. Just pull that out. We're probably going to have to cut into this part slightly so that, you know, we can actually see through these portholes, but that's okay, that's not too hard to do. I'll go ahead and do that in a moment. I'm going to freeze the transformations on those, reset transforms, duplicate, and then scale across, like so. And that's our 4 doors up at the front. I think they're all doors anyway. I'm then going to go ahead and select that single part of the ship, and then select these 4 frames here, and then just isolate, because what we're going to do is, first of all, I'm probably going to take this piece off, mainly because I think I want it to be separate, and I don't want to have the topology get in the way, so I am just going to go ahead to edit mesh, and then we're looking for extract. There we go. Okay, so now that's its own separate piece, and we're only concerning ourselves with these parts. So what I'm going to do is create some edges. And all we're doing is just placing them behind the frames here, so that we can go ahead and delete these faces afterwards. I will go ahead and add another edge, probably around about here, and then a few more in the middle, and then we'll just pull these vertices up, something like this. And now what we can do is go ahead and just delete these, because we don't need those anymore. Okay. And now you can see through the boreholes, and we'll fill those holes in later. But for the time being, that's going to work for us. Okay, we've got a little bit of a gap here now underneath these doors, so we'll just select everything there, select all of this, and then pull these down just to match the bottom. Okay, I'll go ahead and smooth these just so we have a nice rounded shape. Okay, now that we've got that, let's go ahead and add, I think let's add a lip to these frames as well. So to do that, we're going to go ahead and use our insert edge loop tool again. Make that 2. Then we'll go ahead and extrude these ones out specifically. Wrong direction. Actually, no, we'll do this like this instead. We'll take both of these, do a little bit, and then again with this one. So now we have 3 steps. And I'm just going to go ahead and select all of these edges except for these ones, because we don't want these to be hard, they should be curved. And then add 2 segments as well. It's a good thing to pay attention to as well. If the material is basically the same, which, you know, this would all be wood, then try and keep your bevels to be the same sort of width every time, or roughly anyway. Okay, so we'll just duplicate these over. Okay, and it's adding a bunch more nice detail already. I think we'll probably pull these in a little more. And pull the doors back a little more too. And pull, or extrude this back, sorry. Okay, actually while we're at it, let's quickly go and fix up the topology for this guy as well. We've got a few extra vertices here we don't actually need. That's just left over from when we first made this part. Okay. Again, trying to keep pretty even quads. Okay, cool. Alright, next, I feel like... Okay, let's go and fix these side pieces a little bit. So these currently look to be a little bit too high, so I'm just going to pull that down and delete this one on the other side. Then pull this up, just so it sits on the top. Okay, that will mean then pulling down all of these, but that's okay. doesn't take too long. We'll just select all of these as well on the other side. And then pull those down. Okay, while we're at it, actually, I think let's go ahead and combine these. Okay, cool. And this as well, I think I'm going to add the like 3 steps that we have on the front. I'm also going to pull this part back. In fact, actually, let's just go ahead and delete those faces. Okay, so we want to add our 3 steps to this one too. So we're going to get our insert edge loop tool again, set the edge loops to multiple and then 2. Just like with the front, we're then going to select these edges, or faces, sorry, and then scale it in. A little bit. And the same with the bottom ones. Scale in again. Okay, then we might need to pull this face down a bit. In fact, you know what, we'll just go ahead and extrude this, and then we can just delete the leftover edge afterwards, just to get the thickness back. Okay, then we'll go ahead and add bevels to this one too. So we'll select all the edges. It can take a little while to select edges sometimes, it's just one of those things you get used to. Okay, I think we'll probably pull these vertices up a bit actually so they don't get in the way. Okay, and then, oh, we also need to do this one here, that needs to stay hard, and then bevel. Okay, I'm just going to turn on the wireframe so we can make sure we're getting this correct. Okay, there we go. Okay, then we'll duplicate, reset transformations again, and scale across an X. Okay, nice. What we'll also do is we'll probably go ahead and delete these faces here too, because we don't really need those anymore. And just fill the hole. Okay, great. Okay, and then that kind of sits nicely there. Alright, next thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and add some bevels to these as well. I'm just going to select all the edges. And then I'll just unselect these middle ones. You could go ahead and select only the correct edges one by one, but I find this way works better, at least I prefer to do it this way. And as we're doing this and going and adding details to things, this is where it does start to get a little tedious, but it's quite rewarding because you'll like spend like hours doing this and then you'll look back at it and you're like, oh wow, actually all this little detail I added really makes a difference after a while. And with a ship or a model as like big and complicated as this, it does take a while to build up to that point, but it looks fantastic when it's done. So it's definitely well worth doing. Okay, we'll duplicate that across. Again, same with this guy. these up a bit just so they fit on the deck properly. Okay. And again, duplicate across. Okay, cool. So that's already made some pretty big improvements. I'm going to go ahead and put this into the top deck detail group. Okay, next thing we'll do is we'll take a look at these parts here. So these guys should not just be cylinders, they actually have a bit of a roof to them. So we'll go ahead and add that in. I might pull that in a little. Okay, we'll delete that one because we don't need it. You might be thinking, you know, why did we go ahead and add the second one in the first place if we don't, you know, we're going to go ahead and add details. It's just to get, like, the position and scale of things correct. Or, like, just so we can get, like, a, you know, we can kind of see what it's going to look like when everything's in place, right? It's, like, especially important when we're blocking things in. Okay, so this part comes up and out a little, looking at the reference. So we will offset that a little, then pull it up, scale out, and up again, and then we'll go out again, and just come up one more time. Okay, there we go. Then, just so I can see what this looks like, I'm going to smooth these edges. Okay, cool. These guys also have a porthole in the front. It's similar size to the ones here in this door, so we'll make it similar to that. We could up the level of detail to this mesh, but I don't think we're going to have to. We'll just have this be these four here, and then we'll convert this to a we'll use the circularize tool. By default, what that's going to do is it's going to put it flat like this, and we don't want that to happen, right? We want this to follow the curvature. So all you need to do is change the setting here in alignment from automatic to surface per vertex, and you can see what that's done is it's now following the shape of the cylinder. I'll go ahead and delete those faces, and then now we have our porthole. I am just going to select those edges and then extrude in. And then instead of creating the whole interior of this, I'm probably just going to extrude this all the way to the back and then fill the hole. Because when it actually comes to adding shading and things like that to this, you're probably not going to notice that. In fact, what we can do is we can kind of cheat it a little bit. If I just get rid of that face, pull these back, maybe have it come, actually let's delete this too. Let's re-extrude just so that maintains the curvature. And then what I can do is I can then extrude it out somewhat like this. And then pull back, because then it makes the space in the inside appear actually a little bit bigger than it is. And then close it off like that. And then when we come to light this eventually, you won't notice that that's just a gap like that. Right, if you were looking at this very, very close up, you'd notice it, but that's not what the intended purpose is. By all means, go ahead and model the interior of all of this if you'd like, but you don't have to. It's okay. Alright, so again, we're going to go ahead and select all the edges we need to bevel. Two divisions, reduce the fraction a little. I'm just going to add some holding edges. That can be quite important, especially when you're adding shapes like this, just because it helps make the topology a bit more even. And when we come to do UVs, it's going to prevent things from getting messy. And you can see this smooths quite nicely, even though the topology is pretty low, just because it's a very, like the hole is only, what, 2, 4, it's like 8-sided, right? So
it subdivides pretty nicely. Okay. Actually, let's pull this back a bit because I can see that's intersecting with the back wall. Something like that. Okay, cool. And then we'll duplicate this over. Nice, that's looking pretty cool already. I think what we'll do next is we'll focus on this part. So this part, actually, there's a big bit of wood that comes down from here and then curves up and it connects up to the prow up the front. But for right now, we're just going to focus on this part here. Okay, so first things first, I just want to double check that I have this coming out at the angle that I would like it to. I think I do. Then I'm just going to select that part and then Control 1 to isolate. I'm going to go ahead and add some bevels to this too, so we have the curvature remaining the same, or looking accurate. Okay, we'll smooth that. And then what I'm going to do is just make sure these edges, or not edges, sorry, these vertices connect up, are flush with this part. Okay, using our edit pivot tool that we've been using for a while now, just to get that to line up. At this stage, I'm going to stop explaining so much exactly where every single tool is, just because we've mentioned it so many times. But if at any point you are confused, feel free just to ask in the comments or even like revisit those earlier episodes. Let's pull this up slightly. Okay, we did just add the bevels to that, so I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this over. Don't worry about groups getting slightly like kind of messy at this stage. That's okay, it's going to happen. We can go ahead and clean it up afterwards and rename everything pretty easily. I have a script I can share with everyone to do that pretty easily. Okay, cool. So this part has a little bit of detail to it, but nothing crazy. So it's mainly just a block of wood like this, but it does have some nice subtle details to it. So mainly in the form of sort of these like insets. So I'm going to go ahead and just add one loop there, and adding these is actually incredibly easy. So we're going to select all those faces, we're going to come to extrude, and we're going to turn off keep faces together, right? Because if we just had that on, by default it would extrude in how you'd expect, right? When we turn that off, it now creates a separate face for each individual one, which is exactly what we want, because this part has these sort of indents, or whatever you'd call them, these grooves. Okay, then we're going to extrude in a little, not too much. Then we're going to extrude in again, and then come back out to about the same thickness. Okay, and then the same just on the edge here, offset. And this one just comes in once. Okay, then what I'm going to do is just select all of these. And, oh, actually, first of all, we need to specifically do these edges here, because these have a like a bevel to them. So I'm just going to select all of those, go to bevel, and increase the fraction until it's flush with the back. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and select all the edges and then bevel. Okay, and then that's added a bunch more dimension and shape to that piece. Okay, so we'll go ahead and delete that. Modify, reset transformations, and then inverse scale across. Okay, cool. And you can see how, like, in doing this process, as we go along, this is going to bring up the level of detail to be so much higher, right? Like, this is looking already so much less plain just because you have all these different surface changes. And there's not really any individual new pieces, right? Well, there are a few, but it's mainly just like these bevels and extra edges that's adding a lot of extra detail in the model, right? It's like catching the light. And a lot of the detail will come from that kind of stuff. There's some more advanced detail we can add later, where there's these sort of grooves that come in here and at the top, because these are kind of like pulley points for where rope comes down to hold on to anchors, but we can add that later. So for the time being, we'll just keep that in place like that. Okay, this shape here is pretty much final, so, or nearly anyway. We'll go ahead and refine it a little bit by adding a few more edges here, and then just using edit edge flow to get that looking more accurate. So this part kind of just needs to be rounded off. No, not like that. Kind of like this. Maybe one more in here as well, actually. Something like that. Okay, so we'll go ahead and add some bevels to this. The very front part here is actually a little curved, so we'll go ahead and add that in. Sorry. So that'll be maybe something like this. Okay. Then we'll go ahead and bevel everything else. Okay, we'll just select edges. Then we just need to pick all the edges that we need to keep as solid. That should be it, I think. Then we'll go ahead and add our divisions. Or segments, sorry. Okay, there we go, and then we have that nice smooth piece. Quickly go fix up the topology before we do anything else. Honestly, it's not 100% necessary to clean up these corners, but again, I just like to do it and it's good practice. Then the same here. There could be an uneven number here, but that's okay. There we go, that works. Okay, then we'll just do the same on the other side. Okay, great. So that's that part. And then while we're at it, what we might as well do is then also add that same curve to the bottom of the keel. So we go ahead and do that right now. One thing I'm not going to do though is bring it all the way back here. I kind of want this, I think we need this face to be flat. So we'll just do up to there. I'm going to turn on wireframe unshaded just so we can see that correctly. And then just increase the fraction. That does not quite line up for some reason. Okay, there we go. And then what we'll do is we'll probably just move this forward a little bit. And pull these down slightly. Just to get that to sit nice and flush. Okay, cool. And then that adds a bit of extra dimension for us. Let's clean up these. Put some loops going down the middle. It can take a bit of time to do this, but it really is worthwhile.
Like, especially if you want this to be a portfolio piece. Okay, great. Okay, next we'll go ahead and add bevels to these parts. Looks like we still have some leftover creasing, so we're just going to get rid of that. These parts are pretty much done. We're not really going to be carving anything into these, so we're okay just to add bevels and then leave and forget it. So we'll select all the parts that we need. Looks like we might have missed a part on this side, so I'm just going to go ahead and cut that in half, and then we'll duplicate that across in a moment. Okay. We also need this to have a bevel on it. Something like so. Okay, here we're getting a bit of pinching when we're smoothing, and that can happen sometimes if there's not enough divisions with a corner. I think in this case what we'll do is, because we want to maintain that topology density, I am thinking we may go ahead and subdivide this part, just this top part, one more time. Main reason for that being just to prevent that sort of thing from happening, because that can be quite a serious problem. We don't really want to have to deal with that. Okay, so we still have our backup lower resolution hole, so I'm just going to snap those vertices back into place. We'll just hide that lower resolution version. And what I'm going to do is I am just going to crease these, and then we'll go ahead and subdivide that once. Okay, just to keep that up at the same level. And then we'll do the same with these as well. So that can happen sometimes, and that's why we like to keep the topology nice and even and not make any changes until we're absolutely sure, because something like that can happen where we need to increase the divisions again. This might be not one of the most straightforward tutorials you've ever done, but I think it's just the kind of the nature of making something like this. Okay, great. Okay, let's delete this edge, and then we'll go back in, and then do that bevel again. Okay, just selecting the same edges, and then we'll go in and bevel. Okay, and that should be a little bit better. There we go. If there's still a little bit of pinching, in this case it's okay, it's going to get covered up anyway. So we'll just go ahead and fix that up. We could actually also just select these and then slide them along a little bit. Actually, let's move that back. Okay, that's okay for the time being, I think. Okay, so then we'll go ahead and make sure that the transforms are reset, duplicate it across, combine it. We're going to make sure these are perfectly symmetrical, and then we're just going to go to edit mesh and then merge, and that will combine these two together. Get rid of that last bit of creasing. Okay, I'm just going to move that vertice just to make sure it's all combined, and yep, looks good. great. We'll then also need to increase the divisions of this part. Oh, actually, no, it should be okay. Okay, then we'll do the same for this part here. Okay, and we'll make the fraction 0.2. And we'll just delete the center edge. We don't need that one. This will allow us to add quite a bit more detail later on actually as well, so I think ultimately that was a good thing that we did that. Okay, what we can add next is there's a bunch of pieces that come down, sort of that curve down around here and then come towards the front, and they sort of form this shape up here with a bunch of different curved bands. So we'll go ahead and add the first one in. And that's going to come off of this part here that juts out. Okay, so we're just going to take a cube, bring that over here, just to the bottom of this piece, and then just scale it down. And then we're just going to roughly align it in this little crevice here, where those two parts join. Okay, then we're going to rotate it so it goes in the same direction of the hole. Then we're just going to scale it down a little. Okay, and then again, remember the whole time I'm doing this, I'm looking at my reference images. Okay. So it kind of varies. On a lot of ships, they kind of start from around here, but on this particular one, it seems like it actually comes out quite far up to around here where my cursor is. But I think we'll add that in a second. For the time being, I'm just going to do it like this, and then we can extrude it out in a second. So we're just going to start out by blocking in the shape. So we kind of want it to come down. And then curve forward. So this kind of thing can get a little fiddly. And can require quite a bit of tweaking. So just take your time with this bit. Okay. We want it to come to around about here. Yeah, around about there. Okay, so I'm just going to make sure these faces line up and follow the hole. Okay. And then I just want to get the distance between the hole to be even. And we'll go ahead and add some more divisions in a minute. We're just keeping it simple for the time being. Okay, that might even be a little bit too thick. So we're going to go ahead and just make that a little thinner. Okay. Okay, just something like that. Could be this part needs to come forward a little more. Okay, we'll go ahead and add in another loop. And pull this down and out. Okay, don't worry if this part feels quite messy. It's okay. Like, part of, I think, getting better at this is just having the confidence to allow it to get a little messy, because it can happen, and it's okay. It's pretty normal. Okay, we're going to come back in and then make sure this lines up. And you can see, obviously, the shape of our hole isn't, you know, this part here isn't level with here, so this part might need to come out a little bit more than the part above it. Or this vertice, sorry. Okay, and then we have this big lip here, so that will have to come out more than the front part. Okay, we'll do an edit edge flow on that piece. Okay. Now, what we're going to do next is this part here actually has to come out quite a bit. Something like this. Okay, we're going to move that over so that's in the middle. Okay, we're going to add a few more loops in because this has to be somewhat rounded up here. Let me pull this back slightly. Go ahead and edit the edge flow. Okay, we'll have one come in a little. Okay, there we go. That shape's starting to look a little bit more accurate, but we still have pretty low level of resolution, so I'm going to add in a few more edges, edit the edge flow again, and because we've already taken the time to make sure that the rest of our edges are in the correct place, the edit edge flow should take care of most of that for us. Might have to make a few little adjustments. Make sure that's the right thickness. Add a couple of divisions there just to get that roundness in. Pull this back a bit. A lot of what I'm going to be doing when we're making this, especially these curved parts, is just kind of really making a lot of use of edit edge flow, because it helps so much to make sure things have like a nice smooth curvature to it, because a lot of this model will. And it's very important to get it right. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and add in another loop between each of these ones that already exist, just to really get that to look nice and even. Okay, then we'll just do all of them. And you can see it didn't really take that long to make that part. Okay. And then that's that part made. And then there's a few more as well that come off. Like there'll be a part that comes off around here. And they don't actually touch the side of the hole here. They're going to come out and sort of connect up to the front part here. But we'll probably look at that in the next episode. But like I said in the beginning, we're just going to focus on, I think, one part at a time. And feel free to sort of go further ahead, really. Because at this stage, you know, this is the fun part now. We're just adding all these lovely little extra details to really, like, flesh it out. And, like, it's still, you know, got a ways to go. But just adding these extra bits here makes it look so much cooler already. This is definitely my favorite part of the whole process. Like, the blocking, it's like, yeah, you have to do it, right? I mean, you have to do all of it, but this is where you can, like, really have fun with it. And even, like, if you want, like, you don't necessarily have to make it exactly the same as your reference as well, you know? Like, if you see in some other images something that you like, definitely feel free just to take inspiration from that and do that instead. You know, you don't have to follow it one-to-one unless you are trying to create something specifically, like, historically accurate. Okay, what we'll do is we'll just go ahead and add in a bevel now for this. Like so. Then again, soften edges. Then we'll reset the transforms, like with everything else, and then duplicate it across. Okay, there we go. And now this front prow part of the ship is really starting to take much more shape. If we go into our what's it called, like silhouette view, just because we don't have any light, like that already has so much more detail to it. That's looking really, really cool. And then in the next episode, we'll pick up and add even more detail, and then we'll finish off this prow section as well. Okay, so I hope you found that useful. I hope your model is going really, really well as well. Feel free to share any pictures or ask any questions. And yeah, like always, I'll see you in the next part. Also, just to note as well, we're a design agency, Summer Studios. We create photorealistic mock-ups, product animations, and some pre-made assets as well in the form of mock-ups and posters. We create vector illustrations, graphics, branding suites, you name it. So if you're interested in anything like that, also get in touch. Our email is always in the description, and you can take a look at our website as well. Hello and welcome back to our hard surface modeling tutorial in Maya, in which we're making this sailing ship. So last episode we looked at detailing some of the parts at the front, the bow. Is it the bow? I think it's the bow. The stern's the back. The bow or the prow, whatever you want to call it. Seeing as it's quickly approaching Christmas, it's the 23rd today when we're recording this, we're going to do a slightly shorter episode for this week and upload it same day, today. Just because you know how it is, it gets busy, and we're going to run out of time. But I figured in that case what we would do is we would tackle something that we're going to need to get around to at some point, and it's a little bit more difficult, slightly more time consuming and tedious. And what I was thinking is I'll show you how to do a few, or how I would go about doing it on the ship, and then you can go away and finish the rest yourself, because after you've done it a couple of times it should be pretty straightforward. So what I'm talking about is the portholes, the square cutouts on the side of the ship you can see here in our reference. One of the reasons why we have such a high resolution on this part of the mesh is because we need to cut a bunch of them in, and seeing as it's curved, we need as much like topological density as possible, so that we don't get any weird pinching or artifacts, right? Fortunately, this ship is only got 2 decks of them, basically. There's a few up here at the top of the deck, but, you know, you'd like some bigger ships. I've made one that's got 4 rows, basically, and it takes forever. So fortunately, we don't have to deal with that many. So literally all we're going to do is, I like to start from the middle, just because that's sort of like the simplest point. And you can see our lines are kind of lining up with the heights of these portholes. We might just be getting lucky in this one particular area, but you can see it doesn't quite line up, so we're going to have to do a little bit of manipulation. You're going to have to make sure that you have your side reference turned on here to get this as accurate as possible. And we only have to do one side, so we can just duplicate it across afterwards. There's 2 different ways we could do this. So we could go ahead, go into face select mode, and just select these faces here, right? 4x4. Delete those and then move the vertices. Alternatively, what we could do is we could get the multi-cut tool and go in and actually start cutting out the shape. So my thinking is there's another third way we can do this, and that is using the live surface or make object live tool or feature. I don't think we've used that in this tutorial yet, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're definitely going to use it now because this is going to make our lives a lot easier. Basically, what that will do for us is we're going to duplicate this top hole. We're going to name this top hole, not heel, top underscore hole underscore guide in all caps, just so that's nice and big and we can tell what that is. We're then going to turn on live surface, okay? And you can see in our outliner that's now lit up as green, just to tell us that that is in fact a live surface, okay? If we come over to vertex selection mode now and we select one of these vertices, you're going to notice regardless of where we have our mouse, it's going to say slide here. So you might have already guessed what this is going to do. Basically, it just means our vertice is, or anything that we select, be it faces, edges, vertices, is going to be constrained to this surface. So what this is going to allow us to do, if I come back into our side view and then delete these faces here that we don't need, is I can quite simply select all of these edges and then just move them into place of this porthole, and it's still conforming to the surface, right? And it's going to deform the topology a little bit. We can clean that afterwards. And also, because we have such a high topological density, what a tongue twister, it's not going to create that many issues if we do have some slight deformation like this, but because we're going to clean it up as well, it should be absolutely fine. So we're literally just going to select all of these edges, drag those into place like so it's roughly kind of in the center, and that gets us most of the way there. What we'll have to do next is just select the specific sides, and then just use our scale trick to get those to be on the correct plane, because while this ship may be curved, the portholes actually remain aligned to the ground, right? You can see these go straight rather than curving up, so we're going to have to do a bit of tweaking there. We're going to start in the middle just because those are the easiest to do, right? That's where the hull is pretty much parallel to the ground anyway. So we'll start with those, and I'm literally just, as you can see here, I'm just using techniques that we've already been using throughout most of the modeling process, just scaling, getting these things to fit roughly the right size. And I wouldn't worry about having okay, so now that's pretty lined up to our reference, and I wouldn't worry about having it perfectly exact every time. Just kind of get it roughly to the right place. We're going to go in afterwards and fill all of these in with the fill hole tool to get the right curvature later, but for the time being, this will do us pretty nicely. So that is pretty much how we're going to do every single one. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a few more for you. I'll probably take it up till this portion here, and we'll see where we get to. And yeah, like I said in the beginning of the video, feel free to go ahead, almost like homework if you like, even though it is Christmas time, so feel free not to do this. Obviously you're not obligated whatsoever. That'd be weird, but just in case if you want to, between episodes, go ahead and fill in the rest yourself. But yeah, so let's carry on with the rest of these. So pretty much I'm going to be repeating the same process over and over again. So we'll be coming over, selecting these 4x4 faces, roughly around about where each of these portholes are, just using this and dragging them over, and then making sure that our edges are straight. Okay, sometimes it might mess up a little bit here, but I think in this case we probably won't really have to do anything because they're kind of straight already. So you can really get through this quite quickly once you get into a bit of a rhythm. So fortunately as well, and this is like kind of a stroke of luck really, these are all lining up pretty nicely anyway. So we're not really having to edit these too much. And it just so happens that we've got 4x4 faces for each, which is a very, very convenient and happy accident. You could also plan that out in advance, which is what I would advise you to do.
So let's move these ones over. So you can see I'm already getting through these pretty quickly, right? It can be a little bit tedious, but it's just one of those necessary steps. And honestly, a lot of I would say a lot of getting good at 3D modeling is just being able to endure the tedium. Right, that's probably not very appealing, right? If you're thinking about getting into 3D modeling and I'm sitting here saying, oh yeah, there's going to be times where it's really tedious and you need to just be able to endure it. I feel like any kind of artistic process has that element of it, right? You could be painting and let's say you have to paint like 1,000,000 water drops. But a lot of people like that process. And it's the same for 3D modeling, right? It's kind of like, I think it's a little therapeutic. Like a lot of people hate doing UVs. And I used to be one of them too. And there are times where I'm like, oh god, I would rather be doing almost anything else with my life. But I think there's a certain like satisfying element of it where, you know, the UVs are so important in getting your textures to look correct. It's like rewarding in a way. And also I just like laying them out. Maybe I'm a psychopath. I don't know. But it's just one of those things you have to get used to. Especially if you're going to work in industry too, VFX or game. I can't talk on game so much just because I don't have the experience in that sector, but at least with VFX, things can get tedious sometimes. I remember one time I was working on Avengers Endgame. That was my first project out of uni when I got into VFX. And they needed me to basically clean up a bunch of LiDAR scans. LiDAR's like, I forget it's an acronym. I forget what it stands for. Laser imaging something or another. It basically just creates like captures a scan of an environment using lasers. And they had it from a bunch of different sets in like the battle sequence at the end, and that sort of ruined landscape. I forget exactly where it was, and I had to clean up a bunch of those, and it was just time consuming and boring, and it wasn't like real modeling really. It was just yeah, tedium. But you get projects like that, but it also makes the good projects so much more rewarding. And like, at least even if you're just doing this as a hobby, right, you're gonna still get these tedious moments when you're modeling things like this, but like it's all part of the process and it just comes together. And I would just say, just stick with it, enjoy it. And look, you know, we've nearly finished that single row of portholes already, and I've just been like waffling for like 10 minutes. So what we might be able to do, actually, I think I'll just do this entire row, shall we? Because there's something we're going to get into here, which is, you can see this what's it called? Brain work with me here. This band here, this thicker part here of the hole that comes out, this particular porthole actually cuts into it. This one too, and some of these up here. So thinking about it, we probably shouldn't have added these bevels. It's okay, we can clean that up. It's not the end of the world. Stuff like this will happen sometimes. It's my fault for not preemptively realizing, but you know what? Think of it as a learning experience. And it's relatively easy to clean up. So don't worry about it. And I'll show you how we do that in this episode too, just to save you any headache. And you can see they're all kind of like not perfectly level, they're a bit more level, right? Like it's like the curvature on the inside isn't as extreme as it looks like on the outside. The decks still do have some curvature to them, I think. Like you can see here, these are not perfectly level. I'm thinking maybe they I don't think they should be. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I know at least on the HMS Victory that I modelled last time, quite a while ago really at this point, there was some curvature. No, they were mostly straight actually. But that could be, I mean, that ship in real life has been refurbished so many times, you know, it could just not be the original anymore. Okay, so you can see here, this is where it's going to start cutting in, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take these edges, flatten them out, pull them down. Okay, so we have that hole, and you can see that it's cutting into this part. So what we're going to do, let's see here. What I might do, in fact, is I'm going to turn off the live surface for the time being. I'm going to go ahead and delete
What's the best thing to do here? To do this as easy as possible. Okay, what we can do is we'll go ahead and delete these faces, then double click these ones. Then we have this kind of lip here. I think what we can do is we're going to select our guide that we created earlier. We're going to go back to this piece. We're just going to remove the other side for the time being, so we can take it back across afterwards, because the portholes are symmetrical. Okay. What we'll then do is activate the live surface again. We're going to select this, go to vertex selection mode, select everything, and then just ever so subtly, scale it. Okay, that did not work too well. Basically, what we're trying to do is get it to align to the hull again. I think what we might have to do actually then is just go ahead and then delete all of these extra faces, unfortunately, but that's okay. It happens. Okay, now we know that's aligned again. So, it's not the end of the world. What we can then do is just select... actually, let's get rid of these bottom ones too. That's my fault for not preemptively thinking about it. I think I was getting too attached to making the details. That can happen. It's fine. But it's not the worst thing in the world, you know. This is pretty easy to fix. So we need to actually bring this up a little bit anyway as well. So we'll just go ahead and extrude that slightly up to about there. Okay. Then we'll select our guide again. Select that to be live surface. We're going to go ahead and select all these vertices along the top, except for these bottom ones. Then we will do that little scale trick. Just slightly. Then we'll just pull this over. Okay, and then we actually don't need this top edge, so we're going to remove it. Then what I'll do is I'll turn off the live surface and just get this to line up with that. Okay, great. So that's our shape back. We can do the same for this one up here too, and we will have to, unfortunately, but that's okay. Now what we can do, we know in this part we need to cut out our porthole. So what we'll do is I'm just going to select these two, isolate them just so we have it visualized. We will select our band only. Oh, let's get that. Oh, wrong one. Let's temporarily hide that. This is what happens when you have multiple objects sitting on top of each other. It can get a bit fiddly. Okay, there we go. Select only this one. Come over to the one we need to make a change to. Then all we're simply going to do is align this edge. Then we will... Let's have a look where we need to go here. I think it's here, isn't it? This might even be a bit too narrow. I think it is. It can get kind of fiddly sometimes with these blueprints. You can't always tell where things are supposed to be. Okay, let's bring back our guide. Okay, select our edges and then just slide those over. There we go. Okay, perfect. Okay, now that we've got that, we can then go and just select our face that we need, isolate. Okay, and then you can quite clearly see now where our cuts need to go. Okay, so we're just going to put that vertice there, this one here, just kind of getting them to line up. This one here, and this one straight up like this. Okay, confirm that, and then we're just going to delete these faces. And then we need to do some cuts here just to clean that up. And there you go. That is now our gap. And then we can go ahead and re-extrude this out and yada yada and do what we did afterwards. Okay, so let's go ahead and cut in this last porthole. Again, like with the previous few, we're going to select these faces here. Make sure our edges are nicely aligned with the reference. Oh, first of all, make sure you have your life surface turned on, otherwise you're gonna make a bit of a mess. If you're not sure whether or not you have live surface on, always come up here and double check, and you can see the exact object it's turned on for as well. Okay, like so. Then we need our bottom edge. Okay, scale that up, pull that up. Then our top one, I'm coming into this view, the perspective view, because occasionally when we're looking at it from here, we can actually see the other side of the hole. What we could do is go ahead and delete this side, because we're going to have to duplicate it across anyway. But for the time being, I'm not going to do that. You certainly can if you want to. Just pull that up. If it loses its shape, just remember to scale it again and it should fix it. Okay, we've got these vertices are probably a little too close together, but we can go ahead and fix that afterwards. What I'm going to do now is cut in the shape of our hole into this band as well. So I'm just going to straighten that out. Turn off live surface because we don't need that for this particular part. I am going to probably, it looks like here, because the edges are so close together, we can probably get away with just keeping some of these original ones. I'm just going to slide that over. Make sure this is roughly level. Again, don't worry if it's not exactly perfect. You know, these are handmade out of wood in real life, so there's bound to be some slight differences. Okay. We just go ahead and reverse that. Let's quickly clean up this topology here. So what we'll do is delete that edge. Probably bring this up like so. Pull this round. And just terminate that like that. And then here we'll have this come under instead. Okay, so we'll go ahead and delete these and these. Okay, have this come like this. Have this come up here, and then have this terminate like so. Okay. And that should end up being a bit cleaner for us. We might need to do some more cleanup later when we come to adding our holding edges and bevels, but that's okay. So we'll just go ahead and hide our guide, and there you go. So that is our first set of portholes. Let's go ahead and just turn off our reference here. Obviously right now we don't have any thickness in the hole, so you know, it's just looking black in there. We'll go in and actually add the decks as well, and the cannons sticking out eventually too, and the doors and everything like that. But for the time being, that is just quickly for this episode how you add portholes, or how I would go about adding portholes. And you can see in not too much time at all, you know, and you won't be talking over this while you're doing it, you can cut out these really, really quickly using the sort of technique that I just showed you. I'll get into showing you how to clean this up afterwards, I think, in the next part. I would say for the time being, just do what I have done. Clean up any triangles and n-gons where you can. If your topology is looking a little bit like this, which it probably will do, I'll show you how to clean that up afterwards in the next part using the live surface tool again. But for the time being, that will be it for this episode. I'm sorry it's a shorter one. Just with it being Christmas, things are a bit hectic. We're kind of running out of time. But I still wanted to make an episode for you guys just before, just to make some progress on this, and just to give you a chance to make some progress on it as well if you'd like to. But yeah, any questions at all, please don't hesitate to send them. We might not be able to answer as many comments over the next couple of days, with it being Christmas Eve and then Christmas Day here in the UK. But still send them through, and we'll try and get back to you as soon as possible afterwards. Like always, hope you enjoyed the video, hope it was helpful. And yeah, I'll see you in the next part, and have a very, very, very Merry Christmas, and a Happy New Year, and I will see you again in, well, sometime next Wednesday probably, and in the new year. So yeah, thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome back to part 10 of our hard surface modeling series for Maya. Been about a week since our last episode. I hope you all had a fantastic Christmas. The New Year's coming up, so this will be probably the last episode for the year until we go into next year. Episode 10 now, I think. Kind of wild that we're at this point already. I feel like we haven't really made that much progress looking at it. But I am happy where it's going, and I think last we left off, we were making these portholes, and we did this one deck here, and I think I said to you guys to go away and do the rest, and that's okay if you didn't do that, because for the opening part of this episode, I'm going to go ahead and quickly cut in the ones up the top here, because I want to start adding some more details to the side of the hole, and I'd also like to extrude this in to give it thickness, and then start creating the decks on the inside as well, because that can look quite cool. And if we get time, maybe we can look at making one of the like hatches as well, because we're going to have some of these closed, some of these open, and that would just look really, really nice once that's done. Sorry, excuse me. So anyway, if I sound a little bit different, I'm still slightly sick. I had COVID or some sort of flu or something over the Christmas period that always sucks. So apologies if it doesn't sound exactly the same as it normally does. I don't know why I'm referring to myself as it, but there you go. So we're just going to go ahead and cut in these holes. If you remember from last episode, we had a guide shape that we were using, and we were using the live surface tool. I think I also mentioned how to clean up this topology, so let's go ahead and do that first, just because I don't want to wait forever to do that. So we're going to turn our guide back on, unhide that, turn on our live selection, and then I'm just going to go ahead and select those two and isolate them. I'm now going to press on the keyboard Control, Shift, and Q at the same time. What that's going to do is that's going to turn on Quad Draw. This is quite a cool tool, actually. It allows you to actually this is used quite often for retopology, because you can kind of edit the mesh. And then if you have live surface turned on, which you normally would using this, you can kind of create topology on top of the mesh. So it's great for retopo, maybe for another video. But what it also is really good for is, if I turn on B, we can also soft select, which is really cool. And if we just hold down B and then middle mouse drag, like you normally would with soft select and regular polygon modeling, I'm going to hold down Shift, which will go into relax mode. And as when I start holding down left click, it's going to start evening out the topology around these portholes. And we don't really need to worry so much about our topology going in perfectly straight lines around these windows now, simply just because occasionally it will do the actual inner lines here. Like if I was to select this to begin with, it will, but as long as we select the ones on the outside, it won't do this edge here for our windows. So we're just going to go around and relax some of these. This isn't 100% necessary, but it's just something I like to do, because that way when it comes to adding holding edges and things, the topology is just a bit more even. We don't run into any weirdness, which hopefully at this stage there shouldn't really be much of, but you never know. It is Maya, and we are modeling a pretty complex model after all. Okay, so this one as well is looking pretty uneven, so that definitely needs it. Okay, so that just cleans that up a little bit. It might make your topology look a little bit less straight and perfect as it was, but it's still going to hold the shape nicely. Okay, so something else that we need to do is, if you remember correctly from the last episode, we realized that we actually needed to make cuts into this band here. And we did it for the bottom one because we've already done it for those. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete this side too, because we're going to have to do it for this one as well. So we'll just delete the parts we don't need, like last time. Okay. Check if there's anything else. So we got this bit here too. The reason I'm deleting this edge, or these faces, is because they're like leftover remnants from the bevel, and when we come to extrude this out again, because the shape has actually changed, they're not just holding edges, they're actually curved in, like you can see here, it's just going to cause issues, so we just get rid of them. And if we need to make any adjustments to the size or length of things, we can do that afterwards, but it should be pretty okay by the looks of it. It's not too much of a difference. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and start actually cutting in our upper deck portholes.
I think there are almost an even number of them here, or similar number. So like we did last time, we're just going to select our faces. We're doing what we're doing here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 by 4. Here. Here, this one's looking a little bit smaller, so we might only do 3 by 4 for this one. If you look here, it looks kind of a lot slimmer. I don't know whether that's... They might all be a little smaller. That does seem to happen. You do get slightly different, like, sized portholes, and of course you would, right? If you think back in the day, they were just making this by hand, which is crazy to think about. I feel like not a lot of things are done that way anymore. So we're just gonna go ahead and straighten this out. Some of the sizes of things might change a little bit. It can be a bit fiddly sometimes when you're doing live surface, but it will largely hold to the size. Okay. Sometimes you have to sort of like move around individual vertices. That can happen, but you know, it's not the end of the world. It's mainly, if you're going to run into issues, it will be like on, yeah, you see there, it's like got a mind of its own. Just keep dragging it into place and it'll be okay. If you run into problems like that, it will normally be around like areas like this where it starts to curve. Oh, we had selected a back vertice there. We don't want to do that. I must have moved that over last time. I don't remember doing that. Okay, we'll just delete that because we don't need it. And that will solve that problem. Okay, we'll go ahead and flatten this out. Oh. Like so. Same for this one. Drag that in. I think these might be slightly too high. I think that needs to be around about here. Yeah, there we go, more square. Okay, and just trying to keep these edges pretty even on all sides. Okay, then let's go ahead and make the rest. Yeah, these all seem to be a little bit smaller, which is okay. So we'll just do 3 by 4 for these. I don't know about you guys, but I'm still feeling pretty lethargic after Christmas. We had a lot of food and then came home with a lot of snacks. I think I've been eating nothing but chocolate and biscuits for the past 3 or 4 days. These ones here are looking maybe even smaller. It's hard to tell. Okay, you'll get this sometimes where the reference is just a bit hard to sort of decipher what's going on. That looks like that's 4 by 4 again. But it could also just be the way our edges are lining up. So we'll go back to 4 by 4 for this. That's okay. Yeah, it looks like the edge is right there. I mean, we have the topology density here to kind of like give us a fair bit of freedom. So it's not the end of the world if things are slightly different like that. Yeah, looks like we'll go back to 4 by 4. I remember when I had to do this for my first ship model, the HMS Victory, and this took a long time. I think I actually used the multi-cut tool to cut these out by hand, and it took a very long time. At the time, I didn't know about the... I didn't think to use the live surface feature for whatever reason. I knew about it. It's just one of those things in the moment you don't think about it. So I had to go and do all of those by hand. Yeah, we'll go with those ones. Okay, we don't need to manipulate these ones too much because actually with this we might get away with doing 4x3 in the other way. Okay. It would just be kind of like where your faces end up lining up. Like with this, we could do, maybe even just do 3x3. If I scale that up slightly. That pretty much fits perfectly already. I think that's just luck. Okay. I think what I'm going to do is I'll time-lapse, or in fact what I'll do is I'll pause the recording here, finish these off, just so the whole video isn't us making more portholes, because we've kind of already gone and done this, and I think you know how to do this at this point. So I'll pause the recording there and we'll come back when that's all done, and then hopefully by that point you've also got yours to the same point, and then we'll move on to adding the decks and extruding this and everything. So that is all the portholes cut out for the top portion of the hole. There's a few more that we need to add here, but we'll get to that later. I've also cut out the remaining parts from here, this band. We just did it the same way we did here. I've also realized that we don't need these to come as far along as they are, because they'll be contacting this part anyway. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and just cut this off, because we don't need it. And then quickly go and bridge these. And then we'll remove this. Okay, and then we'll do the same for this one too, probably. We'll just delete this guy. Oh no, that's the hole. We need that bit. Oops. This one. Okay, cool. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and extrude this again. Out a little bit. Just the same thickness roughly as the bottom one. Something like that. Okay, perfect. Right, now that we have the thickness in place for this, let's go ahead and duplicate this across. So we have both sides. Actually, no. I won't do that for the time being, because we're going to need to add holding edges to this eventually. So, looking at my reference of a real ship, we're kind of going to gauge how thick these should be. And the hull is relatively thick. If I had to guess, it looks about like 30 centimeters or so. It's kind of hard to tell just from pictures alone. We could probably find out. But just looking at some reference here, I'm going to go ahead and extrude about this much, I think. So it's quite thick, maybe thicker than you'd expect. Something like this, right? Because you think these things had to withstand like not only the elements, but also cannonballs occasionally. Something like this. So something about like this. We're just going to reverse the normals on this so we can see it properly. So that's given us the thickness we need. But what you can see here, because of the way we've extruded it, it's actually gone in this way. Whereas these should actually be level with the ground, parallel to the ground. So in order to do that, we're probably going to literally have to select like these edges, and then basically just pull them up like this until we're kind of level with the ground, and we're just going to eyeball that, right? So we'll go through and do that at some point, but for the time being we'll just leave it and we'll come back to it later, I think. So that's the thickness for our hull. Those are our portholes. We now need to start creating the decks. So for the time being, I'm just going to go ahead and duplicate this guy across. We're not going to combine it yet because it's not the final piece, and we'll need to do some extra work on this before we're done with it. But it's just to give us an idea of where the decks are supposed to be. Okay, so to create the decks, all we're going to do is we will just copy the top deck piece,
and then bring it down. I'm just going to isolate this part of the hull, and it seems to come down to around about here, just a tad below the portholes. We're going to need to adjust the shape of this because the portholes aren't quite as, at least this part of the deck isn't quite as curved as the top, right? So I'm just going to inverse scale it slightly until things kind of match a bit more evenly. Let's have a look from the 3D view, the viewport. Something kind of like this. Okay, it doesn't have to be 100% perfect because we're not going to be looking here much anyway. It's just for the inside, right? So the one we look from the outside, we don't just have nothing. Okay, that looks pretty good to me. So I'm going to go ahead and delete one side because what we want to do now is, if I just select the hull again and isolate these two bits, is we want to get this to connect up to the side of the ship. So I'm just going to go ahead, select that entire edge, and then just drag it over, and we'll see which point contacts first. So it looks like there, and we're going to see how far we can pull it forward, and it looks like we can almost just drag the entire thing to connect. We might have to move some individual edges ourselves here. So we'll move some of the vertices. So we're just getting these to contact the inside of the hull, and it doesn't have to be perfect, right? Because this shape, we're never actually going to see the edges of this. It's just for the inside of the ship to block the light and give a realistic look. We're not going to be looking in this particular model at the inside of the ship, right? We'll still give it a texture and stuff later, but it's just because it has to be there, and we're going to be able to see inside the ship. If we were going to have all the portholes closed permanently and it's just literally just a display piece, then we probably wouldn't bother. But because some of the portholes are going to be open, and that just looks cooler, we'll have some cannons sticking out, stuff like that, we want to make sure we actually have the deck visible. Otherwise it's just going to look hollow and that'll look kind of weird. Okay. Okay, and then we'll do the part up the front here as well, so I'll just extrude that. Go forward, bring that in, and we might just be able to get away with one extrusion. Yeah, looks like it. Okay, so I'm just going to reset the transforms, and then we'll scale that across. Okay, perfect. And then we're just going to extrude down slightly. About this much, probably, just to give that some thickness. And then, because we don't need this outside edge, we're just going to go ahead and delete that. Okay, so that is the top portion of our deck, and you can also see now we don't just have black in there because we have some of the hull, and that's starting to give a lot more, well, hull, sorry, the deck. So that's starting to give a lot more dimension to this already, which is nice to have. We'll go ahead and select that again, and our two hull sides, and then we're going to duplicate that and then pull that down. We might need to have a look at the curvature again. I think for the time being we'll just hide the top one. That seems to fit pretty well to me, so I'm pretty happy with that. We'll go ahead and get rid of the side so that we can adjust the size of this one. And then we'll just get this to fit too. Normally it would be a good idea to smooth this outer portion of the hull first, just so we know exactly what that's going to look like when it subdivides and we don't have any gaps from this part of the deck. But because the topology is so high, it's not going to be that much of a difference. Or the, what's it called, sorry. The topology density is so high. Okay, we might be able to do some of these all at once. Yeah. Okay. Again, don't worry about this outside edge being a bit wobbly. We're just getting it to contact. Okay, that might need to come down a little bit more looking at it. Around about here, maybe. Something like that. Okay, perfect. Then again, we will duplicate across. Combine and merge. Ah, okay, so we've got a bit coming out the back here. So simply all we'll do is delete that. Then pull that forward to around about here, probably. Okay, great, and then that's our 2 decks, and then we can see right in there, and we're not seeing any more holes. And that just already is starting to give so much more dimension to the side of the ship. We'll go ahead and start adding a few details to the side of the hull now as well, I think. Okay, so let's go ahead and add a hatch to one of our portholes. So there's this one here. Like I was saying earlier, we need to actually adjust these faces so that this bottom angle and top angle here is actually parallel with the ground or the waterline. That unfortunately is going to require some tedious work, and we're going to have to sort of do that manually. If any of you know of a better way to do that, please do let me know, because I would love to know. It would save us a hell of a lot of time. But for the time being, I'm just going to take one of those ones that we've done already and use that to create our porthole, or the hatch at least. So the way to do that is actually pretty simple. We're just going to go ahead and duplicate this. I'm going to go into face select mode and then select specifically these faces. Select, hold down space, select, and then inverse. And then that will give us just this inside part here, okay? This part's also quite tedious, but it's necessary because each one will have a hatch to it. I think these ones actually, funnily enough, thinking about it now, they might not have hatches. Some of the ones along the center line here don't have hatches. So maybe not this one in particular. Let's do this bottom one here. We will flatten this out. Actually, maybe that's a way to do it. Ah, okay, that's a better way to do it. If you just select these faces, then we're going to align the pivot point to that bottom edge, right? Because we want this to be the same, but it's just the inside one that stays, changes. And we'll just scale it. Okay, so again, we'll do what we did before. Duplicate, face select mode, hold down space, select, then inverse. Then all we're going to do is I'm going to delete these edges here because we don't need them for the time being. Then I will select all of these, deselect these, and then just hold down shift, right click, and go to bridge. Okay, we're then going to select these faces, delete them, hold down mesh display, and then reverse. Okay, and then that gives us a door that perfectly fits in. We'll then go back and add in our edges like this. And then now we have a perfect cover for it. So what we could have done, actually thinking about it now, is when we were making these, is kept them. I kind of like to do it this way. Maybe it's sort of like a weird OCD thing. That way I just know that I've made it from scratch and it's as clean as possible. And that's kind of the basic shape of our hatch. What we are going to do though is ever so slightly decrease it in size. Down to like 0.995 or something, right? Because it's a perfect fit, but it's not going to be like completely snug, right? There's going to be a small little gap. Also, there is, if you look at your reference of real life ships or models, they have a little smaller porthole or little hatch within the hatch. Not completely sure what that's for. If anyone knows, do let us know. But that kind of sits in the middle, so we'll go ahead and create that as well. So we'll just select the middle faces and then scale that down to about this size, something like that. I'm then going to go ahead and come up to edit mesh, and then we are looking for extract. Okay, that's going to create some weird groups in here, so we'll just pull that out. Then delete that group. Okay, I'll scale this down ever so slightly as well, probably by a similar amount. 0.995. Maybe go to 0.9. No, 0.95. 0.98. Something like that. Okay, cool. Now what we'll do is we can extrude this, and for these, we'll just, instead of using the, if I go back there, instead of using this or the thickness one, that's going to give us the same problem we had before where it kind of comes down. We want it to come straight back. So all we're going to do is we'll go to extrude and just press W on your keyboard to get up the translate tool. That's going to keep the selection of those faces that will extrude out, and then we can do it ourselves, and that will go perfectly in the direction that we need it to. Okay. These have some thickness to them, but they're not the exact same thickness as the exterior hull. So we're going to come out to around about something like this. Okay. Mesh display in reverse. Maybe a tad bit more. Something like this. Okay. So that's our hatch. We're then going to do the same with this part. We want that thickness to be the same. Again, just pressing W. Okay, perfect. There's also a bit of an inside lip on this part. So we'll go select all the inside faces, extrude, and then offset to about something like this. I think we actually want to keep these faces here. So we'll select these ones too, and then we'll just extrude back straight again, just a tad. Oh, we seem to have accidentally selected some outside ones. Just these inside ones. Extrude back. Okay, and then that's the basic shape of our porthole. We'll bring this back a little as well. Actually, leave that as it is. Okay, that's the basic shape of our hatch. This one, I mean, it's kind of up to you what you want to do here. I'm going to have these ones open. I think I want to have all of them open. You could have them all closed. It's kind of up to you, but I want to have some nice cannons sticking out of here. I think that will look really cool. Kind of like it's ready to like fight or something in some sort of battle. So I'm going to go ahead and group this, and we're going to call this lower underscore hatch underscore 001. Okay. And in order to get this to come out at the correct angle, I'm just going to set the pivot point to this area here. Okay. Keep that as it is, and then we're just going to scale it, or not scale it, sorry, rotate it. You can probably see here that's giving us some sort of weird offset rotation there, where it's not quite lined up with the hole. So to fix that, we're literally just going to use this part of the gizmo instead, and just gently rotate it into place. We'll kind of have these, and don't feel obligated to have these all open to the exact same degree, because they probably wouldn't be. I think these were just pulled up with rope on the inside. So there's no like advanced mechanism going on here. Okay, and this is where the real tedious part starts, to be completely honest with you. This part can take a while, but that's how you create just one of the hatches opened. And then we also need to create the mechanism that holds it in place. So if I quickly show you my reference here, some of our reference. It's a bit low resolution, but this is the HMS Victory, and you can see here there's these ropes that come out from here and come down to here. And if I look at this model here, you can see the exact same things represented, and there's these kind of metal bars here that come out on hinges. So I think what would happen is, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, there's the crew on the inside would pull on these ropes, and that would lift the hatch up. Okay, and then it would pivot on these hinges here. So we'll go ahead and also add those hinges, and then I think what we'll do is we'll get this hatch done, and then that will show you how to do that. And then if you want to, like with the actual portholes before, you can go ahead and just populate the rest of those yourself, and then we'll come back and pick up from that point in the next episode.
Okay, so let's go ahead and add in those other connecting pieces that we need. So again, we're going to start with a cube. I'm just going to hold down V to vertex snap it over to the hatch, and then I'm just going to lift this up. Okay, we're going to go into vertex selection mode, and we're just going to drag it up to the point where it gets close to the hole, and then drag this down towards the bottom, like so. And it's a pretty simple mesh. I'm going to pull this out here. Scale that down slightly. And we're going to pull these down until they contact. Okay. Then pull these out. And so we can create one piece, and then that will kind of do the job for all of them. But you will have to edit the shape a little bit for all of them, unfortunately. Because the hole has quite a dynamic shape. The position of these and the curvature of these is going to change from hatch to hatch. It might be similar for the ones in the middle, but then the ones on the side, it's going to be quite different to the ones in the middle. So this part really can be quite tedious, but it is very much worth it because it's going to make your model look a lot cooler in the end. But yeah, we can definitely get away with just making one and then adjusting it to our needs for everything else. So I'm just going to add, with the multi-cut tool, a couple edges here. Just 3, because we only have 3 running across here, right? Just to about there, so the curvature maintains the same. Okay, I'm then going to go ahead and select these. At this stage, unless you're trying to make your model completely accurate, I would say just start adding your own flair if you want to. I'm going to have these be beveled at the edge, or rounded off, just because I think it looks quite cool. Only 2 divisions, we don't need to go crazy. There we go. And then what we're going to want to do next is we need a cylindrical piece here. Okay, so in order to do that, I'm just going to pull this back slightly. Just going to isolate that, select this, extrude out, and then extrude up. Okay, I'm then going to add a loop there and a loop there. What I'll then do is select these faces, and then we should be able to circularize those. Okay, we've got some weird twisting happening, but that's okay. We'll just get these aligned here. Twist that back into place. Okay, there's some weird misalignment here, but that's okay. We'll fix that up real quick. Like so. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Now that's nice and even. I'm gonna just pull that back again till it's sort of in this crease. Okay, and then what I'm also going to do is I'll add a loop there, and then I'm just going to lift this up, just so it's slightly off of the hull, and pull it forward a little bit more. Okay, then what we need to do next is actually create a separate piece, so I'm going to duplicate this, and rotate this around the other way. Okay. Then we're going to want to bring that over. And this is kind of like the reverse piece, right? Just going to get a little fiddly here. But it doesn't have to look perfect. These are so small that if it's slightly off, you won't really notice it. And also, even if it is, that's kind of just going to add character. I'd say you don't want this to look perfect, like mechanical anyway.
We'll rotate that up until that kind of fits to the side. Actually, thinking about it, I don't think we really need that piece. This kind of just connects to the side of the hole. I think mechanically, obviously, it's going to work a little bit different, but we're not really worried about how it's going to work exactly, because we're never going to be that close to it, right, to see these. So all we're going to add is an extra little piece that comes out from here that kind of just implies that it would function. Rather than it actually having to function. A lot of when you're modeling is making things look like they can work without necessarily having to work. There are times certainly where things have to work, but this is not one of those cases. And you certainly can do that if that's what you want to do, but for the sake of this tutorial, we're not going to. We're just trying to get it to look the part. Okay, so that's one. We'll go ahead and duplicate over the next one. Push that back slightly and plop that there. Okay, so that's the opening mechanism. We now need to actually do the pulley section. So we're going to start with a cylinder for that. There's going to be quite a lot of these, so I don't want these to be particularly high poly, so we'll set the subdivision axes to 8. And we're going to need 2 of these. We'll rotate that 90 degrees and pull it up to around about here, I think. And just pull that back till it contacts with the hole. And then rotate it so it aligns correctly. Somewhere like this. Okay, then we're going to select these faces here, extrude in a bit. Okay, then we're going to extrude that out, and then pull it down, and then rotate it, and then just reduce in size. And this is where our rope's going to come out from. Might increase the size of this a bit. Okay, and we kind of want this to be pointing directly towards this part here, because that's where the rope's going to connect. So we'll just eyeball that for now, but we can make that a bit more concrete in a moment. Pull that over a little. Okay, we then need the point that it's going to connect to. So we'll go hold down shift right click, create a torus. That's just a little, I'm forgetting what this is called for some reason, a ring, a chain link. Sorry, it's been a long day. We'll set that to 8.2. And we'll select the section radius, or set the section radius, sorry, to 0.2. Rotate that so that's kind of lining up there. Then I'm going to set the pivot point to the middle portion of this ring so that we can get that into place correctly. And then rotate it so it's kind of pointing towards the rope point, like so. Something like that. We can always adjust that in a moment. Then we'll go ahead and add a cube again, and this is just a point for where the torus connects to, just so it's not floating. Even though this is small scale, we still want this to look as like physically accurate as possible, even if it's not going to work 100%, right? Create something like that. We'll just round off the edges. Give that 2 segments, just so that has a nice point to connect to. Then all we're going to do is get a cylinder. We could create some actual rope for this, but we'll probably just add a texture instead. It's a lot easier with a normal map. Set the subdivision axes again to 8. We're going to set the pivot point just at the top here. I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees and just snap it to this point where the rope comes out from. Reduce it in size a bit, pull that back. Then I'm just going to select these ones and then snap these over to the middle like so. We'll rotate the faces. We'll have it come back like that. Okay, and then to have that look correct, we could then even go ahead and duplicate this. Pull that back. And then maybe scale this down a little bit. And then if we go to
vertex selection mode, double click on the move tool, and then change this from object to normal, and then drag down on here. We can actually increase the thickness of this so it matches the original rope. Set that back to object. Okay, and then that's our first bit of rope. We'll then go ahead and just select all of these, freeze the transformations, duplicate, and then move over. And that should mostly fit. And there you have it. That is our first hatch and all the details ready to go with it. There is, I think, one other little detail that goes on the front here. That kind of just looks like a ring. So we're going to get a cylinder. Again, we'll set that to 8.2 because it's going to be quite small. Bring it over here. This is just kind of the hinge for this part opening, but this is going to be quite tiny, so we won't make it too complicated. Bring that up. Make sure this is aligned with the shape or the curvature of our hatch. Pull up. We're then going to pull up the bottom faces. Get those to sit just above the hatch, like this. Select these interior faces, extrude in, because we want this to be a ring. Delete. Okay, we're then going to bridge these faces here. Okay, and there you go. There you have it. That's the detail that we're going to add. So this isn't 100% functionally correct, but we're not going to be looking at it from too close, right? That's something you do a lot of the time when you're working with 3D modeling, is you're always making the model for spec or for purpose. We could do this as 100% accurate, perfectly like high detailed from any angle, but that's not exactly what we're doing here. We're just kind of showing you how to make a ship like this, probably to be viewed from an angle like this. And from here, like, you can't really even make out some of those details, but they will work from this distance. Okay, let's go ahead and add these extra elements to our hatch group. Okay. And that is our hatch. And we can go ahead and keep these top elements here. We can duplicate these and reuse them. Annoyingly, we will have to manually replace all of them. Fortunately, this one doesn't have too many portholes, but we will have to create this hatch from scratch every time, just because it's going to be a completely different shape. You could maybe duplicate it. I wouldn't, because you're going to end up having to change the shape of it anyway. But that's how I'd go ahead and create one of the hatches, and I'll leave it to you, some homework if you like, to go ahead and create the rest of them, and we'll pick up from there in the next episode. Starting to get a little bit more complicated now, adding some more smaller details, but it's getting to that point in the model. It's a pretty important step. Again, hope you enjoyed. Any comments at all, please do let us know. That'll be the last episode for the year till 2025. I hope you've been enjoying the series up until this point. Thank you so much for watching over the past couple months. We are also a design agency. If you're interested in having any work done by us, we always put our links in the description. We sell pre-made mock-ups, 3D assets, illustration packs for icons and things like that. We make logos, 3D animations, and all sorts. And we also make educational content like this on YouTube. So again, from us here at Someday Studios, thank you very much for watching. And have a very happy new year, and we'll see you in 2025. Hello and welcome back to our Maya hard surfaces tutorial. It feels like it's been forever since the last episode, just because I think we've had New Year's. First of all, Happy New Year. Hope you had a great time, whatever you did. We ended up just staying in. It was quite nice to watch the fireworks on TV. I was thinking in this episode, we'll pick up where we left off. So last time, I think we were doing these hatches, weren't we? So I just made one. I'm going to go ahead and put the rest of those on my portholes later. I'm not going to do that in the video because I don't want to waste all your guys' time watching me do something that I'm sure you may have already done. So I'll do that in my own time. I figured today what we'll do is we'll tackle one of the harder parts of this model that we've kind of left on its own for the time being, which is this back portion here, rear cabin, whatever we want to call it. We kind of blocked it in and just left it as it is. And I want to bring this up to the same level as everything else. So what we're going to do to start off with is I've gone ahead and just recombined these two parts here. So if you remember correctly, we had this bottom part here and this top part as a separate piece of geometry. So I've gone ahead and just combined those into one, because what we're going to do right now, this is kind of coming up straight on the sides. I I might also just remove some of this stuff for the time being. Yeah, because we don't want that right now. This is coming up almost straight, and we don't want it to come up quite as straight as that. Looking at my reference, it's sort of got more of a inward curve or diagonal line to it that I'd like to bring back. So we're just going to use our lattice tool to do that. We're going to reduce the divisions in T just to 2. Select our lattice points, and then we're just going to... We don't want to do all of these at the top, right? Because we want to keep this curvature up here. We're just going to do the bottom ones here. So we're just going to scale this in a little bit down to something like this, just so it's kind of following the shape of the outer hole. And then that has brought some of this in a little further than I would like, but that's okay. We can go ahead and edit that. So that gives us the basic shape now. I'm just going to go ahead and delete one side because we don't want to have to do this twice. We just want to do it once. What I'm going to do now as well is I'm going to delete these faces because we don't need them. We kind of just want this bottom portion here, which is where the window is going to be. If I turn on our reference again, you can see kind of where that line is. I'm going to bring this forward just to keep that straight line there. I think for the time being as well, I'm going to go ahead and just delete these edges because we don't really want these right now. I'd rather have this come up as straight as possible to make our lives as easy as possible. This right now is intersecting kind of weirdly. Don't worry about that. That's okay. We can fix that later. This portion is quite hard to do. I'll be completely honest with you. The first time I ever did this on my first model, it took me maybe a week to get this right. After a few rebuilds, it's just quite tricky. So don't beat yourself up if this is quite hard. Honestly, I've been thinking about it in my head for a little while now on how exactly we're going to do this. But don't you worry. We'll get to it. So what I'm going to do first is just extract this off. I have a tool to do that, but I won't use that because you guys might not have that. We'll just go to edit mesh and then extract and separate that guy from the rest of our geometry. Okay, we're going to keep this part separate because this actually has to come out a little more than this portion here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete this edge too because I don't think it's doing us any favors and we want this to come up straight really. On top of that, then what we'll do is we'll pull in this vertex a little bit so that lines up nicely. There we go. I think this bit got a bit messy when we first made it, so we're just doing some cleanup. We're just going to pull this out a little bit. Maybe out to somewhere like this. That looks pretty good to me. Just double check my reference. It would vary if this was like a multi-tiered one, but it's not. So I think that's going to do it for us. Let's have a look. Okay, so now that we've got that coming out a little bit further, we've got a bit of a lip, we're actually going to extrude this forward. If you remember correctly, I'm not just going to do this with the extrude tool because that's going to go straight up. That's not what we want. We want this to actually come forward like this, right? So at a bit of an angle. We'll go into our side view just to see how thick that should be, and it looks like about there. It's pretty dense piece of wood. We'll just reverse that. That's going to create a face on this side. We don't need that because eventually we're going to mirror it across. We'll just delete it. What we're then going to do is, this varies from ship to ship, but on this one there's quite a bit of a curve to this portion. So we are going to go ahead and add that in. We're just going to do that with a bevel. We'll just start off with 2 divisions. Down to something like that to start off with. I think that should be okay for us. Let's have a look. Okay, yeah, that looks about right to me. And then also, this part kind of comes up in the middle too, so we'll just select these vertices. I'm going to go ahead, double click our translate tool, go to edit pivot, select there, so it's aligned to that, just because we need to bring this up slightly to give it some curvature. Okay. We're then going to go ahead and go to modify, freeze transformations reset, duplicate, and minus the scale in X to create the same on the other side. And then we're going to combine this. Go to edit mesh, then oh, sorry, not merge to center. That'll just delete the object. Edit mesh, then merge, just to combine those two bits of geometry. So you see these vertices are now connected. Sorry. We're then going to go ahead, select this edge, and bevel it again, because there's another little bit of a curve that comes up in the middle here. It seems to be around this sort of thickness. Okay. We're going to go ahead, select that. Okay, again, we're not going to use this tool because that's just going to bring it straight up. We don't want that. We want this to follow the shape of our mesh. So we're going to go back, edit the pivot again, align it to this face, and then pull it up slightly. Okay, not too far. We're about here. Okay. Then we're going to go ahead and add some more bevels to this. Adding bevels sometimes when you have edges like this can be a bit tricky. It can sometimes cause some issues, so I'm just going to go ahead and delete these edges. And don't worry, that's okay, even though it has made one massive, horrendous angon. We're going to take these edges, pull those in slightly, just to give it a bit more of a slope. Okay, then we're just going to select both of these, bevel edge, set our divisions to 2. We don't want to go any higher for now, just so we can get this blocked in. And just increase the fraction to, I think, 1. And we'll maybe increase the segments to 3 just to give some more curvature to that. Okay. We're then going to go ahead and add a edge in the middle. So we're going to use our multi-cut tool. Going to hold down Control, middle mouse click to put that in the middle. Hold down Shift so it goes perfectly in the middle, and do all the way around. Couple extra edges here we need to get rid of, so we'll just delete those. If you have them, that is. Control delete instead of just delete, so it gets rid of the vertices. We're then going to pull that up again. Okay. Like so. And then we'll just bevel that again. Just to give some nice curvature. We'll do 2 divisions probably. Okay, that looks pretty good to me. And then we'll leave it like that for the time being. Okay. What I might do as well, actually, is just add 2 more divisions here. We can delete this side again, because we'll come back to that later. And then just edit edge flow on these. Just to give that a bit more curvature, because it was looking a bit too... oh, got a vertex there we forgot to get rid of. Just to give that a bit more curvature, because it was looking a bit plain. Okay, great. So that's the back shape. And then what's going to happen is this portion here will have the windows. Like if we look at our side, you can see that has the windows here, right? Kind of from this line here. Then you've got this part here, and it comes down and connects up to the hole. And this part here kind of just curves, comes up and then curves in, right, up here, rather than going all the way to the top. And you have a bit of some space up here, right? This part here could be a little too high. Or not. Actually, no. You know what? No, I think that's okay. But you can see here we've got it clipping in, so we'll have to go ahead and adjust that, and we'll do that in just a moment. But already that's looking so much better than it did, right? Before it looked like an eyesore, and it's really starting to bug me. That's why I wanted to do it in this episode. Okay, so now that's done, I've just noticed as well, this isn't quite following the line, so we're going to go ahead and fix that too. Lattice tool, 2 divisions in T, select these back faces, and just whoop, right over, subtly, not massive change. Little things like this can happen. I'm going to look from the side again, because I want us to separate this bit of geo here. So we're going to pull down that vertex, okay? Going to select these faces, and I'm going to go ahead and edit mesh and extract. It has this separate piece. Okay. Now we can just focus on that one piece, and then we have this part below, which we'll then work with as well. And yeah, and like little weird things like this, where there's like a dip per kiss, this will get fixed, because what's going to happen is we're going to end up having trim to this, and these ships were never 100% straight. The amount of wonkiness you'll notice if you look at these in real life is all over the place, right? They're not like perfectly machined. Real life ships aren't either. They're huge. But especially these, it's just wood that they shaped.
So we have some leeway there. I'm going to quickly edit this part here. What we'll do is delete the other side, because we don't want to do it twice again. As always, if you have symmetry, delete the other side to save yourself time. We're going to use the multi-cut tool to add an edge. Just pull that back. I'm holding on Control and Shift here, by the way, to slide it along the edge, because I want to get this to kind of contact nicely. Something like this. Yeah, so we just want this to be touching a little bit. Because obviously in real life it would be. We could fake it, but I generally don't really like to do that. I like to actually have things end where they should. So we'll delete that, and then we'll go ahead and bridge these edges, so that gives us a flat face, like that. Gonna have to edit this slightly, but that's okay, we can just do one at a time. Control Shift again to get that to slide. Oh, it's a bit tricky sometimes. Might have to do some individual ones. Generally when I do this, I kind of just go until you can just about see the edge poking from behind. Yeah, something like that should be fine. Don't worry about this edge being off here, that's okay. Alright, perfect. This is also intersecting a bit, but we won't worry about that for now. I want to go ahead and make this top part here. So to do that, I'm going to duplicate this guy. We'll just pull him out of the group as well. Don't know why I'm giving him he, him thing. We will select edge, double click those guys, pull those out, and I'm just going to pull that in like this until it connects, because I want this to have a flat top, like a nice surface to work off of. I'm then going to flatten that just by holding down, pressing R, going to scale mode, doing this till it won't go anymore. Okay, left click, dragging, scaling X. I'm going to press Control 1 just to isolate that. Come back to this, and then I'm going to hold down V to vertex snap to there, and then I'm just going to pull these in till they contact the hull. I've only got a few to do here, so it's not too bad, because we want this to follow the shape of the hull, right? Again, like we were doing just above. Pull this one in a little bit, and this will just give us a nice flat surface to work off of. This guy comes a bit too far forward, so for the time being, let me just redo that. So for the time being, I'm going to object select mode, select those two, Control 1 to isolate, and we'll just go into vertex selection mode. Again, if you're not sure how I'm going into this wireframe mode, press 4 on the keyboard, 5 to go back to normal. Excuse me. Control Shift just to slide these back again till they just about contact, like that. And then this one here, we'll do that ourselves. We'll get that, align that to that edge. I would strongly recommend you keybind this, by the way. I've done that already. It's D for me on, on the keyboard. Sorry about that, my throat's getting a bit stuck. I've been eating a bunch of shortbread biscuits that we have left over from Christmas. I probably shouldn't, because they'll make me fat. They're like 150 calories per biscuit. But they're just too good, so I can't help it. From M&S in the UK, if you've ever shopped there. A little bit of an expensive supermarket, but fantastic biscuits. Anyway, let's get away from biscuits. Okay, so that gives us that nice flat top. And then I'm just going to go ahead and take a peek at my reference again. So what we need to delete that guy actually, because we had a duplicate. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this guy again, right? Isolate Control 1 with our new one. Go into face select mode, and we're just going to delete these because we just want that top surface. Okay, now that we have that, we can go ahead and start making the part at the top that kind of slopes up. So I'm going to be looking at my reference a fair bit in this part, just to see exactly where this is supposed to go. Because this part can be quite tricky, but that's okay. So let's go into our side view and look here. So it's starting from about where we want it to. The angle isn't quite right, but I would say don't worry too much about that.
I'll just go ahead and extrude this directly up, and then we'll just pull it back a little so the angle stays the same, like that. Okay, we're also going to then pull that in till it contacts here, like so. And maybe we'll rotate that a little, just so we can get it to follow that line. Okay, great. So that's our first part. And it'll be stepped again here. We'll probably want this to come in more this way. So I think what I'll do is... we could do this with a lattice. We'll see how that goes. 2 divisions in T, because we want to make big changes, right? Let's go ahead and just pull that in like that. It's changing a little bit too much, so I think in this case lattice might not be what we want. We could just select the edges themselves. Just these ones here. Okay, and pull that out to maintain the curvature. Okay, that's looking a bit better. What we then want to do is, you can see here there's a bit more curve going on, so we're going to go ahead and select these, hold down Control Shift and just pull these out of the way. We're then going to go ahead, select these, and I'm going to, just for future reference, if you want to edit pivot, double click this, edit in here. I'm going to start using my keybind from now on, because I feel like we've gone over that a few times already, just to speed it up a little bit. And I'm going to drag it back this way. Okay. So that's going to create a bit of weirdness in our curvature here, but that's okay. We can go ahead and edit that. Let's hold down Control Shift and then slide it a few times. Same here as well. Just to keep that nice and even. We'll pull this back to... we can probably delete this edge here, actually. I don't think we need that. Okay, that is looking great. There's a bit where it disconnects here, but don't worry, we can fix that later. So next we need to have this come up again. So I think we'll do what we did last time. I'm going to duplicate, delete the faces. The reason why I'm not doing this as one piece is because I kind of like to keep what we did before. I don't want to extrude something off of the other bit of geo when we can just make this a separate piece. It would probably be separate anyway in real life. So we're going to do exactly what we did before. Extrude up till about here. Yep, that looks about right to me. Then pull it back to about here. Yep, that looks good. And then we'll just pull this in till it contacts. Might need to do some editing with the contact point there, but that's okay. Like before as well, we need to adjust the angle here, so we're going to select all of those and then pull those in. So about something like that. And again, same here, we'll bring some of these vertices out, just to bring that curvature back. We'll also slide this back, because we need to bring this guy back here. For the time being as well, I'm going to delete these inside faces. We don't quite need those right now. Same for this as well. We don't quite need those. Okay. We'll come back to our side view. Delete that vertex there. And then we'll just pull this back. Oh, we've got 2 vertices there. So if that happens, I just noticed while we're pulling it, we're getting, you see there's one on top of the other. Just hold down left, click, drag over, hold down shift, right click, go up to merge vertices and merge vertices to center. That will then merge those and get rid of our double vertice. Okay, I'm going to align the pivot point to there, and we're just going to slide that back again. Like that. Okay, and then again, like before, we're going to just go ahead and fix that curvature a little. Okay, brilliant. Okay, there we go. That gives us our top shape. What we need to add now is some trim up here, and by that I mean these parts here that you can see that kind of come out a little. Before we do that, I'm just going to go ahead and select these edges here, because I want to bring these in a little bit, just so there's a step. Nothing too crazy, just a little bit. Okay. Looks like we've got some double vertices here as well. That's okay. We'll just do what we did before. Hold down Shift, right click, merge vertices, merge to center. Delete any extra edges we don't need, or vertices we don't need, sorry. And we'll just pull this back so that gap there stays consistent. We may have some extra vertices here by the looks of it. Yeah, we do. Okay, I just didn't notice that before. We'll go ahead and merge these as well. Same way as before. Okay, and then delete that extra vertice because we don't need that guy. Okay, brilliant. Also, what I like to do as well, we've gone over this before. We're just going to edge select mode, if it will let me. Select these, hold down space, mesh display, soften edge, just so we can see that curvature a bit more easily. Okay, next, now that we've got this part, we're going to create this bit down here. This part is pretty straightforward as well. It's kind of like up here, except it comes down here and kind of curves off a bit and flattens off. It can be a little bit tricky if you haven't done it before, but that's why we're doing this tutorial. So we'll duplicate this. We're going to make a flat face again. Just going to go ahead and extrude these in, like so. Okay. Pull that back till it contacts there, because we want a nice flat surface to work off of. Okay. We will then probably target weld this there, and then like before, we're going to pull these vertices out till they just about connect. Like so. Oh, it's a bit fiddly sometimes. Okay. There we go. Again, you can see it's all starting to connect up now, right? Like we've got this line following here, this part coming up here. These parts all join together quite nicely. So we have this part here, and that should stay straight like this, but then below here, this is where it starts to come down. Thinking about it, we might be able to get rid of these faces here in a minute, but I'll leave those there for the time being. Okay, so we'll delete our old one and just keep that as is. I'm then going to go ahead and duplicate this because we want these faces on the bottom. Select and inverse and take just that bit in particular. We're going to extrude down, and for the time being I'm just going to make this as one piece, just because in this particular instance here it will be easier. Okay, like so. Now this is where this can get a little bit tricky. The connection points here, okay, so that's mostly lining up. You can see here, right, the point where it connects. So the connection points here can get a bit fiddly. So let's have a think about this. We're going to need these edges to come here. We're going to have to manipulate this quite a bit. And then these edges to come back like this, because we want these to follow the shape of the hole here. Okay, I'll go ahead and align that to our edge. Pull that back out. We kind of want this to line up. So we're going to add another loop. We're then going to push this back. About something like this. Okay, that's actually not far off what we want. Okay, we're going to want this part here to have some curve to it. So we're going to bevel, add a few segments. Like so. Okay, and this part here, we also want this to have a few segments. I think here I'm going to go ahead and just do some manual multi-cutting, which is what we have to do sometimes to get this correct.
we're going to just join that up there, and then I'm just going to pull this forward until it contacts with the exterior of the hull. And then literally we're then going to take this edge up to here, just like that. Then we will delete these faces because we don't need them anymore. Same for these ones as well, really. Okay. We'll then select these guys, pull them out, scale that back. Just get that to come and slip just in there. Okay. Nearly perfect. We'll just do a bit of cleanup here so that this doesn't look too ugly. I think here it might be best that we actually have a bit of a lip. Just so there's something for us to bevel later. Let's isolate that, we can see that a bit easier. Okay. I think we'll detach these edges here. Actually, you know what? For the time being, we'll just merge this. We'll make our lives easier, shall we? Okay. Just going to fill hole. I have that keybound as Alt-1, but you can also just hold down Shift, right-click, and then go to fill hole. And then we're literally just going to connect these. And then this topology here we need to fix, so we will just pull that down like so. Okay, let's go ahead and add, I think, another loop going along this way. We'll just manually get that to work there. Just because we need a little bit more curvature here to get this to follow. Adjust this slightly. And we'll do one more up here. Don't worry about that not going all the way across. We'll just go ahead and fix that. That'll create a triangle there, but that's not the end of the world. Triangles really aren't that bad sometimes, you know? Like if you're doing a piece of geometry that really needs to deform, like for character modeling, or something like that, they can cause issues. But you're still, you know, with a hard surface model like this, it's really quite okay. Okay, great. Don't worry about this part overhanging here, because we're going to have a piece of trim here that comes around. Alright, perfect. That's really not that far off now. I think we'll go ahead and add the trim. One thing that I do want to get rid of now, though, is these parts that are clipping. So I'm just going to get the multi-cut tool. Oh, this seems to have not merged properly. It's just the vertices on the end here. We're just going to cut off some of the parts here that we don't need because they're sticking out the back. We'll just put some edges there. Delete those. That clears that up. Then here, literally all we're going to do is select these. We might have to delete more of these later, but for the time being, I'm just going to pull those back a bit. So they're just not sitting in quite as much. We'll go ahead and duplicate this across, just so that we can see which part here is sticking through. I'll line that up. Okay, perfect. And then that's that back section blocked in now, really. That's a lot cleaner, isn't it? And it kind of connects nicely. You can see it rolls down there. This bit of wood here, we actually want this to stick out. I think let's go ahead and adjust this here, because we need this to follow the curvature of the hole. I had so much trouble doing this for the first time when I made this model, one of my older models. But I think, like, after doing it and looking at the reference for so long, it just kind of clicked. If you run into any trouble doing this, don't hesitate to ask questions. I'm always happy to help. Even if you want to send us a video of what you want to talk about, or drop us an email or something. We've had those before, and we're always happy to answer any questions you might have. This part here, I think let's pull this guy out a little bit.
I'll flatten these. Okay, great. Okay, that's made a huge amount of progress and cleaned that up, and it's going to save us having to make that later. Okay, perfect. All right, let's go ahead and add some of the trim in here. So to do that, there's a couple ways we can do it. One way I like to do it is literally just come to our side view. Okay, I'm going to select our side reference and that piece and then just isolate the two. I will literally just add, I will duplicate this, pull it out just so we can see it a bit more easily. We'll just isolate that again. Then I will go ahead and add an edge, not an edge, yeah, an edge, sorry, where the trim ends. Okay, just going to delete that because we don't need that guy. And then I'll just delete the faces that don't correspond to the trim. Okay, this guy as well probably. Okay, we want this to come back so that it actually contacts with this back panel. Okay, and this is a what looks like triple tiered piece. So we're going to go ahead and add a couple extra edges. And to do this, all we're going to do is extrude out once. I like to, again, have them come straight out like this. Okay, just a tad. Then we'll deselect this side, extrude again to have it a bit more. Similar distance. Deselect that one, and then extrude this out a little bit more. Okay, and that's our first bit of trim back there. We can always adjust that thickness later. Then what we're going to want to do is have this come forward just until it sinks into there. Okay, because that will connect up. And we can adjust this connection as well. One of the ways I like to do that is literally just get the multi-cut tool and just trace around the contact point. You don't necessarily have to do this step. It's just an extra thing I like to do. Get that to about there. Straight down again, then into there. Okay, and then I'll just have this come straight down and connect. And then what we can do is go ahead and delete all of those, recap that face off, and just reconnect these edges. Okay, and now we have that connect up nicely to that face. Okay. And then that's how we'll make the rest of the trim too. So it's pretty straightforward, right? We're just duplicating the piece, lining it up to our reference, and then extruding it out. So we'll do that for this one up here as well. We unisolate. I think let's take this guy, duplicate again, isolate it with our side reference, get our edge here. Our angle here is a little bit different, but that's okay. We'll just adjust. Put it there like that. Okay. Isolate that guy. Okay, we don't need these top faces here. Okay. And looking at it, you can see this one's double tiered, so we'll just put an edge in the middle. Then, literally all we'll do is, again, go ahead and extrude out a little. Okay. And then we'll just select that top edge and extrude that one out. Top face, sorry. Like so. Okay, so you can see it's like adding these bits there is really, really, really straightforward. We'll then go ahead and push those in. Okay. I think I'll have these... Let's have these come out a little further,
just because I'm worried that the reference isn't going to be quite accurate. Just a tad there, and then we'll have this one come out a tad more too. Okay, like before, we'll just isolate that. Go ahead, select our edges, or create our edges, sorry. Like so. We'll just confirm that and connect that up. Okay. Fill that hole. Okay. There you go. Okay, cool. Maybe we'll have this come out a little bit more too, actually, thinking about it. So we'll have to adjust this connection point, but that's okay. We'll just select all of these. It's just these faces we want to select, right? They're the only ones we need to pull out. Okay, just to make those a little bit more obvious. Okay, then we'll just quite simply adjust the edges here. Okay, great. Then we've got a few more to add up here, so I'll go ahead and do that. Eventually we'll put a set of 3 windows in here, and there'll be some bars which connect up to these as well, so it's going to add quite a nice bit of depth, but we can get to that in the next episode. Okay, so to add this one, we'll go ahead and duplicate these faces, because these ones are further up, right? Then literally all we want is these. Select, inverse, delete. Okay, so now that we have this separate piece, again, all we're going to do, add an extra edge, delete the faces we don't need, separate this one down the middle because it's got 2 steps to it again. Okay. We're just going to extrude out. Okay. Select this top one. Okay, and also extrude out. Okay, great. And then again, like before, just going to select these and push those in so they connect there. I'm actually just going to pull these forward a bit too, because you can see here I don't like how there's a bit of a difference in the thickness. Then we'll pull this edge back. Okay. Actually, what we'll do is we'll probably move these guys as well, just to keep that consistent. Okay, perfect. So that is how we make that back portion here. In the next episode, we'll go ahead and finalize all of this. We'll add the windows back here, the windows here, and the extra bars, and any other extra details we need to add. These parts back here, along with the front, can have some very high detail carved elements. Oftentimes a lot of figures like animals, plants, people, various different things, sometimes whole scenes. Depends on the ship really and how important it was. So we'll see what we do with that, but for the time being, that'll be it for this episode. We finalize that part. If you want to go ahead and keep adding more detail to this yourself, please feel free to. If you have any questions like usual, don't hesitate to ask in the comments or email us. Always happy to help. And again, hope you're liking this series. If you have any suggestions or anything, any feedback, please tell us as well. We always love to hear that and make changes if there is anything we can make. And yeah, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Bye-bye. Hello guys, and welcome back to part 12 of our hard surface modeling tutorial in Maya. Last we left off, we had just finished the back portion of the ship. It's still in a pretty low poly state, so right at the beginning of the episode we're going to go ahead and just add some extra divisions to this bit so that we can keep going. I'm going to pull this bit forward here because that's kind of bugging me. Also, I think it sticks out a little too much. We can then go ahead and fix this slightly. I'm going to start speeding up a little bit, I think, at this point, just so we can try and make some more progress. Still kind of explaining things as we go, especially when we're making new parts. But I probably won't be covering as much of the detail anymore. Just so we can make some serious sort of more progress on this. Okay, so I've just deleted the top portion here because we're not actually going to need it. I am going to go ahead and add probably... Maybe we'll stick 2 edge loops in here. Just to keep these as square as possible. And then I'm going to add some extra divisions. We're just going to smooth that. Because we want this to be a similar resolution to everything else, and we're going to start adding more detail to these parts as well. This probably won't have much in the way of detail on it, but it's good practice just to have everything around the same level anyway, just in case you do need to. You know, what if we wanted to add damage later or something like that? You want to make sure everything's around the same. So we'll probably add one. Bit tricky, this one, because the edges aren't quite as even distance as last time. We'll just smooth that, I think, as is. And that will line up, obviously, because we made this as one piece. Same for down here. I think we'll go ahead and delete this bottom part. So we don't really need that as well. Actually, with that bit, I think I'll keep that, just in case. Maybe we'll pull this in slightly. Cool. Okay, yeah, I'll just go ahead and crease that so that holds while we smooth. And then we'll just add some extra divisions to this guy as well. Okay. And harden that edge. And remove the creasing as well. We don't want that to be there. And have us forget. This part, I'll probably add some more divisions to this as well. Make sure these edges are held. Again, this is just a very, very handy trick whenever you need to add divisions to something without doing it manually yourself. We'll just harden these edges. You don't have to do this step, it's just something I like to do because it kind of bugs me if I look at my mesh and it looks kind of like smooth when it shouldn't be, if that makes sense. And that gives us a chance to remove the creasing as well. There we go. Okay, cool. We'll probably do the same for these as well. This might take a little bit more time, just because of all the separate parts that we have, but that's okay. Quickest way, I think, would be we'll select some of the faces first, and then we'll convert that selection into edges. Oh. Actually, you know what, let's just do it ourselves. It's going to be quicker than us, like, faffing about. Actually, I don't... I think even quicker way, let's just do this. Select all the edges, except for the ones we don't want to smooth. And then we'll just do that. There we go, perfect. Okay. And we'll select all the edges again, except for these ones. Again, this is kind of an optional step, but I just like to do it, otherwise my brain gets annoyed. We'll then harden those edges. Okay, now that's much, much smoother. It's kind of something you want to avoid when you're modeling. Once you get out of the blocking stages, keeping things a bit too low subdiv like this. Like, unless you're really making something for game or something like that, this is a bit excessive. Even for games, you probably wouldn't go this low, especially if you're going to see this up close. So we're just going to keep going with this. Okay. And then, even if we're not going to be adding more detail to these bits in the forms of like cuts or extrusions and stuff like that, it's just good to have everything at the same level.
Okay. Just smooth previewing just to make sure we've got all the edges we need. Okay. And then this one, and then just a bit at the top, and then we'll be done. Okay. And so what we're going to be doing once we've got this done is adding more details to this part of the back. Because we have a few windows in there that I want to start adding. I think I'll keep all these bits. We need the top anyway because it's actually visible. And it looks like we need to adjust the shape a little bit because it's not contacting where we need it to. Actually, no, what? It'll be okay. Let's smooth that. Remove the creasing. Alright, perfect. Now that's a bit more in line with everything else. This might be coming a bit too far back, and it's intersecting a little bit, which I don't want. We just started it like that. If we need to edit that more later, we can do. This, also, I just realised, needs to come down, because it's not following our line properly. There we go. Let's go ahead and clean up the topology on this as well. I don't know if I've already mentioned this in other videos, but whenever we add a bevel like this, right? This would have been 3 divisions probably. You want to add a holding edge as well, same distance away as 2 of the inner edges. Reason being for that is, if I was to go ahead and smooth this before adding these, this surface here wouldn't hold so well. The bend wouldn't be quite as accurate as we want it to be. So the only way, the best way to fix that is just to add a couple extra holding edges, and you want these to be kind of the same distance as the other edges on the inside of the curve. We'll just go ahead and quickly clean up this topology. There's a whole bunch of windows that need to go on the back here too, but we'll get to that later. Okay, the reason we're doing this now is so we can just add some extra divisions. And it can be quite tricky with shapes like this to keep the topology as even as possible, but we're going to fix the things we need to fix first, and then we'll try and make it a little bit more even afterwards. Again, if you're not sure how I'm doing it like this perfectly straight, you just want to make sure you hold down Control and Shift when you're using the multi-cut tool. Alright. Okay. Alright, this here, I think let's add one more holding edge, because I don't think any of you want to sit through watching me do this over and over again. I'm sure a lot of you just skip anyway. For the rest of these, we'll just go ahead and terminate some of these. Like this should be okay. And we'll keep that as an end-on for now, because we're just going to add extra divisions and it won't really be a problem. Okay. What I'm going to do next is duplicate this across. And then combine that. we'll just merge. Okay. What I normally do when I merge things is I'll just press 3 on the keyboard to do the smooth preview, and it will normally tell you if something's not merged properly. You can see down here things aren't quite lining up, so that's okay. We'll just select those, reverse the scale in X, edit mesh and merge again, and now it's gone and fixed that. We'll add an extra loop here. I think maybe actually we'll go ahead and add 2. Just to keep those kind of as square as possible. Sometimes you won't be able to keep things perfectly square, and that's okay. I think just get as close as you can. Go ahead and increase this. Smooth. Oh, seems like there's a bit of an issue here. Oh, okay, we've got a few vertices on top of each other. That's okay. We'll just fix that. There we go. Okay, now that should work properly. Okay, there we go, perfect. This edge going down the middle here, I think we actually probably don't need this, so I'm just going to get rid of it. Mesh display, harden edge, and then get rid of that. Okay, perfect. Now that's looking a lot smoother back here. We'll go ahead and start looking at adding our windows. So we will turn our reference on from the side. You can see here they're coming at a bit of an angle, and our edges are mostly following the correct path for that. So I think we might have to do a little bit of tweaking, but we can probably just cut in here. Basically, as our edges are, we might have to do a little bit of shifting around here, but that's okay. That's why we added these extra divisions, right? So we can probably just slide some of these into place. We might have to add an extra edge here also, but that's okay. This one will go all the way to the back, and then this one we can probably just slide. And I think I'll slide some of the edges just to even out the topology. We could just slide that edge on its own, but I like to even things out. Could be my OCD, I don't know, but I mean for me it just, I don't know, it just fits better. Okay, so this is the placement for the windows. It looks kind of basic in the reference here, and I don't think it would be just completely plain wood like this. There's normally a bit more detail to it, so we're kind of just imagine it a little bit ourselves probably. We'll do that afterwards, obviously. We'll cut the windows in first. So to do that, we are just gonna simply grab some of these faces, like so. Actually, let's, before we do that, pull this edge down, because that would be a bit too high. Okay. Looks like we might have some issues with our model. That is okay. We can probably fix that. So for the time being, we'll just roll with it. We'll extrude these in. And I'm always looking at reference when I'm doing this, so this seems to be... We should probably pull it in maybe about this much. Not too far. I might take it a little further, just add some extra depth. Okay. And then what I might do then as well is just extrude out a little bit. Maybe we do this back bit differently. Extrude down a little bit, just to add some extra pieces on the bottom here. So when we add our bevels, there's a bit more support. And the same here. Just back like so. Okay, and that will intersect somewhat, but that's okay. Alright, we need to figure out what went wrong here. Could be we just need to bring out this whole piece. Okay, I think what we'll do is, first things first, we'll get rid of some of this, because that shouldn't be going all the way to the back anyway. Okay. That should really be terminating kind of around here. So let's cut away a little bit more. Okay. So we'll need to adjust some of this here, but that's okay. What I'll then do is, I think, group all of this entire stern section, and we'll name that something like ship _ stern cabin. Okay. And then we'll get a lattice going. And I think we'll keep that maybe 3 divisions there, and we'll keep that default 5 in T. And then we'll just see what we can do. This can happen. I don't want to pull this out too far. Just enough to get us this part out. Just enough. Okay, that should be okay. And we can pull that forward to join up with the rest of the hull. Maybe a tad bit more. Okay, there we go. And that hasn't warped the shape too much. Okay, I'm just going to isolate this just so I can see it, and then smooth out some of this so it's not as harsh of a difference. For whatever reason, it doesn't seem to be affecting this bit too much. Let's have a look at why that might be. Okay, let's redo that. You can run into issues like this, especially with blueprints. They're not always going to be as accurate as we'd like them to be. Okay. Deform lattice. Maybe we'll just have this at 3 divisions each. Okay, pull that out. Even that out a little bit more, just so it's not so curved. Something like that. Okay, great. I think that'll do. Oh, actually, we've got a pretty big dip there. Okay, that does end up coming out a little bit more, but maybe that's the correct thing to do. And we're going to have to make some little adjustments here, but that's okay. Okay, I think on the whole that's okay. So we can go ahead and fix this up real quick. So let's just go ahead and grab these faces. We're not so worried about it looking messy on the inside. We just need it to look good on the outside. Okay. And here I think we'll just pull these forward. Like so. We'll do the same with the rest. And we're just going to align our pivot points to here and pull that forward. And this as well will scale back a bit. This will push forward. So it's not the end of the world if something like this happens. Okay, this we might be able to lattice it. Actually, maybe not. Let's go ahead and select maybe these, and we'll do a bit of soft selection. Just pull that forward until it all goes in there. Okay, this part here will then push forward, and maybe bring that in slightly. This part here really can be quite tricky to do, so even I'm struggling with this slightly. It's a very, very difficult part of the ship to make. Pull that in. Okay, there we go. Crisis largely averted, I think. Okay, just making sure this has got the same curvature to it. Okay, there we go. Now we've got all our windows showing, which is exactly what we wanted. And that's going mostly straight, which is good. I think we'll make sure that's going up as straight as possible. At least on the inside here. Okay, don't worry if there's a little bit of wonkiness to this part. That's okay. Again, remember these were made by hand. There's going to be some little like bits of weirdness and difference, which is fine. Okay, great. So that is our windows cutout. I'll go ahead, because we'll need these for later. I'm just going to select these faces, and then we're going to extract these from this mesh to be our glass later. So we'll come up to edit mesh and then extract. Okay. And then this is going to create some funky groups like normal, but that's okay. So delete by history, that will get rid of that. Okay, so now we have those windows separated out. Okay. Okay, let's also add some of the detail down here. So there's an extra band down here that we didn't add, like this one. This part here also, I think, comes down a little too far. So let's go ahead and delete half of this. I feel like this started out as kind of like a tutorial, but it's almost more like I'm showing you the process now while you can sort of follow it along. I hope that's still helpful for you guys. Do let us know if you'd like it to be more tutorial-esque, I guess. I think just by way that I'm showing you guys how to do it, it will help you create them for yourself. If that makes sense. Okay, so we're going to delete that part down there, because we don't want that to come all the way down. Okay, and then what we'll do is we'll actually extend this guy back a little bit. You know what? Maybe we extrude that instead. Because otherwise we're just going to have one very long quad. We don't really want that. That come back. It's like here. Because that will come round and join up here eventually anyway. But we're going to take that one step at a time. Let's maybe also then pull this up further so it sits just on top of that band. Like that. Okay, cool. That's adding some extra dimension as well. It's just about gradually building up as you go along. Not everything's going to be perfect straight away, but that's just how it goes. Okay, we'll pull these back in slightly, I think. Maybe. We might have to combine some bits here eventually, but that's okay. But for the time being, we'll just add this band separately. Because if you look at our reference here, you can see we have this part comes down here. So what I will do is go ahead and duplicate this piece, and then cut off this part. And it doesn't look like it's too thick. Maybe this can come down a little further. Like that. And then we can have this edge come up to here. Something like that. And then we'll just pull these in just so they conform to the shape. Again, I'm holding down Control-Shift to get these to slide. Okay. And we'll just extrude these out, same way we did before. This is just a double one. Okay. Great, that's looking pretty good. And then we'll just pull this forward until that connects. Maybe pull that in slightly. Oh, it looks like we've got a bit of a gap here I must have missed. There we go. Bit of a sleepy episode today, guys, I'm afraid, but we'll make as much progress as we can. Okay, that's a lot of the overall shapes in there. Let's go ahead and... So we've already got the glass. Let's actually go ahead and add in the window frame parts. So it looks like we're going to have 3 bars going across this way and then 2 going up this way. So we'll use these as a base for that. Looks like we're going to have to reposition some of our edges. That's okay. Something like this. So we basically want to put these edges kind of on the middle area of where these like individual parts of the window frame start. Up here, I think we'll bring them just above where this window frame, or the window portion, begins. We'll have to do this manually for each one, I'm afraid, because the shape's quite different. But it's just a case of sliding these into the right spot. Don't worry if they don't perfectly line up. Down to something like that. Okay. We've got an extra on here. I think I'll get rid of that. If they don't quite line up, like you can see with these ones, I would say that's okay. Don't worry too much about that. I would stick with the angle that you have, just because then things will line up better with your model. So as long as it's close enough, I think that's okay. Just try and make these squares as even as possible. Okay, we can probably just remove this edge. I think it's not doing much for us. Same with all of these, actually, I think. Okay, what we'll do next is I'm going to go ahead and combine these into one piece. Okay, and then we're just going to select all of these edges, like so, and then we're going to bevel. Okay, we'll change this to slowest, and then we're just going to pull that back until it kind of fits the thickness of our window frames. Okay, that looks about right to me. We've got some issues here with this not quite lining up, so we'll just do that ourselves. Okay, perfect. And then we'll just add an extra loop up here, just in the right spot. So you can see here, it's not looking exactly the same as our reference in terms of how big the windows are, but this is quite pixelated. We're zoomed in pretty heavily to a drawing, essentially. So it's never going to look or match 100%, but that is okay, as long as it's mostly the same. Okay. Then we will take these parts. These are going to be our window pieces. So I actually kind of like that some of these aren't exactly the same size, because I feel like it gives it more of a handmade look. We don't want these to be perfectly even anyway. So we'll take these out, and for the time being I'll just hide those.
So that creates our window frames. Just looking at my reference, I think we will... Let's see where these sit. I think we'll extrude these forwards a tad. Something like this. With a reasonable amount of thickness. Okay, then we'll bring back our glass. Pull that forward a little bit. And there you have it, there's the window frame. So that is already looking pretty nice, I would say. Yeah, okay, great. And then we can start adding some more detail in between these bars here too. Or we could just leave it blank, but I think that's a bit boring, so let's add some extra stuff there. Okay, so the kind of detail you get in these bars really varies from ship to ship. I would like to, I think, have them sort of extrude out a bit. I'm actually going to edit the shape of this real quick, because I think it's too big. That might mean adjusting our window frame, but that's okay. So I'm just going to pull these back a tad, just to make them similar to the other one. And that will mean combining, or bringing these a bit closer together, which is okay. I'm just going to scale these. Actually, we'll pull these. Oh, make sure we're getting the right ones. We'll pull these over a bit. Really, aligning things to select edges in this in Maya is so much easier than having to do it yourself. Okay, there we go. So they're a little bit more even now. I think I like that there's some difference still, so I think we'll leave that as it is. Okay, so what I'll do now is add an edge loop between each of these. Select that, then we're going to bevel. And we want chamfer off. Actually, we'll leave it on. Out to something like this. Okay, cool. And then we'll just select these edges. And then all I'm going to do is extrude out, probably, I think. Let's add an extra one here, just because that could look cool. Maybe let's pull that down, actually. That's the trouble with beveling, actually. Things can get a bit iffy, but that's okay. We'll just straighten that out. And then fix the curve. Okay. We'll just add another one right there. Okay. And this will just add some nice extra detail, I think. We'll pull that out a bit. Just adds a bit more character and depth to it. There we go. Some of these are a lot more complicated than others, like they might have these inlays and things like that. How about we go and do that as well, actually? Why not? Let's push the boat out. We'll select these bits in particular. Then we'll extrude in, like so, and then just push that back in. Something like that. Okay, cool. And then that's kind of really quickly, just by extruding, added some nice extra detail. And you can use that quite a lot to your advantage. And this area is already looking a hell of a lot better than it did just after doing a bit of extruding. And this is one piece. And we could add these on as an extra piece on top of it, but that's okay. We don't always have to do that. I think in this case, one piece is fine. We don't want to get a bit too granular with like individual wooden bits, because that can get somewhat extreme. I might just remove some of these edges here. I don't think we need those. They're kind of just extra. Okay, great. I think now as well, let's start adding some bevels to this.
so that we can see it a bit better. Because I'm kind of getting to the point where I think this side here, at least, is finalized. We'll bring this round on this side as well. In fact, actually, let's do that first before we go any further. So the way I like to do this is I'll make another piece with the same number of lines, making sure they match up here, and then extrude it out separately, and then we'll join them up afterwards. So I'll just go ahead and duplicate this. Okay. A lot of this we don't need, so I'm just going to remove it. Okay. Same with these back parts here, because we kind of just want these faces. I'm then going to insert edge loop. You can use the multi-cut tool as well, it does the same thing basically. To the points where we need to extrude out. Like so. We'll then delete the faces we don't need. And then I'm kind of just going to eyeball this. I'm going to extrude out, straight out in this case, till it looks around about the same thickness for each section. Okay, so that's that bit done. We'll go again. Extrude out again. Just trying to make sure that looks roughly the same. It's okay if it's not perfect. Again, don't worry. Okay, then one more time. Around about that. Okay, we've got some faces in the middle here we won't need because eventually we'll want to duplicate that over. So we'll just delete those. Just going to turn off our reference. And then I'm going to select both of these and isolate them. And then just going to delete all the history for the time being. Okay. And then what I like to do here is I'll select these faces. We'll go to deform and then lattice. Okay, set this to 2. Then I will just select these ones here and then just pull this forward like this. And we're looking, we can do this from top down actually. Maybe not actually because of the angle. We're looking to line this up with this line here. About as close as we can, right? So if we draw a line from here to here, we kind of want it to be hitting. Something like that. Okay. Then we can do the same with this one. It might be a bit trickier because this is off axis, right? It's not going straight forward. So we'll give this a go. And then just pull that back. Okay, you can see there's some difference here, but that is okay. I think in that case then what we'll do is, we won't do that, we'll literally just pull them over ourselves. Looks like this might be a tad bit too high, but that's okay. We'll pull that down slightly. Okay, so we'll isolate those two. Then literally we're just going to pull the vertices over ourselves. Okay, and this can be a little bit of a daunting task, but don't worry too much. I'm again just holding V to angle snap. These extra ones in the middle, what I'm doing is I'm snapping them over to this point, but to prevent them being on top of each other, and I'm just sliding them up to keep them in the middle. Okay, this one we can have come and join up there. Okay, and there's some weirdness on the inside, but really I wouldn't worry too much about that. We're kind of just looking to have these connect up. And then you can see here, this looks like it's coming in a bit too much, so to fix that, all we're going to do is select the vertices that we need. Actually, we'll make sure we're getting all of these. So hold down Shift and left click select to get all of these guys. I think we might need that one too. No, let's not do that one. Actually, yeah, let's do that one. Okay, if it's not pulling everything, just deselect it, hold down Control, and hold down Shift to reselect. Okay, looks like I might have to do that a couple times. That's okay.
Okay, nearly. Just this bottom one now. Okay, there we go. So we'll just go ahead and pull this back out to get that to line up. Okay, we'll adjust this one up here too. Just to get the angle right. Okay, and again, it looks a little wonky, but that's okay. We're not looking for perfect in this case anyway. And we can always do a bit of edge flow to get this to line up nicely. Okay, cool. That takes us back there. And we're also going to do the same with this guy. So this one might be a little bit trickier. Okay, let's go ahead and create this piece. So this could be a little tricky. What I'm going to do is duplicate this guy. Just delete these faces, because we only want this little bit. And we'll just get rid of the other side too, like we did earlier. Okay, and here we're actually going to have to pull this out some. And we'll probably just straighten that to around about here. So doing this kind of thing for the ship can get a bit messy, but kind of, if I were you, I would just embrace the messiness, right? Because it's never going to look perfect straight away. But we're working on a pretty low poly basis still, even with these subdivisions. So don't worry too much, you know, just try and keep your curves right, stick to the shapes, make sure the outside looks good. If the inside's a bit messy, that's fine, we're never going to see it, so don't fret too much. Okay, like we did before, we are going to put our edges where we need to get that shape right, and then delete what we don't need. Okay, I'm then gonna extrude this straight back. Okay, something like that. Then we'll do the same with this part. Around about something like that. Okay, we'll also just delete the middle section too, the middle faces, because we need to join those up later. And then we'll isolate these two. Do the same thing we did earlier. So I'm going to pull this back till we get to this middle point here. Okay, we're then going to go ahead like before. We're going to lattice this. I'm going to pull this back a little. Okay, I'm just going to pull these out till it lines up, kinda like that. Okay. And here it looks like we have some weirdness going on, but that's okay. We'll just pull that out a little. And then we'll just fix this. Push that back in. So that connects up. Again, like things like this, right, where it's not perfect, doesn't quite line up exact. I'm really not too worried about it. Because we can just very easily go in and fix it. And honestly, I think at this stage, any little weirdness that gets added into the model is just going to help you in the long run. I don't think this has to be perfectly clean. Okay. Let's pull these together. Okay.
This should probably come out a bit more. Thinking about it, okay, I think we'll do that, and then now we will pull these out instead. Okay, that's probably going to need to come forward more. I'll pull this out instead to match. Same with these. Pull this forward a little. We'll do something like that. Okay. Oh, went a bit too far away there. Okay, perfect. So now those two are also lining up, and I am pretty happy with that. Okay, let's go ahead and duplicate these two across. We'll just select both, modify, reset transformations, duplicate, minus the scale in X, and then we'll combine them. I think we'll combine these all together, and then make any adjustments we have to in the middle. Go to edit mesh and then merge. Okay. We'll then do the same with this part. Combine that, edit mesh, and then merge. Ah, okay. Got some faces not quite lining up. Or vertices, sorry. Okay, great. This part right now is also flat. Eventually, what we're going to do is we're going to add some curve to this and bring this out. We could do that to begin with, but I kind of like to just make the base shape and then lattice it, just because I find it to be a little easier. We won't add any more divisions at this point to save us any headache. But yeah, that's some nice extra detail for this back section. I think we'll leave the episode for the time being. If you want to go ahead and add more detail yourself, you know, you can be as crazy or as simple with this as you like. Go ahead and add the bevels and things like that, and feel free to even start on this back section if you like to. That's where we're going to be heading to in the next episode, is detailing this up. But yeah, that's been it for this episode. We've added the windows at the back. I hope you have found this useful and that your model is also going well. And yeah, thank you very much for watching. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. Always leave our email in the description if you want to get in touch. We also offer design services for product animation, rendering, illustration, all that, because we're a design agency. And yeah, thank you very much for watching. I'll see you next time. Hello and welcome back to part 13 of our hard surface modelling course for Maya, in which we're modelling this ship from start to finish. Last we left off, we made these nice window details and extra trim and bars in episode 12, and we cleaned up some of this and we made this trim section here at the back. In this episode we're going to work some more on this back section. There's a few technical things that we need to do, which I find easier just to sort of do afterwards. And tidy up the things that we've made, and that being that this portion here is just flat when in reality it needs to be curved, so it needs to be more of an arc like this, and then we also need a bit of a curve here as well, so we're going to be adding that in today using some bend deformers. I have gone ahead and grouped this section up into a group called just rear group. This for the time being I've called stern underscore right, and then we'll have stern underscore left later as well over on this side. And this portion here is just stern underscore back. So this is the part that we're going to be looking at for the time being. Right off the bat, we just want to make sure that our transformations are centered to this object. So we're just going to come up to modify and then center pivot. We're then going to come up to deform, non-linear, and then bend. So this is a very, very handy deformer. Much like the lattice deformer, it allows us to modify our objects using curves instead of actually doing it ourselves, and it means we can make larger changes without having to modify or like touch individual vertices, which can be a pain in the butt, especially at this stage. So I'm going to come to the side view and just make sure this bend here, this line here, sorry, is lining up with the angle of our rear section. what I'm then going to do is hold down J on the keyboard, which will angle snap this, and then just rotate this to the left until it sits horizontally instead of vertically. I'm going to go ahead and test. Okay, so I was just testing to see whether or not we're in the right axis there for curving. Looks like we're not, so we're going to hold down J again and then just rotate this up again in Y, just until that aligns with our back section. Okay, and then that will then allow us to add some curvatures to this. So we don't want it to be too much, nothing too crazy. Looking at my reference, seems like the bend isn't that extreme. It's somewhat subtle, so I don't think we'll go any further than this, to be honest. So we're just adding a bit of a bend here. We've done a curvature of like 6.8. I don't know if that's in degrees, but that's just what seemed to work for this. And then all I'm going to do is just pull this forward again, just because in doing so it's kind of sunken back inside of the ship. And you can see here as well, it's changed shape a little bit, so we just need to pull that back down and get that to sit nicely again. Around about here, probably. We could even just snap that on like that. And there's a little bit of extra things that we can do to clean that up, but we'll get to that in a minute. I'm just going to make sure that this is actually centered on the grid, which, there we go, now it is. Okay, so this join, we can go ahead and fix that up in a bit. You can see here it's changed the angle that our stuff lines up a little bit at the back. That is okay. We can go ahead and fix all of that too. And that's why we just have one side. So what I will do is, this part seems to line up pretty nicely. I'm just going to select these things here. I'm just going to select these vertices in particular, and then we're going to do a lattice. We'll remove all of our divisions because we only want these ones, and then we'll just pull that back until that contacts, like so. Okay, then we'll go ahead and delete the history, and then we might need to raise this up a little bit more. So to do that, all we'll do is we'll select probably these vertices here, and then raise this up a tad till that meets that point there. Okay, there we go, and now we have that slight curvature at the back which we're looking for. Not too extreme, just subtle. Makes it look like it has a bit more dimension to it. The next part that we need to do is add some curve to the base here. So to do that, we could use a bend deformer, but it's going to end up deforming more than we need. So what we'll actually do is use a lattice in this case, and we have to be careful because lattices are really good, but you know, if we added, let's say, 5 divisions, right, in S, and then, actually, just for example, let's go with 3, so we just have 1 in the middle. If I pull this up now, you can see it's kind of coming to a point, which is not what we want at all, right? We want like a nice arc here. So in order to do that, it can be a little tricky. So we're just going to remake our lattice. We only want 2 divisions in T. Instead, I'm probably going to add something like 7 divisions in S, and then we'll just gradually make the curve ourselves. Okay, so I'm going to come to the front view here, which is actually the back of our ship for whatever reason. I think we just ended up building it that way. And then I'm just going to pull these up a little bit, and I'm going to start just by selecting all of them. Then we'll deselect these ones, and then we'll pull these up a little bit too. Then we'll deselect these, and then we'll pull this one up. So we're starting to add a little bit of a curve. And the trick is just to do this kind of gradually until we get the curve that we're looking for. So maybe we'll pull that up like that. That up like that. Okay, something like that. Okay, and because we're not picking these outside parts here, it's not making too much of a difference to the edges. Okay, let's smooth that out a little bit. Okay, and it's not perfect by any means, but we can go ahead and then clean that up some more. So what I'll probably do then is we'll select this entire side and then just delete that. So we just have this part. And then we're going to edit the edge flow of a couple of these objects, just to smooth out any of the kinks we might have created with our lattice deformer. Okay. Okay, that looks pretty good to me, so we'll just go ahead and reset the transforms on this and then duplicate these back over. And combine our objects back. Okay. So it's not a perfect curve, but honestly I don't mind that too much. I don't think we want this to look perfect anyway. This does now leave us with a little bit of a gap here, but that's okay, we can go ahead and fix that. So literally all we'll do is we could add a bend deformer to this guy too, but I think we'll just lattice it probably. So we'll put that down to maybe 5. And then we'll just pull this out to it contacts. Kind of like so. Okay, great. So that's given us our curve at the back. You can see here when we're looking at the side, we can actually see some of the back, which is exactly what we want. And now we can go ahead and start adding windows to this and cutting into it and adding the rest of the rear cabin as well. There's a bit we can clean up here, so we'll go ahead and do that too. This is going to be pretty straightforward. We're kind of just going to soft select this probably. Just pull that down and in a little bit. Again, I'm not too worried with things not joining up 100% correctly because I don't actually want them to. I would much rather have some like subtle wobbliness here and there, which I think looks quite nice. Just get rid of that intersection. Okay, cool. So that's that edit, and at this point we'll go on and then we'll start adding the windows at the back. Okay, so now let's go ahead and cut in the back windows. They are kind of recessed in this section here. So we're just going to go ahead and select all these faces. If you're not sure how I'm highlighting these like this, I'm just holding down tab and then left mouse dragging. You can see that line kind of lines up with our windows back here. So we're just going to take this, extrude, press W, and then push that in a bit. Not too much. Maybe about something like this. Not too far, because we're going to extrude again afterwards with the rest of our windows. You can see now we have a bit of the hole poking through, which obviously we don't want. We're going to go ahead and just remove some of these bits. So it's okay just to delete these faces, and then we're not really going to worry about patching those back up, just because we're not going to see it really, so it's not really the end of the world. So don't worry about that too much. Weirdly, we're not getting it on this side. Maybe that's because we pulled that back. But just to keep it even, we'll just fix it anyway. So, okay. Okay, cool. So now that we have that done, what I'm going to do is, instead of just extruding these faces in and making our window frames, I'm going to create a few template shapes first, because we need 7 windows back here. It's strangely an uneven amount of windows. I don't really know why they did that, but that's just how it is. So I'm going to take a cube, and then I'm going to kind of roughly get it to be the same size as these windows on the side here. So something like this maybe. And then we're going to bring that back around to the back and rotate that. And then what we're going to do is just place these in roughly the right area. So there's one smack bang in the middle here. If we come to our back view here, we can work this out. So these follow the curvature of this back piece, even slanting more towards the sides over here. So for the time being, we'll just fit them roughly to where they need to be. There needs to be 2 more windows in between here. So we're just going to eyeball this kinda. Just get even spacing. Something kind of like that. Okay. And then we'll just pull these up so they sit in the right place. Cool. Okay, what we're going to do next is we're going to pull these vertices down just to follow the curvature. Then we'll pull these over as well to follow the shape of that. And then we could just leave this going straight up, but we're actually going to pull that over a little bit too. Not quite as far. We kind of want this one to be very slanted, slightly slanted, and as we get towards the middle, no slant at all. You, on your model, may need to adjust the top portion as well. Ours is a bit more straight, so we'll just leave that as is. So that is our guide. I'm going to go ahead and just delete the other side of this because we don't need it for right now. And again, we don't want to have to edit both sides, right? We might as well save ourselves some time. Just going to fix this up here a moment. It looks like that's come disconnected. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do next is I'm just going to select those and then isolate just that back piece, just so we can see what we're doing. It looks like this edge is pretty close to where this window is supposed to start, so I'm just going to shift that edge over. If there are any edges we can use, I'm just going to shift them over. So these don't need to come over too far, so we might as well use those. Kind of like this. Some of these you might have to rotate a little bit, but that's okay. If you need to slide it along the edge like this, just hold down Control and Shift, and that normally works pretty good. I'm not going to worry about them having perfectly lined up, because again, like I've said so many times at this point, it's like, we don't want it to look perfect. So you save yourself a lot of stress. As long as you get the forms right, you save yourself a lot of stress worrying about things having like perfectly straight edges when they really don't need to, nor should they. Here we might actually have to add the edges ourselves, so I'm going to come into this view and then we'll just draw that in like so. Then we'll have to freehand this one, but that is okay. Just pull that down. Cool. Okay. Then it looks like we'll have to add the bottom sections. So there's going to be a bit of manual topology work here probably, but that's okay. Again, this one I'm going to leave slightly shorter than our guide, just for some extra difference. Let's go ahead and pull that over. Okay. Pretty much exactly like this. And then let's see what else we need to do. So we need to shift this edge over here to get that to line up. Like that. And then I think we just got to add in our bottom edge here now. Okay, there we go. What we're going to do from this point on is I'll sort of show you how to
get the basic parts done for each section. And then I'll let you guys go ahead and go away and take that to sort of completion yourselves. Just because I think that's a better way to do it. And it will give you a chance to kind of experiment on your own. So I'll show you how to get the basic blocks in place, and then you can go ahead and detail it yourself as well. And if you do need help, then obviously feel free to send us an email or comment or anything like that, whatever works for you. Okay, that is our window holes. So we can go ahead and delete our guides. I'm going to turn off our wireframe. Okay, so that's our windows cut in. Roughly even spacing. Not too bothered if it's slightly different. Let's go ahead and just double check the topology is clean, which looks like it is. We can go ahead and duplicate this guy, bring it across, combine, edit mesh, and then merge again. Something else we're going to do as well now is I will delete some of these back faces here too, because there should be some room in here, right? Like this is an actual cabin, not just an empty space. And we're going to be able to see that through the windows. So we want to represent that properly. So we'll just delete all these faces that we don't need for now. And you can see we can actually see well back into the ship. Bit of a weird connection right now, but we can go ahead and fix that up later. Also, this hole is blocking our view, so don't worry, we'll fix that too. But right now, let's just stay focused on this part. Okay, next, let's go ahead and then select all of these edges. And then do the exact same thing, extrude back. Add some thickness to that. Maybe something like that. Could be a bit too thick, but I like having some depth to it, so I'm not too bothered. Okay, cool. What else I'm going to do as well is, because we're not going to be doing incredibly detailed. Okay, so that is our window cutouts. You can see here we've got a bit of a gap beneath this, so a couple of things we can probably do. I think I'll just extrude these bits back. That's probably the quickest way to handle that. Just like this, and straight back. Okay, cool. So that's our windows back in there, and the scale looks pretty good to me. What we'll do next is I'm just going to isolate this guy and duplicate him. Isolate the duplicate. Then I am going to go ahead, select all these faces, or edges, sorry. Then I'm going to fill hole, and then these will be our windows, the actual glass. Then I'm just going to extract these out. So, thinking about it, we had the opportunity to keep ours from earlier, and now I'm going to have to go ahead and remake those, which is a bit of a bummer, but it's not the end of the world. So I'll just quickly do this. Okay, cool. So that's our windows. I will go ahead and just extrude these forward a little bit to give them some thickness. Don't know whether I explained in the previous episode, but the main reason we do that is because when we render this, we want the glass to be physically accurate, and generally glass has thickness. Or of course, not generally, it does have thickness, right? It's a real object. Just realized I made that way too thick. Probably more like that. They didn't really have double glazed windows at the time. Probably got awfully cold in that cabin. So that's why we're adding thickness. I actually need to do that for these guys as well, so we'll go ahead and do that real quick. Again, not too thick. So just individual panes of glass. Okay, cool. Next, what we will do is, just get my reference up, add our bars. Thinking about it, I am a big dum-dum. And I'm wasting my time. And probably yours. We actually don't want to keep these edges. We want to get rid of them. Because they are just going to cause us headaches. And we don't want any of those, even though I keep causing them. So we'll just have these as flat, right? They probably won't be curved anyway. I don't think they had the technology to do it at the time. If they did, Please correct me if I'm wrong. But the reason for that is because we're going to go ahead and duplicate these, and we want these to be our guides for the actual like window frames. So what I'll do is we'll come back to our insert edge loop tool and turn on the multi-edge, and I'm just going to do one in each axis, or vertically and horizontally, like so. Then I've just realized, okay, it's just because I've come back to this after a week of not looking at it. We did this differently last time, didn't we? We had these all as individual panes of glass. So you can do it two different ways. You can either have them as individual panes of glass, or you can have them as not so individual panes of glass and just one piece. I think historically they would have been individual panes, probably. Don't quote me on that. But hey, let's just, for this one, go ahead and make them all one piece, one pane, for the sake of not having to do it again. If you want to have them all as individual, go ahead, be my guest. There really is, the only benefit you might get from having them as individual is that you can adjust their angle slightly if you want some like nice difference in your specular. Generally, I probably would make them all separate because that's how they're made in real life, presumably. That's how you want to do things generally. But failing that, I would just do it how you like to do it. Okay. So now I just need to go ahead and select all these faces, and I will speed this part up again, and then we'll use these as our window frames. Okay, great. Now that we have those, I'm just going to do a select inverse and then delete. So we have those parts. Okay, so we now have our window frames. What I will do is pull them out slightly, and then we'll just extrude back. And we want them to come out the other side of the window to something like this. Just with a bit of thickness. Then we'll just reverse that. Cool. Okay. What I might do actually as well is pull all of these forward a little bit, just so they're not like right on the edge of that window frame. Something like that. Okay, cool. That's I think all the windows actually for this part. So there's a lot more detail that goes into this bit. It's not just as straightforward as just slapping the windows in and calling it a day. You could just leave it like that. It varied from ship to ship at the time how ornate stuff was. This one has some ornate details to it, but I will leave that up to you on how you want to add that. I'm going to go ahead and add in the part which will contain our details, if that makes sense. But I'm not going to finalize it. And you don't have to do it this way if you don't want to, but I'm just going to show you how I'll add my bit. Whenever I do stuff like this, I kind of like to make a separate piece. You've been seeing me do this whole time. Duplicate it off of the part we want it to be on top of, if that makes sense. And then just select the faces we need. So I'm just going to get all of these guys. These front ones here. You know what, actually let's just select half, because we're going to need to make some changes to this anyway. So we'll just select half. Something like this. Doesn't take too long. Just holding down tab to select all those. Select inverse delete. Okay. We're just going to flatten this off as well, because that's looking a bit crusty. And then pull that up. Making sure that it sits on there properly. Like this. Okay, cool. Next thing I have to do is pull down these parts and have them connected. Basically, this is going to be a bit that sits over the top of what we have already and kind of adds some extra shape to it. Kind of like this. Okay, and this will start to make sense in a minute.
In fact, why don't I just kind of show you? This is what we're doing. So we have these arc of windows here, right? We have our 7 windows. So just counting it again to make sure I'm not stupid. And then I'm adding this bit over the top here. So you can see it's got all these, it's kind of hard to make out. It looks like leafy details, but there's this bit here that kind of creates this alcove. We've got this arch, then another arch in here. So I'm just going to add that on top. This part here has to be a little bit thinner. So we'll probably half the size of it. And we'll clean up that topology in a minute. Generally, when I'm like editing to models like this, I don't really like to edit the topology straight away. Kind of like to do it as we go. Otherwise, it just takes too long. Okay, then we're just going to adjust the angle so that it follows this bit kind of nicely. And that's the only part that comes down to meet the base here. So we don't have to do too much else there. This has an arch, so we want to come to the back view and then make sure these parts are nice and even on top. Then we're going to kind of pull them up a bit. We might need to add actually another edge in the middle. We'll clean that up in a minute. Something like this. Okay, then you know what, I'll take our original and turn that into a live surface just so I can kind of just easily move these vertices around without having to worry about sliding them properly. Then we want this to have a pretty high arch on it. So we'll pull these up. Just want to make sure that's sliding properly. Yeah, it is. Okay. We shouldn't get any pinching on this because the topology is dense enough. And this is kind of towards the end of the curve anyway, so I think it'll be okay. That's still not really high enough. It's a pretty high arch. Something like this. Maybe even higher. And then we're just going to move some of these vertices around just to make sure this is more like smooth transition. Or what we could do actually is go into quad draw mode and just smooth that out a bit. There's no harm in that. Something like that. Okay, cool. Then we can turn off live surface, and then we have to add a bit of an arch in the middle. So similar kind of situation. Let's think what we can do here. I think I'll actually draw that out myself with the multi-cut tool. This has to come up kind of high. Maybe up to somewhere like this. And then kind of gradually level off. And then we'll just have it come straight across. Like that. It looks like edge slide is turned on by default. So if that happens, it's just because it's got stuck on. So it just comes to the modeling toolkit. Underneath transform constraint, just turn that to off. Okay, then we'll go ahead and delete the faces we don't need. Just those ones. Okay, cool. That looks pretty good to me. Let's go ahead and extrude. And then we'll just come straight out, kinda to the edge of that lip there. Then we'll delete these middle faces. Just gonna make sure these line up. Okay, reset transforms, copy over and scale in reverse. Okay, cool. And that's sort of the base of my detail section back here. So oh, we do need to add actually one more thing that I nearly forgot to do, because there's this big gap here. We want to fill that in. So we're going to select these and just come straight back till that connects. Okay, cool. So that's got some nice depth in it back there, and it looks like a more of a complete cabin now, except for this side, it's fallen off. We need to copy that over. Okay, and I'll leave that bit there. I'm not going to go ahead and add all these extra details on top. You could do that in a couple of different ways. You could, depending on what reference you're looking at, you could model it all by hand. You could certainly just leave it blank. You could just have a big name on here if you like. It could even be your own name if you want to. You could take this into some sculpting software like ZBrush, or you could do it up in Blender. You could do it in Maya. Wouldn't recommend it. I would do Blender or ZBrush if you have access to either of those. We can maybe make another video on that later, but for the time being, I'll leave this up to you guys to detail. I am going to quickly go ahead and add some bevels to this, though, because this is looking pretty low subdivisions. And I don't like that too much. I'm also going to clean up these edges here, because I don't just want that terminating in some kind of crusty triangle. So we'll put that in the middle like that, and then we'll just connect these up like this. Okay, then the reason I'm doing this is just because anything that's curved, I kind of like to avoid triangles in general. It can create weird problems. It probably wouldn't be an issue on this ship, but still, just don't like it. It's a personal preference thing. You could leave it if you want to. I would recommend against getting rid of them most of the time in situations like this. Just make them quads, because it's not hard to do. We just kind of have to redirect the edge flow a bit and tidy it up. Okay, cool. Now that that is mostly cleaned up, we do have an extra edge here. I'm going to leave it. You could add another one here, but then for me, it's not going to then follow this shape properly, and I don't like that too much. I've just noticed here we have a weird edge that we probably shouldn't have. Let's just kill that, because that's a bit gross. That will create problems, because we don't have an even topology anymore. It's a good thing we're paying more attention to this here, huh? Okay. Some of you guys might have spotted this already and fixed it. Let's fix that real quick. Oh, wrong vertice. Okay, cool. So now that's fixed, I'm going to go ahead and add some bevels to this guy. Because I want to add some curvature. And this part here is looking pretty low poly. We could actually add an extra level of subdivision to this, which I think I might do. Because I may go and sculpt this up later. So I'm going to go ahead and just select the edges that I want to keep hard, like we did way back in episode 2. And then subdivide it. Use increasing and subdivide. Okay. So we'll just select these fellas. This one too? Maybe? Or maybe not. Do we select that one? Yeah, let's select it. Okay, and then we'll see what that looks like. It looks okay. Okay, so we're getting a weird problem here. Whenever you have bevels like this, especially if it's low poly, you kind of want an extra edge. Nope, we still have that turned on to double. Relative distance. We kind of have to have an extra edge here so that when we subdivide it, it's nice and smooth and doesn't have like this weird... it just makes it look a bit sloppy when it's smoothed. So we'll go ahead and do it like that instead. Okay, then I'm just going to add one extra level of subdivisions. Hopefully our edge selection is still there. It isn't nice, thank you Maya. That's okay. Sometimes Maya be like that, that's alright. I guess for the time being, I will not... actually, yeah, let's go ahead and just clean that up, because it's going to bug me. So we'll just select everything that's supposed to be hard again. Thanks, Maya. It used to remember the edge selection. I don't know why it doesn't do that anymore. Maybe it's just Maya in particular hates me. Okay. Oh, these ones too. Okay, cool. So that is our detail piece back there. I'm going to quickly look at my reference. I don't think there's anything else to add. We kind of did it. I was putting this piece off for a while because, honestly, it's quite tough. It's one of the harder bits to do. There's a bit of cleanup here to do. I'll let you guys do that because I've already shown you how. And I think at this point, you probably have a pretty good understanding of how to do it. If you don't, again, feel free to reach out. Always happy to answer any of your questions. If you want to tell me that you hate the tutorial, that's okay too. Feel free to let us know. I don't like this though. That needs to fit properly, otherwise that's going to be a problem. Okay, cool. There is also, I think, some more bands to add here. Let me double check. Yeah, there is. No, we have one. There is a little band to add at the top of this. I'll go ahead and do that real quick. Okay, next now that we have this part done, I'm going to duplicate this stern right across, reset the transform. We do need to add bevels to all of this stuff. I think I've shown you guys how to do that. So before I would duplicate this across, I would go ahead and bevel it first, just because otherwise you're going to have to do it again. There's no point doing it twice. Just bevel it once, then duplicate it across to the other side. Save yourself a million years. I'm also going to duplicate this guy across. We do need to cut out some holes into him later. I don't know why I'm giving them like he-hims. I don't know why I'm gendering my bits of wood. That's a bit weird. But I just got used to it. Anyway, I'm blabbering. Let's also get rid of the creasing on this, because we don't want it to be creased. Okay, so we're going to add the next part of the deck, which comes up here, and it's the topmost portion of the deck of our ship. This back here now is probably the most detailed part we've made. I am really happy with how that's looking. That looks really spicy. I could look at that for a while, I think. I kind of wish I'd added more depth in the sides here, because that would look so much cooler, but anyway, I like how that came out. Okay, so to add this top portion of the deck here, what we're going to do is, you guessed it, we're going to duplicate this part of the deck, and we're going to reuse it, because you should reuse everything. We're going to pull this up till it kind of meets around something like this. We're then going to start flattening him out a little bit. Just pulling it down. Let's have a little look at my reference again. So we kind of want this guy to almost be more flat, weirdly. So have it kind of start here at the top portion there, which looks weird, right? Because you're like, why would it be so high up like that? But they just are. I don't know why. Excuse me. We will then go ahead, deform, lattice, 2 divisions, and then we're going to pull this up a little bit so it does have some slant, but not too much. Something like that. Okay, cool. There is a bit of a railing that goes around this. Normally they have like some metal pipes, not pipes, metal banister type things that come up, and there's various different netting in here and they keep things in it, and there's also a bit of a railing that goes along. We'll go ahead and add that in a bit. For the time being,
though we don't need to. I think also it might not come all the way down. It might just come up to the front. It's hard to tell sometimes. Because on some ships it comes all the way forward to the front here. On others it doesn't. I think on the HMS Victory it did come all the way forward. I've also just realised this should be a lot lower. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, so on this particular ship, looking at our reference actually, these are open air. So that means the deck needs to be a fair bit lower. But then they just have the second bit of deck here. Very weird. I think this is another case of the blueprints not being quite accurate, because I think anyone going underneath here would have to be very small. Does it not have... Maybe it... No, it must do, because these are higher. Very weird. Okay, I'm going to pause the recording, get back to you, and see if I can figure this out. Okay, I think I figured it out. So, okay, what I realized is, this part here, looking at the reference, the cabin is from the lower deck here. So, while these cannons are definitely higher than this part of the deck, you don't actually need to walk underneath here, right? This isn't like some sort of tiny ship for bathtubs. Like, you have to be 3 feet tall to fit underneath here or something. So, I think this is just a step. So we don't actually have to worry about people fitting under here. And this does still have some curve to it. And I've just kind of tried to get it to sit underneath these turrets, because, or not turrets, sorry, cannons, because they would have wheels at the bottom, and they probably come down a bit below where this hatch is. That wouldn't be quite at the deck level. So I've gone ahead and tidied this up so that it's not sticking out and showing any of the bits we don't want it to. They're kept inside like they should be. And then halved it just so we don't have to do it twice. And then we'll just recombine that and then merge. Okay, and then here we'll have to have some sort of steps coming up to that, so we can get to that in a second. But that is some pretty good progress, I would say. We need to cut some portholes in here, as you can see. I've already shown you guys how to do that. On this section it will be even easier because it doesn't really have the curve to it. So I would say go ahead and do that in your own time. If you need to refer back to how to do these portholes, just go back to the old episode. If not, let me know. I'll gladly make another video talking about it and how to do that again. This part also needs to be cut into a separate piece of wood, which I will do. And that will sort of give you an idea of how we're going to do the planks. Well, not planks, sorry, but you know what I mean. How we're going to do the portholes. Because it will actually mean you have to cut out less. Okay, now that we've got that section, there's not too many railings tied to the ship. Some ships have more railings than others. This one, not a whole lot. There's a few little metal bar ones that I mentioned earlier, which you can find along here. These aren't that hard to make. We'll start with a cube, like normal. But they do have a little nuanced detail to them that you might not notice if you haven't done this before, but I've spent way too much time looking at boats. So I can go ahead and show you what you're supposed to do here. So they're quite narrow. Right, you can probably find them in images of reference. Just look at the HMS Victory, you'll see them along the sides. They kind of will sit here. But they kind of will come out a bit further from the hull itself and then bend around and connect up, and then they're double-sided. So what we'll do is we'll take one like that, we'll take another one and put it... maybe something like this. Okay, then what we'll do is combine these two objects. We're then going to Control-1 isolate them, and I'm just going to add an edge with multicut, pull this down till this looks square on the side, so that'll be the same thickness. Then we're going to go ahead and bridge those faces. Okay, and that's looking a little bit thinner than it should be, so I'll just pull that up. What I'm then going to do is, because we don't want this to be square on the bottom like this, we want it to be rounded. So
I'll go ahead and merge these vertices, and then we're just going to add a bevel. Probably give it maybe 3 divisions, why not? Let's be generous. And then something like that. That's literally it. That's how those railings look. And then they're kind of just positioned along the ship like this. So you can see here, they're kind of like nicely evenly spaced. And then between them, you have netting. I'll also go ahead and show you how to make that so you can fill in those gaps. Okay, cool. You might also need to, because the ship has a curvature to it, right? Go ahead and adjust these so that they're sitting on the top of the deck. Kind of like this. I'm going to have it so that the middle of that bottom bar that touches the hull is kind of in the middle of the edge. That seems to be about the right way to do it. Okay. Maybe something like this. I'll probably just speed this up as well. Okay, cool. So that is all of those bars fitted. Next, what I will do is go ahead and combine all of these, just so they're one object. Makes it a lot easier to deal with. You can see they're following the curve of our hull. Next thing we need to do is actually add our netting. So that can seem really daunting and hard to do, but actually it's really easy. So all we're going to do is we will take a plane, bring that up like so. We're then going to get it to fit sort of between each span like so. Okay, I'm going to reduce the divisions to something like maybe 8 by 8, something like that. Okay, we'll then duplicate that across. Okay, I'm just going to reverse the normals on this side. Combine the two. We'll then bridge these bottom bits. Like so. Make sure that's the right thickness as well, actually. Something like that. Oh. Okay, and we just want to make sure this is kind of square on the bottom. Okay, and the next thing we're going to do is just bevel this like that. And then delete any extra edges we don't want. Okay, cool. So you might be thinking, okay, that doesn't look anything like a net. And you'd be right, because it doesn't. I'm just going to edit edge flow to clean that up a bit, to make them a bit more uniform. Okay. What we'll do next is we are going to select each of these faces, like this. We're then going to go to poke face. Okay, and that's going to give us this crisscross pattern like this, right? We're then going to select everything and go to bevel. Maybe except for the outside edge. Actually, we might have to. You know what? Actually, I'm going to add a bit of an extrusion like this. Okay, now I'm going to select every other edge. Let's select all the edges. Actually, I just realized let's select all the edges except for these ones. So it's going to take a sec just to deselect. I didn't know you could do this when I first made these nets, so I had to make individual triangle or X pattern and then connect them up and then warp them into shape. It was a pain in the ass, basically. This is a much better way of doing this. Okay, we're then going to go bevel and reduce the fraction a little bit to something like that. Maybe a tad bit bigger. Okay, cool. Then literally all we need to do is just delete the faces we don't need, which can take a little bit, but I genuinely think this way is a lot easier. Okay, so pretty much all you're looking to do is just delete the faces that aren't the ones you beveled. Do you see like this? Right, so inside this diamond, you want to keep these angular ones coming out like this, but delete these triangles. So I'll go ahead and pause the recording and come back to you when that's done. Okay, I've actually just realized what you can do is you can select this and then go to select and then similar, and then that's just going to select similar faces to the ones you want to delete. And then that saves you a lot of time having to do it manually, because it can just automatically select a bunch of them for you. Like if I just go ahead and select this face, then go to select and then similar, it doesn't catch all of them, but it catches most of them. And it means I'm not going here and then manually selecting a million different faces, which is very annoying to do. And I was fully prepared to do, and I did one side. But, you know, let's not be too stupid. Okay, I think that is it. Okay, so now that we've done that, we have this nice, like, netted surface, and that took hardly any time at all. And when I found out you could do this, I was literally gobsmacked. So we're now just going to extrude that in a little bit, like this. Then mesh display reverse, and there you go. You have some netting. I would then probably also go ahead and add some bevels to this. For the time being, I'm just going to crease it, just so it holds its shape. It also looks really uniform, and it's not 100% perfectly accurate like netting, but I think it gets the job done really quick. I like to go ahead and like warp these around a little bit like this afterwards, because like any net is not going to be perfectly straight like this, and this looks like it's just made out of like metal or something, and we don't want that. So I like to just go through and mess these up slightly, kind of like this, and then do the whole thing just so the pattern's not completely uniform. And then literally all you do is just go ahead and then duplicate these across, make sure they're hitting on the bars. If you need to as well, just soft select the thing. You can rotate it, squish it around. Honestly, the more messed up the better, as long as it's kind of connecting. If it looks saggy, perfect. You want it to look saggy because it's just nets. And then you can go ahead and then put all those across like that. And then really, I think there probably is some more railing to add on other parts of the ship, but that is how you generally create those. They'll sometimes be up here, sometimes along here as well, where the stairs go up, and even occasionally up here too. If you want to put them there, that's kind of up to you, but that's how you create that. And yeah, I think that will leave it for this episode. In the next episode, we are pretty much going to try and finish up the rest of this model. So I am going to show you how to make anything else that we might need to make that's quite big and more difficult and I haven't showed you how to make, including some of the details. I then want you guys to go ahead and fill all of that in yourself using the videos that we've made so far. If you have any questions, you can definitely just send them to us, email, comment, whatever works for you. We can reply and help you out with that.
But yeah, I hope this video has been helpful, and I look forward to the next episode where we can actually get this guy finished, and then on the episode after that we'll get into how we might do some texturing. I think someone also mentioned how we could add like break these decks up into individual planks, and also how we'll do the below deck parts and these stairs up here. Absolutely, we'll be getting into that in the next episode, but for the time being, go ahead and detail up your rear cabin, add your railings where you need to, and then we'll look inwards. Hopefully by this point as well you've added all your portholes to everything. I still need to do mine, but you can just reuse this guy and then manipulate it. And then we'll look inwards, and then we'll finish up the interior decks, and then I'll show you how to add details to the masts, and then that should be it, and we can get to texturing in the last episode. So yeah, pretty exciting. Hope you enjoyed this episode, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye. Hello and welcome back to part 14 of our Maya hard surface modeling tutorial, where we make a old sailing ship. Last we left off, we finished up this back section here, and we talked a little about how because the tutorial is kind of stretching on to the 14th part now, we kind of want to change pace a little bit and sort of show you how to make some of the more difficult parts now that the main hull is created, and then let you guys go away and take on the rest for yourself. So this will actually be the last sort of main modeling video for this. There's a fair few bits we could look at, like the wheel back up here and some various different bits and pieces and details to add to the deck. But I think we've sort of given you the tools now throughout this video to go ahead and make a lot of that yourself. We've definitely hit the most complicated parts, which is the actual hull and shape of the ship and the back section itself. I feel like everything else, you guys will be more than well equipped enough now to go ahead and do that yourself. We'll probably do some supplementary videos later on, like on how to make a cannon, and then we can go ahead and stick these in, because it seems quite straightforward, but cannons, the actual models, in real life are quite complicated pieces. I think they're originally made out of single bits of cast iron, but they have various different nodules and bits and bobs that come off of them at the back, especially for like the mounting mechanism, and various different pieces like that. And then the actual trailer, I don't know whether that, I don't think that's the official term or the actual term that they come on. Just the wheelbase has some complexity to it, but it's nothing too crazy. So I thought in this video, just to give you the last sort of final bits really to add detail to this, we're going to look at the rigging, specifically the rope ship rigging rather than model rigging parts, and I'll show you how to make some of those. There's a few different bits. I forget exactly what all of them are called, but I'll just pull over my PureRef file here. The ones we're going to be looking at, and these are the ones that you see repeated throughout, and they change in scale and size and complexity depending on the ship. We're just going to make them based on the reference, and then we can scale them down to our reference. So if you're not modeling this ship, then just go ahead and do the same. I would say we could go ahead and find, you know, official old reference for the dimensions of these pieces, and I'm sure it does exist out there on forums or various different Wikipedia pages, but to save ourselves all of that headache, we're just going to make it to this to begin with. So you have these ones here, these circular ones, which kind of look like shocked little face emojis. They line like the sides of the ship. They have these rigging here attached to them. You'll see them high up here on the masts, for example. This is a real picture of the HMS Victory in the Portsmouth in the UK. There's also these pulley type ones as well, and you can see they vary from having sort of like a single opening to double opening to triple opening. So, and also these little acorn looking ones, which aren't as common, but at least for the time being we'll make these dead eyes, which is what they're actually called, and show you how to make some of these pulleys as well. And then once you make this single pulley here, it's really easy to make the rest, because you kind of just duplicate it out, but I'll show you how to do that. You might have already figured out how to do it in your heads, but we'll do it in today's episode. So to begin with, I'll just put that to the side. We are going to, I'll just put this in the ship group, hide our ship, and then I'm just going to turn the grid back on because I want to be able to see where we're starting from. To begin with, we'll make one of the dead eyes. So we're literally just going to start with a cylinder. Could start with a sphere, but I prefer not to in this case. We'll go with something like 24 divisions maybe. Actually we could do it with 16. So we need 3 holes. Let's go with 16. right? We don't want to go too high because we are going to have a lot of these once you actually add them all on every single little surface. And what we'll do for scale for this is we'll just scale that in a little bit like this. We're not going to change the rest of the size, just this. We'll scale it down in Y. What we'll then do is go ahead and, sorry, I had soft select on there, add a couple bevels here. Something like this. And these also seem to vary in shape and dimension as well. Some of them have a more rounded front. Some of them have a flatter front. For the sake of this tutorial, I am going to just give them a more rounded front with a bevel here. Or, sorry, a flatter front with a bevel there. And then there's also a groove down the middle, which is where our rope goes. So we're going to add a edge loop, and then we're going to bevel that and just increase that size a bit. We'll then extrude this in, like so. Maybe something like this. Nice deep groove for the ropes to go through. Okay, and then that's our basic shape. And then we now need to add 3 little holes here on the front and back to create our smiley face shape. Okay. So to do that, we're just going to extrude in to give ourselves some more polygons. I'm then going to extrude in again, and this is just to add as like a protective edge. Don't necessarily need to do it, but I like to. And then we're going to select the shapes like this. Okay. We'll then go ahead and extrude and reduce these in scale. Now that might start to look a little funky, but that's okay. Well, what we'll do next is we might have to scale some of these down ourselves manually. Okay, just because the actual extrude function is going to work a bit strange if we don't. And when we come to circularize those faces, it's still not going to work too well either. Just to be safe as well, we'll just go ahead and select these vertices, the ones we're going to be modifying. And then we'll go ahead and use a tool we haven't used before. I'm just holding down Shift and right click and going to average. I'm pressing G to repeat, and all that's going to do is just even out the spacing on those, just so we can give our circularize the best chance to do this without really having any glitches. You want to try and keep these vertices kind of as even as possible on all sides. So something like this ought to do. Then we'll go ahead and select these guys again. Then we will press circularize. Okay. So again, the scale of these holes varies as well, and the position. I am going to go ahead and put them like so, and then just delete, because we don't need those faces anymore. Okay, and there you go. You can see we have our shape. What I might do is pull these out a little bit. I'll just soft select so that that moves all of these edges, just so there's a bit more spacing. Okay, and maybe as well I'll increase the size of these holes ever so slightly. Something like this. Okay, and again, I'm not worried about it being perfect. So that's that side. We're now going to go ahead and duplicate this over to the other side. Like always, we don't want to have to be redoing work we've already done. We'll just set the pivot point to the middle. It might already be at the middle, but I'm just paranoid. And then we'll go ahead and merge that. Okay, and then we can delete this edge. Okay, cool. So now we have holes going right through. We're just going to go ahead and bridge these, like so. Okay. Then we can go ahead and I think what we'll do is just give these edges a bit more spacing so they're not so cramped. We don't want that to be too tight up against it, just because when we go to add bevels to these, it's going to create some problems. This topology is not the prettiest, but it really doesn't matter. I'm sure many people in the comments, if you do comment, will disagree. But it's kind of like knowing the rules, right? As long as you're not planning on this deforming or taking this to add like sculpting onto later, it really doesn't matter all that much whether or not you have super clean quads. I would say still keep it as quads. And if you're going to put this on your portfolio, I would say you can only really get away with having less clean topology on the tiniest little parts. Make sure everything else is as clean as possible. Then we'll go ahead and add some bevels to these now. Pretty big edge loops, I think. There we go, perfect. Then let's add some bevels to the rest. I don't want this to have like super hard edges because it is made out of wood after all and exposed to sea air, so something like this will probably do. Oh, missed one. That's okay. Okay, great. And then that is how you make one of those Deadeyes. It's really not a very complicated shape. They kind of vary in scale throughout the ship, but you can literally just reuse these. So now that you have one, you can use that for every single one. You know, if you need to have a slightly bigger one, just take it and scale it up. And then you can even, if I enable our reference, you know, I can come to the side view here. And then I can see here that they're all positioned along the side, and I can literally go into wireframe mode and just scale this down until it fits. And you can see, you know, even the ropes kind of line up, because these really, like, these were used just on ships in general of the period. I don't know exactly when they started using them, but they're just on every single nation ships, from military ships to just civil maritime ships, everything. So that all line up quite nicely, and as you can see, they're positioned everywhere, right? Like down here, up here. I don't think so much up here, but you can see the pulleys and stuff right here. So we're going to go ahead and make those next. Okay, let's go ahead and make one of the pulleys. So we'll just name this something like Deadeye underscore 001. So when we duplicate that out, that can go to 002 and so on. We'll go ahead and hide that guy, hide our ref layer again, and we'll start with another cylinder. I'm gonna, with this guy, because of the actual shape, we're going to go with 24 divisions for the time being, because we need to add some inserts on this side. Actually, sorry, ignore me. We're going to start with a cube, just because it's going to be easier to get the shape. So it's kind of just like a rounded cube, really, cuboid, rectangular type shape. And again, the thickness kind of varies. So for the time being, we'll start with the single notch one. We are going to go ahead and add an edge loop in the middle. We'll extrude that out. Then we'll add some bevels on all sides, actually. Kind of like this. And I want to keep the size of the faces here even. And then that's pretty close to the shape that we want. So what I'll do is just go ahead and clean up this topology quickly. And we'll add an extra edge up here as well. Just for the sake of it. Maybe adds a bit of roundness to this as well. They're not perfectly flat really anywhere, except for the sides. Okay, so let's go quickly join all this up. I'm pretty confident you guys could go ahead after following this tutorial, especially if you have some more modeling experience, and make these shapes absolutely no problem. But if you've not done it before, then I think this will definitely help you out a little. Just because it's bugging me, I'm going to go ahead and soften those edges. Okay, I may also edit the edge flow on these, because that's sticking out a little too much. So maybe on this guy as well. Okay, and then we'll just straighten that up, just to keep that curve a bit more even. What I'm then going to do is add an extra subdivision. Okay, so we'll just crease those. Okay, and these models can get quite high poly, so we're definitely not making this as a game asset. This is more of like a stay in Maya, or any other like pre-rendered scene type software.
I'll just go ahead and harden those edges and then remove the crease. The reason we're adding a few more divisions is because of that cut in on the side. And without them, I feel like we're going to get some weird pinching, which I don't really want to get. So to create that cut in, we're going to go ahead and create one edge with a multi-cut tool. We're then going to bevel that to get our shape, and we want it to be something like this. And these come up pretty far, so we'll go ahead and select all the edges to begin with, and then I'm just going to come to the top view, and then maybe we'll just deselect, same amount on either side, something like this. Oh, make sure that's even, sorry. Kind of confusing myself here. Okay, there we go, that's even on both sides, I think. Let's have a look. Yeah, okay, there we go. That's even on both sides. Always good to double check before you start doing anything. And then probably a gap of about that big. We'll then go ahead and extrude. And we actually want these to come in all the way through and meet in the middle. I'm then going to go ahead and delete those faces because we want this to be a gap. I'll just go ahead, edit mesh, and then merge, because otherwise these vertices in here would be disconnected, but we want those to be connected. And the topology in there is okay now. So that's the basic shape. We now need to have some bevels here to hold that shape. So just using the multi-cut tool, I'm going to go ahead and add in a few lines just to hold those edges. Something like that. Okay, and then on the inside, we will go ahead, select those edges, and then we will extrude in, just with offset. Some of the edge pulling away here, but I'm not too worried about that. And there you go, that's the cutout. What we'll then do is go ahead and add some bevels to the rest of the sides here. Just to quickly select these. Make sure you deselect any edges we don't want to bevel. If you're wondering why sometimes I turn off chamfer and do segments, or turn on chamfer and do segments, and sometimes I turn it off, it's because if I want the roundness of these edges to be more of a feature of the mesh, then I'll turn chamfer off, right, and just have segments on, like with the dead eyes, right? They're quite rounded. But if I want to have a sort of flatter surface, I generally find having chamfer turned off and just having fenced edges like this to work better. That's just a personal preference thing. No, you don't have to do that if you don't want to. Okay, we could have an extra loop going this way, but I don't feel like we need to really. And then that is that shape. There is one more thing we need to add in the middle, and that is a cylinder for the ropes to actually go around, because this is a pulley. I don't know exactly how the mechanism works, but all we're really worried about is how it looks, and does it look correct, because a lot of the time in VFX and any pre-rendered stuff, if it's not for like some sort of engineering model or something, we don't actually care if it could physically work or not. You just want to make it look as accurate as possible, right? In doing so, it could potentially physically work if you could somehow extract that model into the real world, but for a lot of interior detail stuff like this, we don't really have to worry about it too much. So that is our shape there. We'll go ahead and add some bevels to these edges. Like so. I'll just go ahead and smooth both of these edges. Okay, and then that's in the middle, and then that is our pulley shape. Very, very, very simple to and easy to make. We'll just group these together and call this something like pulley underscore 001, and then is pulley spelled with an I, E, or a Y? Oh, no, my bad. It's spelled with a Y. I did actually just have to go and Google that. Let's now go ahead and make the double and triple versions. So we'll duplicate this, bring that to the side. We'll, for the time being, just hide our interior bit. What we're going to do is, this part is actually pretty simple. All we're going to do is duplicate this. Okay.
delete the caps on either side. I'm going to take it up to where the bevel is. Okay, we're then just going to duplicate this. And we want this to have a similar size gap. Okay, in sort of in between each section. So this gap should be pretty equal to this gap. Something like this. Okay, then we'll just go ahead and get that to line up to there. And then we'll delete these overlapping faces. There you go. That gives us our double one. Okay, I'm just going to duplicate these out for later. I'll go ahead and combine that. Edit mesh and then merge. We can then go ahead and duplicate this again. I'll just isolate these two. Now, what we're interested in is just the caps. Okay, so a lot of the times you don't actually need to remake things from scratch. That's something I see a lot of beginners doing. Is you can take parts you've already made and break them up and use them to make new parts that are slightly different. So you see in just like barely a minute, I wasn't exactly keeping track, we've gone ahead and turned that into a double one, just using the same ones we already had, and the topology is still clean and consistent. We can then use this exact same approach, if I isolate this, to go ahead and create our triple version. So if I go ahead and duplicate this, we're going to invert it. Okay, set the pivot point to this edge, snap it to there, combine, then again all we have to do is add our caps, so we'll duplicate this again. Okay, delete the parts we don't need. Oh, bit too much. Like so. Then again, we're just going to snap to the edges. Combine, and then edit, and then merge. And then we have our triple. So you can see in a very, very short amount of time, we created one shape, and then use that shape to create the triple version and the double version. And then literally all we have to do is, we'll just take these two guys out on their own. Okay, we'll duplicate this part. We'll set the pivot point just to there. Turn on wireframe on shaded, and then that will let us just snap this to where we need it to go. Okay, then what I like to do is to actually go ahead and combine these. Any part that's going to share the same material, a little piece like this, you're just better off combining it. I would probably go ahead and even just combine these entirely. Okay, and there you go. That's the extra parts of our rigging. And then that's really, as far as like little mechanics and mechanisms go, that's really all you need. There is a lot of complicated stuff when it comes to doing the actual rigging parts. Okay, like these various different ropes and bits and pieces. I, at one point, tried to make these all as actual rope, so I created like threads and then like kind of used the twist tool to make those look like they were combined into a single piece, like rope, like this, how it kind of crisscrosses. It became far too much, right, because there's miles and miles and miles of rigging on ships, and how much rigging you want to do is really up to you. You could do like a simple amount. I mean, this isn't simple, it's quite a lot, but you could do a lesser amount like this, and that's fit for purpose. That already looks great. You could do it like more accurately, where there's so many lines, right? You can look at this for ages, and you'll keep seeing lines and lines and lines, and you can spend a very, very long time doing it. I've certainly done that before. I personally wouldn't recommend it unless you're trying to create like as accurate as possible model. Like, just look at this, right? This is with a lot more rigging. You can see our pulleys and various different things in there. Our dead eyes here down at the bottom. I would say if you want to do it, go for it. If not, don't worry, just do a lesser amount. It will still look just as cool. Now that we combine these all, actually, we don't really need these in groups anymore. We'll go ahead and just name these pulley 001, or maybe pulley single underscore 001. It's always good to have a pretty consistent naming scheme whenever you're doing stuff like this. Because once you have 100 of these guys, if you do, it's going to be quite annoying to find where each one goes. We'll just turn on our reference layer. And again, we can take our pulleys
probably match these up. Okay, this guy will probably just be a single one, and I only know that just from experience from making these before. And then we know that's roughly going to be about that size. This one up here, probably a double, and so on. But you see how we can just make these very, very quickly and then just scale them down to fit the reference. So now we know that's actually the correct size. I'll just go ahead and scale down all of these to the same size. You'll probably get some which are slightly bigger, depending on where they are on the ship. But again, that's just something you're going to have to look at your reference for. And then, yeah, that's kind of really all the rigging components you need. Something else I'll show you, a little trick that helped me a lot when I was creating ropes. Because you might think that you need to, oh god, I need to like create a cylinder and then take it up here and then scale it down and extrude it this way, and then like, do I have to start rotating it and moving the vertices around? God no. Please don't do that. Don't do that at all. There's a much faster way to do this. Let's say, right, we put some of our rigging parts, we take them and then put them up where they need to go on the decks. Okay, like if we turn on our reference, you can see here we have a few dead eyes here. So just for example, let's take one, rotate it to look in the correct direction, and then just put one here, right? Now for the time being, it's not actually attached to anything. There are little boards that come out here, you can see in reference, and they'll sort of connect down there. But let's just say for the sake of this example, right, that's where the dead eye goes. Okay, and let's say you wanted to connect it up to the top here, which is where it goes. Okay. Also, just as a side, I wouldn't worry about where to terminate the ropes up here. I would kind of just hide it. There's various different bits of wood. Like if we look from the side again, you can see here there's a part that comes down, and there's sort of a gap here for where the masts go through this platform. Just hide them in the creases. They kind of curve in like this, right, and come up towards the top. So don't worry so much about that. And by the time you've added all the rigging, honestly, you wouldn't notice. Unless you're planning on getting really close, you can sort of try and tie it together if you want. But anytime you see a ship that is CG in 3D, I guarantee you none of those ropes are actually connected to a point where they would be realistically. They kind of just look the part. Nobody's got time for that, especially not in VFX. So you kind of just have to make it look correct. Okay, and then let's say we want to run a rope from this deadeye up to this point. Best way to do that is select both of the objects you want to use, duplicate them with Control D, and then combine. Okay, I'm just going to take that out of the ship group, and I'm just going to name it, just so we know what it is, guide, because we don't want that to get lost, right? And it is overlapping with some of the geo. What we're then going to do is make this a live surface. I think we used that in one of the previous episodes, but it's been a while. We're then going to select the EP curve tool under curves, and then because this is now live, we can now attach our curve points to the bits of the geo. It might not always go exactly where you want it to go, sorry, but then we can now turn off the control, and then if we just turn up our soft select, we can then go ahead and just get that into place like so, and you see just like that we've now added a rope between them. Something you can do actually that would help even better is just under curve degree change that to 1 if you double click it instead of cubic, because then it will literally go from point to point, right? Any curve where you just want it to go, it's like taut, right? It's just stretched and going in a straight line. Change it to 1 linear. In fact, we'll even redo that now, and I'll show you exactly how to do that. So if I double click it, go to 1 linear. Okay, turn on our guide again, add our first point, add our second. Okay, you can now see there's only 2 control points, so now this acts as kind of like a very taut, tight rope, and goes directly between those 2 points. Okay, sometimes it is handy to have 3 or even more, or as a Bezier curve, for the more curved ones, because they do have those, but a lot of them are quite tight ropes like this. Okay, next thing what we'll do is we'll get a cylinder. Okay, we'll rotate it so it's sitting flat like this. We're then going to kind of scale it down and just bring it up to where the deadeye is. Okay, we're going to reduce the subdivision axes to 8 because this is going to be, there's going to be a lot of ropes. You don't want the polygon count to be too high.
And we're going to scale that down till that kind of matches the thickness of our rope. We can actually even check it against our reference. Something like that. Okay. Then we will isolate that and take that back to the grid center. I'm then just going to extrude it a little. Okay, and then just going to delete both those faces on the other side, because we don't want those. And then soften the edges. Okay, make sure that the transforms are all frozen, all the history is deleted on it. We're then going to go ahead, select our curve, or select our cylinder, sorry. Then select our curve. We're going to come up to deform, and then curve warp. Okay, that's now attached our cylinder to the curve. Okay, but it's not going all the way. So in order to fix that, we're just going to come up to the attribute editor under curve warp, and then we're going to untick keep length, and you can see that's now extended the cylinder all the way to the top, right? And instead of us now having to get a cylinder in there and then rotate it, we very quickly, and it's taken me a bit longer because I was having to explain it, attach the curve to the deadeye and then up to the rigging up here, and then yeah, it does just kind of intersect here, but we're then going to have a piece of wood that comes underneath here like in the reference, right? You can see this board here, and that will go in front of this. It doesn't look like it is in this image. That's just because this is like a cutaway, right? But there should be two here, one here, and then so one running here, one running that side as well. And that is literally how you can create all of the rigging for your ship, and you can do this really, really quickly. What I would recommend is taking your rigging parts and then literally going in and kind of copy and pasting them, or just duplicating them, and then placing them in the right place along your ship. And this bit can take a very long time because there's quite a lot to add, and I would really take your time doing this, and I'd really study your reference. A simple side image like this isn't quite going to cut it. You're going to need more reference as well. Again, like I've mentioned in the past, Pinterest, fantastic place, or just Google, good old Google Images is a great place to get reference for this stuff. I wouldn't use AI imagery just because sometimes it's not going to be accurate most of the time, actually, especially for stuff like this. It would just kind of get the essence but not the content. And once you have all those in place, you can then go through, combine literally all of it. Make sure you duplicate it first, right? You don't want to combine everything. You can combine some parts, it's kind of up to you. And then you can call that a guide, turn on live surface, and then just like how we did, create all your curves. Then literally all you need to do is create a cylinder, duplicate it every time you want to do a curve warp deformer, and then you can just go bang, 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 and then do the rest of your rigging very, very, very quickly. And then when we actually come to adding textures to stuff like this, we're going to do it all procedurally anyway, so you really don't have to worry about the UVs, and it just saves yourself so much time. So please don't try and do that manually. Use curves. They'll save yourself so much time and headache, believe me. So that's going to be it, really, for the modeling. I am going to take my ship up to kind of a similar level, hopefully, for the next episode, and then we're going to take a look at the texturing. We did have someone, I don't know if I mentioned this already, ask if we're going to split up the deck into individual planks, and we'll probably make a video on how to do that too. It's quite a simple process. Probably works how you'd expect, right? Just multi-cut tool, straight lines across, separate them, extrude. Maybe add some breakup, so some planks are shorter than others, stuff like that. Anyway, next episode we're going to get into actual texturing, where we can add our like plank lines along the hull using texture maps rather than actually modeling them in ourselves. That is something you can do as well, but for this we're not going to, and I would not recommend doing it again unless you're really going for that very, very high fidelity, like very close up model type hero product type thing. But yeah, this will give you everything you need to do the rigging, and I hope that helped. If you had any questions at all, please do let us know. Always happy to answer any questions. Send us an email, comment under the video, whatever that may be. We can make a video or just reply and hopefully get that sorted for you. And yeah, I hope you've enjoyed this tutorial so far, and I'll see you in the next part to do the texturing. Thanks. Hello guys, and welcome back to our hard surface modeling course in Maya. This is part 15. The ship may look a bit different from where we last left off. We talked about adding detail, so in my own time I've gone ahead and added various bits and pieces. I've added all the hatches that we made. I've various bits of trim, just using techniques that we've already sort of gone over. Added bevels to things, added a few extra elements as well, such as these lamps and these cannons. I'll probably make a video on how to make these or something like this at a later date. I've also gone ahead and increased the detail on the mast. Haven't got around to adding all of my rigging yet. That can be quite a time-consuming process, but again, it works very much the same way that we did in the last episode, or at least how I showed you how to do it with curves and curve warp deformers and things like that. What I think we'll get into in this video, like I mentioned, is we'll start doing a bit of texturing. I kind of went backwards and forwards on which software to use to texture this, and I thought maybe we could do it in Substance or 3D Coat or Blender or something like that, but I think because this is a my tutorial and not everyone will have access to each individual piece of that software, I think I'll go ahead and just show you how we would do this in Maya using Arnold's just look dev material creation nodes and various different tools. So to begin with, we're going to start off with UVs. If you're not familiar with UVs, essentially imagine UVs are a sort of a 2D representation of your model, if you like. They're kind of required to use texture maps. Not all materials are created using maps in the traditional sense, like an image texture. We might get into a bit of that, but at least for the wood on the hull and things like that, we're going to be using image textures just because it will get us out the best result. I kind of like a pretty popular way of putting it is if you imagine you had like a chocolate wrapper, right? Like one of those Lindor like chocolate truffles. If you take that wrapper off, it kind of unfolds into a square, but it still has all the like design and color and texture to it, right? But then when you fold it up, it's more like a 3D shape. That's basically what UVs are, right? And what texture maps are. So to begin with, I'm going to show you how to UV some of these parts, and we're going to start with the hull for this video, and then maybe show you how we can add some procedural textures and some other metal bits, and then we'll probably leave the video there and leave you guys to do a bit of homework and add some more textures to the rest of this yourself. So let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and start texturing the hull. So by default, to get into the UV editor, you're going to come up to UV and then UV editor. You might be presented with some sort of mess like this. Yours might not look exactly like mine. Yours might look like this or like this. Essentially all this is doing is it's showing you a display of what Maya is saying is happening to your UVs. So this red color here means that they're inverted, and that's not what we want because it's going to affect how normal maps work and everything like that, and we'll get into what a normal map is later. The view I like to have is I turn this button on here, mainly just because that's going to help us see what is and isn't inverted. So we can see here with this turned on, we can see the majority of this isn't inverted because it's blue, and then some of it is, but it's just got some sort of horrendous mess like this. Don't worry about that. We're going to get rid of this. This will not work. So what we'll do right off the bat is making UVs can kind of vary depending on what you're making. With a shape like this, what I like to do for pretty much everything is we just come at it from any angle. We come up to UV and then camera based, and you can see what that's done is it's kind of created what looks like a projection of our model from our camera, right? It's from the same angle, we can see all the same bits, and this is just the first step, right? This is one step in the process. There's a bit more to do before this is ready to actually add textures to. So what we need to do next is add some UV seams. Now, the reason why we can't just leave this as is because you can see these red parts here are overlapping. That's what that is, sorry, overlapping, not inverse. That would be different. And that's not what we want. Let's say we had an image texture running along here. The wood would start to look weird around here, like it would be overlapping with itself and it would mess up the whole texture. So what we need to do in order to improve that is to add UV seams and actually cut up this into smaller parts. So what I'm going to do is I'm literally just going to select these two, double click to select those whole edges. I would like to have these follow the entire keel because I want to make this a separate piece if we can. I'm going to turn off this so that I can actually see our edges. So there we go. I've gone ahead and selected those. And the reason why I'm selecting these edges in particular is because when I smooth preview this, you can see the edges kind of slide. So the reason why you want to select a center edge between bevels like this is because it doesn't slide. So when you come to subdivide your model, your texture also won't slide. So all we're going to do then, once we have those selected, is hold down Shift and then go to Cut. You can also do that in various different menus here. You've got Cut as well. The ones we're going to be looking at mainly are Transform, Tools, Create, and Cut and Sew. Also Unfold as well, and probably not so much Align and Snap. Okay, so once we have that, what we can do is we can hold down right click to bring up our marking menu. We're going to go to UV Shell. We're then going to hold down Shift right click, go to Unfold, and then Unfold. And you can see what it's done now is it's given us a few different shapes at kind of odd angles. First things first, we're going to want to select all of these, hold down Shift right click, and go to Orient. Now, that's just going to make sure that they're aligned in one particular axis. You kind of want to have them positioned so that the way we have these, right, let's say with this one, you can see it's a horizontal piece, but this one's going vertical. So, okay, so in this case, this would have the wood running up this way, which is not what we want. We want it to be running the length. So in order to do that, well, and that will also vary on the image text you're using and which way that's orientated. There's multiple different ways to do this, but typically I would say best practice is to have your UV shells going the same way your model is. So we're just going to go ahead and do another unfold there, and then we just need to figure out which way this is up exactly. So that seems to be the right way. We've got our edges selected here, and you can see it's reflected in our model. So that would be the right way up, and then this one, while flipped, is also the right way around. If I go ahead and look at edge select, you can see or vertex, sorry. You can see we've selected the top vertex. This one here, we're also going to want to just rotate that 90 degrees under Tools. Okay, and then there's one last thing we need to do. So we have our UV shells, but they're quite big. So what we're looking at here in the grid is this is our UV grid, and this is broken up into UDIMs. So you can see it starts at 0, it then goes to 1. So each of these squares here is one UDIM. Now you can have multiple UDIMs for an asset, and typically for a bigger asset in film and TV, depending on how close up we're going to be seeing the model, you might have something with hundreds of UDIMs. I've definitely worked on assets for some films which have at least a couple hundred. All the way down to like 50. If you're doing something much sort of lower res and less important, it might have one or just a handful. With this, I think, because we're going to be procedurally texturing this in Maya, it's not too much of an issue. I would say, though, I think I would like one whole length like this to take up one length of a UDIM. And we could just go and start scaling these down to match ourselves, but we want them to be a little bit more accurate than that because we want consistency. So let's take this as our base shape. Let's say we're happy with that size. We can then come down under Tools, there's Texel Density. Now, this is essentially just the size of the UVs. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but for the sake of this, it's just the size of the UVs. If I click this UV shell, and then just click Get. So you can see that number there changed. So that is the scale or texel density of this individual UV. Now we want this to be uniform largely across the board so that our textures remain at the same scale for everything. Otherwise it will throw it off, right? You might have one plank on this piece that's a certain size, and then another plank on this piece that's enormous. And then, you know, if that texture has nails in it, you're going to have like a 6-foot nail, and it will just throw off the scale. So like with our model, it's also important to have the UVs be the correct scale. So once we have our scale here, we can also then set this and everything else. So if we select all the objects, then click Set, that will then automatically scale these all down to size. It's also, we can see here, there is a slight issue. This one is not quite the full size. So what we'll do is we'll just scale this down until it does fit. Actually, you know what? No, in this case, because I kind of like this size, I think what I'll do is I'll just cut this down the middle. You kind of want to hide UV seams in general. There's no hard and fast rule, but in this case, it's not that big of a deal because it's wood and it's going to be made up in separate planks anyway. So we'll just cut this in half. We'll then go ahead and lay these out. If you're noticing that some UV shells like this are still a bit wonky, just go ahead and then you can orient those again, and then that should fix any of that. Okay, so we'll just place these in a way that makes sense. I like to move them all down towards the bottom. something like this. Okay. Don't worry about getting these too tightly packed, but you do kind of just want to be as efficient as possible. Don't have large amounts of empty space or anything like that. So that is the bottom portion of that hole done. What we'll do then is we'll go on and do the next portion. This side will be a little bit more complicated because we have a front and a back side. And not only that, it's separated into two separate sides. So we need to figure out how to do that. So we'll go into that now. Okay, so like with the lower portion, we're going to start the exact same way. Also, if you have subdivision preview applied with the free key, I would go ahead and just turn that off, press 1 to bring that back to normal before you do this, because it can slow down the process and make it a bit more tricky. So this part's a bit more complicated. So we'll start like we did last time. We're going to go ahead and do camera based. You might notice here there is an automatic feature, and we could do this, but so if we went and did automatic UV, you can see it kind of does most of the job for us. It's not always going to work very well. In this case, it kind of has worked pretty well though, surprisingly. But you can see it does create a lot of individual UV islands. Like this one here is a separate piece. Probably wouldn't want to do that. But having these as separate bits, that does make sense. I was going to separate these anyway. So I think in this case, this one has actually worked pretty well. There's a few bits of cleanup that we can go ahead and do. Also, by the way, I wouldn't normally advocate for auto UVing anything. If it works, sometimes you can get away with it, and it's faster to auto UV and clean it up than it is to do it yourself manually. Otherwise, we'd have to add all these cuts here ourselves. It can be a bit too liberal sometimes with the cutting. Like here, it's created like 1, 2, 3, 4 shells. That could probably just be one. And we could go ahead and make sure that those are all like sewn together. But honestly, I think for this case, it's probably fine. A lot of the time when you're working within VFX, speed is your friend, really. You're not looking to get things done. I mean, within reason, right? Like definitely the size of this hole, you want those to be perfect. Maybe each individual like bolt on these hatches, you might just auto UV that because it won't matter. And unless it was going to be seen like hyper up close, you definitely wouldn't bother. But I think it's a good rule of thumb to generally have your UVs as clean as possible. And because of that, I am going to go ahead and sew these back on just because I don't really like that they're separate. I think that's a bit weird. So let's go ahead and fix that. So the best way to fix that is to literally just come to our model, and we can do that while we have this open. We can actually modify our UVs within the viewport. So I'm just going to select these edges here, the seams, which you can see are marked by a white line. Once those are all selected, I'm then going to hold down Shift, right click, and then go to Sew. And you can see what that's done is it's now combined these at that seam, but it's a little unclean. So to fix that, we're just going to select that, go to Unfold, and then Unfold. Okay, with Shift and right click. And now you can see that's then created our shape. This is curved because the shape of our ship is also curved. So it's following the shape, and that's what we want because the wood will be curving up like this, right? There could be cases where you'd want the wood to run straight. In that case, we'd have to straighten out these UVs. I can show you a little bit of how to do that. Like we'll probably straighten these out in a second. But for these ones in particular, we want to keep that curvature. So we'll do the same on the back side. Move and Sew. That's another thing you can do instead. Instead of just going here and Sew, you can go to Move and Sew, and then that will actually put it in the correct place. But you still also have to unfold just to keep it as clean as possible. That does look a little different. Okay, so here's where the fiddliness comes in. So you can see that's actually straightened it out. We don't want that to happen. So in this case, I think best thing to do would be actually leave it as is and don't unfold that again. We have these parts here. These are like the top and bottom parts. You're probably not going to see these. They'll be hidden underneath other bits of geo, but we still want to give them some attention. So right now they have this big curve because they're following the shape. We don't really want that for these parts. We want the wood to run along it rather than if, you know, we left it like this, it'd be like the planks were coming in this direction while this is curving away. And if you want it to look like that, that's okay, but we don't really want that. We want the wood to follow this curvature, right, the whole time, because that's the way they're built. So in order for that to work, we're going to need to select this edge.
We're then going to hold down Shift, right click, and go to Straighten Shell. We're just going to press G a couple times to redo that, and just to make sure that's solidly done. You can see now it straightens out that edge or that shell with very little issue. And now that'll work a lot better for us. The rest of these, I'm not really too worried about them, so that's okay. We'll then go ahead and set the scale of these as well. And this could take a little bit longer just because the mesh is a bit more dense. We'll then go ahead and lay these out. So if you want to lay these out quicker, rather than doing it manually, because we've got a lot of different shells here, what we can do is select everything, hold down Shift, right click, go to Layout, and then Layout UV. By default, that's not going to do exactly what you want. There's a few settings you're going to need to change. So if you go to this square here instead, it's going to bring up your settings. And there's a few, just basically copy the settings I have exactly here. So for method, you want that to be unfold 3D. Fix non-manifold geometry in case you have any issues. It will warn you beforehand. You can just say yes. Translate shells, but don't rotate them because we want to keep the rotation we set ourselves. The shell padding, now that will be the spacing between the individual shells, and that will vary depending on what you're making. I normally just leave that at the default, which is this for me. Scale mode, you want to make sure that's off. And you also want to turn off shell pre-rotation and shell pre-scaling, because otherwise it will go ahead and scale your shells, which you don't want to. You want to keep this consistent scale like we spoke about earlier. So once you have all these settings like this, go ahead and click apply, and then that will automatically pack these for you as tight as possible. You can see we're having a bit of overlap. If that's happening, I'm just going to ever so slightly scale these down, but not by too much, because we want to maintain our UV size as much as possible. So we just want that to be within the square. That will probably be okay. Okay. Now we have that side done. You can see that's currently sitting on top of the rest of our shells. We don't want that to happen. So we're going to bring these up to here. Then we're going to reselect our bottom. And then you can see now these are the parts we have done. How you lay these out is quite important as well, especially when you come to get a job in VFX. Or even game for that matter as well, anything, and even just for your own personal sanity. You kind of want to lay these out in a way that makes sense, right? So you wouldn't have like all the Canon UVs on one UDIM and then for some reason just one side of the lower hole. That wouldn't really make any sense, right? You want to organize it in a similar way to how you organize things in your outliner. Just put them in the UDIM that makes sense, right? So all the hole will probably go on one UDIM, or as much as you can, or spread across a couple of UDIMs if you have to. Okay, so that's that one side done. To get the other side, we can actually transfer the UVs across rather than have to do this again ourselves. We'll just delete the history. We're going to select the one we've just UV'd, select the one we want to transfer the attributes over to. We're going to come up to, Mesh and then Transfer Attributes. We're going to click on this square to bring up the settings. A few things you're going to want to change, because yours will probably look a bit different by default, is change the vertex position to off, vertex normals to off, UV sets to current, color sets to off. We're also going to set the sample space to component for the time being. This may have to change if this doesn't work, because sometimes it can be a bit fiddly. And then for mirroring, turn that off, and flip UVs also off. Then literally all we'll do is we'll click apply, and you can see it has not entirely worked. It's gone ahead and cut everything up. So sometimes this doesn't always work. Failing that, what you can also do is just delete this because it's exactly the same. Copy it, make sure it is reset in the pivot, then just do our old minus scale trick, freeze the transforms, and there you go, you have it duplicated across. You might need to update your groups depending on if you have these in different sides, right? Like for left and right, but it takes 5 seconds and it's a lot easier than redoing this all yourself. The only other thing we need to do is we need to make sure that these are not flipped, which you can see they are because they're all red instead of blue. So whenever you do something like that we just did, where we reverse the scale and freeze the transforms, the UVs are going to get reversed, and that means our normal map will be reversed, the thing that gives it its bumpiness for our wood planks, and we don't want that to happen. So literally all we'll do is go to UV shell selection mode, select all our UV shells, hold down Shift, right click, and then go to flip along U. Okay, and then that will then flip those shells. As you can see now they are aligned properly. We can then go ahead and pull these up. Okay, now we have the entire hole on one UDIM.
There's a few more extra bits we need to do, so we'll go ahead and do those quickly. Just these two, or these 4 bands, and we'll do those much in the same way we did the upper hull. But for the sake of getting this done quicker for you guys, I'm going to go ahead and pause it here while I do this. It's exactly the same as the way you would do the hull. In fact, it's even easier. I would be tempted just to also do another automatic UV, or actually, in this case, I might do a regular camera-based selection, and then all you're going to want to do is make sure you have your UV seams along these edges so that they don't slide, and cut that up nice and evenly. Okay, so we're back, and I finished UVing all of these hull elements. So something I realized while doing this is that we do actually want parts like this and this to be straight, because like I explained earlier, we the planks, when we go to add them as a texture map, won't follow the shape of this unless this is straight, unfortunately, because the map is also like straight, right? So in order to have it go across this properly, we need this to be straight. So to do that, literally all I was doing was I was going to edge select, then selecting one continuous edge, something like this down the middle, and then like we were doing earlier, going to hold down shift and then straighten shell. And you might have to do that quite a lot of times. I was literally spamming G on the keyboard, and it can take a while for these bigger parts, but if you keep doing it until it kind of resembles something like this and it's a bit straighter, then that will get you most of the way there. It's a bit easier with parts like this, just because they're much more simple in shape. So I have gone ahead and laid out most of these, with the exception of these new parts. These will, well, some of them will fit on the last UDIM, so we'll go ahead and put those on there, like that. But then some of them may not all fit on there, so what we're going to do is we're actually going to go across to the next UDIM. We're going to take the parts that don't fit, and then we're just going to drag those across to the next bit over here. Okay? So the main hull is these parts, and then anything else hull related will then start filling up in this second UDIM here. But for the sake of this video, that is where we'll leave the UVs, and you can probably go ahead and get the rest of that done as well. Just follow the same principles, keep the scale consistent, and you'll be absolutely fine. But if you do run into any issues, obviously always feel free to ask questions. Okay, so now that we have those bits selected, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add those to a layer, just so that we can quickly select them more easily. In fact, no, what I'll do is I'll select and then inverse everything else. Okay? Except for our reference. Then I'll go ahead and add that to a layer, because then we can go ahead... Oh, no, that's not working quite right for some reason. Basically, what I'm trying to do is make a selection so that we can just view this on its own. Select, inverse. Okay, that's not working quite how I would like. So what I'll do then instead is I'll literally just group this into one big group and just call this hull underscore main. Okay. Then I will just isolate that. Okay, so that gives us the main hull pieces, missing the upper deck for now, but we can show you the principles on what to do with these. So all of these parts now have UVs, and we're ready to go and start adding texture maps. So the first thing we're going to do is we are going to apply a material to these parts here, and we're going to call it, we're going to right click and go to assign new material, then we're going to come to Arnold, because that's the render engine we're using, and we're going to create the AI standard surface. Now this is kind of like the standard material shader for anything that you create in Arnold, shader wise. Has various different properties such as roughness, metalness, color, and so on, and we'll get into what those are in a second. But this is where we're going to build our material from. It's going to change the color of your objects like this. I don't actually want to see the color in the viewport, so I'm going to click this button up here, and that will use the default material and return it back to gray, but we know it has this material on there. We'll also go ahead and rename this something like wood upper deck. Okay, then what we'll do is we'll go ahead and add a separate shader to these parts here, because we want these to be a different color. Okay, and then we'll call this wood upper deck bands. Okay, then we'll add one more shader to the bottom part, and we'll call that wood lower hull.
Oh, this should be upper hull, sorry, not upper deck. Okay, and then you might be wondering, where do we get our materials from to add our wood textures to this? So I have a few recommendations for you. There's 2 free, very, very good resources for models and textures. One of them being Ambient CG. Now, there's a huge library you get access to here of some models, but mainly on Ambient CG, it's textures and also HDRIs. You can come to this link up here. I'll probably include it in the description. You can go under type and category. We can change this to something like wood, and you can see here there's 99 different wood materials as these load in. You've got various different types of wood, from like whole grain wood, single planks, flooring, more worn wood, painted wood, and so on. There's also Polyhaven, which is a fantastic site as well. It's used by a lot of Blender artists, mainly. I think there's a plugin that's built in with Polyhaven to work directly with Blender. But even if you're not using Blender, the textures work the same. They're all PBR materials. So if I come over here to textures, you can see there's 600 individual textures, and they're broken down into different things like brick, stone, you've got rocky terrain, wood, metal. We're particularly looking for wood. You can see there's 67 different materials, and we're looking for a material that kind of is just like planked wood, right? Because we want our hull to be made up of individual planks. And I've had a little look through this list, and I've decided we're going to use this one here called Raw Plank Wall. Now, we're not really going to be taking the color from this. We just want the individual planked wood. This is available up to 8K for free, by the way, which is absolutely insane, from 1K to 8K. We're specifically going to take the 4K textures. It's about 70 megabytes. So we'll just go ahead and download that and then put that somewhere that makes sense. Okay, so I've gone ahead and made a folder within my ship project called textures, and then we'll get a zip file like this from Polyhaven. I'm just going to go ahead and extract that to this location. You'll get a few different files here. There's a Blender file. You can keep that if you want to, but for me, we will not be using this. And then within there, you get your maps. So we have diffuse, which is essentially just the color without any lighting information. You have displacement, which if we wanted to, we could use this to actually displace the geometry. And then on top of that, we also have a normal map and also a roughness map. Now, roughness will kind of affect the shininess or how reflective a surface is. And normal is kind of like, through tricks of the light and the software, you can kind of fake a bumpy surface, even though it's not actually doing anything to the geometry like a displacement map it would. And I'll show you how that will work in just a second. So if we take this material here, we're going to come up to our Hypershade editor, which is just this little blue ball up here. If we just open that up. Okay, we're going to look for our material up here, which we want wood upper hull. There we go. And then we're just going to press this button here, and that's going to frame that for us. And this might look a bit intimidating to begin with. There's a lot of different things you can plug in here, but there's only a few we're really looking for here. So what we mainly want is the normal map, and that's going to get plugged into normal camera. But in order to do that, I'm going to press tab on the keyboard and type in AI normal map. Now AI, it doesn't stand for artificial intelligence. It's kind of like the symbol or word for Arnold shaders within Maya. This being specifically an Arnold one. And this is the normal map node. So we need to run the files through this in order for the normal map to work. We're going to take our out value, put that in normal camera. We're going to press tab again and type in file, and we're going to take the file and then in brackets texture one here, and we're going to take the color and plug that into the input. Okay. Now if I make a note of our texture location here, I'm going to come over to image name with the file node selected. We're then going to go to where our normal map is. Okay. You can see that looks something like this, like a funky blue texture, but this is going to tell Maya and Arnold how the light should be reacting in order to fake this surface. So we're just going to press open. Now, whenever you're doing things like normal maps and roughness maps, you want to make sure under color space, instead of, by default, it will probably be set to like display sRGB, but you want to change color space to, under utility, go to raw. Okay. And that will allow the normal map to work most effectively. Also, just to prevent a little error coming up, just tick this here, ignore color space file rules, otherwise every time you render it's going to shout at you even though we've done the correct thing. Okay, now in order to actually see this, we are going to want to do a little bit of rendering. So we're covering quite a bit in this episode. And to render this to begin with, we will just go ahead and chuck in, let's create, for the time being, a HDRI or dome light. These get used quite a lot to actually accurately create reflections. We're going to use an image, or HDRI, high dynamic range image, to act as our light source for this, and we're going to apply that to our dome. So you can also get those from Polyhaven and Ambient CG. So on Ambient CG, if you come over to, we go to all assets and HDRIs, you can see there's various different types here, okay? From like harbors, different times of day, from like dawn, midday, forested, urban, indoor even. Polyhaven, I believe, also have some HDRIs as well, which are very, very nice. You've got some beach ones here, they might be a good choice for this. I've gone ahead and downloaded quite a few already, so I'm going to go ahead and plug that in. What you're going to want to do is select your Sky Dome light, come up to color, press this button here, and then go to file. So this is working much like the nodes we created already. Like if we open up the Hypershade editor, you can see here, you can actually see it, but here we're doing it a bit less manually. Under image name, you're going to click this button and then go to where your HDRI is located. For me, that's under images, and then I am going to use this indoor environment, which doesn't really make sense for a ship, but just for testing purposes, that's what we want to use to begin with. Or at least this is the kind of default HDRI I like to use to just test shaders as we make them before final render. There's a few things also that's good to change. So on any light, on HDRI and dome lights like this as well, there's going to be a max bounce count. Now, the way lights work in path trace renderers like Arnold is they kind of simulate light bounces. So light physically will hit an object and then bounce off of it, and then that's how we're actually able to see things. I think, if I remember from science class, it's also how you get color and various different things like that. But by default, the max bounce is going to be set to 999. That's way too high. It will just slow down our renders. We don't want it to be that high. I normally like to set that to something like 10, and 10 bounces will be more than enough for our purposes here. I also just like to change the samples from 1 to 3 so the light isn't so grainy, but you can also just leave that at 1 if you like. So for the sake of this video and like various different performances on your guys' computers, I'll just leave this at 1. And in exposure, I normally like to bump this up to 1 just to get a bit more oomph in the light, but for the time being we'll just leave that at 0. And with this light, you might be kind of confused where the light's going to be coming from, so sort of all around. You can see it's created this environment around us, but the main light source is just like you would expect in real life, going to be coming from the brightest point, which in this case is out the window with the sun. So we're going to look at it from this side. I'm going to come up to this button here that says render and change this to Arnold. What this will do is create a live render within our viewport, and it will allow us to actually rotate around our model while viewing our texture. And if all works well, we should now see some bumpiness on the surface of our model. It will take a second just to convert that texture map for us. Shouldn't take too long, hopefully. Arnold has to do this every time. Okay, so that is our texture map on the model, but you can see the planks are way too big, right? This looks like some sort of like tiny model ship you might buy from a store. So in order to fix that, what I'm going to do, I'm just briefly going to take this out of this group as well, because I don't want to have this isolated anymore. It's going to create some problems while rendering. Then we'll just go ahead and put this all under the ship group and hide that for the time being. In order to fix this, what we can do is we can come over to the place 2D node within the Hypershade of our editor here, and on repeat UV, this is the number of times the texture is repeated across a surface. So by default it's 1, which for us is going to be way, 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 way too small. Let's try ramping this up to something like 10. And it's a bit of a guessing game here to see whether this will work or be the right scale, but we'll try 10 and see what that looks like. We'll go ahead and render again. I'll give that a second. Now, depending on your computer, this will either render faster or slower. But if I zoom in here and we kind of come to the side and let that render for a second. Okay, now that's rendered, you can see that the wood grain is actually running along the length of our ship. We're getting a bit of distortion, but that's okay, we can go ahead and fix that later. And you can also see we're getting like individual plank breakup and some really nice sort of wood texture and like pitted parts, and looks a bit aged. Literally just with one texture map, you can see we now have these looking like individual planks. Actually modeling this would have taken an age, but with, you know, just one normal map, we can essentially fake it, but it looks real all the same. Sometimes might even give you better results too. I am still not 100% satisfied with the scale of those planks, so I think I'm going to increase that just up to 11. Then we'll quickly see what that looks like. Okay, yeah, I'm a bit happy with that size. I think that looks better. For the scale here, then what we want to do as well is we want these same wooden planks, because they'd all be made out of the same sort of wood, right, on everything else. And we'll go ahead and actually worry about the color later. This is sort of how I like to do it. We build it up in stages. Okay, so we have our three different shaders here. We have the upper hull bands, and wood lower hull. We want to add our normal map to all three of those shaders with the exact same sort of material and scale. In order to do that, what we're going to do is we could just plug this same normal map into each node, right, and just share the same normal map, and that's perfectly valid, but the way I like to do it is actually have individual ones. So to do that, you're just going to select your normal map here, come up to edit, and then duplicate shading network. It's important you don't do it just to this node, because if we did that, all you're going to get is the file, but we want to take the normal map with it as well. So we're going to duplicate that out 3 times and connect that up to the normal map of our 3 different textures, and then we'll just come up and render that again. And if we just give that a second, what you're going to see now is we have this nice wood planked texture running across the entirety of our ship, and this is already adding so much more life to this, right? Like, the modeling is very, very fun, but I feel like this is where really things come to life, because it looks like it was made out of a real material now. Even from this distance, right, you can see the individual planks, and it looks really, really cool. This texture works actually quite well. I only just found this today. And because we ended up straightening these panels out, you can see that the wood planks are following the shape of our hull really, really nicely, how you would expect it to in real life. The only part I am slightly worried about is this lower hull here, but it looks like that's kind of worked perfectly as well. They do sort of, I think the creation of this looks quite complicated, the bottom part of the hull, but the bands do tend to flow in this kind of direction, from what I remember on my previous model, so that really has looked and come out quite perfectly, to be honest. I'll probably do another video later on, just a mini video to cover bits that we missed, to show you how to actually split this up into individual planks, but genuinely I would not bother. Like, unless you really, really need to, and if you need to add like some destruction, or you're going to be really, really up close, texture maps, as you can see here, work completely fine. And this took like literally a couple seconds, and this is a free resource as well, so definitely go ahead and show those websites some love, because the people that upload to that give this all away for free. So that is kind of our base texture on there. What we're then going to go ahead and do is add some color. Now you could add any kind of color you want, really. You can make this pink if you like. I'm going to go ahead and add sort of a classic black and yellow, based on this reference that I have here. Idea being that the bands are going to be yellow, and then the rest of the hull will be black. Okay, so let's add some color. Let's turn this render off. What we'll do for this is, and we can get complicated with this, and we can layer up different colors to add dirt and things like that, but for the time being, in this video, we'll just get you guys started. So we're going to take our wood upper hull. This is our main shader. We're going to come back to our viewport and just hit render again. I'm just going to come back a bit of a ways, just so we can see the rest of the ship. And then I'm just going to change the color here down to a darker shade. Not too dark. You never want to go like completely black when you're texturing things, because things very rarely are that dark in real life. You know, it's not like they were painting this with like Venta black or whatever that material is called. We just want it to be dark, but not too dark. So I'm going to go with kind of more of a deeper grey, greyish black like this. Maybe even a tad bit lighter. Okay, and then I'm just going to, by default, whenever you change colors, it's going to come up in your color history here. So I'm also just going to change the color of the lower hole shader as well. I'll just turn off the render there. Change that color because I'd also like that to be black. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and render that. And you can see the wood texture actually pops a lot more now that's got some color to it. You can really see it in the reflections there. And we can play around with the reflectivity as well based on like how wet we want this to look. Depending on whether you're going for, you know, if you want this to be like dry at a dock, or if you want it to look like it's been at sea or so on. We're now going to go ahead and add the color of our bands. So if I go back to viewport, select one of our bands, we're going to come to the shader, and then I'm just going to make this a sort of yellow, not really that kind of yellow, but we'll go ahead and render just so we can see what this looks like. That's not quite right. I want this to be more of an orangey, like deeper yellow, and then just dial it back a bit. Something like this. Okay, yeah, I quite like that. Also, if you're wondering, by the way, if you keep selecting your light and you don't really want to, I normally just add it to a layer like we did for our reference. Call it something like lights. And then make that a reference as well so you can't touch it. Okay, and then that's kind of basically how you would add color and a bit of texture. I'll quickly show you how to create a roughness map for this. So we'll go ahead and go back to our Hypershade editor, press tab and create a file node again. We're going to go back to the same folder we had our normal map in and the color map. We're then on the image here going to add our roughness. Okay, that's a white texture like this. Black will be the most sort of reflective, white being the most rough. So you can see here there's kind of all a bit of a grey with some variation, and in your roughness and your textures really as well, you want to have variation because it kind of adds realism. Like nothing is perfectly smooth. Even the smoothest surfaces in real life have some like roughness to it, right? Like there's some difference in the reflections. And wood is quite a rough material, unless it's wet obviously. But I want to add some roughness to this. Anytime you're using a roughness map, just like the normal map, you want to have the color space at raw, but also under color balance you want to tick alpha is luminance as well, for this to work properly. I also like to run this through a color correct, so I'm going to press tab and type AI color correct. This, if you ever like sort of color corrected images in Photoshop or Nuke or something like that, you'll be very familiar with this. It's got gamma, hue shift, saturation, contrast, exposure, multiply, add, and so on. This will just allow us to customize the shininess of this individual image while still keeping the variation. So we're going to drag color into input, and then under color we're going to take just color R and put that in specular roughness. The reason for that is because we don't actually want RGB, red, green, blue. We just want kind of one solid color here, that being the white. So we'll just take R and plug that into specular roughness. Okay, and then like with the normal map, we're going to go ahead actually before we do that, we're going to just change the scale to 11 under repeat UV under the place 2D texture node. Because we're using textures which are combined for one material, one PBR material, the roughness and the normal, we always want the repeat UV to be the same across the board, otherwise there'll be weird overlap. You'll get different sized planks, or the roughness won't match. Okay, so we'll then go ahead and duplicate the shading network again, plugging in just the R, the red into specular roughness. One more time into the lower hole, specular roughness again. Okay, we'll go ahead and save that, and then we will hit render. Okay, and you can see now that's looking a lot more rough. But if we angle this right, you should be able to see some kind of specular breakup. Okay, yeah. So it's kind of hard to tell, it's a bit grainy, but you can, just because the render's not finished, but you can see there's kind of like a varied reflectivity to the wood now. I think would like this to be a little shinier, like it's been waxed. At least that's what I can see in reference of the HMS Victory. So I am going to take our color correct node for our upper hull. We're going to come to attributes editor. Sometimes while you're rendering, it might not show up straight away. If it doesn't, just stop rendering, go to viewport, and then render again, and it should appear up here. In order to have this be more shiny now, what I'll do is I'm literally just going to turn down the multiplied slider here ever so slightly. And you can see as I turn this down, the shine's coming back. We could even take it down to like this looks far too oil. I don't really want it to be like that. Maybe more something like almost just about midpoint, just to give it some reflectivity. I think that looks quite nice. This is also just a color value, so we can take note of this. The value here you're looking for is literally just value because we just want white. So we can copy that. If we come away from our render, we can then go ahead to our other nodes, and then we can paste that in the value, or you can even take it from the swatch to make sure this is all the same. Okay, and that's how you add some basic color and normal and roughness breakup to your mesh. I'll probably make another video later on kind of more advanced shader creation, where we can start layering up like different dirt materials and things like that to give this a bit more life and less kind of like a fresh off the assembly line type look. But that's kind of just a brief intro to get you started and adding some color and texture to your model. One other thing I will quickly show you how to do is adding some like procedural metal materials. If I enable the rest of our ship here real quick, and go ahead and find something that would probably be metal, let's say like this cannon barrel, okay? For the time being, I'm just going to duplicate that and take that out, just so that I can see that on its own. Okay. Now if I add a new material to this, assign new material, Arnold, AI standard surface, and I'm going to name this cannon underscore metal. Okay, there's this button over here called presets. What this has for us, as you can see, is various different things from diamond, foam, glass, gold, honey, milk even, orange juice, all kind of different things. What we're looking for here is brushed metal, just because it's a good base metal. Okay, if I go ahead and render this, you can now see this looks like kind of like a freshly made piece of like steel or aluminium or something. You can very, very quickly edit the properties of this shader by adjusting the roughness. Okay, so we can make this look like a much rougher piece of metal, and the metalness is actually being driven by this slider here called metalness. Okay, if I turn the roughness back down to something like 0.2 and then turn the metalness all the way down, you can see it still has shine to it, but it just doesn't have that like reflectivity that you expect from metal, because a lot of like a metal material is what it reflects. You can also change the color of this to be like a darker metal, right? Cannons were normally like a much, much darker metal, and this is way, way, way too shiny. So in order to give this some more sort of roughness to it, just like how we did with our other, with our hull, we can add a texture map, or alternatively, we could do this entirely procedurally. There is, if you come under 3D textures, various different nodes here. You've got noise, granite, leather, but what we're looking for is volume noise. Now 3D textures are good because you don't actually need to use UV maps, and I use them quite a lot. And you could say it's lazy, but I don't think so. I think it's quite a clever use of the tech. And for something like this, you know, you probably won't need like individually UV'd cannons. It doesn't really make sense, so you might as well just do these procedurally, at least for the scale that we're going for. In order to get this to work as a normal map, I am going to, instead of creating an AI normal map like we did before, I'm going to type in bump. I'm going to take bump 2D. Now this is a little different to normal maps. It's a bump map. I think it's a slightly older technology. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. But it works essentially in the same way and has the same intended purpose. So we're still going to plug in out normal into normal camera. And then for bump value, we're going to take just the R value like we did with the roughness. Okay, now this noise shader can look a bit scary. There's a lot of different things in here, but the thing we're mainly looking for here is the frequency ratio and the amplitude, and also the noise type. So if I go ahead and render now, you can see our cannon looks a bit funky, and that's because the bump has been activated, but this is a bit too bumpy. So what we're going to do is we're going to increase the frequency ratio. Okay, so that's going to add kind of like a higher... It's going to make it more grainy, if that makes sense. It's not going to be... Like, the lower this value, sort of the chunkier the parts you can see, right? The bigger the individual grains of noise. But the higher the value, the smaller. We're then going to turn down the amplitude slightly, because the higher your amplitude, you're going to get areas like this, patches where you don't have any grain. And that can actually look quite nice, so maybe we'll keep a bit of that in there, just for some slightly smoother variation. But this is way too rough. So in order to adjust this, and you can do the same with the normal map, AI normal map, we're going to select the bump 2D node, and under bump depth, we're going to change this down to something like 0.01. Okay, and you can see that's now adjusted the actual height of our depth, of our bumps, but that's still way too high, so we're going to change this down to like 0.001. And now this is looking a bit closer to something like some like raw kind of polished iron that you'd expect to see on a cannon, and you've done it without any UVs whatsoever. And then we can go ahead and just replicate this on all of the cannons. And that is a very, very quick and easy metal material. What you could even do is take the same R color and plug that into the roughness. Okay, and you can now see we're then getting some roughness breakup. If you wanted more control over this, you could go ahead and duplicate this, then plug the R into the specular roughness. Okay, then you can adjust the frequency ratio. So now you have that entirely separate of your bump. Let's say we want it down something like this. We can change the noise type to something like Perlin noise. Maybe increase the depth max. And then we could adjust the color balance, maybe change the color gain so that the difference isn't too obvious. And you can see very, very quickly we get some like more shiny parts, but then some more matte parts as well. So play around with this a little bit. Keep those principles in mind, right? Like if it's a normal map, plug it into a bump, or AI normal. If it's an actual normal map texture where it's got that blue to it, apply it to an AI normal map. If it's a procedural texture like this, apply it to a bump 2D, but it all goes into the same place. And so on, and then just see what you can make with this. And yeah, in the next episode we will probably get this finished up. We'll look a little bit more at adding some advanced kind of like shader breakup, adding dirt and things like that, and really getting this model finalized, adding points which are like maybe wet, so like below the waterline, and kind of layering up your shaders, because you can do that as well, but it's a little bit more complicated. So I hope this has been helpful. If you have any questions at all, please do not hesitate to ask. Always happy to help. I know this episode was probably quite a lot to take in, but stick with it and you'll have a finished ship in no time. Someone did actually send an email with their ship that they'd been making in 3ds Max, and it looked fantastic. They did a really, really good job. So if anyone else wants to send theirs through as well, we love to see that as well. That's really, really nice to see that you guys are following along. And yeah, I hope you've enjoyed this part, and I'll see you next time. Hello and welcome back to our hard surface modeling for Maya series, where we're modeling this ship, now texturing this ship. Last episode we left off, we created this plank texture on the hull. We looked at creating a bit more of a procedural texture for our cannons, which I've gone ahead and applied to the rest of mine. Still a fair amount of texture to apply to the rest of the hull here, and obviously also to the masts. They're all looking a bit grey. I'm going to show you how to do that, because these cylinders
I've seen some people struggle with this, especially beginners. I know I did for the longest time. I wasn't really sure what the best way to UV unwrap this is, and there's not always one right answer, but I think in this case there is a best case scenario. We're also going to be showing you how to add some breakup, some dirt to this hull so it doesn't look so absolutely perfect, right? Like this looks, aside from the wooden texture, the color looks brand new, and to me it's okay, we could leave it as is, but I think it looks a bit weird. We're also going to add some texture to the top portion of our deck here. If I just turn on our render view, I'll show you how to do that too. That'll just be with an image texture to add some nice like boards. We could even use the same texture from this, but we'll see. And then if we get time as well, I'm also going to show you how to break up the hull into separate planks, because we've had someone request that a fair few times. One other thing I'd like to show you as well is, oftentimes with these ships, I don't know whether this is something that they always did, or I guess it's likely a technology that came in later, but particularly ships of this era, they would copper plate a portion of the bottom to help reduce erosion, because otherwise it's just bare wood, and wood, obviously, no matter how much you treat it, will eventually rot, especially if it's like constantly wet, which it would be because it's a ship in the ocean, right? So copper kind of helps to reduce that, and I'll show you how we can go ahead and use this, using this piece, create a copper base to this as well. And yeah, by the end of this video, we should have a pretty good start to getting most of our textures done, and I'll feel pretty confident at that point that you guys can go ahead and finish off the rest yourself, really. Obviously, if you do have any questions, don't hesitate to send us any comments. I know one person in particular, I'm forgetting your username at the moment, sorry, you requested that we show you how to break up the planks for this a fair few times. We are definitely going to show you, whether it's this video or a following video, but probably in this video, because you've been asking for that for a while, and it's actually not anywhere near as hard as you think it might be. It can be quite tedious and requires a lot of cleanup, and normally I would say that you want to prep the model to do that in advance. We kind of made it clear from the beginning we weren't going to be doing that with this particular model, but I will show you how we can take this and split it up into parts with it as it currently is. So with that being said, let's get right to adding some texture to these masts. Okay, so to begin with, first thing we're going to do is I'm just going to Control 1 to isolate it, make sure that we don't have it smoothed because it's going to make it easier for us to do our UVs. We're going to come over to our UV editor, and we're going to come up to, make sure we're in the modeling menu, UV, and then camera base, just like last time. Turn off soft select there because we don't need that right now. And then we're going to place our UV seams. So it's maybe a bit of a contentious topic where you place UV seams. It's not as important these days because you can kind of hide them with more seamless textures. But I would say it's best to place them in areas that you're less likely to see. So for us, I'm going to place it straight down the middle, just at the back of the mast, right? So if we're looking at it from these angles, which is where we're most likely to be looking at from, you're not going to see the seam. You might see it from back here, but then there's going to be a lot of stuff in the way, so it won't matter as much. We're also selecting the two top caps here, just because it's going to make our lives easier, and you'll see why in a second. Once we've got those bits selected, we're just going to hold down Shift, right click, and do Cut. So just 3 seams in total. We'll then unfold this guy, and we'll give that a second. And then it always spits them out in the wrong way, but the important thing is, like we said last time with our hull, right, we want our UV shells to be running in the direction of our texture, okay? And it will also depend on which way our image texture is running too. So if your image texture is going, you know, if the wood grain is running from top to bottom vertically, then you would of course want these arranged vertically, right, the UV shells. If it's running horizontally, from left to right instead, you would then want to have these arranged going, laying flat like this, horizontally, right? So that the grain goes in the correct direction. In our case, the texture I'm going to be using today is from the same websites that I showed you last time, Polyhaven and I forget the other one now, Ambient CG. This texture runs from left to right, and this isn't the exact same wood plank texture. It's just sort of a slightly aged, like cracked wood that I'm going to use. Looking at the color here, you can see the grain runs from left to right, and I think it will do quite nicely for us as our bump and roughness map. For the color, we're going to be using the exact same color that we have on the yellow bands. Historically, it kind of varied from nation to nation and ship to ship, but because this is a British Navy ship, they used a kind of like orangish yellow like we have on the bands here, and it seems like in reference that I've seen, these masks were also the same color. So once we have this, that looks pretty good to me. We could then hold down right click, go to UVs. Now UV points are pretty much exactly where your vertices are, and you'd want to select those if we're going to use this tool, which if I hold down shift and right click, go to straighten, then straighten UVs. Now what this will do is it will perfectly straighten out all of the UV points. If I just run that quickly, it can take a little bit of time depending on how complex your UV shell is. For this, it may take a couple seconds to a minute, so I'll just go ahead and pause the recording until that's done. So that took a little bit longer than expected. It kind of varies really, but for this it took maybe about a minute or so. You can see what's happened now is it's perfectly straightened out everything. So this is almost perfectly, the square's not the right word, rectangular. There's no oddities to it, and what this will mean is our wood texture will run perfectly up this square. It will be perfectly tiled up our mast, which in this case is kind of what we want. A little bit of distortion is okay. You can probably get away with not having to unwrap these, but if this was getting kind of curly-whirly like this, then you probably want to go ahead using the edge select mode first, straighten shell, and then go ahead and do UV select. Just double click the shell to select all the UVs and straighten UVs. Just a good general practice to do, especially if you want your textures running in the right direction for things like this. Less important for organic shapes, you know, as long as the UVs make sense. Next thing we have to do is we want these to be the same scale as everything else. So if you remember last time, we're going to go ahead and select our piece of the whole. We're going to come down under Tools and click Get under Texture Density. That gets us 11.0417 or whatever. We'll then select this shell, come back and click Set. Okay, then we're just going to lay that out. And then we can move on to the next one. But I think for now, I'll just show you how this is done on one first, and then you can do the rest yourself. So I'll just give that a quick save. It's telling me now that I'm using a student license. That's just because I've imported some things from back when I was using a student license, and Maya likes to keep track of that stuff. Autodesk does, sorry, for, I guess, finance reasons. What we're then going to do is create a new material for this. So we're going to hold down right click, assign new material, Arnold, AI standard surface down here. Okay, then we're going to name this Masts yellow, because that is the color they will be. We're then going to bring up our Hypershade editor. You can see we have our new material. I also have our wood upper hole material here right now as well. For this, we used, if you remember correctly, a... oh no, we didn't, sorry. No, never mind. Ignore me, I was thinking of a different project. But for this, we used just regular textures, okay? Texture images. And we're going to do the same for this too. So we just go and press Tab. We type in File to get our image texture. We're then going to make a note or copy the path to the image texture in particular that we want to use. In this case, we are looking for the normal map. So this is the one I have here. Okay, once that's come in, first things first, we just need to do a bit of house cleaning. We're going to change the utility to raw so that this gets processed properly. We're going to ignore color space file rules just so it doesn't throw up a silly error every time. And then that's all we need to do for that one. We're then going to Control D, copy our normal map from this guy. We could also just press Tab, type in AI and normal map and get that back again. But we have one right there, so we might as well copy it. Good rule of thumb for whenever you're making textures, or well, shaders, and also modeling. We're going to plug in the out color into input and then the out value into normal camera. We're then going to also take another file texture node. We're going to do the exact same thing this time, but with the roughness. More of the same of what we did last time, just kind of going over it again to reinforce it and show you how we do it on a cylinder. In this case, we want the color space to be raw, tick this box again, but for any textures such as roughness maps, if it's a black and white map like this, you want alpha is luminance to be checked, okay? We're then going to go ahead and copy, actually we won't in that case, we'll create a new color correct, just in case we've got any settings changed there. And the reason I like to create a color correct between our roughness map and our actual shader is because it gives us more control over the actual qualities and the how rough the roughness map can be. Let's say we want to tweak this, it's much easier for us to just use a color correct node than it would be to take this file texture into Photoshop or Paint if you're a maniac and just edit it there.
So we'll just put that into input, and then color, we're going to take the out color red. You can also take the alpha as well. Just through force of habit, I like to take the red, and we're going to put that into specular roughness. Now, in all likelihood, a repeat UV of 1 underneath the place 2D texture node here for our roughness map will be too little. If you remember from last time, it kind of varies depending on the size of your UV shells, and the UV scale we're going for is quite small, so 1 will probably be way too small. If we look at the place 2D texture node for our spec roughness of the upper hole, you can see the repeat UV has been set to 11. So I'm going to just start this off with, maybe let's set it to 10. And we'll see what that looks like. You always have to put it in both of these boxes, and then make sure you do it for all maps plugged into the same shader, okay? Any texture maps that combine together to make one material, like a PBR shader. PBR texture map, sorry, like we're using here. What we'll then do is go ahead and render this guy, and then see what that looks like. It will probably take a second, like last time, just to convert those shaders over to the Arnold format. Don't worry, that happens pretty much every time. It's nothing to worry about. It's just, it allows Arnold to read it easier. Taking a little bit longer to render for us here. I think just as the scene gets busier, generally things take a little while to render, and the HDRI I'm using here, I think it's different to what I used last time. It's a nice kind of cloudy one, but again, I got it from the same website for free, 4K HDR, and it seemed like having a not texture density. The repeat set at 10 looks quite nice to me. We're getting some interesting wood cracks and nice, like, kind of, I think, the correct scale wood grain. I think historically these were made out of like single timbers, like giant trees from when Europe had these old enormous trees. I think interestingly enough, they had a hard time getting big enough bits of wood to repair the like the spire of the chapel in Paris that burnt down a couple of years ago, because you just can't get that big a piece of wood anymore. But so yeah, they use the same for these masts, and it looks like the scale is pretty correct, so that looks good to me. I'm going to come out of render view, okay, and the next thing I'm going to do is change our color. Now is a good time to get into a little bit more advanced shader creation here, because before, if you remember, with the wood upper hole, what we were doing is, and the other bits of the hole as well, sorry, we were just literally changing the color. Now, what you may have noticed, and I think I may have gone into as well, is there is actually a base color input. So we could do all sorts of things. We could plug in a texture map for this, a color map, sorry. We could take this one here from the wood, but we don't want it to just be plain unpainted wood. We want it to be yellow wood. So how do we do that, and also add some wear and tear and dirt all within Arnold, right? You might be tempted to use some texture software, like we went over last time, like 3D or Substance or what have you. But to make this as accessible as possible, I'm going to show you how to just do this in Maya, and there's a few creative ways that we can do that. So first things first, I'm going to go ahead and create an AI flat. Now this is another Arnold node. We can go ahead and delete this part because we don't need it. This literally just contains color information, basically. And we'll be using this to drive the base color of our material. What I am just going to do quickly is select these materials that I want to be manipulating at the moment, and that would be the masts yellow, and also the wood upper hole bands, which is our other yellow texture. I think just because I don't want this to get confusing, I'm going to rename this to wood upper hole yellow, just so we know. And the main reason I'm having this here as well is because we want to replicate this yellow texture up here, okay? So we're going to go ahead and recreate our AI flat, delete that. Then we are going to get our texture color, or our color from here. In order for this to show up in the swatches, so we can go ahead and replicate it over here, what I like to do is just quickly like change the value or something with the arrow and then put it back to normal, and then that will now save that as a preview or a previously used texture color, and then we can just attach that to our flat. So if I go ahead and just plug this into the base color now, okay, give that a save. I'm always religiously saving just because I'm paranoid. I have had a few crashes where we lose all our work and it's not fun, so I would do the same. We just give that a second to render. You can now see that's sharing our color from the bands, but also is still maintaining our wood, and that's all well and good, but it still just looks perfectly painted, and I am not overly fond of that. So we are going to add some kind of like musty, crusty bits onto it, because this is a ship that's been on the ocean, it's been out at sea, there's lots of water, it's going to get damp,
there's a lot of salt in the air. It tends to make things go a bit crusty very quickly. Like these kind of ships would need crazy amounts of upkeep. And the way we're going to do that is we are going to use a AI mix shader. Okay. And you want to keep both these elements here, keep that blue part. Now what this allows us to actually do is combine two different textures. Now we could, or two different shaders, sorry, I'm getting my terminology wrong. We could use this as an applicable material, or we could use it to combine two different textures, or two different shaders, sorry. And this little input up here called mix, we can then use a separate material, whether that's a texture map or a procedural shader like a noise texture, and use that to drive the position of the placement of dirt, for example. So actually we are going to go ahead and delete this blue guy because we don't need him. He is wasting our time. We're then going to plug this into shader 1 and we're going to plug out color into base color. Okay, now if I go ahead and render this, you should see that nothing has changed. Okay, this should still be just completely yellow without any issues. There we go. But what we can now do is if we come over to, let's say, Arnold textures, let's see what we have. Maybe actually let's just come to 2D textures and let's take a fractal. I quite like this for adding dirt, just because the texture is a bit sort of rougher. And let's also create another AI flat. Okay. We're going to go ahead and delete this guy again. And then what we'll do is we'll take our yellow color, but we're then going to make it a lot darker, kind of like this deepish brown. Maybe we'll stick some green in there as well, something like that. That might look quite nice. Okay. Then we're going to plug that into shader 2. Okay. And by default, that will kind of blend the two of these, okay? If I go ahead and render this, we're probably going to see some sort of like sickly, greenish, brownish looking color on here, which is not what we want at all. We want this to be like separate dirt. So you can see here, it looks a bit darker than everything else, right? Not by much, but just by a bit. Okay. Now, if we just stop that render, come back to our hypershade, and then we're going to take the out color red from this, much like the roughness maps, right? Because the thing about these maps is they're black and white, and they're not really giving color information. They're kind of just giving, if you'd like to think of it as like placement information. So with our roughness, the black parts of the map will be what is the most like shiny and reflective. The white parts of the map are what is roughest. So in this case, what this map is doing is it's telling our mix shader, okay, in the white areas we want to have our yellow material, and in the black areas we want to have our like darker dirt material. Okay, and in order to do that we can either take the alpha or just the color red, because we just want this in black and white. Okay, I'm going to take alpha as luminance up here. And let's go ahead and render this and then see what this looks like. This will often need quite a lot of tweaking, to be completely honest with you. And I think it's quite fun. It's one of those things about procedural shader creation in Maya that can be a little fiddly. But you can see already we have now what looks like some green must, some green crusty bits on our mast. And that took just a couple shaders. We can go ahead and tweak this to change the scale of it. The only downside with this sort of thing is the positioning of certain materials is a little limited. You can, if you get creative, use a bunch of ramp nodes, and we can get into what that is at a later date. Basically, a ramp node is kind of like a gradient. So if we had a ramp node connected into this somewhere, with the gradient going from black to white, it would mean that the dirt would like start off strongest down here, and then weaken out up at the top, or white to black, vice versa. So if I go ahead and zoom in on this a little bit, you can now see we're getting some kind of nice green splotches on here, which I like to imagine is probably like algae or just like wood wear or something like that. We can also do this exact same thing, by the way, for our roughness maps and our normal maps. So we could add in some more variation for that. We can probably go ahead and do that with the normal maps. Let's give that a go. So if we take another mix shader, okay, bring that down here. Okay, if I take the mix shader here and then plug in the normal map into shader 1, the out color red, or actually, sorry, just out color in general. And then if I take the fractal out color, and then we will
put that in shader 2, and then we're also going to take the out color red, and then put that in mix. This should work. And we're going to take the out color from this and then put this in the input of the normal map, and then in theory now this should then give us a bit of breakup in the normal map. So it gets a bit confusing the more nodes you have, and this is quite a simple shader so far. So looking at it, this may not have worked. Somewhat hard to tell. Oh no, we're still getting our normal. Okay, and it's just adding some little bits of variation. We're getting a little bit of bumpiness with this like other dirt texture as well. It's a little bit too extreme for my liking, to be honest. I don't think it would be quite that dirty. I think they probably are going to take care of it and maintain it. For the sake of this then, I am not going to have my bump combined like that, but just to show you guys how it works, that's how you would do it. You could just use mix shaders again and just get creative and play around with it in that way. So we'll just go ahead and then plug that in like normal. What we can do though is mess around with our fractal shader. So if I leave this rendering, and whether or not you'll be able to do this will depend on how strong your computer is, but we'll leave that going. And what we can do then is, because our fractal is directly driving the position of this mossy bit, we can just adjust things like the amplitude, and you can see that's affecting how much green bits there are. Okay, we can change the frequency ratio if we want to actually increase kind of like how often the pattern replicates. You can see now we're getting it kind of like going a bit more extreme up and down the pole. Or we can also reduce this to have bigger splotches. I think 2 looks pretty good, but the only thing I'm not too fond of is just how strong the effect is. So what we can try and do is maybe turn down one of these settings here. Maybe the color gain. Okay, if we mess with the color gain, we can then make this a little less obvious. So what I'm going to do is, and it's very, very fiddly, I'm going to turn it down to maybe something about like that. So we're still getting a bit of like color difference, color breakup in the pole, but it's not like a huge, massive amount, okay? It's just a little bit. And then you can go ahead and layer effects up like this even more, but for the time being, we'll just stick with that. That adds a little bit of dirt to our material. We can also then go ahead and do that for the yellow bands on the rest of the hole. That's one of the reasons why we have this up here. So if I go ahead, select this mix shader, go to edit, then duplicate shading network, that will then create a perfect copy of this. Then literally all we have to do is drag it down here and drop it into the base color. We go ahead and render this again. We should now see a bit of moss and dirt on the yellow bands over here as well. Okay, there you go. So those aren't like quite completely perfect yellow anymore, and I think that is a pretty good amount. I might adjust it actually a little bit on the bands, so it might work for one thing on the poles, but for here I think it's a bit too extreme still. I'm not overly fond of that, so I might go ahead and check out the fractal. Sometimes that doesn't always update in here straight away, so we'll just stop the render and then start the render again if that happens. I'll just give that a second to start again. Okay, and then what I can do is maybe we'll turn down the amplitude slightly. Maybe down to something like that. Okay, just to give us a bit of dirt, but nothing too crazy. Okay, perfect. Right, now that I've shown you how to add textures to this, what I'll then show you next is how to add textures to this part of the deck. So what I'm going to use for this is maybe we can use the same texture we used for the hull here. I think that would look quite nice. We might just increase the amount a little. So to find that again, if you have a hard time getting back to it, we can just use one of our old texture nodes that we have for the wood upper hull. We can then press this and then we can copy this. Okay, we'll save that for later. We'll then select our parts of the deck we want to apply this texture to, that being these 3 guys here. Okay, then we'll go right click, assign new material, Arnold, AI standard surface. Okay, and then we'll call this decks. Okay, So we actually need to go ahead and add some UVs to these. So we will do a very simple UV unwrap. We'll go to UV, then automatic. And the reason why that's going to work for this is because it is just a single piece. And if we go to this texture in particular, we can then look at the diffuse, and looking at it we can see that the planks are running from left to right. Okay, we want the planks to be running along the length of the ship, left to right. So to do that, we're just going to rotate our UV shells. Okay, set those to the right scale, lay those out. Okay, we're then going to do the same for this part. We'll do a automatic unwrap. The reason why I'm doing it for this is because I think it will largely get the broad strokes in. So you can see here, yeah, what we're really worried about is this top deck portion, because that's what we can see. We want to make sure that's aligned in this direction. We'll set that again. Just align anything in the same direction. Okay, then we'll go and lay out UV. And then one more time for this portion up here. Again, UV automatic. I wouldn't always recommend UVing automatically, but in this case it works pretty well for us. Just because these are big flat pieces, right? Okay, we'll rotate these to the right direction. Set, and then lay out. And then what we can then go ahead and do is we'll select all of our bits for this part, and then we'll just lay that all out. Okay, and then we might need to even put this on another UDIM just to transfer that across quickly. If you set this under move, this part here where my mouse is to 1, under the transform section, we just hit this twice. This will put this on a separate UDIM. Just make sure you're keeping an eye on how many UDIMs you're using. Keep things organized, right? So we have all the decks on one UDIM here. Keep your consistent scale. Everything should be okay. Great. Okay, now we have our material on this. We can close our UV editor. Come back to our material. Okay, and now because we're already using this normal map here and roughness map, what we can go ahead and do is literally just duplicate these, because we're going to be using the same material anyway. Okay, always reuse what you can, just because it saves yourself so much time instead of like making a brand new node. Okay, we're going to connect this up like normal as we were, but I think we're going to want to increase the repeat UV for this. Generally, looking at reference, if I pull mine over here, okay, if I look at, let's find an image for you guys real quick. This one. Okay, you can see the planks are, they will look reasonably thick, okay, like the individual planks, but then if you check the top portion of the hull, they look a bit smaller to me, just in comparison to everything else. So I think we're going to increase the like repetition of this up to something like 13. That might look too big, or that might look like too small. Sorry, two smaller planks when we go to render this. But we'll set it to that, and then we'll see what it looks like. And a lot of this, like with the modeling as well, it's just repetition. You have to like try something, see if it works. If it doesn't, then go back, edit the figure, and then come back again, and eventually you'll get there. So we're just going to let that render for a second and see what that looks like. So already I'm seeing with some of the normal map, it's hard to tell because it's white, like, and it's very, very bright, so it's hard to see. But we're seeing some lines in here already. It's a bit grainy, so hopefully that's coming up on YouTube just as well. I'll leave that to render for a second. But that is already looking like a pretty good scale to me. The thing I like about this texture in particular as well, and why we're using it so much, is because of these nails in here, right? So it's kind of like a one-stop texture file for this ship. It's really going to do a lot for us. And if we don't use that one, we'll certainly be using it for like a different... We have that one other texture we're using for the masts, right? But we can probably get away with using that for a lot of things, because all of this ship, you know, is just made out of wood or metal or like canvas or rope or something, or some sort of like fabric, wood or metal. So there's really not like any crazy like polymers or anything like that going on. So it kind of simplifies things a lot. You don't really have to have that many different shaders, except for things that have different colors or like different types of wood, different finishes, stuff like that. Okay, we now need to add a color to this. What I'm going to do, I think, is we're going to do a similar setup to what we did last time for our planks. So I want to have some dirt on this as well. So we're going to move that down. We're going to out color to base color here from our mix shader. We're going to add another AI flat.
Okay, delete the blue guy. Add this to shader 1. And then the color here, looking at our reference. And now the color on this, on the decks, kind of varies. It seems to me like it's sort of like a very, very subtle woody type texture. Actually, no, scratch all of that. We're going to use a file texture because I think that's going to give us the most variation here. Instead of using an AI flat, right? We'll still use the AI mix shader, but we'll use a file texture, and we're going to take it from this plank diffuse. Okay? But I think the color of that might be a bit off. That's what I was trying to get at. So it's a nice color. We get some nice variation in here, but I think it's going to be a bit too repetitive, so that's why we're going to need to break it up with the mix shader. And it also looks a bit too yellow. We want to kind of remove some of the contrast in that color, make it a bit more towards gray. So we're going to run it for an AI color correct. Kind of a good rule of thumb to do that whenever you're adding anything color related, unless it's just an AI flat, right? But if it's an image text like this, run it for a color correct. Make sure we set our scale as well to, what do we have it at? 13. So we'll set the repeat UV to 13, otherwise we're going to get some weird overlap. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and render that and see what that looks like. We give that just a second. Okay, and there is our texture. So that is looking pretty good to me, but you can see some very, very obvious repetition, right? Like you have this plank here with this little detail, and then it's again here. And it looks nice. Maybe from a distance it will work. But we sort of add a bit of breakup. And also the color is just a bit too strong. Like I was saying with the reference, we kind of want this to be a bit lighter. So I will go ahead back and look at our reference. You can see here, it's got this kind of like woody texture, like brownish color, but it's a bit darker than this, or a bit lighter than this, sorry. So we're just going to come back to our color correct, make sure that's selected, and then we're just going to reduce the saturation down to something like 0.7. Okay, and you can see very quickly that's taken a lot of that out. I may even reduce this down to like 0.6. Actually, 0.7 I think is a nice middle ground, and then I might increase the exposure by just a smidge, up to like 0.4, just to bring some lightness back into that. Okay, so now all we've done is we've just slightly shifted this. You want to do small little tweaks with this, not big massive tweaks. You know, if I increase this exposure up to like 2, it looks like, you know, this is way too bright. You want to do it subtly. Right, and we want to maintain some darkness here. So we're getting some very, very nice detail here because it's a 4K texture, but we just need a bit of breakup. So to do that, we're going to do exactly what we did last time. We're going to take a fractal texture again. Let's just turn off our render for the time being. Okay, then we will run the color, or sorry, not the color, the roughness through the, oh, not the roughness, sorry. Sorry, it's late. We're going to run the R out of the out color, the red, into the mix, turn on alpha as luminance. Then we are going to copy our AI flat here from earlier, if it will let us. There we go. Let's just put it underneath one of those textures for some reason, one of those shaders. And then we're just going to chuck this into shader 2. Okay. Give that another quick save, and then we'll see what that looks like with the render. Okay, so you can see that's added a bit of moss, bit of grunge to that. Kind of simple, but we can go ahead and modify this a little bit. So let's maybe change the amplitude, because I think it's a bit too strong. I don't like that too much. Actually, for now, let's keep it there. Then let's maybe change the frequency ratio, just to increase it. And I think let's make it slightly less green. I don't like how algae-ish that's looking. Maybe that makes sense. It's kind of up to you, right, at this stage. This is just a brief introduction into shader creation. It can get a lot more complicated than this. Like, you could do mix shaders into mix shaders, right, combining so many different textures. And I would encourage you to experiment with this. I'm just sort of showing you the basics here to get you going. I'm going to change the color of this AI flat because I don't like the green so much. I'm going to make it darker. And then maybe take out some of the color a little bit. Okay. Okay, I think that is looking pretty good. We could then even run this through the roughness as well. If I take, like we did earlier,
let's go ahead and stop that render. Right now we have the roughness coming from our roughness texture here. I'm just going to unplug that, keep the color correct. We're going to copy the mix shader. Okay, plug that into shader 1, plug the fractal into shader 2, also plug the red color into the mix. Okay, then take the out red into the specular roughness. Okay, then go ahead and render that. We give that just a second. So you can really customize like all different attributes of this: the roughness, the normal, the color. You can now see we're getting a bit more roughness breakup. You've got this shininess here, but then where you have these elements with the darker patches, it's not as, like, it's a lot rougher now. You can see it's not really reflecting light as much. And that is quite nice to me. And you want like a lot of roughness breakup normally. So this is kind of helping, at least in my mind, to break up some of this repetition. I'm going to go back to our mask texture here and give this a little bit more less roughness, sorry, because I don't like how matte that's looking. I think everything else is not quite as matte as that. So let's take our masked yellow, take the color correct from the roughness node. Then we might just need to jog that to bring back that into selection. Okay, and then literally all I'm going to do to reduce the amount of roughness is we're going to start the render, and then I'm just going to take the multiply and maybe drag it down to about halfway. Okay, and you can see now we're getting a little bit more shine. It's hard to tell because of the angle, but you can kind of see it on just the tips of these little extruded parts here. If I turn that back up, you can see that's kind of going away a lot more. But if I turn it down, you can now see we're getting a lot more shine on this. Okay, this is way too much shine. This looks like it's been like covered in jelly or something. So we probably want this around like here. Just a little bit of varnishing or something like that. Okay, cool. Okay, next I'm going to show you how we add our copper base to this, and then we'll move on to doing how to sew separate planks. So to add the copper base, I am literally... Oh, we have a separate cannon there for some reason. It's duplicated. Don't need that. I am going to duplicate this part of the hole. Okay. Bring this out so we have it as a separate piece. Then I'm going to come to the side view because we only want this to come up so high. If I show you my reference here, you can see in some images, let me just find it. Where is it here? Okay, you can kind of see the copper base here. So I think here, this is from the HMS Victory. They kind of have it painted on. I don't know whether they've repaired it. But you can see this line. That's where the copper base would start. And you can see it in a lot of models as well. You can see this is a very, very accurate model of the HMS Victory. You can see this copper line here. And these are actually separate plates attached to the hull. And it just goes along a straight line like this. Okay, and you see it in all the reference here. You can see there's a copper base here. Some other models as well will show it, like this one. Here again you have that straight line, and those are added on top. So to do that, we're going to get the edge, the multi-cut tool, and we kind of want to cut around where this edge is here. Okay, so we're just going to hold down shift to put this in a straight line, and we're going to try and cut in to around about something like this. Okay, that looks pretty good to me. Around about something like that. And we'll just go ahead and look at our reference again. That seems pretty good to me. Okay. And then we're going to use that line to actually cut this up. Okay, and this will need a bit of cleanup afterwards. Okay, what we can then do is come back to the side view, come to face select, and we're going to select just to the top of that line we created. So right about there. Okay, that might not have got everything, but we can come back to our side view and then we can just clean up, snip off the bits we don't need. Like this, get that both sides. The reason why we have these parts sticking out is just because there's some really like kind of tight quads in this section, and so when you're chopping things up from that distance, it might not always catch everything, but that's okay. Okay, and there we go. We now have that part of the hull just perfectly cut, but then also sitting right where we want it to, around about kind of the waterline. And this is going to act as our copper base. And you can see as well, like compared to the reference, we have it down at that waterline, which is exactly what we wanted. So I'm going to add a new material to this. And there are some triangles here. We could go through and clean this up. Honestly,
I don't think it's worth it. You can see here, there's not really a whole lot happening. If you're going to use this for your portfolio, I would say clean it up, but for the sake of this tutorial, we are not going to. We'll apply another material to this, and we will use another AI standard surface. Okay, and we're going to call this lower, if I can spell, lower hull copper. Okay, and that should show up in our hypershade right here. And then, because the kind of individual I nearly said planks, like plates of copper, are kind of like nailed together in a similar fashion to the wood is, we're just going to use the same texture, funnily enough. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this normal map to get that wood. And I've tested this as well on my other ship, and it seems to work pretty well. Only thing is, though, we want them to be a bit more square, so we might need to tweak the repeat UV a little bit. Okay, so let's change this color for now, just to something like a bit more grey, just so we can see it. And we'll go ahead and render. I'll just select this first, because we're going to need to change the repeat UV. Okay, and we shouldn't have to adjust the UVs for this, because we've already UV unwrapped it, if you remember. We've just removed parts of the UVs. Okay, there you go, you can see the texture. I think, looking at my reference, we kind of want it to be a similar density, but we want it to be a bit more square, so we might need to change one of these, increase one of these, sorry, maybe we increase this up to like 25. We need to gauge which one is the correct one. So, maybe we put this up to 35. Is that making it more square? It looks like it is. Maybe we'll try up to 40. And then maybe we'll reduce this down to 10. Maybe let's just try a big drastic increase of like 55. Maybe we'll put it back down to 45. Okay, so that is kind of adding a bunch of different plates. We can see we're getting a weird intersection, which is not what we want, so we're going to come back to our viewport, and then we're going to add a little extrusion to this, but not by much. So we'll just do a big overall extrude. Okay, and I'm just going to pull this out just a tad. Maybe like even less than that, like maybe like 0.5 or something. Actually, maybe let's increase it up to like 8. Okay, just a bit. It's going to add a little bit of a lip, but it's not too big of a deal, and we probably won't notice it in the render anyway. Okay, then we want to just make sure that we have some creases here to hold this when we do come to smooth it. Okay, like so. And then maybe we'll go ahead and add in 2 more. We'll just remove that middle one because we don't need it. Okay, and then again, even though we've extruded this, we actually don't have to worry about the UVs because they'll be perfectly overlaid on top of each other. And we're only really worried about what we're seeing on the outside. Okay, so if I go ahead and leave that as is, we'll do a quick soften edge. Okay. And then we'll also change the preset of this to copper. Fortunately, there is, like we showed you last time with the brushed metal for the cannons, there is a copper preset. It's not quite the color that we want. It's a bit too, like, brassy for my liking. I think this needs to be more of an orange copper. So we'll go ahead and render that and show you what that looks like. And this will give us the metallic element of it as well. Okay, so you can now see we have this extra, like, metallic part below the waterline, which is exactly what we want, right? We want that copper plating. And if you end up putting this in water or something, you might not end up seeing it, but it's still okay to have that extra bit of realism. And then if this is bobbing up and down or in like some rougher weather and it's traveling, you're probably going to see this come up above the surface anyway. So let's adjust the color a little bit more. I think I'm going to introduce a bit more red. Something like this.
Maybe something more like this. Okay, that looks pretty good to me. Okay, and then we can also apply the same texture breakup to this as well if we want, because this looks way too clean, and this part really will be very, very much below the waterline, right? So we could then go ahead and add the exact same thing we had before. So if I duplicate this guy, duplicate shading network, okay, we want this color to come across. So we'll just do that trick of changing the value. We're going to change this one, since this is the base color here, to that color that we want, and we'll then plug this in. Okay, the metalness is being driven by this slider here, the metalness slider. We want to keep that at 1. Okay, and then we might need to adjust the fractal and the color there to give us the effect that we want. Okay, and you're going to get obviously way less control this way. Like if you wanted to paint on leaks and things like that, it's going to be harder to do with this texturing method, just because it kind of is a bit more random. That then you would have to take into some texturing software, and we can do another tutorial for that at a later date, but that's not something that's possible within Maya, unfortunately. But we can add like a baseline level of grime using this. We could potentially get like a streaky texture and apply that to this instead. I do have one downloaded, and you can get them from Ambient CG, so I can show you how we could use that instead. If I come to my materials folder, I have one called Surface Imperfections, and I think it's good to generate or have a texture library of things. So I have various different materials here, or various different texture maps for a bunch of different things. The one I'm looking for is, I think, smudges large, maybe. That could do. I think we might want this one. Maybe this one. Okay, we'll try the smudges large, but you can probably find like a grime texture, and that will do the trick for you as well. So if I come back to the viewport and then add a file, so you don't necessarily need to use like a pre-generated texture like a fractal or noise for this. You can also just use a texture map. See, this has black and white values in it as well. We're going to change the utility to raw, ignore color space, and then ambient or alpha is luminance. We're going to unplug the fractal, and we're going to plug in the red into the mix. Okay, and then we're going to repeat UV, increase that to something like, let's try 6. Okay, then we'll go ahead and render that. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, that does not seem to be doing too much for us right now. Maybe let's try reducing the repeat UV down to 3. Okay, we're getting a little bit in there, but I think it's just because this texture node, this texture file is not too drastic. So what we can do then is we can instead run this through an AI color correct. Again, if you want to make little changes, always run it through an AI color correct rather than editing the file itself. Just saves you time. Okay, we take this. We'll just stop the render just to jog that and bring that up into the selection on the right for the attribute editor. You end up stopping and starting the renders all the time when you're doing things like this. So now, if I go ahead and, I think, increase the exposure. Okay, there you go. You can very quickly see that that texture map is now working for us as well. So this kind of looks more like liquid smudges, which isn't really what we want. But you can see, like, this kind of method of working is quite powerful. You can use just a few different nodes to combine things together and make a different texture. Very, very quickly, with not too much work. Okay, so I think for the texturing, that will be it for now. You can see we have a few different materials here, and we can kind of like spread these out. So we've got a really nice kind of dirty looking textured deck. We've got our like paint in the form of black and yellow, and we've got our copper base. And you can extrapolate this out to the rest of your model too. And it's very quickly going to make your ship look a lot more realistic. Like, look, just in a few seconds, this wood texture here looks really, really nice, and it kind of brings it to life.
And these are all free materials as well. And if you have the capability as well, or if you want to learn it, you can definitely go and bring this in to a piece of texturing software and then go and hand paint in a bunch of stains and things like that as well, and that will look even better. Hello and welcome to part 17, the final part of our hard surface modeling tutorial for Maya, where we're modeling this ship. I have gone away since the last episode and added a few more textures. A few more materials to more parts of our ship here, just using the exact same techniques that we used in the last episode, so don't worry, you didn't miss anything. I did add a glass shader to these windows here. If we just wait for the render to update, I'm going to show you how to manipulate those a little bit to make them look a bit more realistic, because currently, if I zoom in here, they look very, very perfect, and obviously glass, especially if it's exposed to the elements, has a lot of like stains on it. Like, unless you're cleaning them constantly, like this ship's going to be at sea, there's not a chance in hell these are perfectly clean like that. They've probably got all sorts of groth on them. So we'll look into how you can do that while keeping the transparency. I'm also going to show you how we can go ahead and model one of our cannons here. Because I know a lot of people struggle with these kind of shapes, and we haven't really gone into that much. Like, we've had to model some pretty complex bits for the hull and things like that, but nothing like this. So I'm going to show you how you can go ahead and do that. I will also show you how we can create these ropes to go along with it too, because that can be really, really handy if you want to go into that level of detail. And yeah, that will be about it. So first off, let's go ahead and look at the windows, because that will not take too long. So I'll just come back to our viewport, and if you remember correctly, we made these just like simple double-sided bit of geo. Right now they don't have any UVs, which we'll want to do. Ordinarily I would say don't automatically unwrap anything, but in this case, where we have a bunch of different panes, we're just going to go ahead and auto wrap them, because otherwise it will take us a million years to do that by hand. We'll just run then an orient, and I'm also just going to rotate any of the ones that are on their side instead, running horizontally, because we want them to run in the direction of our windows. This is important because we're going to be using a couple image textures combined to create some like nice streaky grime on the windows. So we just want to make sure these are all the right way up, which, unless I've missed any, there's another one, looks like they are. And these extra bits, I'm not too worried about those because we don't see them. Then I am going to go ahead and set the scale and then lay those out. Okay. What we'll then do as well is delete these and then just duplicate these across. We'll do the old minus scale in X, then freeze the transforms. The important thing to do then now is these are actually flipped. As you can see, if I turn this on, they're red, which we don't want. So we'll go ahead and then flip those under tools in the UV toolkit. All stuff that we've used before. And then we'll just do the same for these ones. These are actually individual entire panes. You could do it either way. The reason I have two separate ones is just because at the time I showed you two different versions, but the texturing kind of be similar really, because these are all combined into one piece anyway. So we'll just automatically unwrap these ones too, and again just make sure everything's orientated correctly, which it looks like by default it is, and then we'll set the scale again and then align and unwrap and layout. Go ahead and get that a save. So what I've done is I've gone ahead and applied a new shader just called glass. Okay, if you don't remember how to do that, you hold down right click, go to, you select your geometry, hold down right click, go to assign new material, then under Arnold we've got AI standard surface. I'm then going to open up our hypershade. Okay, and just to bring that up with our object selected, I'm just going to press this button here, select this, and then press this again. You can also just come up to your list of materials up here and then find your shader. I have called mine glass, and it should be in here somewhere. There you go, glass. You can just select it from there and also press this button, and then that will just graph it for you, input and output connections. It will show you everything that's connected. Okay, so first things first, what we're going to do is we are going to create an AI composite node, and
what you like, well, kind of what you might imagine is this is going to composite two different files together, in our case, two different image textures. So I'm going to create two different file texture nodes. Okay, and these are going to be the two image textures that add the grime for us. So on the first one, I'm going to click image name, then I'm going to go to where I keep all of my materials. I have a bit of a big library going here. I would recommend doing the same as well, using the sites that I mentioned earlier. They have a lot of different textures, and you can really just use any kind of like roughness map for this. I have a few different ones that I've picked up over time. I have some that I like here, like I have one that's specifically for dirt window stains, and you're kind of looking for a texture like this, which is black and white. Something like this will work too. Either or, and then we're just going to change the utility to raw, ignore CS color space file rules, and then take alpha as luminance, and then we're going to do the same for this one. And for this one instead, I think let's take I have a few scratches which I think are quite nice, but I don't really want to add any scratches. I think what I'll add is some smudges. Okay. And then we'll do the same here, utility to raw, ignore CS file rules, and then alpha is luminance. Okay. And we could just go ahead and plug these in, like so. Then take the out color red and put that in specular roughness, and that would do the job. But because we want to have more control over this, like we covered last time, we're going to create a few AI color correct nodes, and we're actually going to just control D these twice. Control D the first one twice, so that we have enough to connect everything up to. We're going to plug the color from our file into the input of the AI color correct. Then we're going to take the out color from the color correct and put that in the A and then in the B. It doesn't really matter which order your files go in, just put, as long as they're plugged into A and B, shouldn't really matter. We're then going to take out color from the AI composite, put that into the input of another color correct, and then we're going to take the R from the color correct into the specular roughness. Now, the reason why we have all these color corrects is because these two here allow us to customize how visible or contrasty these two image textures are, one by one. They're both then getting composited together, and then we have one final AI color correct that we can then tweak the final image once we're happy with these two. Now, on their own, they actually don't do anything at all. They're kind of just dead nodes until you adjust any of these sliders here. So we may actually have to adjust the repeat UV. I'm going to adjust that to something like 8. Just because these image textures are quite small, and this will also vary on the size of your texture, the resolution, or the UVs are quite small. So if I do that, and then we come to a bit of an angle, and I go ahead and render this. Okay, and as you can see, that's already added quite a lot of grit. I'm kind of happy with how that's looking already, to be honest. But we're keeping the transparency, because you can see the rest of the windows through there. These do look very dirty, though, by comparison to the rest of the ship, and we could make the rest of our ship more dirty using techniques I showed you earlier, right? Using the mix shader. But I think what I'm going to do for the sake of this video is I will just make the windows a little less dirty, but while still keeping this grime. It's important that you... Let me just close this. Plug this only into the specular roughness. Because if you put this into the color or anything like that, it's not going to do anything. You can see with the transmission all the way up, we actually don't have any color because, you know, it's a window, it's transparent. There's a few different things here that we can do to adjust this. I think we're actually not going to need to adjust these. At least I'm not going to. You certainly can if you want to. But for the sake of this, I'll just show you us adjusting this last one. So this will adjust both at the same time. And you're going to need to make sure that you're in rendered view for this. You don't have to. You could potentially just adjust it and then come out of it and then go back. But I like to stay in rendered view while we're doing this. Just because I think it gives us more control and we can kind of just do it on the fly. So the thing that we're looking for to reduce the overall like kind of griminess of this is there's a few different things we can change. We could change the multiply. So if I put this down to like half, you can see already the windows are far more transparent and we can see through a lot more, and it's got rid of a lot of that grime. We could also reduce the contrast, and this will just reduce like the overall what's it called?
like the contrast of the image, right? So if it's black and white, it will make it a bit more towards grey. That will remove some of the dirt, but it also makes the windows generally more rough overall, because we're kind of just then plugging in a directly grey image. So in this case, what we want to do is actually reduce the multiply. I'm just going to drop that down to bang on nearly half, bit below half, and you can see we've still got a bit of grime, okay? But the windows are a bit more transparent, and this looks a little bit more realistic to me, not too overly dirty. If we come and look here from this angle as well, give that a bit to render, you can see there's still a bit of grime in there. You can see it as well on this window here. And it just adds a bit of imperfection to the windows that I think is nice, especially if you're going to be like animating this or having it on a turntable. When you have that specular rollover, being just as you rotate around, you get like the bright highlight going over the window. It just gives a bit of surface breakup and makes it more interesting, kind of like how we did for the masts and like the underside of the hull here. So that's how we create a glass shader. Let's now come out of rendered view and then move on to how we create one of these cannons. So I am going to go ahead and duplicate this boy here, bring him out. Okay, and then just hide the rest of the ship, because right now we don't need him. I'm also just going to turn the light layer off. And what I'll do then as well is just reduce all the rotations on these, because there's a few set from what I had done. And then for the time being, let's just bring this back to the grid. Okay, bring it up a bit. Okay. Mine are also rotated slightly because of how I made the model, so I'm just going to go ahead and bring that back to about normal. Okay, so this is one that I made for my HMS Victory model that I showed you right at the beginning of the course. And it actually doesn't take too long to make, and it might look kind of scary with these sort of intersections here. But it's not too bad. But the reason why, and the reason why it's important to know to do this, is because when you're making things, you kind of want to make them, we might have mentioned this already, in parts that make sense realistically. So as far as I know, cannons like this were sort of cast in one piece. As in, they would pour liquid metal basically into a mold, and then it cools and create one like uniform single piece of metal. So when you're building things, you kind of want to make them as they were built in real life, within reason. Obviously, like, you need to fake it at a minute scale, that's okay. But for the bigger stuff like this, you kind of want it to be accurate, I think, anyway. And it will depend on like the needs of your shot or your model or whatever you're using it for. If it's just for funsies, do whatever you like. But this is how I like to do things. And it's how a lot of the industry does things. So let's stop waffling on, let's actually get on and make this. So to begin with, I'm just going to create a cylinder. Very exciting, I know. And then we'll rotate it 90 degrees in X. For the divisions, by default it's 20. I'm just going to up this to 24, just to keep it as like a more divisible number. I like things to kind of be like divisible by 4, but 24 is just kind of a number I generally go to. I know 20 is also divisible by 4. We're only adding an extra 4. But 24 is just like a nicer amount for me, I think, to start off with. So let's get this roughly into position. I'm going to go ahead and just pull mine to the side now, because we're just using this as a guide. I'm using it as a guide for myself, really. I'm basically just going to recreate it and then show you how I did it. So we'll bring our cylinder out. I'm going to go into the top view, go to vertex mode, and just pull these out like so. Okay. And then I'm just going to scale these in slightly, because the cannons aren't perfectly straight. They kind of come back in a bit like this. Okay. And then we have this flared end like this. And you can also make this to reference if you like. That's what I did originally with these cannons. I'm just showing you how I would go about making one of these. We're going to select the end, pull that out, okay, to roughly the right place. And I'm just going to then scale that up uniformly. I'm going to take the multi-cut tool, add an extra division in the middle, and then just pull that in, just to add a bit of flair. Okay, and we're going to keep it simple for now, like we do with everything else. We're then going to go ahead and select this back piece here, and then just extrude straight back. Okay, then we're going to extrude again,
come back like this. And now this part here is kind of important because this is kind of, I think ropes connect up to this part. Also, I don't understand entirely the mechanics of how cannons work. I know they have a hole up here, which I haven't included because it's too small of a detail and I didn't ever plan to get that close. Where like you light the fuse and the actual chamber of the cannon ends somewhere down here. But they have this kind of like butt stop type buck thing at the end. So we'll go ahead and create that too. So it's just a cylinder and extruding right now, so we don't really have to do too much crazy modeling. And then we'll just go ahead and pull that back. And then we will add in a few more edge loops. I'm going to go ahead and bevel this one because I want a few more, and I'm going to adjust the segments. Okay. Then we will pull this in, bevel it again, and add a few more segments. Okay, just to give us that shape. Then we also want this rounded off at the end, so we'll go ahead and bevel that one more time. Maya is being a bit funky for some reason. That does happen occasionally. Let's see what we can do. Okay, if something like that happens, it's just Maya being a pain in the butt. It does happen occasionally. In that case, we can just create this kind of shape ourselves. I'm just going to extrude that in. Multi-cut tool, select this edge. Then we'll just do edit edge flow right about there. Okay, maybe scale that out a bit, put it forward. Okay, and there we just created our own bevel. Normally you shouldn't have to do that, but if that does happen, then you can just very quickly do it yourself on things like this. Okay, what we're also going to do is extrude this out a little. Something like that. And then we'll delete these edge loops. Okay. Then we can also go ahead and add in... okay, let's undo that. We can go ahead and add in some extra shape here. So let's go ahead and extrude these a little. Okay. And I'm going to delete this edge just to give us a bit of a step up like this. Okay, then I'll go ahead and extrude this one again. Like so. And then to get us our smooth shape back, we're then just going to go ahead and edit edge loop utilities, to edge loop and delete these. Okay, but we want this to be a little rounded, so we're going to take one edge with the multi-cut tool, push that in, scale that out a bit, and then just bevel to add some extra divisions. And there you go. We've got a bit of faceting here, so I'm just going to go ahead and mesh display soften edge. You don't have to do this again, but it's just something I like to do because I don't like to see it on my models while I'm working. I like to see what is going to be smooth. Okay. Then while we're here, we'll just go ahead and add in a bevel for this guy. With a few more segments as well. Okay, cool. So we're starting to get there. Next thing we can do is add a few more segments here. We'll increase that to 2. Space that out a little bit more evenly. We need to add a couple bands here, so let's get the multi-cut tool. And then what I like to do here is, let's assume we want these to all be the same thickness. So I'll put them here, and I'll put another one in the middle. Okay, I'll place our edge loops, and then I'm going to select all of them, and then just bevel them. Okay, and then these will slide with the bevel along our mesh. Okay, then I can just scale them all down uniformly to be the width that I want. Okay. This one here, we want to have a little bit more detail, so we're going to use the exact same technique. We'll add an edge loop in the middle using the middle mouse button. Okay, and then we will pull this out a bit, and then I will go ahead and do another one. And what we're doing here is we're just kind of creating the lines for this particular little detail before we go ahead and extrude. So I want this one to be a little smaller. So we'll start from the outside and then work our way in. So I'm just holding on shift and double clicking these to get these selected. We'll then pull those out a bit. We'll then work in by 1, then pull up again. Just a little bit, we don't want this to be too tall. And then pull out again. Okay, there we go, and there we have our detail. We'll go ahead and add a few bevels while we're at it. We don't need to be super tight because this is just cast iron. It's not going to have these incredibly sharp edges. So we'll just add a few.
like this. Now we go ahead and smooth that. It has that nice detail there, and we're already getting a bit of a cannon shape here. Next thing we'll do is we'll actually make the hole at the end so the cannonball can come out. Extrude that down. Now, and then the design for these kind of varies from cannon to cannon, country to country, and also like the poundage. So it's kind of up to you really how you make yours. I'm just showing you how I would do this. Oh, we've got a few extra edges there we don't need. Okay, so we'll extrude that out a bit. Then we will come in again. And extrude out again. And then one more time. Probably down to something like that. The actual opening isn't that big. A lot of it's just solid material because cannons had to withstand a lot of pressure. As far as I know. And then one more time. Okay, and then we'll just pull this all the way back. And then we don't need to make sure that we're adding the actual like mechanism or the firing pin or anything back there. We just kind of want the hole to be long enough so that when we actually go ahead and render this, it's just going to look dark on the inside, right? You won't be able to see the end and it will look realistic. Okay, now that we've got that, we'll just go ahead and add a bevel to all of these edges. Pretty soft one. Let's actually add some edge loops. Then we'll just soften the edges. Okay, and we don't want these to be too close together because we don't want this to be too sharp. Okay, like that, and there we go, there's the opening to our cannon. And then all we need to do is add these extra two bands. Okay, we'll add some loops to these. Still trying to keep pretty even spacing, but don't worry if it's not 100% perfect. Okay, there we go, and then we have our base cannon shape. So the next thing we need to do is add this part here, which is kind of where it will pivot off of from like the chassis or the wooden part of the gun. So best way to do that is we're just going to create another cylinder and we're going to connect this up to the gun itself. So I'm going to rotate this on its side, so 90 degrees in Z or Z. We're then going to give this 8 divisions. And we want this to sit down kind of towards the base here. Not too wide, maybe something like this. Okay, and then what we're looking to do is make sure that we have enough divisions on this piece to match up with... Okay, so that these lines line up here. So you can see we have the middle one lining up here, this one here, this one here, and then we'll take care of these ones. Okay, for ease of use on this, what I'm going to do is just cut this in half, right? Like we did ages and ages ago in some of the earlier parts. We do not want to have to do this twice, so we just cut the model in half and then duplicate it over later. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull these vertices around until they're kind of matching the outer edge, or the outer surface of this model, like this. Okay. Then we will join these up. So we'll pull that down, and then this. Okay, now we're going to need a few extra edge loops here, so I want these to line up kind of along the center line, like so. Don't worry if it's not perfect, because we're going to be merging the vertices anyway. We want to do another one there, and then we will also have another one here, and another one here. Okay, what we're going to do first is just start to trace out our shape. using the grid that we've just created. Okay, make sure that connects up nicely. Then what I'm going to do is just make sure these vertices are aligned. I'm holding down the V key to snap. Again, this is why we kind of aligned up those vertices in the first place, so that these aren't coming too far off the surface. Okay. There, now we have our circle. So we're going to go ahead and delete these faces. Okay. And then now this is all quads. And smooths pretty evenly. Okay, what we're now going to do is I'll just pull this back a bit. Okay, select both, and then we're going to combine to actually combine objects. You can hold down shift and right click and then come to combine. I just have it as a button up here. Okay, we're going to double select these two edges and then just bridge. Okay, next thing to do will be select all of these edges at the join. We're going to add a bevel. Turn chamfer off so we just have a bit of a holding edge. Okay, we're going to have a protective one here. We'll add a bevel here as well. Like so. We don't use these edges here because they can just be quads. And if we go ahead and smooth, you can now see we've very, very quickly added our cylinder to the gun. And it's got a nice smooth join. We've got a nice smooth transition, and it's all one piece. What we can do next is we can go ahead and add in our like donut piece like this up here. So very much the same kind of process. Just going to soften those edges. We're going to create, instead of a cylinder, we're going to create a torus, this donut shape here. We'll just snap that over there. And then under torus, we're going to want to change some of these parameters again. So I'm going to change the subdivision height to 8, right, to match our cylinder. And I'm going to scale that down. Okay, till it kind of fits within the bounds of this part. Something like that. Maybe a bit bigger. Okay. And I think what I'll do is I'll reduce the section radius down to something like 0.4, and then we'll go ahead and just delete these because we don't need them. And then we're going to extrude this down a bit. Like so. Okay, now to join these up, basically the exact same thing. Let's go ahead and delete this side because we don't need it. Then what we're going to do is just raise this up slightly, okay? And then we want to make sure that we have the same geo here as we do here so that we can get this to match up. So this one's going to be a little bit more fiddly. But as you can see, we can just very, very quickly draw that on. Okay, we might need to move a few things around, but that's okay. So what I'll do is just snap this. Okay, looks like that wasn't quite centered, so that's okay, we'll pull that over. Okay, and we can go ahead and clean this up in a moment, but we just want to get this to line up. Something like that. Okay, great. And then we'll delete those faces. What I'll then do then is I'll have this come around so that doesn't have a weird connection there, and I'll connect this up so we still keep this as quads, but the connection's actually a bit cleaner. Like so. Okay. Will we take most of this edge and then bring it back so it lines up a bit better? Something like this. Okay, now again, we're going to combine these two pieces, and then we're going to select just these edges. Bridge. Just these ones, and then bridge. Okay, we'll probably go ahead and actually delete these for the time being. Then we'll just select these here and then add another bevel. We'll turn the chamfer off again and then just extend that out a little. Seems like we've got a bit of a problem here. I see what the issue is. Okay, we want that to be detached there. So now if we go ahead and add in our bevel, that should work just fine. Okay, and there you go. Now you have another attached piece, and it took just a few seconds. So what we can then go ahead and do is, what I like to do when doing stuff like this is, I'll just select all the vertices on this one side, and then just scale them and hold down X to snap to grid, just to make sure that's perfectly aligned, so that when we go ahead and duplicate this, we don't have any weird issues with things not lining up. Okay, combine. Then that's now combined, but we have these vertices in the middle uncombined, so we need to go to Edit Mesh and then Merge. Okay, just a quick soften edges, and now we have our completed gun. You can make this a bit thicker if you want to. This is just a quick sort of test one to show you how it's done. But you can see it's really not that scary at all. It's not particularly high poly because we're connecting circles or cylinders to cylinders basically, so it's a lot easier. If we had to cut in some square pieces here, then the geometry would have to be quite a lot denser to be able to support the sharp corners, but because it's cylinders, you really can get away with, I mean, this cylinder here for the gun is 24 divisions around, and then this is 8, and then this is also 8 over here as well. But yeah, that is the single piece. What I'll then go ahead and show you next is how we create those ropes. So if I go ahead and untie our ship, okay, these ropes in particular, I'll just duplicate that, pull that out and hide the ship again. Actually, you know what? Let's pull the whole gun out instead. Let's get maybe this one. Okay, and we'll bring that down to the grid. Okay. So you can see here there's various different bits and pieces for the chassis, and this will depend on the gun. This is just a particular one that the Royal Navy was using at the time, I guess, for the HMS Victory. None of these parts are particularly complicated. You can definitely create all of those yourself. You can even see here there's some of the rigging parts that we'd made in previous videos. But one part that might be quite tricky for you guys to create is this rope here. You can see looks reasonably realistic. It's pretty loosely coiled, but from a distance I think it does the job. I kind of did this on mine for any thicker parts that you can see, and the way we create that is actually really quite simple. So what you're going to want to do is create a cylinder, reduce the divisions down to 8, okay, because we don't want this to be too dense polygonally wise. And we can adjust the size of this first piece depending on how thick our rope is. Because what we're going to do is, we're just going to delete these, okay. We'll then make sure that's sitting on the bottom of the grid, just by aligning the pivot point to the bottom and then holding X to snap to grid. Okay, then what we're going to do is, the length of this will depend on how long we need our rope to be. Now this piece seems way too thick still, so I'm just going to scale that down again. Maybe something more like this. Okay, let's say we need a piece of rope something like this long. Okay, what we're going to do next is, if I just come to the top view, isolate that, I'm just going to turn on smooth, because I want to take this out now to the right. Now if you can't see the top of your cylinder from the top in the top view, it's because we have the top faces removed. So to get that to be able to be visible, just turn on wireframe on shaded, and then it will show up there for you as well. There's this little button up here, this blue square. We're then going to pull this out to the side, and we want this to just about overlap. And we want 4 of these, right? Something like this. We're then going to go ahead and just combine these, center the pivot, and then we'll move that back to the grid. And it's very important this is centered on the grid, and that will become apparent later. This is nearly perfect, but what we're missing is some divisions running up the length of the strands, because we need this to bend, and without those it won't be able to bend. So we're going to use our insert edge loop tool, and you can find that under mesh tools and then insert edge loop. I've got it bound to Shift F. If we go ahead and double click the tool now on the left hand side here and change the maintain position to multiple edge loops, by default this will be set to 2, but what this will allow us to do is then add
as many edge loops as we need. So I'm going to try... 64 is a bit light. Let's try something like 120. Now this is why we only had 8 divisions on this, because this can get quite dense very quickly, and I wouldn't use this for everything unless you really plan to take this to a very, very high detail level. I just like to set this back to 2 afterwards so I don't accidentally add 128 divisions to something I don't want to. Now, to make this look like more like rope, what we're going to do is we're going to intertwine these now using a deformer. If you come up to deform and then come to non-linear and then twist. Now, this will automatically create the handle for you that we've got selected here. Under the channel box and layer editor, under twist, you've got a few different attributes here. So you have start angle and end angle, and low bound, high bound, that will kind of just adjust where things, you can see where this starts and ends. By default, this will be at the ends of your model, which is where we need it to be. We're then going to change the start angle, not start angle, sorry, end angle, and you can see as I start to rotate this, just dragging to the right with my middle mouse button clicked, you can see it's starting to rotate this. Okay, we could do this by hand, but it would take forever. So if I just increase this to something like 360, okay, you can see that's still not quite enough, but it is starting to rotate around itself. If we put this up to something like 900, okay, it's even more. We go 1,500, okay, getting there, 2,500, okay, nearly. Okay, and you can see by 3,500 we're already getting a pretty good shape. Maybe let's just put this up to 5,000. And maybe 6,000. There are like diminishing returns of this, because eventually it's kind of down to how many divisions you have in the cylinders. It will start to kind of compress, look a bit weird. So I'm gonna leave that at 6,000. But you can see now we've taken those 4 cylinders and intertwined them into a bit more of a rope shape. Pretty thick rope, but I think it serves its purpose. Okay, now once we're happy with that, we're going to go ahead and press edit, then delete all by type in history. That will delete those handles for us. And if you're wondering how I got this curve to look like this, best way to do this is what we can do. And we did this with the rigging in one of the earlier parts, or when I showed you how to do the rigging. So we're going to select some of these parts here that we know the curve needs to rest on, okay, or the rope needs to rest on, right? So something like this, and then it goes through here. So what I'll do is Control D these parts and then combine. I'll just pull them out of the group and then call them guide, right? Because we don't want to have geometry duplicate on top of each other and causing any problems. For the time being, we'll just go ahead and hide that because we don't need it. We'll select our guide and we're going to turn on live surface, excuse me, and then we're going to come over to curves. Then select the EP curve tool. Okay, and then basically what we're going to do now is just start drawing our curves on the model. This will take us most of the way, but we're going to have to do a bit more to adjust it afterwards ourselves. So if I pull it over here, okay, maybe something like that. Okay, we'll then turn off that. Now what we're going to have to do is start adjusting these curves a little bit ourselves. Okay, there's probably not enough points here to get this to look exactly how we need it, but we'll get it to as close as we can to begin with. Okay, we want it to come out to this loop, kind of over like this. Okay, and then we want it to come over this wheel. Okay, and we want a bit of clearance here because we're going to need to attach our model to this afterwards, and I'll show you how we do that in a minute. Now, because we don't have enough divisions in this curve, it's looking a bit weird, so we're going to go ahead up to curves up here, and then go to rebuild and click on this option here. You want to kind of make your settings like this. It probably won't look exactly like this by default, but the number of spans is how many points we have to control this curve. So I'm going to increase this up to something like 16 and click apply. Okay, and if I come back to control vertex, you can see that's created a bunch more. And it's also caused a few little problems, and that will happen from time to time. This can get a bit fiddly and you kind of have to unwind it, which is kind of a pain. But it is worth doing. You can also flat rotate or flat scale these to get them to align properly. You can also delete the points if you don't want them. Okay, we just need to figure out which order these are supposed to go in. Let me get rid of that guy. Okay, and then now that we have a few more, we can start pulling these in to create a bit of a better shape. Like so. Okay, and you basically, you get the idea at this point. We're kind of just moving our points around, trying to create a natural looking curve. So obviously, as the rope rests, it would rise up to here, but then it would sag over here, right? Because it's got nothing to rest on. And then as it comes back over here, we'll straighten out a bit again. Okay, maybe I'll bend a little bit this way. Okay, but you get the idea. So it's important you spend as much time as you can at this point, just getting your curve to look as kind of accurate as possible, physically. Yeah, maybe something like this. We could pull this in a bit more on this side. Like so. And then we'll pull these over so they're actually going through the hole. Okay. And then maybe pull this bit off of it. Okay, that looks pretty good to me. So we can close that. I'm going to come out of wireframe on shaded. We have our curve. Now, if we want this to attach to this, first things first, select this. I would name it at this stage as well, because otherwise, if you do this a bunch of times, it's going to be hard to name them all afterwards. You're going to want to make sure that all your history is deleted off of it, and make sure your transforms are frozen, and also, I would center the pivot on it, and then center it on the grid, like this. Okay? So not from the very bottom, just have the center of the object be on the grid. Okay, and then make sure that's frozen. We're then going to select our geo, select our curve. We're going to come up to deform again, and then we're going to go to curve warp. Okay. Now, if your settings aren't quite working, this is what you want to change it to. Aim should be set to auto normals, alignment to auto, envelope to 1, and then under keep length. This kind of is a bit more important for when your rope isn't long enough. For example, if this rope was way too short, what would happen is it would only follow so much of the curve, and if you unticked keep length, it would then go to the rest of the curve. But because we make sure that we had enough length in our rope already, we don't really need to pay attention to this feature, and you can see it's not really doing anything anyway. Okay, before deleting history, what we can also do as well is we can come back to our curve, and because this is connected, we can actually edit our rope now, the position of our rope using the curve, right? So we're kind of getting the basic idea of where it's supposed to be with the curve beforehand. But then once we're actually happy with that, we can come in and then place it. And it works really quite well. So really all we're looking to do here is just, now that we have the mesh in place, make it look a bit more physically accurate. Make sure nothing's actually colliding. Or at least intersecting, sorry. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. So I'll go ahead and delete the history again. And then once the history is deleted, we can delete the curve. All I'll do then is, in this case, we'll set the pivot point to the middle of the gun, since that's the central part. Duplicate this, bring it across in X. Okay, we could then go ahead and combine these if we wanted to. Just by selecting and then bridge. Don't know why that's not working. Bridge.
Oh, you need to combine them first, sorry. Select the two pieces of the mesh, combine, then bridge. Okay. This one should probably go to this one to this one, because you've got to make sure that you're maintaining that twist, like so. Okay, and then you won't really notice the divisions too much in there since it's going in the center, and there you go, that's the rope. And that is how you'd make the cannon. These parts here are really simple. I have like pretty much full confidence in you guys creating that after you've done everything else. But yeah, if I go ahead and delete the guide, maybe let's take this guy out here, and we can add in our cannon that we created previously. And he might not quite, this guy might not quite fit. It's not far off, actually. That's not too bad. Because I made this chassis to actually fit the gun I made before. But it's a little bit smaller. And there you go. You can see that fits in there. You know, if we need to make any adjustments to the rope afterwards, I would recommend just selecting some of the vertices at the point you need to move, holding down B to go into soft select, getting a bunch of that, and then just moving it into place. Making sure you keep the shape as even as possible. And there you go. That is how I'd create the cannon. And that's going to leave it there, I think.